Welcome to the Doomsday Shelter Simulator. Instruction 1. Your shelter is the basis of survival. Without its existence in these conditions is impossible. Instruction 2. Every 30 days a disaster occurs. Develop your base as quickly as possible. Instruction 3. There are different creatures on the Earth's surface, good and evil, but their elimination provides valuable resources. Act carefully. Instruction 4. Darkness is coming. When night falls, lock the entrances. Call, build a shelter in this location? Yes/no. In the wasteland, Zheng Yang stared at the glowing screen in front of him, his brows furrowed, and he remained silent. After waking up, he found himself here. The sky was gloomy and grey, as if it was about to rain. Ahead of him was an endless wasteland. Behind him was a dense forest. His vision had changed too. In the upper left corner, there were 2 stripes, red and blue. Red, 100 out of 100. Blue, 100 out of 100. A timer was counting down under the indicators, 7, 19, 25, 32. In the lower right corner were 5 buttons, chat, trade, craft, items, profile. Next to them were 5 inventory slots. 3 cells were filled, stones 10, wood 10, stone axe. Everything that was happening reminded Zheng Yang of a computer game. Concentrating, he opened the chat. A window appeared with tabs General and Friends. There were no friends yet, so he selected the General channel. It was a complete chaos of messages. Tang Yichen. Does anyone understand what's going on? Tang Luo. Help! I'm surrounded by wolves. Zhang Xin. You have the option of placing a shelter too? Harry. Oh my God, that would be a miracle. An endless stream of messages flashed across the screen, but most were useless. Zheng Yang noticed the number 1 next to the input field. Apparently each player could send 1 message per day. This meant that it would be extremely difficult to unite players. After spending a few minutes studying the functions, he decided to choose a place for shelter. Zheng Yang looked at the wasteland ahead and the forest behind him and thought about it. It would be better to build a shelter near a water source, but there was no water nearby. Perhaps there was a body of water in the wilderness, but would there be enough time to search? The 4th warning clearly hinted that danger would appear with the onset of darkness. After weighing the pros and cons, Zheng Yang gritted his teeth and decided to build a shelter on this spot, pressing yes. The call, Shelter Generation, has begun. After confirmation, the stones and wood from the inventory instantly disappeared, and the glowing outlines of the building appeared in front of him, gradually gaining clarity and density. While Zheng Yang was waiting, someone's gaze quietly glanced at him from the forest thicket. He turned around abruptly, saw nothing unusual, and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Did it seem that way? I felt like someone was watching. After a few minutes, the glow dissipated, revealing a simple wooden hut. The door was wooden. Inside, there was a stone floor of about 50 square meters with a wooden bed and a table. There was nothing else. The first impression is one of extreme simplicity. Suddenly, a system signal rang out in his mind. Ringing. Player's hideout detected. Loading Apocalypse upgrade system. Ringing, download complete. Zheng Yang's vision was distorted like static on a TV, then instantly recovered. But now, next to the 5 buttons at the bottom right, a 6th one appeared. Improvement. Opening the improvement section, he saw a new panel. Stone axe to iron axe. Cost, 50 units of magical energy. Improve, yes or no. Focusing on the iron axe option, he received detailed information in his mind. Out of curiosity, choosing yes, Zheng Yang felt something important leaving his body en masse, accompanied by dizziness and ringing in his ears. He was forced to lean against the wall. At the same time, the blue bar on the upper left was half empty. And here, I thought it was really like a game. Zheng Yang smiled bitterly. After resting and adjusting to his weakness, he mentally retrieved the iron axe from his inventory. The former stone tool was now an iron one, definitely of higher quality. The contents of the upgrade panel have changed again, adding a new option. Wooden hut, tile house. Cost, 500 magic energy. Upgrade, Yes, no, grayed out. Iron axe, alloy axe. Cost, 150 magical energy. Upgrade, yes, no, grey. Seeing the increased requirements and new opportunities, Zheng Yang straightened up and thought, but the option to upgrade the hut disappeared. This made him look at the wall behind him. Touching it with his hand, the option to upgrade the house appeared again. Removing his hand, it disappeared. Got it. You can only upgrade items that you touch or those in your inventory. After experimenting, he noticed the timer. 7, 18, 12, 11. The continuously decreasing numbers created a sense of urgency. He decided to explore the forest. The shelter was built, but the understanding of this world was still insufficient, and the disaster in 30 days hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles. Looking at his modest hut, Zheng Yang understood that no matter what disaster came, he would not be able to withstand it. More resources are needed, and without supplies, he will not be able to walk from hunger in 3 days. Then the situation will become even worse. Research is inevitable. Having made his decision, he went into the forest while it was still light. As he went deeper into the thicket, he noticed red fruits. Placing them in his inventory, he learned their properties. Scarlet berries. Description: mutated fruits, harmless, satisfy hunger, and restore magical energy. Each berry restores 5 units of energy. Zheng Yang was delighted by the description. It came at just the right time. But while he was rejoicing at the find, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. His heart began to beat anxiously, and a growling sound echoed through the forest. Looking around tensely, he saw only dense trees. After standing there for 10 seconds, he rushed towards the exit from the forest. Roar! A roar was heard behind him, followed by the noise of breaking branches and leaves. Zheng Yang ran, looking back. A dark shadow flashed through the gaps between the trunks, jumping along the branches. Soon, a huge black predator appeared, which, pushing off from the trunk, made a powerful jump straight at Zheng Yang under his terrifying gaze. At the critical moment, he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself, and the predator sank its teeth into his forearm. The health bar in the left corner instantly decreased and continued to fall rapidly. 86 out of 100, 83 out of 100. 81 100. The sharp pain instantly awakened Zheng Yang's fighting spirit. He concentrated his mind, materialized an iron axe from his inventory in his free hand, and with bloodshot eyes, he brought down a blow on the beast's head. The predator let out a deafening roar from the pain, unclenched its jaws, but immediately slashed its claws across the enemy's chest, leaving 5 deep scratches and taking away another 10 units of health. Yedi use bir böyle use. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Yang ignored the new wound, grabbed the animal's fur, and jumped onto its back. The sudden movements increased the bleeding, and the health bar swung even faster. 69 out of 100. 65 out of 100. Ignoring the piercing pain, he brought down blow after blow with his axe on the beast's head, not giving it a chance to counterattack. The predator's agonizing howls echoed through the forest, scaring away flocks of birds. Only when his strength finally left him and the beast froze motionless did Zheng Yang stop beating him, and breathing heavily, collapsed onto the carcass of his fallen enemy. Looking at the iron axe in his hand, he felt relieved. Without improving the stone tool, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. As he tried to stand up and examine the loot, a ghostly green chest appeared above the black carcass, gradually gaining materiality. Zheng Yang's face: killing monsters gives rewards? After waiting for the full materialization, he opened the chest, but there was nothing inside. Blue stone icon automatically appeared in the lower right corner. After the panel appeared, the chest dissolved and disappeared. Now Zheng Yang realized that the contents of the chests automatically went into the inventory. Focusing on the stone, he received information about the item. Condensation stone. Description: automatically absorbs special energy from the air to produce water. Output: 1 liter per hour. After reading the description, Zheng Yang was delighted. The stone solved the problem of water supply, and the surplus could be exchanged for other resources. The need for water was huge for everyone now. Having studied the properties of the stone, he turned to the carcass of the black predator. Outwardly, the beast was very reminiscent of a wolf, a lean body, a long muzzle, erect ears, a narrow chest. Looking at the black as night fur, Zheng Yang tried to remember, is there such a breed of wolf? But then the pain in his forearm reminded him of itself with a piercing prick. The bite was a series of bleeding holes, and the scratches on his chest stained his clothes with crimson stains. He tore his shirt into strips and made improvised bandages. There was no other way out for now. The bleeding had stopped, but the health bar continued to decrease from time to time, though not very often. The current health level was 59 out of 100, and with each point lost, the weakness increased. Having bandaged the wounds, he tried to place the carcass in the inventory, but without success. It clearly did not fit there. From previous experiments, he understood the difference between equipment slots and the main inventory. Items from the slots were extracted with mental effort, very convenient in combat. The main inventory required opening a menu, which could be a fatal delay in combat. Both required holding the item in your hands. The carcass of the beast clearly did not meet this requirement. In the event of a food shortage, the predator's meat would be an excellent source of nutrition. If stored properly, it would last for a long time. Looking at the iron axe, Zheng Yang had an idea. He aimed the tool at the junction of the thigh and torso, and after a few blows, he got an entire hind leg. He lifted the limb with both hands with difficulty and mentally placed it in his inventory. Black Mountain Wolf Leg Description. The raw meat of the Black Mountain Wolf's hind leg has a slight strengthening effect. As Zheng Yang happily read the description, the rustling of leaves could be heard around him. Apparently, the smell of blood had attracted other inhabitants of the forest. His face darkened, and he sped up the cutting of the carcass. Black Mountain Wolf Fillet. Black Mountain Wolf Bone Marrow. Black Mountain Wolf Heart. Black Mountain Wolf Claws. Black Mountain Wolf Fangs times 56. Black Mountain Wolf Pelt. Half an hour later, Zheng Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, cleaned his bloody hands on his clothes, and looked at the scattered entrails with satisfaction. After looking around the area, he quickly left the place and headed towards the shelter. During this time, the sounds around him grew louder, and a flock of strange white birds appeared in the sky, circling over the clearing. Shortly after he left, 4 or 5 different creatures emerged from the thicket, looking at each other warily. Further away, a small white shadow appeared from a dark cave. After sniffing the air, she chose a direction and disappeared into the forest. After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Yang reached the shelter, locked himself inside, and sighed with relief. Looking at the materials in the inventory, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Then he looked at the general chat and found that many had already stopped passively waiting and went on the offensive, although there were still many slackers. Lei Ming. Warning. Killing wild creatures will give you chests with loot. I just killed 2 snow rabbits and an ice snake. 2 white chests and 1 green chest dropped. Judging by the quality of the items, the chests have levels related to the enemy's strength. Dajing Daoxun. Wow, Lei Sensei is cool. Can you take me with you? I promise special bonuses. Wenbin. Master is great. Grawl Monroe. Oh my god. There's a fire lion at the entrance to my hideout. What should I do? Suai. Zheng Yang also saw a message from a certain Lei Ming and realized that this was not just happening to him. But after reviewing many messages, he did not find any mention of upgrading items. This confirmed his guess. The improvement function belonged only to him. Closing the chat, he opened the trade section. A panel appeared, full of offers. Product: mineral water, 100 milliliters. Seller: Wang Chai. Required: any meat, can be discussed in a personal message. Product: wooden bucket. Seller: Zhang Qingfeng. Required: survival materials. Item: wood times 10. Stones times 10. Seller: Li Ergu. Required: any food. Item: healing potion. Seller: Shen Yao. Required: survival materials. After a long search, Zheng Jian finally found what he was looking for. The seller's avatar shows that she is a pretty girl with big eyes. Zheng Yang clicked on the profile and saw the option to add as a friend. After sending the request, he soon received confirmation. The first contact appeared in his friends list. Shen Yao. Hello. Zheng Yang. Hello. Can you tell me more about the healing potion? Shen Yao. Healing potion. Description: restores 20 horsepower when consumed. She sent an image of a test tube containing green liquid along with the item's stats. Zheng Yang was interested after seeing the description. However, he was puzzled. Why would she sell such a useful thing instead of keeping it for herself? Zheng Yang. What do you want in return? Shen Yao. Any materials for survival. Zheng Yang looked at the various meats in the inventory and was about to send a proposal, but he immediately hesitated. He took out the Black Mountain wolf fillet, weighing about 5 kilograms. It seemed unprofitable to exchange 5 kilos of meat for a potion. He used an axe to cut off half, then another half of the rest. Having suffered with the choice, he divided it in half again. Weighing a piece of about half a kilogram, Zheng Yang nodded with satisfaction. Putting the meat back into the inventory, he sent the information. Zheng Yang. I need 3 bottles. Is this suitable? Black Mountain wolf fillet. Description: half a kilogram of selected meat from the back of the Black Mountain wolf slightly strengthens the physique. In another similarly modest hut, a girl with big eyes sat on a wooden bed, studying the information sent to her with a shocked expression on her face. Several hours had passed since entering this world, and the trading system had already begun to form. Shen Yao was lucky. In the nearby ruins, she received the alchemist profession and mastered the creation of potions. The healing potion was her creation. By observing the general chat, she realized that many people were in dire need of healing supplies. By selling healing potions, she collected a lot of resources and met experienced players. Thanks to constant market monitoring, she knew that items with the body-strengthening effect were wildly popular and were instantly snapped up after they went on sale. And this Zheng Yang owns half a kilogram. Definitely a high-level professional. Zheng Yang, may I know where you got the healing potion? Shen Yao decided to befriend Zheng Yang and did not hide it. Shen Yao. By exploring the local ruins, I obtained the additional profession of alchemist. The healing potion was created using alchemy skills. Zheng Yang was amazed. It turns out that such capabilities exist, and in just a few hours, someone had already mastered them. Zheng Yang. Thank you very much. Shen Yao. I'm very interested in your product. Please submit an exchange request. Zheng Yang. Okay. After Shen applied, Yao immediately approved the deal. An icon of a test tube with green liquid appeared in Zheng Yang's inventory, with the number 3 in the corner. With a mental effort, he materialized a glass test tube with an emerald liquid. Removing the stopper and sniffing, he felt a refreshing aroma that cleared his mind and brought physical relief. Without hesitation, he drank the contents in one gulp. The liquid reached his stomach, his limbs filled with warmth, his body enveloped in a faint green glow. A pleasant tingling sensation began at the bite sites, and the health bar began to grow. After consuming all 3 vials, the wounds were completely healed, and the health indicator reached its maximum. 89 out of 100. 91 pulli. 97 out of 199%. Zheng Yang moved, unwrapped the bloody bandages from his arm, revealing smooth skin with traces of dried blood. Astonished by the efficiency, he immediately felt a strong hunger. His restored body required energy. After cutting the fillet into thin strips, he traded the remaining meat for household items. The sellers immediately agreed to his offers without bargaining, which seemed strange. Zheng Yang took out several wooden barrels and flint, all obtained in exchange for meat. He then took out the condensation stone, a blue stone about the size of a fist, damp to the touch. While examining the stone, he opened the enhancement menu. As the number of items increased, the panel became richer, and among the list he found the desired option: condensation stone, accumulation stone. Cost: 90 units of magical energy. Upgrade: yes or no? Zheng Yang decisively chose yes. 9/10 of the magic instantly evaporated. The blue bar was almost empty, his face turned pale, and his head buzzed like a swarm of bees. Gathering his strength, he took out a handful of crimson berries and ate them. His magic gauge began to slowly recover, and his condition improved. The moment the improvement was complete, the air around him became cooler and more humid. After placing the accumulation stone back, he learned new characteristics. Accumulation stone. Description. Function 1. Absorbs special air energy to generate water. Output 5 liters per hour. Function 2. Increases the concentration of water elements in the area by 10%. Zheng Yang gasped after reading the description. Although he did not understand the purpose of the water elements, he still appreciated the ability to generate 5 liters of water per hour. Taking out the stone for inspection, he noticed that after the enhancement, the surface was covered with blue veins intertwined with the base color. Within seconds, his palm became wet with water droplets. After admiring the result, he placed the stone in the purchased barrel for automatic operation. Then he headed to the forest near the shelter, chose a suitable tree, and began chopping with an axe. Each inventory slot held 60 units, each unit equal to a kilogram. Homogeneous materials were stacked, but tools occupied separate spaces. After splitting the log into thin pieces, Zheng Yang took out the Black Mountain wolf ham, piled the wood into a pile, and lit a fire with flint. After skewering the meat on a sharpened stick, he began to roast it. 10 minutes later, a delicious aroma appeared, and an hour later, the entire hut was filled with a tempting smell. While Zheng Yang was concentrating on cooking, the sound of claws scraping on wood was heard at the door. He instantly became alert, grabbed the axe, and cautiously approached the entrance. When Zheng Yang was about to reach the door, the creak sound that had been heard earlier suddenly stopped. He frowned, slowly opened the wooden door, leaving a narrow gap, and looked around cautiously. The entrance was empty, but the rustling of grass could be heard from afar. Turning his head, he managed to notice a white shadow darting into the bushes. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Yang did not close the door, leaving it slightly open, and returned to the fire and continued roasting meat. With the door open, the smell quickly spread throughout the area, becoming more and more noticeable. A few minutes later, a small figure cautiously emerged from the bushes near the trunk of a nearby tree. She sniffed, greedily catching the scent, and slowly, with obvious caution, approached the wooden house. The door swung slightly, and a small white muzzle poked inside. The huge eyes, like black buttons, carefully followed every movement inside. Zheng Yang pretended not to notice the guest and continued to concentrate on turning the meat over the fire. The silent pause lasted for quite a long time, until suddenly a particularly thick and viscous aroma spread over the fire. The white shadow swallowed its saliva and, having made sure that the man was not driving it away, unconsciously moved closer. Suddenly, Zheng Yang turned around abruptly, and the intruder jumped back, startled. Now Zheng Yang could see him properly. The creature resembled a tiger cub, but without the black stripes. All the fur was snow white. Its height barely reached his knee, so most likely it was still a cub. The white tiger cub, having retreated a few steps and having made sure that the man was not moving, stopped. He sat down directly on the ground and stared at the meat in Zheng Yang's hands, licking his nose with his pink tongue from time to time. The hint was more than clear. After checking that the meat was cooked, Zheng Yang tore off a piece and threw it to the tiger cub, and returned to his dinner. There were no seasonings, just simple frying. But the taste was unexpectedly good. With each swallowed piece, the feeling of hunger went away, and a pleasant warm wave began to spread through the body. A system notification appeared before my eyes. Black Mountain wolf meat eaten. Constitution plus 0.1. 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 Zheng Yang froze, amazed. It turned out that the meat really did strengthen the body. He opened the character menu. Name, Zheng Yang. Health, 104 out of 104. Mana, 100 out of 100. Constitution, 10.4 affects health, physical strength, recovery, defense, and endurance. Spirit, 10, affects mana, reaction, memory, learning ability, and mental stability. Skills, none. The constitution and health indicators have actually increased slightly. Inspired, he set about the meat with redoubled zeal. Black Mountain wolf meat eaten, constitution plus 0.1. Black Mountain wolf meat eaten, constitution plus 0.1. Black Mountain wolf meat eaten, constitution plus 0.1. The tiger cub, having made sure there was no threat, ate the piece thrown to him with gusto. An almost domestic calm settled in the hut. The man and the predator ate side by side, and the twilight was gathering imperceptibly outside the windows. When Zheng Yang had overcome about a quarter of the huge wolf's leg, he took a deep breath, leaning on the floor. Sweat appeared on his forehead. It was not a matter of a weak appetite, but the size of the prey. The paw was thicker than both of his legs combined and almost reached his waist. He noticed that once his constitution bonus reached +2, the notifications stopped appearing. It seemed that only a limited increase could be obtained from one type of meat. But even these 2 points gave a noticeable result. The health reserve increased by 20 units and strength to a new level. Now, in a fight with a Black Mountain wolf, he would probably cope much easier, perhaps even without a single scratch. The tiger cub drawled. He had already finished his piece and looked at the meat in Zheng Yang's hands with a pitiful expression. There was no hint of the menacing presence of a predator, only a touching plea, like a sad animal from a zoo. Zheng Yang thought about it. This cub was surprisingly smart, just like the wolf that had attacked him earlier. It seemed that animals in this world were generally very smart. The white tiger cub was friendly, and if he could be tamed, he would be a great companion on his forays. He held out the meat, not letting go of it, trying to lure the tiger cub closer. With his other hand, he quietly summoned an iron axe into his palm, ready for any turn of events. The tiger cub gradually approached, but, having reached a certain point, hesitated, as if struggling with desire and caution. Then Zheng Yang himself took a few steps forward, brought the meat right to the tiger cub's muzzle. When the tiger cub began to eat, he carefully touched its back with his palm. The muscles under the fur tensed, but after a few seconds they relaxed, and the beast continued its meal. Zheng Yang contentedly patted the big cat on the back. It was small for now, but when it grew up, it would become a formidable force. And then an unexpected thought came to mind. What if I applied the improvement function to a living being? He opened the corresponding menu and froze, seeing White Spiritual Tiger, Tiger of Wind and Clouds. Cost, 1,200 mana. Confirm upgrade, unavailable. That's right, possible, he exclaimed mentally. But the cost was prohibitive, 10 times more than his current mana and even more expensive than upgrading the shelter. This is probably because the target is a living being. He remembered the previous upgrades. For example, turning a stone axe into an iron one cost only 50 mana, and upgrading a condensing water stone to a storage one cost 90. The conclusion was simple. The more complex and valuable the object, the higher the price of its improvement. It turns out that the more complex and high-level the thing, the more mana is required to improve it. And in the case of the little white tiger cub, everything is logical. A living organism is incredibly complex, hence the exorbitant price. While Zheng Yang was thinking, it was already completely dark outside. The tiger cub, who had been calmly chewing meat until then, suddenly tensed up, stared into the darkness, and squeezed his pupils to thin needles, growling softly. Zheng Yang noticed his reaction and automatically glanced at the timer in the upper right corner. 7:08:41:12. 10 hours had already passed since the start. Outside, there was a deathly silence. Even the daytime chirping of insects and the twittering of birds had disappeared. In this deathly silence, only the fire in the hut crackled, reminding us of its warmth. The warning from the beginning of the game came to mind. Night is coming. Zheng Yang's face turned pale. The door was still open. He rushed to close it, but bang! A pale human hand stuck through the crack. Bang! The wooden door swung open. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. The dancing flames hit his face, leaving only a dark shadow. Zheng Yang, clutching the axe, and the tiger cub began to retreat at the same time. But the room was tiny. There was nowhere to go far. The silhouette entered, and the fire captured its image. Deathly white skin, sunken black circles under the eyes, a frozen gaze, tattered clothes, and pieces of dried earth in its tangled hair. From the waist down, it was a man. He stopped, stared at Zheng, bared his teeth, and rushed forward. Zheng Yang and the tiger cub dodged at the last moment. Zheng Yang, without hesitation, chopped the axe at the attacker's head. No blood, no groan, just a slight sway. The creature turned and, growling, rushed straight at him, baring its teeth, sharp and jagged like a saw. Zheng Yang grabbed it by the neck, pushing it away with all his might. His face was flushed with blood, but it was of little use. Damn, he was so strong. He was amazed. Even his strengthened body could barely withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, a light gust of wind blew from the side, and a deep wound appeared on the side of the monster. The pressure eased, and Zheng Yang, without wasting time, kicked the enemy away. He came around behind him, pulled out the stuck axe, and drove the blade into his neck with fury. Let's see if you can move without a head. Crack point. The skull separated, the body jerked a couple of times, and collapsed on the floor. After making sure it wasn't moving, Zheng Yang slammed the door and propped it up with a table. Only then did he exhale. At that moment, a glowing white crystal emerged from the dead body. Zheng Yang picked it up and checked the description. Level 1 Crystal Core. Description: dropped by underworld creatures. Increases mana when consumed. A satisfied smile played on his face. It turns out that these crystals can strengthen the spirit and therefore increase mana. If you collect enough, you can improve the shelter. True, it is unclear how big the increase will be. He took out the core, thinking how to absorb it. It is unlikely that it is worth simply swallowing. Oh, the tiger cub reminded him of himself. Zheng Yang smiled, sat down, and patted him on the head. Did you cover for me then? Thank you. After their fight together, a special trust was established between them. The white tiger cub narrowed his eyes contentedly, then walked up to the mountain wolf's half-eaten paw and slapped it with his paw. Ooh! Zheng Yang chuckled. Okay, if you come with me, you'll always have meat. He turned his gaze to the corpse of the attacker. So this was the creature of the underworld. But was its level of danger so great that it was warned about in the first place? He looked out the window, but it was pitch black outside. Suddenly, the clouds parted and moonlight spilled onto the ground. Zheng Yang froze. In the distance, hordes of creatures roamed the wasteland. Things like the corpse walker he had just killed, bare-bone skeletons, pale, ethereal ghosts. And then, a giant shadow flew across the sky with blue flames engulfing its body. Zheng Yang turned his gaze to his wretched home. How long could it withstand such guests? But then something else alerted him. Except for the one that broke through, the rest of the creatures seemed not to notice the hut. He still didn't understand what was going on, and opened the World tab. Yang Shaoji. Damn, what kind of creatures are those outside? This is a nightmare. He Ruoyu. Someone help me. I'm scared. I'll pay you handsomely. Zhang Feng. This zombie has been standing at my door for about 20 minutes. What should I do? Zheng Yang sighed heavily. It seems like everyone is in trouble. We need to improve our shelter urgently. If a normal night is so dangerous, what will happen when the countdown ends? But there was a catastrophic lack of mana for the upgrade. He thought about it and looked at the crafting menu. With the materials, you could make various items: barrels, bowls, fences, axes. The main thing was to have a blueprint. And then Zheng Yang remembered that he had the improvement ability. So he could first make a simple item and then upgrade it for mana. But first, he needed the blueprints themselves, and his list was empty for now. Having made his decision, he went to his 3 10-litre barrels. 2 were full, the third was about half full. He poured half the barrel into 500 milliliter clay jars, of which he took about 30 in exchange, and put the goods up for sale for the first time. Item: 500 milliliters of water, 20 jars. Seller: Zheng Yang required. Any blueprints? This post blew up the marketplace. In an instant, he was inundated with friend requests. The list filled up to 99 plus, and Zheng Yang froze, looking at the screen. At dawn, in a modest wooden hut, a white tiger cub slept soundly on the bed. Zheng Yang sat, leaning against the doorframe. There were dark circles under his eyes. His gaze was tired, but a slight smile played on his lips. He took a bottle of elixir of vitality from his inventory, drained it, and his fatigue visibly subsided before his eyes. After his friends list had been overwhelmed with requests the day before, he had spent the entire night sorting through them and processing transactions, and had only just finished. The result was more than pleasing. He sold 30 liters of water, receiving in return a ton of blueprints and resources. Most of the schemes were standard and everyday, but among the pile there were several especially valuable ones: a basement blueprint, a fence blueprint, and a stone sword blueprint. The first two were in the building category, and the sword was in the tools category. He collected mountains of stone and wood, as well as 20 units of iron ore from his resources. In addition, for 10 liters of water, he exchanged a whole set of potions with Shen Yao: a healing elixir for healing wounds, an elixir of vigor for restoring strength, and an antidote for negative effects. During the trading process, Zheng Yang also discovered a hidden feature of his enhancement ability. When the blueprint creation section became larger, new options appeared in the upgrade list: wooden hut, tiled hut. Possible add-ons according to blueprints: basement, fence, stove. Price: 500 mana. It turned out that by studying the blueprints, he could add new zones and functions to the housing when upgrading it, as if in free assembly mode. It was just a pity that the blueprints themselves could not be improved. Containing his excitement, he opened creation, selected a stone sword, and confirmed the manufacture. The stone disappeared from the inventory, and a finished item appeared in the list. Having spent 50 mana, he improved it to an iron sword. Now he had a real combat weapon in his hands, much more effective than an iron axe, which was still more suitable for chopping trees. Zheng Yang originally planned to fortify the area around the shelter, but after realizing the new potential of the upgrade, he changed his strategy. Now he was going to go deeper into the forest to increase his personal combat power and increase his mana reserves to a level sufficient to upgrade the shelter. This way, he would avoid wasting resources and seriously upgrade himself. With each new discovery, he became convinced the owner's strength is directly related to the level of the shelter. And the higher the rank of the shelter, the more mana is required, which means that developing personal skills becomes a priority. He was also interested in the ruins Shen Yao had mentioned, as that was where she had obtained her alchemist class. Meanwhile, the world chat was in full swing. Gu Yu: "Hey, do you know what happened at the market yesterday?" Su Li: "What? I was shaking all night. I couldn't see anything." Zhang Zhengguo: "Well, speak up already." Qi Yuandong: "Yes, don't drag it out." Estelle: "Okay, I'll tell you. Yesterday, a player named Zheng Yang put up 10 liters of water at once, and then another 20 liters. In the current circumstances, this is simply luxury. I even managed to snatch a liter. Thank you, Yang God, you are generous." Pan Jin: "Now that's scale. While we are shaking in the corners, he is making riches." Guo Kui Kin: "I added him as a friend, and he deleted me. How is this possible?" Bai Gay: "The same thing happened to me." Comments poured in by the dozens. Shen Yao, noticing how the flow of messages in the chat began to turn against Zheng Yang, immediately boiled over. Her big eyes widened, her cheeks puffed out. The day before, he had exchanged water with her for a mountain of resources, thanks to which she would no longer experience a shortage of liquid for potions. And now some offended people were throwing mud at him? She rolled up her sleeves and gave a whole tirade, mentioning the instigators one by one. The chat froze for a second, and then exploded with counterattacks directed at her. Shen Yao, with a satisfied sigh, simply closed the chat. And far from this squabble, on some island, Rei Ming was sitting on a rock washed by waves. After reading her message, he chuckled. This girl clearly has a fiery character. Seeing the name Zheng Yang in the text, he slightly raised an eyebrow. Zheng Yang? Interesting. The noise of trees falling in the forest made him close the chat. Blue electric discharges ran through his body, and sparks lit up in his eyes. Zheng Yang himself had already left the shelter and went deep into the forest with the tiger cub. Xiaobai, let's take a break, he exhaled, thrusting the iron sword into the ground and sitting down right on the grass. 7 wolf corpses with bloody fur lay around. To make it easier to call, he gave the tiger cub a name. 2 or 3 hours had passed since they left the shelter. The deeper they went, the more hostile creatures they encountered, and for some reason, almost all of them turned out to be wolves. Having regained his strength, Zheng Yang began to check today's loot. The first thing he did was open the chests he had taken from the defeated creatures. Unfortunately, all 7 received for killing green wolves were of the lowest quality, white. Now he knew, above white is the green level, and so far he had only received 1 such chest. Judging by past experience, the stronger the monster, the more valuable the loot. Congratulations. Received, iron ore times 20. Congratulations. Received, iron ore times 20. Congratulations. Received, red cherry seeds times 10. Congratulations. Received, stone times 20. From the 7 chests, in addition to the seeds, he pulled out only 80 units of iron ore and 20 units of stone. The loot was clearly not impressive. The chance of getting anything valuable was too small. Next, Zheng Yang removed useful materials from the wolf carcasses. 280 fangs, 26 claws, and 7 skins of mediocre quality. From the description, it became clear that these creatures were called Qingshan wolves. He grinned. The black ones were called Haishan, and these, with bluish fur, were called Qingshan. Ooh! The tiger cub suddenly growled, looking warily to the side. At the same second, a wolf howl was heard from afar. The foliage trembled, and from the depths of the forest appeared a whole pack, no less than several dozen individuals. Zheng Yang and the tiger cub rushed away, but quickly realized that a 2-legged creature could never outrun a 4-legged creature. The wolves were rapidly closing the distance. Together with Xiaobai, they could handle 7 or 8 opponents, but not a whole horde. At this point, the tiger cub slowed down and roared, indicating the direction. "Do you want me to follow you?" Zheng Yang asked. He nodded. Looking back at the rushing pack, Zheng Yang also nodded decisively. Okay. Under the tiger cub's guidance, they darted to the side, weaving through the trees. About 10 minutes later, they found themselves at a dark entrance to a cave with a downward sloping opening. Xiaobai turned around to make sure he was close and immediately disappeared inside. Zheng Yang hesitated. If they cornered him, it would be tough. But there were no options. Gritting his teeth, he followed the beast. The cave inside was not very wide. It would be tight for 5 or 6 people to walk shoulder to shoulder. It was cool here, and there were traces of someone's previous life along the edges. Xiaobai looked as if he had been here before, perhaps even lived here. The further they went down, the steeper the slope became, and the slower they had to go. About 5 minutes later, Zheng Yang noticed something strange. The pursuers had not appeared. At the end of the path, they came up against a smooth stone wall covered with a complex magical pattern of unfamiliar symbols and intertwined lines. The tiger cub settled down more comfortably, clearly intending to wait until the pack left. Zheng Yang came closer, ran his hand over the stone. It felt like an ordinary rock. And suddenly, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Enter the ruins? He almost dropped his weapon in surprise. This was the entrance to the ruins. He knew that this was where Shen Yao got her alchemist class, which allowed her to brew potions. And the benefits of professions were obvious. Already now, her skill brought in huge resources. And in the future, potions would certainly become mandatory equipment for any sorties. He glanced at the carefree lying tiger cub. Was he the guardian of these ruins? Although it would be strange to entrust the guard to a cub. Opening his friends list, he wrote to Shen Yao, the only one familiar with his profession. Zheng Yang. Are you online? Shen Yao. What's wrong, Yang God? Zheng Yang. Yang God? Shen Yao. Have you seen the world chat? Everyone calls you that now. Zheng Yang frowned. Zheng Yang. Why all of a sudden? What happened? Shen Yao. Stop being modest. A person who put out 40 liters of water on the first day is clearly not simple. You have authority among the players now. Just don't forget about your little sister when you get rich. As she wrote, her squabbles in the chat yesterday came to mind. I hope he didn't see it. With each conversation, curiosity about him only grew. In his profile, there was a photo. A bright, smiling guy. Here the avatar always reflected a real face, so there could be no deception. She remembered the chat room arguing about who he was. Some called him ruthless and cold, others a master of survival, and some even a fitness trainer. But in person, he didn't resemble any of these images. The message flashed again. Zheng Yang. Okay, never mind. I wanted to ask you about the ruins. Shen Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Shen Yao. You found them? He thought for a moment and decided not to hide it. The girl gave the impression of being adequate and honest. Even having a monopoly on potions, she did not raise prices. Zheng Yang. Yes. I was chased by a pack of wolves. I ran into a cave, and at the end, there was an entrance to ruins. Shen Yao nodded, her own adventure coming to mind, and she began typing everything she knew about the place into the chat. Shen Yao paused for a moment, then wrote, To be honest, I don't know much about it. I was just lucky to have the alchemist profession. My start was near some ruins. When I entered, there was a spacious hall, and in the very center, a profession card was floating in the air. I just walked up and took it. There was no danger. But I can't say what's in the other ruins. I don't know if this will help you. Thank you. It's important to me, Zheng Yang replied. He closed the chat and thought about it. From Shen Yao's words, it only followed that the profession was designed as a special card, and the ruins themselves were a separate closed space. Apparently, he would have to experience everything himself. Without thinking, he selected yes in the interface. The panel disappeared, and the pattern on the wall lit up brightly. A rotating blue portal opened up in the air in front of them. Xiaobai cautiously pressed his ears and walked around the shining circle, sniffing it from all sides, his eyes wide open. Zheng Yang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like they could both go inside, and if there is danger there, the tiger cub's nose will help to notice it earlier. Let's go, he said briefly, and stepped into the whirlwind. Xiaobai carefully touched it with his paw, and also entered. Behind the portal, a spacious open hall opened up under a deep dark sky. In the center lay a stone square, surrounded by ancient columns, on top of which a fire burned, illuminating the space. A narrow path led from the entrance to the center, and on both sides gaped darkness without a bottom. The portal behind did not disappear, and this reassured Zheng Yang. If anything, there would be somewhere to retreat. He stepped onto the bridge and involuntarily glanced down. There was only bottomless blackness. He held his gaze for a few seconds, and his heart sank with irrational horror, and he abruptly looked away. Reaching the columns, he noticed that intricate images of unknown plants were carved into their surfaces. The leaves and petals were so skillfully worked out that they seemed alive. Beauty, he breathed out quietly. At that moment, the slabs of the square cracked, and thick roots burst out of them. They grew rapidly, breaking through the stone, and before their eyes they turned into a giant purple plant with wide leaves and a flower, from the depths of which stretched long, flexible vines. One of them lashed out at Zheng Yang, throwing him onto a stone column. A metallic taste flared up in his mouth, and he spat out blood. 93/120. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, feeling his whole body ache. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, jumping from side to side, miraculously avoided the blows of the vines, but he would not last long. Assessing the situation, Zheng Yang summoned an iron sword and a vial of healing potion. It was good that he kept them within easy reach, as every second counted in battle. After drinking the potion, he raised his health to 113 out of 120, and the pain subsided. The purple giant switched to him, and the vine whistled towards him. Zheng Yang dodged and cut it off with his sword in one movement. But the severed piece on the ground continued to wriggle. He didn't have time to parry the next blow. A heavy vine forcefully slammed him into the stone floor. 85/120. His back was on fire, his head was buzzing, and his vision was swimming. He didn't see another liana rushing towards him. "Rah, rah!" Xiaobai howled shrilly. Zheng Yang came to and saw that the tiger cub had stood between him and the blow. A scarlet stripe appeared on the snow-white fur, and the little animal, having flown several meters, fell unconscious. "No!" he shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Having narrowly avoided another blow, Zheng Yang glared at the purple monster. A thought flashed in his mind. Plants are afraid of fire. He began to retreat to the edge of the square, increasing the distance and making it easier to dodge. At the same time, he opened his inventory. After yesterday's gathering, he had 180 units of wood. He began throwing logs at the base of the plant, going around it in a circle. Some flew away from the blows of the vines, but some remained in place. Realizing that these objects were not dangerous, the plant stopped touching them. After 7 or 8 minutes, a large pile of wood had formed at the roots. Seizing the moment between the attacks, Zheng Yang stopped, breathing heavily, and, picking up the unconscious Xiaobai, walked away from the edge of the square. As he had guessed, the vines did not extend beyond the circle of columns. He looked at the deep wound on the tiger cub's side and gritted his teeth. Ever since that night when Xiaobai had saved him from the beasts of the underworld, he had considered him his own. And now, seeing him lying unconscious, rage boiled within him. Zheng Yang smiled coldly, took out a 5-liter ceramic jug filled to the brim with oil from his inventory. After putting Xiaobai down on the ground, Zheng Yang took out some scraps of wood from his inventory, soaked them generously in vegetable oil, and walked to the edge of the square holding the ceramic jug. His face turned cold and hard as he looked at the purple monster at the center. He swung and threw the jug. It arced and smashed against the broad leaves of the plant, spraying oil everywhere. Greasy drops ran down the leaves and dripped onto the logs piled at the roots. Taking out a flint, he brought it to one of the logs, generously smeared with oil. A spark flared up, and flames instantly ran across the surface. Zheng Yang abruptly threw the burning piece of wood into the center of the square. As soon as the fire touched the oil traces, the leaves burst into flames, and the reflection of the flames painted Zheng Yang's face crimson. The plant began to thrash, violently throwing its vines as if in agony. 20 minutes later, the giant collapsed, losing its poisonous purple color and covered in black burns. Some parts turned to ashes. During this time, Zheng Yang poured 4 or 5 vials of healing potion into Xiaobai, and only then did his wound begin to heal. It turned out that such elixirs were less effective on beasts. Now the tiger cub lay in his arms, primly accepting the treat, like a little aristocrat. After petting his companion, Zheng Yang stood up and headed toward the center of the square. He remembered why he came here. A chest was hovering at the site of the plant's death. The color made him raise his eyebrows. Blue. Even the plant monster could yield a trophy, and a rare one at that. Opening the chest, he saw a notification. Congratulations. Received flame bow. The name alone made it clear that this was an unusual item. He opened the description. Flame bow blue. Function. 1. Creates fire arrows for 10 mana per shot. Function 2. If you hold the bowstring for 5 seconds, the arrow will turn into a charged arrow, with piercing power, cost 50 mana. Zheng Yang froze. This weapon was the strongest he had ever held. No need for ammunition, and the damage was huge. Then he noticed a round pedestal in the center of the square, on which a map was swaying in the air, emitting a white glow. As he approached, he realized that this was the very profession map that Shen Yao had spoken of. Taking it and calling up the description, he read, Job, gardener skills, accelerated growth, awakening, feedback, promotion condition, accelerate the growth of 1,000 plants. It was a class related to growing and strengthening plants. Without thinking, Zheng Yang broke the card. Congratulations! You received the profession gardener. New lines appeared in the character panel and a soft green light enveloped your body. The world around you seemed to have changed. An invisible energy permeated everything in the air. A stream of knowledge about the profession poured into your consciousness, and only after a few minutes did the headache subside. He realized that without a profession, the constitution and spirit indicators would hit the ceiling of 19.9. To become stronger, he needed to acquire a class. Now he knew the skills. Accelerated growth. Spend mana to speed up the development of the plant. Awakening. Spend mana to give the plant the beginnings of intelligence, increasing its potential. Feedback. Accelerate the growth of the awakened plant, receiving some of its energy. Zheng Yang took a deep breath. This was no place for experiments. Better to go back to the shelter and try it on the 10 cherry seeds he had. Xiaobai, how are you? He asked, stepping outside the square. The tiger cub immediately jumped up and bounced a couple of times, showing that he was okay. Then let's go. Zheng Yang patted him on the head, and together they stepped into the blue portal. When they disappeared, the pedestal in the center of the square slowly sank into the floor, revealing a descent into the darkness. The heavy breathing of an invisible creature could be heard from below. Meanwhile, dozens of Qingshan wolves were crowding at the entrance to the cave. Behind them lay their leader, larger than the others, with several beautiful she-wolves nearby. Footsteps were heard. The ears of the pack stood up. The leader also stood up. Suddenly, a scarlet arrow flew out of the darkness and burned the chest of the wolf standing at the entrance, leaving the smell of scorched fur. Zheng Yang emerged from the portal with the flame bow in his hands. He pulled the bowstring again and again, and fire arrows flew into the air, although not always accurately. At the same time, he threw cherries into his mouth, replenishing his mana. The leader's long howl made him change his aim. He held his breath, pulled the bowstring, and began to load the arrow. 5 seconds, and the flaming projectile flew off the bowstring. The leader managed to jump back, but the arrow hit one of the she-wolves, burned through her, and, leaving a smoking trail, sank into the ground, and the other females ran away with a squeal. The wolf leader stared at Zheng Yang, his gaze blazing with rage. Zheng Yang did not look away, meeting his gaze with the same firmness. Their gazes seemed to collide in mid-air, striking invisible sparks. Such a creature, having lived to this age and strength, possessed a mind almost as strong as a human. Looking at the bow in Zheng Yang's hands, the leader hesitated, but not wanting to show fear, he let out a long howl and turned around abruptly. The wolves, as if they had received a signal, roared twice towards Zheng Yang and disappeared into the forest after their leader. Zheng Yang waited a little longer at the entrance of the cave, making sure that the pack would not suddenly return from the other side, and then lowered the flame bow. He quickly collected all the useful things from the battlefield and, taking Xiaobai, headed back. The journey took almost an hour, and only then did the man and the tiger cub reach the shelter. Before leaving, Zheng Yang left a water collection stone in one of the barrels. In a few hours, he filled the container to the brim. The water even spilled out. Although he still had more than 10 liters left in reserves, such an expenditure seemed wasteful to him. Having transferred the stone to another barrel, he went out to the door, deciding to sort out the trophies. His gaze caught on the empty space in front of the house. Something was clearly missing. After thinking for a bit, he exchanged a liter of water for 100 units of wood in the trade section and opened the Create tab, selecting Fence. A 3-dimensional plan of his shelter appeared on the internal projection. With a mental effort, he expanded the fence, increasing the protected area to about 300 or 400 square meters. After confirmation, the wood from the inventory began to disappear, and a white ghostly line appeared around the house, which soon turned into a real wooden fence about a meter high. Touching the newly built fence opened a new option in the upgrade menu. Fence, stone wall, price 70 mana. He agreed, and the fence stretched and thickened before his eyes, turning into a grey stone wall over 2 meters high, with double leaf gates opposite the house. When he tapped again, the following line appeared in the menu. Stone wall, black basalt wall. Price 180 mana, unavailable. The name was unfamiliar, but he didn't have time to figure it out. He scrolled down the list and found what had caught his attention earlier. Gardener, botanist. Price 1,000 mana, unavailable. This means that his class can be raised, not just his stats or items. It will be much more difficult for other players. Growing 1,000 plants without skills will take a lot of time. Zheng Yang replenished his mana and found an item with red cherry seeds in the list. Red cherry seeds. Spiritual red cherry seeds. Price 70 mana. Taking a chance, he confirmed the upgrade and took out the seeds. They looked almost the same as the regular ones, except for the slight aroma that made him feel warm and calm. He had already looked at upgrading the red cherry fruits, but he had found the expense pointless. With seeds, it's different. Wood is a renewable resource, unlike edible fruits. He noticed that upgrading any living objects requires much more mana than inanimate ones, probably due to their complexity and uniqueness. Even an ant, if you wanted to upgrade it, would be expensive. The next level of seeds was the sacred red cherry seeds, but the price was already doubled, so he left it for later. Activating the awakening skill, Zheng Yang planted the upgraded seeds and used accelerated growth. The blue mana indicator in the corner instantly decreased by 10 points. A sprout appeared from the ground, quickly stretching to the level of his knees. A notification appeared in the interface. The feedback skill has worked. Spirit +1, Constitution +1. A warm wave spread through the body, filling the muscles with strength. He activated the skill again, spending 30 mana, and the plant grew another 20 centimeters. The effect was weaker. The feedback skill worked. Spirit +0.6, Constitution +0.6. As he expected, the closer the plant is to maturity, the more mana is required and the less the return. After 7 or 8 uses, the consumption had already reached 90 mana, and the increase was meager. However, the final benefit was significant. Constitution 15.4, Spirit 13.4. Having eaten the remains of the red cherry and replenished his mana, he looked at the spiritual tree that had grown to his waist. The leaves swayed gently, as if reaching out to him. Now that it had awakened, it had the beginnings of consciousness and was reaching out to its creator. Zheng Yang looked around the yard with satisfaction and entered the house. He moved the water-collecting stone to another barrel and poured the full vessel over himself, washing away the dirt and blood. For the survivors, such extravagance would have been a shock. After drying himself and patting Xiaobai on the head, he sat down on the bed, took a level 1 crystal out of his inventory, and, seeing the shimmering blue particles in the air now, the water element, he began to slowly draw them in. Elias, put out the torches. The undead are coming out, someone said quietly in the darkness. In the forest, pressed to the ground, 12 people were moving. Several children were crying silently, covering their mouths with their hands. 2 adults walked ahead, apparently the leaders of the group. "Brother, what should we do?" Elias whispered, fear in her eyes. "It's still a long way to the village. Will we make it back alive?" "We will. I will bring everyone back, every single one of them," Melian answered, gritting his teeth, but there was uncertainty in his voice too. At that moment, a piercing scream was heard from behind, and the faces of Melian and Elias instantly turned pale. Time passed quietly, and when night fell, Zheng Yang opened his eyes, and a reminder appeared on the panel. Absorb Crystal Core, Level 1, Mana +10. Zheng Yang looked out the window and saw that the sky outside had darkened. He glanced at the time in the upper left corner. 688:23:58. As night falls, there are fewer things to do. The creatures from the underworld are rampaging outside and are very dangerous. Although the crystal core can improve his spiritual attributes and mana, Zheng Yang does not intend to hunt the creatures from the underworld until he understands the laws of this world. The risk is too high. While Zheng Yang was pondering what to do next, Shen Yao sent a message. Shen Yao, how was the harvest? Was there any danger? Zheng Yang, don't talk about it. I almost died. There is a very powerful plant in the ruins. I couldn't do any harm to it. Shen Yao, then how did you get out? Zheng Yang, to destroy the great evil, you need to use fire. Shen Yao, oh, why didn't I think of that? Shen Yao, what kind of job did you get? Zheng Yang, gardener. Shen Yao on the other side of the dialogue box was stunned. Gardener? A career that involves tending to a garden? Zheng Yang and Shen Yao were chatting when Xiao Bai, who was lying by the door, suddenly pricked up his ears and looked towards the door. Zheng Yang knew that Xiao Bai could sense danger before he did, so after noticing Xiao Bai's abnormality, he sent Shen Yao a message saying, "Something's wrong," and quickly drew his iron sword, alert. Shen Yao looked puzzled. It was late at night and she couldn't go out, so what could have happened? Help! Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside. If Zheng Yang's attributes hadn't improved, he might not have been able to hear it. Zheng Yang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Is there anyone there? Outside, after Marian, Elias, and their group were attacked in the forest, they attracted a large number of underworld creatures, so they had no choice but to flee the forest. As soon as the results were known, at some point a large house appeared in the distance, which immediately gave the group hope. At that moment, their condition was not good. From a team of more than 10 people, only 5 remained. The rest had all been sacrificed, and they were still being chased by many undead. Several people rushed to Zheng Yang's door and began to knock. The knocking was especially clear in the quiet of the night. Many creatures from the underworld living in the distant wilderness were attracted by this movement and began to slowly move in this direction. In the courtyard, Zheng Yang, who had not paid attention at first, frowned when he heard a knock on the door. Meeting someone does not always mean good news like this. Marian and the others anxiously watched the several red beams of light gradually approaching from the forest. Help, please, open the door. Let's do something. Applause. Zheng Yang opened the door emotionlessly, holding a torch in his hand, and looked coldly at several people. Then a flaming bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and aimed at the underworld creatures that jumped out of the forest. These underworld creatures that were chasing the few people were of all kinds. Among them were bone sheep, made of bones and without legs, moving at a walking pace. There were also hell creatures similar to those that had attacked Zheng Yang earlier, and flying birds with ghostly fire in their eyes, and so on. Zheng Yang did not lose his patience. When these hell creatures came close enough, he began to quickly draw his arrows, shooting out burning arrows one after another. These are only level 1 netherworld creatures. How can they resist the firebow's arrows? As Zheng Yang delved deeper into this world, a vague hierarchy of objects began to form in his mind. The white treasure chest was level 1, the green one was level 2, and the blue one was level 3. After another exchange of fire, Zheng Yang destroyed all the creatures from the underworld that were chasing them. Marian and Elias looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes. So strong. Go and bring them the first level crystal cores, and I will let you in, Zheng Yang said coldly. These people are putting themselves in danger late at night. If he wasn't strong enough, he would probably follow them and end up in the northwest. So don't expect him to behave well. Marian looked back, then looked at the monsters approaching from afar and muttered through her teeth, "Aaliyah, go." Aaliyah's expression suddenly changed, and a plea appeared in her eyes. "Brother, go quickly. Otherwise, we will all die here." Marian's eyes became furious. Zheng Yang watched this scene without doing anything and thought about something. I understand." Elia's face showed dissatisfaction, and she quickly left. Zheng Yang looked at her retreating back and turned his gaze to the few strange people in front of him. "Why do you doubt it?" "Because all the people in front of you have animalistic features. Take the supposed leader, Marion, for example. Marion has brown wolf ears on his head and a wolf tail behind his butt. He wears clothes made of fur from some unknown animal. His style is quite wild and cool. Are there orcs in this world? Zheng Yang's face remained impassive, but he was secretly surprised. Under Zheng Yang's intense gaze, Marion unnaturally turned away. The other orcs were silent at this time, not daring to speak, waiting for Arya to return. After a while, Elias hurried back, holding 5 or 6 crystal cores in her hands. "My lord, everything is here." Elias glanced at Marion and handed her the crystal core. Seeing Zheng Yang kill those monsters with just a few arrows, Zheng Yang's status in Elias's heart instantly rose. Taking all the crystal cores from her hands, Zheng Yang said, "Come in." Following Zheng Yang into the courtyard, several people finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around curiously. Xiaobai stood next to the red cherry tree, bowing his head and looking at the few people. Everyone was surprised to see Xiaobai. What a majestic monster! After Zheng Yang brought a few people, he suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity to understand this world. He took out a table and 6 chairs from his inventory and placed them on the ground. Then he took out the meat and began to roast it. "Please sit down. It looks like you haven't eaten anything all day. Answer me a few questions and this meal will be yours," Zheng Yang said as he sat down on the chair. Marion and the others smelled the gradually spreading aroma of meat and subconsciously swallowed. "Ask away, sir, and we will tell you everything we know." Under Marion's leadership, the others sat down on the chairs one by one. So, the first question is, who are you? After talking with Marion and the others, Zheng Yang got his first preliminary understanding of this world. This world is called the Land of the Gods. Every 30 days, a disaster will occur here, which coincides with the second hint. Also, according to them, the legend says that these disasters are trials and tribulations that the gods send to the creatures of this world. After they survive all the disasters, the gods will grant glory and allow all living souls to return to the Holy Land. Zheng Yang is a convinced atheist, so he has doubts about this. In addition to players, this world is also inhabited by intelligent life forms called demi-humans. All the half-humans are scattered around the world in tribes and have little contact with each other. The half-humans rely on their own resilience to the disaster that happens every 30 days. But it is still extremely difficult. There are many branches in the subhuman race, but no one knows exactly how many. Marion and the others are werewolves from this branch who live in the plains opposite the Wolf King Ridge. The Wolf King Ridge is the name of the forest near the hideout. Zheng Yang also learned that the inhabitants of this world became stronger by absorbing a special resource called a magic stone. That's why the subhumans weren't destroyed by the disaster, and their cultivation system was almost the same as that of players. Demi-humans can also become professionals after years of training. Unlike players, they do not have data panels, so they have to learn everything gradually, on their own. This process is extremely difficult, requires great sacrifices, and a long time. In the tribe of werewolves, there are 2 types of professional legacies: warrior and rune master. The first is widely popular among werewolves and is the most numerous profession, but the second is difficult to master and few are willing to choose it. Over the years, the number of rune masters registered in the werewolf tribe could be counted on the fingers of 2 hands. Combined with the disaster that happens every 30 days, there is now only 1 rune master left in the tribe. In the small courtyard, Zheng Yang was deep in thought as he watched the Marians devour meat. This world is not a game. Everything is real. It has its own past and future. Every creature in it is flesh and blood. The logic of their actions is not a set of cold codes. They also have warm feelings, family and friends. Zheng Yang subconsciously ignores these facts, perhaps even holding on to a kind of happy accident mentality. So why are we here? The words gods and holy land mentioned by Marion and others caught Zheng Yang's attention. He did not believe in the existence of any gods. The gods known to humans were merely beautiful hopes born in the hearts of humans when they were on the verge of despair. Zheng Yang would rather believe that these gods were even more powerful beings, so powerful that it was beyond imagination, and that the Holy Land was probably some kind of deception, a scam to allow the tribesmen to maintain hope and move forward. He clearly saw the melancholy in the eyes of Marian and the others when they spoke of the Holy Land. Therefore, our appearance is most likely the result of some great power. Zheng Yang immediately suspected the so-called gods, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Master, this is for you?" Elia's voice rang out faintly. Seeing Zheng Yang's cold gaze, she held back the words that were about to burst out. Then, pressing her lips together, she said, "Master Zheng Yang, this is a magic stone. I brought it with me when I left the tribe. I heard that you are interested in it." Zheng Yang watched as Elia lowered her head and picked up the stone, then glanced at the people eavesdropping on the conversation. A playful expression flashed across his face. "Oh, you're giving it to me for free?" It would be impolite to refuse. "Ah, no, not for free." Hearing this, Arya suddenly spoke up excitedly. Looking at the few friends behind her, she bit her lip and knelt down in front of Zheng Yang. "I hope the adults will help us. We haven't even started working yet. We have no way to cross the Wolf King Ridge and return to the tribe." "Then why did you come alone? Why didn't they come together?" Zheng Yang asked calmly. Elias was suddenly at a loss. She looked at her brother and the few tribesmen behind her, then at Zheng Yang, not knowing what to do. The general physical fitness of subhumans is relatively high, at least significantly higher than that of ordinary people. Among subhumans, males are significantly stronger than females, which also results in males having a significantly higher social status than females. Because Asians have low fertility rates, they practice polygamy, and women in the tribe usually take on the role of producers and reproducers. Elias is an exception. As the daughter of the clan chief, she has a noble position, so no one would say anything if she did not do such things. However, this does not change her weak position in the clan. This reality becomes obvious after she faces a crisis. The men protect the tribe and go out hunting for food. The stronger the male, the more partners he will have to pass on his beautiful pedigree to his offspring. For example, Arias and Marian's father had many wives, and they had many brothers and sisters at home. However, in this backward tribal society, kinship is not really that important and is often cruel and realistic. On the other hand, she was the only woman in Marian's group, and she was extremely beautiful. Arias is tall and slender, but at the same time strong, with healthy wheat-coloured skin. The beast skin dress that matched the vest gave her a wild look. The large, watery eyes made her look pitiful. Therefore, Zheng Yang knew exactly what they were planning. He sighed. Although having several wives was indeed enviable, he was still saddened by the extremely vulnerable position of women. Perhaps out of sympathy, Zheng Yang touched Elias's head, took the magic stone from her hand, and said, "Stand behind me." Elias did as she was told, and at the same time she touched the top of her head with both hands. Her face turned slightly red. In the werewolf tribe, except for relatives, only the husband has the right to touch a woman's head. "Why do you want me to invite you over?" Zheng Yang's indifferent tone made Marian and the others tremble. They hurried and lined up in front of Zheng Yang, like elementary school students being scolded. Zheng Yang asked, "What benefit will it be to me if I send you back?" "Sir, my father is the chief of the werewolf tribe. If you send us back, he will definitely reward us generously," Marian said quickly. "Can you make a decision on behalf of your father?" Zheng Yang raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Marian hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, I swear by the beast god that I will not do you any harm." "Beast god?" "Beast god is the faith of demi-humans." Seeing Zheng Yang's puzzled expression, Elia, who was standing behind him, said good-naturedly, "No one would mess with this?" Zheng Yang suddenly understood, and after thinking for a while said, "I need 2 inherited professions from your clan, and a magic stone." Marian looked at Arias calmly, and then said with some embarrassment, "My lord, the inheritance of professions is the highest priority of our clan." In that case, find someone else." Before Marion could finish, Zheng Yang said with a sneer, "Are you kidding? The initiative is now in my hands. If I don't ask too much now, when will I ask again?" Marion felt so hurt that he wanted to curse. "Find someone else? Here, in the wilderness. Where can I find someone who can escort us back to the tribe?" "Yes, no problem." Marion gritted his teeth and said, "If you escort us back, I will offer you 2 inherited professions of my clan." At noon, when the sun was high in the sky, in the assembly hall in the center of the werewolf village, the werewolf chief, his deputy, and 3 elders were present, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. This was outrageous, completely outrageous. Deputy Chief of Police Sivers looked at Chief of Police Belmont with a displeased expression. "Belmont, look at your glorious son. What has he done?" This is Deputy Chief Cephos speaking, the only rune master in the tribe. He was about middle-aged and wore a robe made of animal skin, which gave him a more refined appearance than the others. At this point, Belmont's expression was uncertain, but realizing he was wrong, he tried to speak calmly. "I asked the tribe's warriors to find him, and they should return soon. Belmont, Marion did a bad job this time. He took away almost half of the tribe's young generation. If anything happens, it will be a great loss for us," Elder Einke said, shaking his head. Belmont, as the head of the family, was extremely depressed after the 2 men were scolded one after the other. If Marion were here, he would beat him to death right now. "He came back. Master Marion came back." At that moment, a scream came from outside, instantly attracting the attention of several people in the house. "Quickly go and call him." Belmont gave the order to the guard standing at the door of the council chamber, but the anger in his tone did not indicate that he wanted to meet with his son, who had been absent all night. After the 6 people and 1 tiger entered the village, they attracted the attention of many werewolf tribe members passing by. Zheng Yang looked around curiously. The werewolf village was still in a relatively primitive state. Most of the houses were made of wood, old and simple, even simpler than his hut, and the roads were dirty and run down. The village was filled with an unpleasant smell, causing Zheng Yang to cover his mouth and nose with his hand, and feel like the food he had eaten earlier could not help but come out. In addition, he also discovered with particular acuteness that the layout of the werewolf houses had some special regularity. Around the perimeter of the village, a 2-3-meter high pointed wooden fence was built, protecting the entire village. Strange runes were engraved on it. Zheng Yang also saw 4 or 5 watchtowers, each with a werewolf warrior in leather armor standing guard. Marion and the others walked ahead of Zheng Yang with proud faces. This was the first time they had spent the night outside and returned safely to the village. Unlike Marion and the others, Elia obediently followed Zheng Yang, her beautiful eyes often glancing at him. As soon as Zheng Yang turned away, she would quickly look the other way. They returned early in the morning, when the sun was just rising. At this time, the creatures from the underworld disappeared. They encountered many dangers along the way, but thanks to Zheng Yang's strength and the fire bow, they were able to overcome them safely. Zheng Yang also took the opportunity to replenish his supply of red cherries. Elias recalled everything that happened on the way and felt that it was the most beautiful memory in her life. When she was with Mr. Zheng Yang, she always felt flattered. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, but it was unexpectedly exciting. If she were a girl who had lived through the baptism of the 21st century, she would know that this feeling is called respect. "Master Marion, the patriarch wants you to come." When everyone entered the village, a soldier in leather armor approached them and said. Marion nodded, turned around and said to Zheng Yang, "Master Zheng Yang, we will go there first. Don't worry, I won't break my promise." Zheng Yang nodded, his face slightly relaxed. He was a little worried, but now he felt relieved. Elias nodded to Zheng Yang and left with Marion. After the guards brought several people into the meeting room, they lowered their heads and retreated. Marion looked at the grim faces of Belmont and the others, and his heart sank. The joy of returning home suddenly evaporated. "Where are the others?" Belmont asked, suppressing his anger. Marion lowered his head, not daring to look his father in the eye. "Father, there are only 5 of us left. The rest, all the rest, are dead." "Slam! Idiot! Who gave you the courage?" Belmont disappeared from the main place and appeared right in front of Marion, hitting him hard. "Do you know that there are less than 100 warriors in our tribe? When so many young and strong men have died, how will we survive future disasters?" Although this time the losses were mostly among the young men who did not become soldiers, they had the potential to become one in the future. Such a large loss could easily lead to a shortage of successors. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Marion's mouth, and the feeling of superiority he had felt since returning from the street disappeared. He lowered his head in shame. He had never thought about this before. "How did you spend the night on the street?" Elder Tur asked, expressing the doubts that were gnawing at the hearts of everyone present. Marion then recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Half an hour later, Bow that shoots flaming arrows Belmont narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. "If my tribe had such a powerful weapon, we wouldn't have to." Eldorado said this excitedly, but fell silent when Belmont looked at him. Marion looked at him in confusion and asked hesitantly, "Father, what about the promise made to Lord Zhengyang? Take my token and bring it?" Belmont readily threw the patriarch token to Marion, and then said with an ambiguous look, "By the way, you should leave this distinguished guest. I will hold a banquet tonight to celebrate his service. I must invite him." Hearing this, Marion secretly sighed with relief. "Thank you, Father." Having made the oath to the beast god, Marion felt a great deal of pressure. If his father did not agree, he would have no choice but to look for other solutions. Elias was right. The beast god was the faith in the hearts of all demi-humans. Speaking on behalf of the beast god was an extremely serious matter for demi-humans, especially for young werewolves. After a few people left, Belmont looked at the elders and deputy chiefs with a glint in his eye. "Whatever you think about it," the 3 elders looked at Belmont's expression with a half-smile. "I believe the clan leader has already made some decisions, and we will naturally obey." Belmont looked at Severs, who was at odds with him, and asked, "What about you, Deputy Chief?" Severs frowned, looking at several people, dissatisfied with their behavior, but helpless. "Since you've all reached a consensus, does my opinion matter? But I want to give you some advice. Such actions will bring retribution." Belmont chuckled and said, "This is beyond your capabilities, Deputy Chief. But remember to watch your language." If the news leaks out, a figure quietly walked out from the assembly hall, which was separated from the house by only a wall. After everyone left, Zhengyang found an inconspicuous corner and took out the magic stone that Elia had given him. Magic stone. Introduction. After being absorbed, it can replenish mana and improve physical and mental attributes. Taking the magic stone in his hand, Zhengyang began to absorb the energy contained in it. Threads of light flowed from his hand into his body, changing his body imperceptibly. Absorb spellstone, spirit +1, physical +1. After absorbing all the energy contained within, the magic stone turned into powder in Zhengyang's hand. Zhengyang opened his eyes and was surprised to feel the changes in his body. He didn't expect the magic stone to be so effective. Constitution and spirit increased by 1 point. Now, these stats are 16.4 for Constitution and 14.4 for Spirit, which is close to level 2. Zhengyang's heart was filled with excitement when he thought about the magic stone that Marion promised him. At this moment, he noticed Elias running around the village with a worried expression, as if she was looking for something. "Elias, what are you doing?" Zhengyang couldn't help but ask her curiously. Hearing Zhengyang's voice, Elias lit up. She quickly ran up to him, looked around and said quietly, "Mr. Zhengyang, please leave quickly." This meaningless remark puzzled Zhengyang. Then he suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked in a deep voice, "What happened, Elias?" Hearing this, Elia froze tensely for a moment and then said decisively, "Master Zhengyang, please leave quickly. The tribe needs your fire bow." "How do you know?" Zhengyang frowned. Then he looked around and pulled Elia to an inconspicuous corner. "What's going on?" Elias told Zheng Yang everything she heard outside the house. Hearing this, Zheng Yang instantly turned cold. But when he looked at Elias, his gaze softened. Then why did you tell me this? It won't help you. I... I... Elia immediately blushed when she heard this. She lowered her head and stuttered for a long time before she could say a word. I don't know either. Looking at Elias hugging her, Zheng Yang found it inexplicably cute and touched her head. Thank you, Elias. It means a lot to me. Zheng Yang sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think of countermeasures. He definitely didn't want to run away. He had spent the entire morning trying to send Marion and the others back. He didn't want to waste his energy. Besides, the werewolves were very close to his hut, and he did not allow others to sleep peacefully where he slept. According to the information Elia received, they were going to attack me at night, so there was still time. Zheng Yang, who had some ideas, said to Elias, Elias, you Sivas returned home to the wooden house on the corner of the village and sighed helplessly. My dear, what happened? You're sighing again. At home, Siva's wife Tasha came to take the animal skin from him and said with concern, Sivas is a breath of fresh air among werewolves. Despite his great strength and high status, he is married to only one woman. In their daily lives, they maintain harmonious relationships and respect each other as if they were guests. The family is harmonious, which is completely different from other werewolf families. It is said that one day a powerful beast burst into the village and seriously injured Seaforth. At that time, he had not yet become a rune master and was very weak. Due to the lack of timely treatment, Ziva's high fever worsened his condition. The villagers decided that nothing could help him and stopped caring for him, leaving him to his fate. Only Tasha continued to take care of him day and night. Perhaps God was moved, and in the end, Sivas miraculously survived. That is why Seaforth has only one wife, Tasha. Oh, I will not say anything more. Sivas was dejected. Although he is the deputy chief of the werewolf tribe, this is due to his affiliation with the runes. It can be said that, other than his title, he has no say in important decisions. His popularity in the tribe is extremely weak, and the number of followers around him is negligible compared to others. Tasha was a smart woman. From the expression on Sivas's face, she realized that this was connected to something that had happened in the tribe again. It's okay. I believe that one day you can do it. The main thing is to have a clear conscience, Tasha encouraged us. Hearing this, Sivas felt warm inside. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sivas thought it was his student and went to open it. In the evening, Zheng Yang was sitting cross-legged on Elias's bed. As he exhaled, the white magic stone in his hand turned into powder and fell to the ground. A small pile of magic powder formed there. Zheng Yang opened his eyes, and a reminder panel appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Zheng Yang on reaching level 2. Name, Zheng Yang level 2. Job, gardener. Level 1, HP, 220/220. Mana, 210/210. Constitution, 22 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, stamina, etc. Spirit, 20 refers to mana, reaction, memory, learning ability, mental fortitude, etc. Skills, maturation, spiritual awakening, feedback. Finally, it was upgraded to level 2. From the information he had gained from working as a gardener, he knew that the threshold for level 2 was the sum of the mental and physical attributes reaching 40. Zheng Yang felt a surge of strength in his body and became slightly excited. He abruptly punched forward, and a strong wind arose in the direction of the punch, causing the doorframe to shake. Mr. Zheng Yang, what happened? Elia, who was standing guard at the door, shuddered and asked in confusion, Is everything all right? Zheng Yang waved his hand. He then flipped through several animal skin scrolls lying nearby. He saw that these scrolls were quite old, and their contents were starting to turn yellow. These animal skin scrolls contained information about the werewolf tribe's professions, warrior and rune master, and they were all delivered to Marion during the day. He didn't know why, but although the words on the animal skin scroll were unfamiliar to him, he still understood them. Zheng Yang guessed that it might be related to his status as a player. As Zheng Yang looked at more and more content on the animal skin scroll, he became more familiar with the capabilities of these two professions. The warrior profession is a purely combat profession. Each ability is aimed at improving combat effectiveness. Werewolves must undergo special training from a young age, and it takes many years to become a warrior. This process is not only extremely difficult, but also takes a huge amount of time. The same goes for the rune master, who needs a lot of training before becoming a pro, making it even more difficult than the warrior class. After reading everything, Zheng Yang took some time to write down all the knowledge about warriors and rune masters that he had learned from the werewolves. With his current level of mental strength, it was a piece of cake for him. Although it is impossible to find a job, some physical exercise methods are still worth mentioning. Write them down for safety. Mr. Zheng Yang, Marian has come to invite you to a dinner party, Elias said as she poked her head into the room. Zheng Yang heard this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I understand. Do you want what I have in my hands? Ha ha, I will teach you a lesson. As night fell, flames began to appear in the village. In the semi-darkness of the assembly hall, the flickering light of the fires illuminated the faces of those present. At this moment, all the influential people of the werewolf tribe were gathered here, with the exception of the deputy chief, Sivers. Why hadn't he come yet? Hadn't we sent someone to invite him a long time ago? Belmont sat on the patriarch's throne, losing his patience a little. Oba, go and see what's going on. Yes. A strong werewolf stood to the left of the patriarch and nodded in response. Oba is the head of the werewolf clan, responsible for hunting. He is a good fighter and very strong among werewolves. When Oba stood up and walked towards the door, he suddenly became alert. The hair on his tail involuntarily stood on end, and he quickly jumped to the side. The next second, a fiery red arrow pierced the wooden door and entered inside, and then continued moving towards the hall. Seeing this, the other werewolf leaders quickly dodged. In front of the assembly hall, Zheng Yang curled his lips. He had just fired a charged fire arrow. Although he had expected this, he was still a little disappointed to see that the arrow had missed. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zheng Yang quickly pulled back his bowstring, and 7 or 8 flaming arrows shot straight into the council hall. This time, the goal was not to kill the enemy, but only to disable him. The arrows that condensed from the flames were especially noticeable in the night sky, and soon caused a commotion in the village. The council building, which was not particularly strong to begin with, collapsed after 2 waves of attacks from Zheng Yang. 5 or 6 people emerged from the ruins in a miserable state, their bodies emitting a burning smell and smoke. You little bastard, I'll kill you! Belmont's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Zheng Yang's figure. The same thing happened to several other people. After several people got out, Belmont led the charge. He kicked the ground with his feet, and his body instantly turned into a sharp arrow, rushing towards Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang put the fire bow into his inventory, dodged Belmont's attack, turned around in midair, and kicked him, sending him flying. So slow. Zheng Yang chuckled. After being promoted to level 2, Zheng Yang planned to test his skills on Belmont and the others. Of course, he didn't do it blindly, based on the information Elias told him about the werewolf tribe. The strongest level of the werewolf tribe is at the peak of level 1, which is equivalent to 17 to 19. Once Zheng Yang reaches level 2, he has enough strength to fight them. Combined with the power of the firebow, it would at least not be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Hearing Zheng Yang's ridicule, Belmont's forehead bulged with veins, his entire body became stronger, and his body became even stronger. Professional warrior skills, physical cultivation. Important information flashed through Zheng Yang's mind. Then Belmonte struck Zheng Yang with lightning speed. Zheng Yang raised his hand to defend himself, and his face showed secret pain. Such a powerful force, almost reaching the threshold of level 2. At this moment, several other powerful werewolves took advantage of the fight between Zheng Yang and Belmont and launched a surprise attack. Zheng Yang's powerful mental force allowed him to instantly notice this, and he changed his hand position from blocking to grabbing, throwing Belmont towards them. A flaming bow instantly appeared in his hand. He quickly pulled the bowstring, and several flaming arrows flew out. The expressions of several people changed, and they grabbed Belmont's body and jumped aside. On the other hand, Zheng Yang took out a handful of red cherries from his inventory, quickly refilled his expended mana, and an alloy sword immediately appeared in his hand. After Zheng Yang's mana reached 220, he upgraded the iron sword to an alloy sword. He instantly rushed towards Oba with an alloy sword and slashed his chest, while Oba's face changed dramatically. Of course, this wound was not enough to take his life. Seeing that Oba had lost his fighting ability, Zheng Yang hesitated for a moment, and the words of Elijah and Siva's floated into his mind. I also hope that you won't harm them. After all, they are the same race as me. Looking at Oba lying on the ground with a frightened expression, Zheng Yang snorted coldly and kicked him 7 or 8 meters away. He then turned and looked at the clan chief and the 3 elders who had regrouped. At this moment, their aura was much stronger than before. The warrior profession has 3 abilities: combat intuition, physical cultivation, and fearless will. Physical strength can make the body stronger, and fearless will can improve morale, reduce fear, and ease pain. Combat intuition is a passive ability that can improve combat skills and combat alertness, and predict enemy attacks 1 step ahead. Experienced players may even have the ability to sense crisis situations. Belmont took the initiative and attacked Zheng Yang. Even Zheng Yang, who was at level 2, could not withstand the attack despite his increased physical strength. While Belmont distracted Zheng Yang, the others attacked him from the side. Thanks to their silent cooperation and combat intuition, Zheng Yang suffered several heavy losses and his health rapidly declined. Belmont kicked Zheng Yang back and glared at him. "Boy, give me that bow and I'll spare your life. Stop talking nonsense to him. The rest of the soldiers will be here soon. Then we can subdue him and treat him well," Ainka said to Zheng Yang, glaring at him. The condition of several people is not very good now. They are injured, and many parts of their bodies under their clothes are covered with bruises. Of course, the same thing is happening to Zheng Yang. Haha, stop calling us werewolves and pigmen. There is such a commotion here, but no one comes. Can you guess why? Hearing this, Zheng Yang, instead of getting angry, laughed and mocked them mercilessly. Belmont and several elders exchanged glances, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in their hearts. Belmont asked darkly, "What do you mean?" Zheng Yang did not answer. He slowly took out several vials of healing liquid from his inventory and poured them into his mouth. The blood streak in the upper left corner grew so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. His body was illuminated with an emerald green light, and his wounds quickly healed. Zheng Yang drank the healing liquid from his hand and threw the bottle away. He looked at Belmont and the others, whose eyes widened and faces changed dramatically, and grinned. The beginning of the second round. Then he rushed towards them like an arrow. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sun illuminated the werewolf village, the tribesman standing guard on the watchtower woke up sleepily, rubbed his eyes and said, "It's been a long time since I've slept so soundly, huh? How did I end up in the watchtower anyway? It's over! It's over! If the elders find out, there will be a severe punishment," the werewolf guard asked dejectedly. He involuntarily looked towards the council hall, but this look stunned him. The council hall has disappeared? When the chaos in front of the assembly hall came into view, the werewolf standing guard felt a chill run through his entire body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The patriarch, the 3 elders, and Lord Oba were all lying on the ground, covered in blood, motionless. Ding, ding, ding. In the distance, Zheng Yang heard an alarm coming from behind him, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Previous chapter. Chapter Uncle Siva's. "Why did you also follow Lord Zheng Yang?" Elias asked. "I don't have much influence in the tribe, and staying here is boring," Siva's said, shaking his head. That day, after hearing the news, Zheng Yang asked Elias to tell him about the werewolf tribe. After learning about Siva's weakness, he went to him. After friendly negotiations, Sivas agreed to help Zheng Yang. When Zheng Yang was fighting Bell Porter and the others, it was Sivas who used the Rune Master's ability to put all the other villagers into a deep sleep. Zheng Yang promised Sivas that he would follow him in the future. Besides Sivas, the group was accompanied by his wife Tasha and several of his supporters. Several people were walking in the forest. From time to time, they heard the sounds of birds and insects. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. As they walked, Zheng Yang chatted with Shen Yao, watching her share her recent experiences. Shen Yao, I have mastered the method of brewing a new potion. Shen Yao, the quality of items in trade has been getting higher and higher lately. Shen Yao, recently, more and more people have obtained professional titles. I even saw someone showing off in the World Championship yesterday. Shen Yao, by the way, yesterday I heard that someone met someone else, but there has been no news since then. I don't know how he is doing now. Seeing this, Zheng Yang slightly narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. Something is wrong here, said the werewolf standing next to Sivas at this moment. The man's name was Ruden. He was originally a member of the werewolf hunting squad. He had a good relationship with Sivas, but because of this, the other members of the party rejected him. So, under Sivas's persuasion, he decided to go along with them and took along several of his fellow tribesmen who were in a similar situation. What's the matter? Zheng Yang asked. He didn't notice anything unusual. Ruden said respectfully, Sir, our hunting team has been working in the forest for many years and knows it very well. Usually there are many birds and insects in the forest, and on weekdays you can often hear them chirping. But now it is so quiet. Obviously, something is wrong. Although they did not know who this man named Zheng Yang was, they saw a strong tribesman lying on the ground. Being able to defeat them all single-handedly, this strength alone is enough to earn their respect. The demi-humans have always admired the strong. Moreover, Deputy Chief Sivas and Miss Elias treated him with great respect. Anyone who understood the matter a little could tell that this person was extraordinary. Hearing Ruden's words, Zheng Yang also felt something was wrong. It seemed that it was really too quiet. There are two reasons for this situation. Either we have entered a special environment, or there is some kind of ferocious beast with an extremely powerful aura nearby. Seeing Zheng Yang deep in thought, Ruden continued, but his expression became serious. Careful! Zheng Yang wanted to ask, but his face immediately changed and he threw Ruden to the ground. A black shadow rushed past. Ah! Tasha! Zheng Yang heard Siva's panicked voice and Tasha's scream behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a black shadow cling to Tasha's body and fly away. Zheng Yang looked at her intently and said, Wait until I come back. Then he chased after the shadow. While chasing them, he heard a strange noise behind him. Zheng Yang turned around and looked at them in surprise. Guys, didn't I tell you to wait for me to come back? Mr. Zheng Yang, this ferocious beast looks extremely unusual. What if you encounter danger alone? Aliyah lowered her head and did not dare to look at Zheng Yang. She said weakly. Hearing this, Zheng Yang turned cold and then looked at the others. Sivas gritted his teeth and said, This is my wife. How can I just stand here and do nothing? Ruden exchanged glances with the remaining people and said with a wry smile, Since you all left, it seems we shouldn't just wait here. Zheng Yang was speechless. However, the reasons why everyone else was speechless. Looking at Siva's worried expression, Zheng Yang reassured him. Don't worry. Since you decided to follow me, I will definitely return your wife to you safely. When Sivas heard this, something in his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Thank you, sir. Several people were chasing the black shadow that was running fast through the jungle. Despite its excellent physical fitness, the werewolf was still inferior to Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang looked at the distance between him and the black shadow, turned around and said to the others, I will go ahead and leave footprints along the way. After saying this, his figure instantly accelerated and quickly disappeared from sight. Watching Zheng Yang gradually disappear from sight, Aliyah opened her mouth to say something, but eventually held back. She looked a little depressed, secretly tormented by her own worthlessness because she couldn't even keep up with Mr. Zheng Yang. Ahead, Zheng Yang was following a black shadow not far away, but it was so fast that Zheng Yang barely managed to keep up. But as time went on, the surroundings continued to change, and Zheng Yang felt something familiar as he looked at the surrounding trees. After spending more than 10 minutes searching for the trail left by Zheng Yang, Elias and her companions saw Zheng Yang standing in the open. Elias hurriedly ran out of the dense forest and walked towards Zheng Yang, breathing heavily and speaking with no trace of worry in her voice. "Master Zheng Yang, are you okay?" Zheng Yang looked ahead, frowning. Elia and the others followed his gaze and found that there was a cave in front of them that sloped down slightly. Zheng Yan Ruding asked, puzzled. "We've been here before and it was a dead end," Rudin recalled. Zheng Yan Ruding became even more confused after hearing Rudin's words. "Isn't there a relic inside? Is there nothing there?" Rudin hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not that there's nothing there. There are some patterns carved into the deepest wall, but they seem useless." Hearing this, Zheng Yang suddenly realized that the relic could probably only be opened by players, and no one else could. "Zheng Yang, is Tasha there?" Sievers asked anxiously. "Let's go quickly. I'm afraid that if we're late, well then, let's go." Zheng Yang nodded and led him back to the cave. Elias, Sievers, and the others followed. "Master Zheng Yang, you have been here before, right?" Elias glanced at Zheng Yang's familiar appearance and couldn't help but ask. Zheng Yang nodded. "That's where I got the bow from." Rudin, who was standing to the side, looked puzzled. He had been here for a long time. There was nothing here. He had seen the bow before, and it was incredibly magical. If it had been there, he would not have missed it. But soon his face showed surprise. He saw a blue whirlwind as tall as a man appear in the deepest part of the cave. What is this? Zheng Yang looked at the vortex portal in front of him, and a familiar expression appeared in his eyes. It had been less than 3 days since he left this place, but it felt like several months had already passed. Zheng Yang briefly explained the situation to several people. Realizing this, Rudin sighed. So these formations are portals to the ruins. I wonder what kind of person created them. Zheng Yang nodded in agreement. He also wondered who created these ruins, but now that information was scarce, he had no idea at all. Etc. These. Zheng Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong. He glanced sharply at Rudin, and his burning eyes made him freeze. "Master, what did I do wrong? You just said that, right?" Rudin was at a loss and didn't understand what was going on. He couldn't take his eyes off the others, but he saw that they were all the same. He had no choice but to ask in a confused tone. "Sir, is there any problem? Have you seen anyone else?" Zheng Yang asked with some excitement. At this moment, Rudin understood everything and quickly said, Yes, there are 7 or 8 more places in Wolf King Ridge that have this pattern carved on them." 7 or 8 seats! Zheng Yang could no longer contain his excitement. "Zheng Yang, let's go faster. Tasha is still," Sievers said anxiously, his eyes full of worry. Hearing this, Zheng Yang immediately calmed down. Okay. At that moment, he wanted to immediately kill the beast inside him, and then take Rudin with him on a journey across the country. After they entered the ruins, the scene inside shocked Elias and the werewolves again. Zheng Yang keenly noticed that the exhibition stand in the center of the square had disappeared, replaced by a dark passage leading downwards. "Alias, how good are you at archery?" Zheng Yang asked. Elias obediently replied, "It's fine. I've been practicing." Zheng Yang nodded, took out the firebow, and handed it to Elias. "Mr. Zheng Yang," it was Arias who looked puzzled. "Take this bow and support me from behind," Zheng Yang said. He then took out a bunch of red cherries from his inventory and handed them to Elia. "These are for you. Eat them when you feel dizzy." He then taught her how to use the firebow. Elias lowered her head and said, "Master Zheng Yang, how can you give me such a valuable thing? Aren't you afraid that I will run away?" "It's okay. I believe you." Zheng Yang smiled, touched Elias's head and said. After telling Elias everything, Zheng Yang turned around and went to look for Sivas again. Rudin looked at Elias strangely. Seeing her looking at him, Rudin smirked, and the others looked at him as if to say, "We understand everything." Arias felt her face suddenly flush, and she lowered her head in shame, not daring to look the other people in the eye. On the other hand, Zheng Yang walked up to the absent-minded Sivas, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, good luck will come to you, and nothing will happen to you." Seaforth forced a smile. Interesting statement. I don't know the Rune Master's abilities, so you can freely use your power when the time comes, Zheng Yang said seriously. Good. Seaforth nodded seriously. After instructing several people, everyone except Zheng Yang, Sivas, and Elias remained outside. Zheng Yang took a deep breath and led the two of them into the passage. After entering, there is a spiral staircase leading down. Every time 3 people take a step forward, a flame automatically ignites on both sides. When I went down, everything suddenly became lit up, and the scene before me resembled the ruins above. The difference was that the place where the entrance to the ruins had originally been had turned into a staircase. "Look there!" Aaliyah suddenly pointed ahead and screamed in surprise. Tasha lay motionless in the middle of the square, her body covered in large spots of blood. "Tasha, this is my wife Tasha." Sivas suddenly came to life and hurriedly ran forward. "Hurry, let's go save her. She's injured and covered in blood." "Roar!" Zheng Yang's expression changed slightly. He was about to stop him, but then a black shadow, which had already been attacking everyone, descended from above and struck Sivas with a claw. When Zheng Yang instantly appeared in front of Sivas, blocking his attack. The powerful force forced Zheng Yang to kneel down. "Go!" Seaforth looked grateful. After leaving, Zheng Yang turned his gaze to the ferocious beast in front of him. It was a giant black wolf with blood-red reflections in its eyes and a red aura emanating from its body. A cast sword appeared in Zheng Yang's hand, and he slashed at the giant wolf. Just as it was about to dodge, a flaming arrow pierced it, slowing its movement. Then the alloy sword came down, leaving a bloody trail on the giant wolf. "Roar!" The giant wolf screamed in pain. Sivas took this moment to go to the center of the square and check on Tasha. At that moment, she was in bad shape. There were several bleeding wounds on her body. Due to the loss of blood, Tasha's lips turned pale, and her face became as pale as paper. Seeing this, Sivas' face showed alarm. A white light appeared on his fingers. He immediately waved his fingers in the air like a pen and drew a rune in the void that represented healing. A rune master is able to study and write various runes. Each rune has its own unique function. The stronger the rune master, the more runes he knows, and the stronger the effect of the runes he writes. For example, the healing rune stops bleeding and heals wounds. In game terms, this means that she can restore some health. The effect is slightly worse than the healing liquid created by Shen Yao. When the font took shape, Sivas snapped his finger and stabbed the rune into Tasha's body. The wound on Tasha's body began to stop bleeding. Seeing this, Sivas breathed a sigh of relief. He then lifted Tasha onto his back, looked at Zheng Yang, and drew a Ming rune for himself. Sifos quickly ran to the exit. The black giant wolf that was fighting Zheng Yang saw this and roared furiously, slapped Zheng Yang away, and was about to rush at Sivas to tear him into pieces. Zheng Yang's body hit the stone pillar, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. It felt like he had been hit by a truck, and the health bar in the upper left corner had dropped to 150. This giant wolf was much stronger than the purple plant above. Zheng Yang estimated it to be almost level 3. With a sigh, Zheng Yang saw the huge black wolf rushing towards the Sifo couple. His face changed slightly, and without even bothering to come to his senses, he rushed forward with his sword. But as soon as he took a step forward, he felt a sharp pain throughout his entire body, and the blood volume dropped by another 5 units. Zheng Yang involuntarily pressed his sword into the ground, his face trembling. At that moment, a powerful flaming arrow hit the giant black wolf and sent it flying. It was a liar who shot the arrow. After she shot it, her face suddenly turned pale. She quickly grabbed a handful of red cherries from her hands and ate them. Only then did she feel much better. After being chased by Aaliyah repeatedly, the black giant wolf became angry and charged straight at her. But halfway there, Zheng Yang, who had already recovered, stopped him and pushed him away. Zheng Yang landed on the ground, looked at the vanished health bar, shook his numb legs, and sneered at the giant black wolf. "You beast, we haven't had enough fun yet. Roar!" The black giant wolf's attacks were interrupted several times, and it became completely enraged. The wolf's eyes turned bloodshot, and a bloody aura burst out from it, rushing towards Zheng Yang and the others. At this moment, a rune emitting white light flew over the two of them from behind, and suddenly blossomed in front of Zheng Yang and Aaliyah. The collision of the blood aura with the runes immediately caused layers of airwaves to appear. The runes and the blood aura fought fiercely on the field. The two could not help but look back, and at this moment, Sivas took action. When Zheng Yang realized that the runes in front of him were the abilities of a rune master, he immediately felt jealous. Look at others, and then look at yourself. Others wave runes and kill everyone, but you can only grow flowers and plant trees. After writing the rune for protection, Sivas used his fingers like a pen to draw 2 more runes, which bounced off into Zheng Yang and Arias's bodies. They immediately felt the difference. Zheng Yang felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and Aaliyah felt her mind clear and her brain refreshed. "This is really good," Zheng Yang praised and ran forward. The giant black wolf's eyes were full of fury. "It's him again." Bloody light condensed on its claws and struck straight at Zheng Yang. After Zheng Yang dodged, its gaze became serious. Having reached the 2nd level, his mental strength had increased significantly. He felt that after connecting with the bloodlight, the black giant wolf had become much stronger. At this moment, 2 more runes flew out from behind and entered his body. Zheng Yang suddenly felt much lighter. After so many runes in a row, Sivas was a little overwhelmed. After firing a series of arrows, Aaliyah noticed Sivas' position and handed him a red cherry fruit. "Thank you." After eating a handful, Sivas felt his body filling up again. He drew 2 more runes, but this time it was different. The 2 runes connected, forming a rune that signified weakening, which bounced back into the body of the giant black wolf. The black giant wolf immediately felt weak, and the blood-red light on its body dimmed greatly. Seeing this, Zheng Yang swung his sword, leaving a deep scar on its body that was visible down to the bone. Now it's my turn. With the silent assistance of the front row, the audience, and the support, the black giant wolf soon fell to the ground and reluctantly gave up the ghost. Zheng Yang sat on the ground, completely exhausted. To be honest, this ferocious beast was incredibly strong. If he had relied only on himself, he would probably have been in serious danger. Of course, the harvest was also huge. After the death of the giant wolf, a booth pavilion grew in the center of the square. A map slowly floated above him, emitting a halo, and a blue treasure chest appeared on the body of the giant black wolf. Zheng Yang observed Elias and Sivas and found that they seemed unaware of the existence of quest maps and treasure chests. This aroused a secret curiosity in him, which he could only attribute to the special phenomenon of players. After resting for a while, he approached the body of the huge black wolf and was about to open the treasure chest. At that moment, a puzzled voice rang out. "Huh? Mr. Zheng Yang? Why is there suddenly a treasure chest in front of you?" Elia asked in confusion. Sivas went to check on his wife and did not notice what was happening here. Zheng Yang suddenly became puzzled. Didn't he see anything just now? After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the exhibition stand in the center of the square and asked, "See what's there?" "Where?" Elias was confused. "It's on that stand." Elias looked long and hard. Her eyes hurt from looking for so long, but she still didn't find anything. "Mr. Zheng Yang, I'm so sorry, I didn't see anything," Elia said, a little disappointed, thinking that she couldn't help Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang lowered his head and thought for a while, then walked to the edge of the booth. "What about this time?" Elias turned around when she heard the sound, and suddenly her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and said, "How amazing, Master Zheng Yang! I saw it. I saw it." Zheng Yang now realized that the locals like Elias couldn't see the various visions of the players, but when the visions were near the players, they could see them. Although Zheng Yang didn't understand the principle behind this phenomenon, he still wrote it down. He then opened the blue treasure chest, and a reminder panel appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill, Insight. A card-shaped item appeared in the inventory. Zheng Yang took it out, crushed it, and a flood of information poured into his mind. In a moment, he understood the function of this skill. Insight. After casting on any target, you can obtain current information about it. The target cannot be more than 2 levels higher than the user. Zheng Yang tried to use Insight on the alloy sword in his hand, and the information about the alloy sword appeared on the panel. After comparing it with the data in the inventory, Zheng Yang found that it was 1 level higher than the one in the inventory. Alloy sword level, level 1. Green. Introduction. A weapon made from a special alloy. As more treasure chests were opened, Zheng Yang became more familiar with the levels of the treasures. After summarizing the information, he compiled a summary. White treasure chests can be found on the weakest creatures, most of which are normal creatures that do not have any magical abilities. Zheng Yang has only opened a green treasure chest once, and that was from a black mountain wolf. But this black mountain wolf's strength was only at level 1, not level 2, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. He opened the blue treasure chests twice, once from the purple plant and once from this giant black wolf. The purple plant was also extremely strong, probably at the level of entering the 2nd level. Zheng Yang also killed it with a fire attack. Therefore, Zheng Yang guessed that level 1 corresponded to the green treasure chest, level 2 corresponded to the blue treasure chest, but he didn't know what a level 3 treasure chest looked like. After Zheng Yang cast the Insight spell on the alloy sword, he cast it on Alia and Sivas. A panel similar to the personal panel appeared in front of me. Name, alias, race, werewolf level, 1 HP, 126 out of 126. Mana, 100 out of 100. Constitution, 12.6 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, endurance, etc. Spirit, 10 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental fortitude. Name, Siva's race, werewolf level, 1. Occupation, rune master, level 1, HP, 136/136 mana, 201/201. Constitution, 13.6 is closely related to health, physical, strength, recovery, defense, endurance, etc. Spirit, 19.6, closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills, rune mastery, rune carving, rune manipulation. Seeing their characteristics, Zheng Yang was secretly amazed by the physical form of the werewolves. The spirit and physical fitness of ordinary people were all at level 10, but their physique was even stronger than his. Siphos was even stronger. His spirit was actually on the verge of level 2, and his mana was only 9 points lower than his own. Unfortunately, the physical part was weaker than the spiritual part. After experimenting with the Insight technique for a while, Zheng Yang walked up to the stand and checked the professions on the cards. At this time, Elias and Sivas, who was carrying Tasha, walked up. Elias asked curiously, "Master Zheng Yang, what is this?" Zheng Yang thought about it and felt that they were both his people. So he said, "This is called being busy. It has been discovered that player Zheng Yang's identity is in danger of being exposed." He just opened his mouth and didn't have time to say a few words before everything in front of him turned darko on the control panel, and a sharp white noise rang out in his head. The surrounding scene continued to change. As his consciousness shook violently, Zheng Yang vaguely saw a huge broken statue. Ah, Master Zheng Yang, Master Zheng Yang, WHAT is wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Before his consciousness faded, Zheng Yang heard Elia's panicked voice. In the darkness, the health bar in the upper left corner only had one last drop of blood. After an unknown amount of time, Zheng Yang slowly woke up. His head was spinning, and he felt something soft underneath it. Master Zheng Yang, you're awake! Elias's surprised voice rang out. Zheng Yang, overcoming the throbbing pain in his head, stood up from Elias's lap and asked in a confused voice, "What happened? What happened to me?" Master Zheng Yang, you suddenly lost consciousness. Uncle Sifos used many runes on you, but you didn't wake up. I thought you were. While Elias spoke, tears streamed down her face. Zheng Yang struggled to remember what happened before he fell into a coma. He still remembered Elias asking him about his work record. He was about to tell her everything, but he lost consciousness. In a daze, he seemed to have seen something, but now he couldn't remember what it was. Zheng Yang muttered under his breath, "Just did you see this card? Is this what you're talking about?" Elia wiped away her tears, took out a faintly glowing card from her hands, and handed it to Zheng Yang. Hearing this, Zheng Yang sighed in relief. He took the card and put it in his inventory. Then he noticed that the health bar in the upper left corner was empty. At this, and quickly took out several bottles of medicinal liquid. After using it for so long, Zheng Yang's medicinal liquid was almost gone. Only 5 bottles were left, but there was still quite a bit left. However, this incident also made him realize one thing. He cannot reveal his identity as a player. Even if there is a risk, he will be punished. The almost empty health bar in front of him is an example of this. Zheng Yang suppressed his complicated thoughts and drank 3 bottles of healing liquid to replenish his blood volume. Then he remembered Tasha, who was still injured, so he stood up and walked over to Sivas. Sivas quickly stood up and said, "Master Zheng Yang, would you like to rest for a while?" After this rescue incident, Sivas became more respectful of Zheng Yang. "Is the bride still unconscious?" Zheng Yang waved his hand, took out the remaining healing liquid and handed it to Sivas. "This thing is called healing liquid. It can heal wounds. Give it to her. She should feel much better." There was excitement in Sivas' eyes. He gave Tasha 2 bottles of healing liquid without hesitation. Tasha, who was still unconscious, began to come to her senses. Zheng Yang then checked the contents of the labor card. Occupation: boxer professional skills, heavy punch, iron bones, iron skin. Additional conditions: defeat 100 strong people, whose level is not lower than yours. After reading it, Zheng Yang was delighted. He would finally have combat skills. Although the gardener was also not bad, his combat ability was much weaker. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed the card. A glow spread across the surface of his body, and a flood of boxing knowledge poured into his brain. He began to grow, and something seemed to move under his skin. His body changed quickly and silently. After a few minutes, everything calmed down. Zheng Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and his radiance suddenly flashed. Feeling his own strength, he felt his heart fill with confidence. Zheng Yang quickly punched into the air. His incredible speed and powerful strength made a loud sound in the air. Boxer brings 3 skills to Zheng Yang's life. Powerful punch. Your punches are stronger, more powerful, and faster. Iron skin. The skin has a more reliable defense and is as hard as steel. Iron bones. The bones are harder, and the tendons are more elastic. Master Zheng Yang, you feel a little different. Elijah was attracted by this movement, and her eyes flashed as she looked at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang touched Elijah's head and smiled faintly. "Okay, enough time has passed. It's time for us to go." But before he left, Zheng Yang glanced at the corpse of the giant black wolf. He called Rudin and the others who were waiting upstairs and began to collect the meat of the giant black wolf. This wolf was so strong that the flesh and blood on its body must have been very nutritious. Heart blood wolf meat, times 32. Blood wolf claw, times 4 blood wolf fang, times 47. After collecting all the materials from the blood wolf, Zheng Yang led everyone back to the hideout. Elias had seen Zheng Yang's residence before, but Sievers, Rudin, and the others were there for the first time and were quite surprised. Home is much better than the werewolf's shabby house. Although it is quite modest, it has all the necessities. After entering the courtyard, Xiaobai happily ran out of the house and flirted with Zheng Yang. When Zheng Yang went to the werewolf tribe, he left Xiaobai in charge of the house. He knew that Xiaobai was very smart, so he asked him to water the red cherry spirit tree when he had nothing to do. So far, the effect seems to be good. The red cherry spirit tree is in much better condition than before I left. Then he looked at the werewolves behind him, who were looking at him with anticipation, and felt a headache. A total of 7 people had returned with him, and 8 people had returned with him. There was no shortage of food at the moment, but Zheng Yang was a little worried about how to arrange for the food for these people. After thinking about it, he turned on the production function, used up some stone and wood, made some stone axes and stone swords, and upgraded them to iron. Everyone looked at Zheng Yang's ability in amazement, but silently decided not to ask questions. Under the influence of the coma that was in the past, everyone knew that Zheng Yang was special. After giving tools to everyone except Elias and Sievers, he asked them to go to the forest and collect more supplies, especially red cherries, and then took out some food and gave it to Elias, asking her to cook. As for Sievers, Zheng Yang asked him to take care of Tasha first, as he had not yet figured out how to organize this second fighting force. Several werewolves reacted and left. After 2 days of communication, Zheng Yang had left a huge impression on everyone. He's strong, but he also had no arrogant air. This quickly improved the overall impression of him, and everyone was willing to obey his orders without question. After gathering a few people, Zheng Yang contacted Shen Yao and bought a batch of medicinal liquid. After regaining his strength, he immediately felt more energetic. Zheng Yang looked around the relatively empty courtyard and realized that so many people must have a place to live. But at that moment, he did not have the plans to build a house, which made him a little embarrassed, so he had to turn to trade. However, he was quite surprised by what he saw. The quality of the items in the deal was much better than before. Item: wooden house construction plan. Seller: Shusan requirements, various materials. Item: 5-liter water cellar. Hichengai requirements. Weapons. Item: swimming pool. Construction plan. Seller: Li Feng requirements. Weapons and equipment. Item: fluorescent stone cellar. Zhupiao. Requirements: private message for details. Item: ice sword creation. Blueprint cellar. Lei Ming requirements. Private message for details, no spam. The longer Zheng Yang looked, the brighter his eyes became. With so many players, there was a lot of good in transaction, and he was eager to try it out. Now that I have helpers around me, I don't have to do trivial things alone, and the problem of survival is solved for now. Now, I have to face a natural disaster that happens every 30 days. Thinking of this, Zheng Yang couldn't help but glance at the countdown. 6:47:31:01. Somewhere far to the east of the Wolf King Ridge, there is a small forest, and the shallow depression in the forest has long since dried up. At the edge of the house, a wooden house was built, surrounded by a wooden fence and faced with slate bricks. There were several tables in the room, each of which was filled with various bottles and jars. The air was filled with strange aromas, and the whole room resembled a witch's secret chamber. At this time, a young girl was sitting at the table, shaking various bottles and jars in her hands, constantly adjusting various liquids. The girl has a sweet and beautiful face, large watery eyes, and a slender figure, but her clothes are sticking out, and her black hair is scattered over her shoulders. At this moment, those big watery eyes looked with great seriousness at the bottle full of liquid in front of them. With the addition of the remaining reagents, the liquid in the bottle suddenly boiled, and then a miniature mushroom cloud exploded with a roar. Face suddenly twisted, and she rubbed her head furiously. Ah, damn, I screwed up again. This is the 8th time. I followed the recipe exactly, but why can't I do it? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this recipe? At this moment, there was a soft sound of branches breaking outside the house. Shen Yao ignored him, continuing to look at what was in front of her. Perhaps it was some kind of small animal. Outside the house, 6 figures in black robes and hoods slowly approached Shen Yao's house, their faces full of solemn expressions, and their piercing gazes were fixed on the facade. The leader made a gesture, and everyone silently dispersed, remaining silent and slowly surrounding the hut. Click! A glass bottle filled with purple liquid was suddenly thrown out of the window. After it hit the ground and broke, the liquid reacted violently under the stimulation, and the purple mist continued to expand. This sudden change took the people outside by surprise. They were unable to dodge and were instantly plunged into chaos. The sound of the door opening was heard, and Shen Yao took the opportunity to fish in the muddy waters. The enemy leader heard the sound of the doorframe slamming and immediately shouted to everyone, "She escaped, let's chase her." "Ahem, boss. There's something wrong with this mist. It's itchy." Hearing this, the leader frowned and stopped chasing. He waved his arms and a gust of wind dispersed the purple mist. The others were not in the best condition at this time. Their skin was covered in red spots. The leader took out 5 bottles of blue potion and handed them out to everyone. "Drink this." Everyone drank it. After a few seconds, the red spots on their bodies disappeared. When everyone came to their senses, someone approached the leader and asked with some concern, "Master, Shen Yao has escaped. If she returned empty-handed, Tushu would not let it go." Unexpectedly, the leader calmly shook his head and said, "Don't worry, she won't run away." The leader then took out a golden compass. The compass needle continued to shake after he took it out, and finally gradually began to point in a certain direction. "Shen Yao ran there, let's catch up with her." In Zheng Yang's courtyard. Time flows smoothly in the process of cultivation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It can be said that during this period, Zheng Yang's shelter changed every day. The courtyard has expanded greatly. The ground is paved with grey stone bricks, and fluorite is hung everywhere to glow at night. The original stone wall has been replaced with a more solid wall of black stone. In the eastern part of the courtyard are 4 more wooden huts for storage and living. In the center to store water. Zheng Yang placed water-collecting stones in it so that water could flow continuously. In addition to the original sacred red cherry tree on the west side of the courtyard, 9 more sacred red cherry trees were planted in a row next to it. Sacred tree is the next stage of the red cherry spiritual tree. Zheng Yang planted it after refining the seed to this level recently. Thanks to his tireless efforts, during this period, 10 trees had already grown strong enough, with green branches, and fruits had begun to form on them. The courtyard is often filled with a refreshing aroma. However, recently, more and more underground creatures have been approaching us at night. I wonder if this is due to the expansion of the scale. In the main house in the courtyard, Zheng Yang sat cross-legged on the bed. His room was now very different from before. Although the wooden bed was still wooden, it was covered with a layer of bedding. The house was fully furnished with all the necessary furniture, and the floor was spotlessly clean. This was thanks to Elias's diligence. In addition to being responsible for everyone's meals, she also cleans the courtyard every day, especially Zheng Yang's room, which she cleans several times a day. Zheng Yang opened his personal and checked the information on the panel. Name: Zheng Yang. Level 2. Job: gardener. Level 1, boxer level 1. HP: 272/272. Mana: 387/387. Constitution: 27.2 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, stamina, etc. Spirit: 23.1. Closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills: maturation, spiritual awakening, feedback, insight, heavy strike, iron bones, iron skin. His strength is now much higher than before. One reason is the bonus that the boxer profession gives, and the other is the randomly obtained level 1 crystal cores and food with buffing effects. For example, blood wolf meat increases your HP limit by 10 units. After admiring his panel every day, Zheng Yang closed it with satisfaction and took out 9 glowing cards from his inventory instead. Among them were 8 employment cards and 1 skill card. While saving Tasha, Zheng Yang learned from Rudin about the existence of other ruins. He took Siva's, Rudin, and Ilya to destroy them. Their strength was different. At the moment of greatest weakness, there was not even a guardian beast inside. At the moment of greatest danger, Zheng Yang's health dropped below 10. Of course, the harvest is also quite rich. In addition to the job card and skill card, there are also 3 blue and 2 green treasure chests. The skill card is unlocked in one of the blue treasure chests. It is the Blood Cry ability, which can only be learned through the butcher profession. However, Zheng Yang was concerned about how to use these job cards. First of all, the more professions you have, the better. Each job card contains extensive information about it. Currently, he has 2 professions and 6 professional skills. To develop these skills and implement them into real combat. During battles with several high-ranking members of the werewolf tribe, it became obvious that his combat experience was clearly insufficient. If he didn't rely on his high stats to recover, the end result would be hard to predict. Moreover, some of these job cards have restrictions. For example, this job called Wolf Servant actually requires the character to be of the werewolf race. If it weren't for the fact that only players can use the cards, this job would be the most suitable for Arius and the others. But Zheng Yang also felt a strange feeling. Is it possible to change the player's race? Or are there other races than just humans? Otherwise, almost no one would be able to use this professional card. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yang did not find any idea in it and put it aside. Then, he took out a large parchment scroll from his inventory. This was what he got from the 3 blue treasure chests. It could be said to be the most important find. It was a map that showed the Wolf King Ridge and more than a dozen surrounding areas. Its value was beyond imagination. With it, Zheng Yang could explore the surrounding area. When Zheng Yang was in ecstasy, an urgent message came from a friend. Shen Yao. Zheng Yang, save me. Zheng Yang's eyes narrowed when he saw Shen Yao's message. Zheng Yang, what happened? Shen Yao wandered back and forth in the forest at random. She anxiously watched the movements behind her as she responded to Zheng Yang's message. Shen Yao. I was attacked by a group of people. They chased me for 3 days. Every time I was about to get rid of them, they pinpointed my location. I couldn't hold back any longer. Zheng Yang was stunned when he saw Shen Yao's message. There was so much information that he didn't know where to start. After gathering his thoughts, Zheng Yang sent the message. Zheng Yang, how to avoid encounters with creatures from the underworld at night. Nowadays, there is hardly a player who does not know that he is wandering the streets at night. Shen Yao, I made a potion that makes my aura similar to that of creatures from the underworld. I managed to escape with it, but now it has disappeared. After reading this, Zheng Yang understood, but then became confused. Do you know where you are? Seeing this, Shen Yao bit her lip. She knew what the problem was, but Zheng Yang's strength gave her a glimmer of hope. Boss, that person is over there. Shen Yao, don't waste your time. If you agree to join our Shura Club, I will spare your life. Hearing the noise behind him, Shen Yao was shocked and scared, cursing in his mind. Damn it! Without bothering to reply to the message, he quickly took out 2 potion bottles from his inventory and drank them. After the halo on her body flashed for a moment, her figure suddenly accelerated. Zheng Yang couldn't help but frown when he saw that there were no new messages in the dialogue box. He thought that Shen Yao's situation was probably not very good. Since her birth, Shen Yao was one of the few people who had shown him kindness. If it was possible, he naturally wanted to save her. Zheng Yang looked at the cute big-eyed girl's avatar in the dialogue box, constantly thinking about how to do it. Noticing the map at hand, he decided to try it. Zheng Yang sent a message. Do you want to take a chance? Shen Yao, galloping through the forest, saw Zheng Yang's message and hesitated. At this moment, a wind blade flew at him from behind. Shen Yao was startled and quickly dodged. The wind blade passed her and cut off a strand of her hair. This short delay brought the two sides even closer together. Shen Yao gritted her teeth and ran in a certain direction. On the other hand, Zheng Yang put on his equipment, walked out of the room, and accidentally met Elias, who came to invite him to dinner. His current equipment is incomparable to what he had before. After about half a month, more and more players had acquired professions, and the quality of the equipment circulating among the players was becoming higher and higher. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, black pants, and a black windbreaker embroidered with dark red patterns. This black windbreaker is called Night Coat. Zheng Yang ordered it from a player with the tailor profession. It reduces damage a little. "Hey, Mr. Zheng Yang, are you leaving?" "Wait for me. I'll go with you," Elias said, without asking why he was going, and returned to get his equipment. "No, I might have to go on a long trip and won't be back for a few days." Zheng Yang hurriedly called her over. Seeing her ears lowering, he whispered, "I'll ask you to look after the house while I'm gone." Zheng Yang found Xiaobai in the corner of the yard and carried him away. This time, Xiaobai might be useful. Elias stood dejectedly at the gate, watching Zheng Yang's figure gradually disappear into the horizon, pitiful as a puppy abandoned by its owner. Master Zheng Yang is not an ordinary person. I feel that he can go far in the future, like those geniuses who left their mark on the history of our clan. Only those he did not leave behind are worthy of remaining by his side. Seaforth's voice came from the side. Elias looked at him, and her gaze became firm. "I will always follow Master Zheng Yang." Sivas smiled and said, "Do you just want to follow me?" Elias' face turned slightly red, and her gaze wandered. A day later, on the vast plain, a tree rose up sharply, under which Xiaobai and Zheng Yang were resting. Zheng Yang was sitting on the highest tree trunk. After sending a message to Shen Yao, he closed the dialogue box and began writing and drawing on the map spread out before him. There was already a lot of handwriting on it. The tree grows on a hill, and Zheng Yang can see far from the height. After reading the information that Shen Yao sent him, Zheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found it. A day later, Zheng Yang was finally able to determine Shen Yao's location. Before setting out, he told Shen Yao to run towards the sunrise and tell him about the most characteristic scenery along the way. Currently, Shen Yao should be in the fluorescent forest east of the Wolf King Ridge, and Zheng Yang should be in the ancient plain northeast of the Wolf King Ridge. Judging from the distance I had walked since leaving home, the distance between the glowing forest and the ancient plain was about 150 to 180 kilometers. After some internal calculations, Zheng Yang jumped down from the tree to the ground and rushed towards the glowing forest with Xiaobai. "Shen Yao, you must hold on." A fluorescent forest where each tree reaches a height of 20 to 30 meters. The emerald green treetops block the sun, and sunlight only penetrates through the gaps between the leaves. The roots of the trees are huge and intertwined, and the branches are twisted. The forest is quiet and calm, almost silent. Golden spots of light float through the forest, so it is called the fluorescent forest. Shen Yao staggered through the forest, looking dazed, her body covered in wounds and her clothes stained with blood. Although her mental abilities were also quite high, she had not rested for 3 or 4 days, and her condition had almost reached its limit. All the medicines in her body had been exhausted. Her legs were so sore from running for so long that she could not even lift her feet. Her light-colored feet were covered with blisters. After walking for a while, Shen Yao could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. "Zheng Yang, I can't run anymore." "Why aren't you coming?" Shen Yao muttered, her eyes dimming. As she said this, she couldn't help but sob. "You bastard! You liar!" It had been almost 2 days since Shen Yao sent out a call for help. During this time, she did not dare to stop for a moment, and countless times she hoped to see Zheng Yang, but each time she was disappointed. The group that called themselves the Shura Society stayed behind, keeping their distance from Shen Yao and chasing after her whenever they had nothing better to do. As time went by, Shen Yao began to feel despair, and her big, teary eyes gradually became numb. "Hey, why don't you run away?" A mocking voice rang out at this moment. Shen Yao looked at them impassively, her eyes filled with despair and relief. Even after escaping for several days, your skin is still so smooth. Look at that face. It's no less beautiful than a top star. The one who always called the leader boss walked over, pinched Shen Yao's face, brought his head close to her, and inhaled her scent with an intoxicating expression. Then his gaze suddenly became fierce, and he squeezed Shen Yao's face harder. Shen Yao frowned in pain. We kept you in suspense for so many days, thinking that we would get additional benefits for our money. But this is all? You have wasted so much of our time. Don't think you can give it up so easily. I should let you enjoy it before I kill you. What do you think? Hearing this, the others laughed and looked at Shen Yao's lying body with a playful expression. Face was blank, and he made no attempt to stop the crowd. His subordinates had been chasing Shen Yao for several days now, so it was only natural that they were a little angry. They were going to kill him anyway, so it was better to make the most of him. Jia and Chen, be careful not to break anything. I need to ask her something later. The leader gave them some instructions and gave them his seat. Yes, boss? Jiang Chen replied with a serious expression and looked at Shen Yao with a dark grin, about to pounce on her. When Shen Yao saw the green light in Jiang Chen's eyes, her face turned pale and showed a look of terror. Previous chapter title. Shen Yao's legs were weak, so she used her elbows to continue crawling forward, trying to escape from the crowd. Ha ha ha, I wonder where you can escape. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Brother Jiang, beautiful scenery goes well with beautiful women. Who will come first? In Shen Yao's eyes, these arrogant people were no different from demons. In an unnoticed place, in the shadow of a tree trunk, stood the figure of a man drawing a bow and arrow, coldly looking at Jiang Chen and the others. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air immediately attracted the attention of several people. Jiang Chen looked at the smoking hole in his chest with disbelief, then spat out a pool of blood, fell down, and died. The enemy is attacking. There was silence in the air for a second, and then someone screamed, but was immediately pierced by a flaming arrow. The people who came to attack Shen Yao were not higher than the second level, so they naturally could not withstand the shots of the flaming bow. Zheng Yang continued to aim the arrow, and there was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Zheng Yang killed a person for the first time. He was so calm because the first time he killed a person, it was true, it caused him psychological discomfort. But killing an animal would not cause such discomfort. With his keen sense of smell, Xiaobai had already found this place and witnessed everything these few people did. He waited until the only person who could pose a threat was gone before he took any action. When Zheng Yang shot the second person, everyone scattered and sought cover nearby. Seeing that there was no chance, Zheng Yang gave up and looked at the notification that had just appeared on the panel. Kill player Jiang Chen, get the Shelter Corps and Warrior Inauguration card. Kill player Lin Bahai, get the Shelter Corps and get the Tailor Job card. Shelter Corps? Zheng Yang was about to test how to use the Shelter Corps when he was attacked by a wind blade. He calmly dodged it and looked at the attacker. It was the leader. Zheng Yang pulled out an arrow and quickly shot at him, and the leader also swung the wind blade. Collided, cancelling each other out. Zheng Yang pulled out the arrow again, and the leader did the same. Clash, cancel, clash, cancel. The leader's eyes grew more serious as they fought again and again. After repeating this more than 10 times, the two finally stopped, not because of anything else, but because they ran out of mana. Zheng Yang first fired 2 charged arrows, using up 100 mana. He then shot the enemy more than 10 more times, and his mana began to run out. However, the opponent should have even less. After looking at each other for a moment, they both began to come to their senses at the same time. The leader took out 2 potion bottles and drank them. Compared to him, Zheng Yang did not look so elegant. He continued to take out red cherry fruits from his inventory and stuff them into his mouth. Zheng Yang's mouth was full. As his strength continued to grow, the amount of red cherry needed to replenish his mana increased, and the red cherry could no longer keep up with Zheng Yang's pace. The man behind the leader glanced at Zheng Yang, who was recovering. A light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly rushed at Zheng Yang, glaring at him. "Go to hell! I don't want to—" Unexpectedly, before Zheng Yang could react, the leader's face changed dramatically, and he immediately tried to stop him. But it was too late. Bas! A cold light flashed, and Zheng Yang's figure appeared on the ground. With a straight face, he swung the weapon that appeared in his hand, turning it into a flower sword. The attacking warrior fell powerlessly into the air. After several attempts to roll on the ground, his face began to turn blue and purple, and then turned pale. He died in just a few seconds. Zheng Yang looked at the weapon in his hand with satisfaction, which he took out from the blue treasure chest. There are 3 blue treasure chests, and the items opened in each of them are of very good quality. The Tang Dynasty horizontal knife with a ring handle from the movie Bad Boys. It is 1 meter long and 1.5 fingers wide. The blade is decorated with a snowflake pattern, and the overall color is deep blue. At the end of the handle, a sky blue diamond-shaped gem is inlaid. The information provided in the insight section is as follows. Cold light knife level. Level 2 blue represent. Function 1. The blade is extremely cold and can cause frostbite. Function 2. Ice strike throws out a blade of energy, consumes 20 mana. Zheng Yang was quite satisfied with the quality of the items in each of the 3 blue treasure chests. The leader looked at the frost-covered corpse with an ugly expression, but the bow that Zheng Yang pulled out and the sword in his hand filled him with no small amount of fear. "My name is Mu Tianfeng from the Shura Society. I would like to know your name, but this is the first time I have heard of someone with such strength." Zheng Yang gave him a dispassionate look and ignored him. He slowly walked towards Shen Yao and found that she had fainted at some point. Her cute face was now covered in dirt. Her body was dirty, and her hair was greasy and tangled. Mu Tianfeng glanced at Zheng Yang. His face changed slightly, and the remaining optimism in his heart evaporated. He didn't expect that Shen Yao actually knew such a strong person. From the fight just now, he could judge that the strength of this person who suddenly appeared was much greater than himself, and probably not much weaker than Tu Shu, the president of their Shura Association. They had fought more than 10 times, but they remained calm. The upper limit of his manner was a little scary. On the other hand, I was already showing symptoms of confusion, and I had to hold on to avoid showing weakness. Zheng Yang took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from his inventory and fed it to Shen Yao. Seeing that her complexion had improved, his expression softened slightly. "Xiaobai, take care of her." A white shadow jumped down from the tree and crouched next to the unconscious Shen Yao. Although Xiaobai's strength had not yet reached the 2nd level, half of the blood wolf meat had already gone into his stomach. Xiaobai's size had more than doubled since Zheng Yang first met him. If we talk about strength alone, it is more than enough to deal with level 1 players. Now it's your turn. Zheng Yang turned his gaze to Mu Tianfeng, his tone light but deadly. "Friend, how about we both retreat?" Mu Tianfeng's gaze became intense, and he was already thinking of retreating. "We will stop here and promise to never provoke you again. You will also gain the friendship of our Shura Society." "Haha, you are just a herd of beasts. Do you think you are worthy?" Zheng Yang said with disdain. Seeing the brutal behavior of these people, Zheng Yang did not have any good feelings towards the Shura Society. Although he knew that humanity was useless in this world, the actions of some people were still unacceptable to him. He can accept the coldness of others, the selfishness of human nature, and the cruelty of the world, because these are only difficulties he faces due to his own lack of abilities. But he could not accept the fact that he would needlessly hurt others to satisfy his perverted desires. This was his first encounter with his own kind since arriving in this world, but the result was somewhat disappointing. Mu Tianfeng said darkly, "Your Excellency really wants to become an enemy of our Shura Society." Zheng Yang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Tianfeng, and he stabbed him with a knife, shocked and angry, in Mu Tianfeng's hand, blocking Zheng Yang's attack. The cold air emanating from the cold knife spread from where it made contact with the dagger. Mu Tianfeng looked at the frost that continued to spread on the weapon, and with his other hand, he condensed a wind blade to attack Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang was unmoved. The wind blade left a red mark on his body, which surprised Mu Tianfeng. This is the ability of boxer, Ironhide. Soon, frost covered his palms, and Mu Tianfeng had no choice but to retreat. Just as Zheng Yang was about to catch up, a piece of talisman paper flew in front of him and exploded, extinguishing the surrounding fluorescent light. Boom! HP 257/272 Zheng Yang emerged from the smoke and dust in disarray, his face covered in dust, his skin slightly red, and he clearly felt a burning sensation all over his body. If it weren't for the two skills steel bones and iron skin, I wouldn't have been able to survive that explosion. When Mu Tianfeng saw that the explosive talisman was useful, he was surprised, but also felt a little uneasy, and then decisively threw out two more explosive talismans. HP 3, HP 2. Seeing the effect of these two talismans, Zheng Yang did not dare to resist and dodged. The impact of the explosive talisman caused him to stagger. However, Zheng Yang used this power to flexibly rotate his body in midair and then landed stably. He then tore out of his legs with all his might and charged at Mu Tianfeng. Seeing this, Mu Tianfeng retreated and threw the explosive talisman again. Zheng Yang instantly cut it off, and the burning talisman paper froze at the same time as the cold knife passed by. At the same time, a blue light appeared on the blade of the cold light knife, and Zheng Yang slashed towards Mu Tianfeng. Ice Strike. The ice blue blade energy rushed towards Mu Tianfeng at an incredible speed. It was too late to dodge. Mu Tianfeng, greatly frightened, immediately unleashed dozens of wind blades, trying to destroy him. However, the force of the ice strike was so great that it shattered dozens of wind blades and headed straight for Mu Tianfeng's face. Mu Tianfeng felt the cold air approaching and made a decision. He threw another piece of talisman paper, forming a round shield in front of him. Energy collided with the shield, and suddenly a circle of white cold wind formed around it. When the dust settled, Mu Tianfeng knelt down on one knee, his face pale, and the mana streak on the upper left corner almost disappeared. At this moment, an invisible pressure emanated from the depths of the fluorescent forest, and the expressions of both of them changed slightly. The fluorescent light around them began to become chaotic. Mu Tianfeng took advantage of this and threw another paper talisman while Zheng Yang's attention was distracted. Paper exploded in front of Zheng Yang, but it had no offensive power. It threw out a cloud of black smoke, blocking his view. When the smoke cleared, Mu Tianfeng's figure had disappeared. Zheng Yang frowned, but he had no time for that now. The pressure spreading through the forest and the violent luminescence around it gave Zheng Yang a bad feeling. Deep in the fluorescent forest, there was a huge ancient tree, and on the crown of this ancient tree, there was a nest similar to a honeycomb. The fluorescent light here is so thick that it blocks out all visibility, and it becomes even more intense near the nest. Invisible sound waves were spreading from the nest, and suddenly a stronger fluorescent light burst out from there, as if consciously, rushing toward the edge of the forest. If you look closely at these thick fluorescent lights, you can see glowing insects with jagged teeth and fly-like eyes. Under the beautiful light, there is a hideous body. At the edge of the forest, Zheng Yang walked up to Shen Yao and carried her on his back. Xiao Bai followed him. Around them were the two corpses of Shura Society members. Their bodies were covered in claw marks and bite marks, Xiao Bai's masterpieces. While Zheng Yang and Mu Tianfeng were fighting, the two remaining Shura Society members were not sitting idle either. They wanted to kill Shen Yao to influence his mentality, but they did not expect that Xiao Bai's strength would exceed their expectations. Until now, Zheng Yang did not know what kind of abilities Xiao Bai had. He had only seen them on the first night, when Xiao Bai showed abilities similar to Mu Tianfeng's. Zheng Yang leaned over and carried Shen Yao onto his back. Xiao Bai shouted toward the thicket of the forest. A huge amount of fluorescent light rushed in like a tide, and Zheng Yang's face changed. "Run!" The man and the tiger immediately ran toward the exit of the forest. The violent shaking woke up the unconscious Shen Yao. She looked at everything in front of her in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Feeling someone holding her knee, Shen Yao's expression changed slightly as she looked at the person in front of her. Profile seemed familiar to her, as if she had seen him somewhere. "Are you Zheng Yang?" Shen Yao asked, cautiously. She wasn't sure because she had only seen the profile photo. "Hey, are you awake?" Zheng Yang, who was running as fast as he could, heard the sound, turned around, and smirked in a casual tone, as if asking, "Have you eaten?" Shen Yao immediately realized that Zheng Yang must have saved her. Remembering how disheveled she looked during their first offline date, Shen Yao couldn't help but blush. Shen Yao asked, "Where are the people from the Shura Society?" "They killed him, and the rest ran away." Shen Yao couldn't help but be surprised. Although she knew that Zheng Yang was a very strong player, she didn't expect him to be so strong. We are now looking back. Shen Yao looked back and suddenly felt her heartbeat slow down by golden dots of light that covered the sky. Zheng Yang's physical stat was 27.2, so he ran very fast, but it was still difficult for him to escape from the fireflies that were chasing him. Zheng Yang used this skill after the fireflies entered the range of insight. Fluorescent soldier bug level 2. Introduction. A special type of soldier bug bred by the queen bug, responsible for defending the nest and attacking the enemy. All level 2 fluorescent insect soldiers, but their individual combat effectiveness is not very high. After explaining the current situation to Shen Yao, Zheng Yang took out a firebow and handed it to her. Briefly explaining how to use it, he asked her to eliminate the insect soldiers attacking from behind. Zheng Yang took out a cold light knife and killed the insect soldier that flew towards him. When the insect soldier's body fell to the ground, a green treasure chest appeared. Among the second-level creatures, some weaker ones will throw out green treasure chests. At the same time, Zheng Yang realized that this was a treasure land. How many treasure chests could so many fireflies create? Moreover, there was a fluorescent insect queen living in the depths. However, he doesn't have the ability to come here and kill monsters now, so he can only wait and watch. Previous chapter table of contents. Looking at the bug soldiers approaching him, Zheng Yang said to Shen Yao, "Hold on to me." Shen Yao didn't ask why, but obediently hugged Zheng Yang tightly around the neck. Zheng Yang felt the breath on his neck and the soft and gentle body of the girl on his back, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Suppressing his emotions, Zheng Yang jumped straight towards the surrounding tree trunks, and Xiaobai followed behind him. After Zheng Yang and Xiaobai jumped onto the tree trunk, a glowing ocean flooded the ground below them. The man and the tiger jumped onto the tree trunk, and the bizarre branches around them made it difficult for the fluorescent insect soldiers to pursue them. It took them more than 10 minutes to finally get out of the glowing forest. The fluorescent insect soldier stopped at the edge of the forest without taking a single step forward. Zheng Yang and Shen Yao couldn't help but sigh in relief when they saw that the insect soldiers didn't chase them away. However, their numbers, which gave them goosebumps, were still oppressive. "What should we do next?" Shen Yao asked, returning the firebow to Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to come to my hideout?" Shen Yao froze for a moment, then leaned towards Zheng Yang's ear and asked, "Do you want me to leave?" The hot air Shen Yao exhaled blew on Zheng Yang's earlobe, causing him to itch, and a strange feeling arose in his heart again. He immediately shot me an angry look and pinched the soft skin on my thigh. "Be honest." Shen Yao shook her thigh in Zheng Yang's hand, and her face regained its usual lively expression. "Since you invited me so sincerely, I'll go and take a look." "Actually, I'm not that sincere. If you want to go back, go ahead." "I won't force you," Zheng Yang replied indifferently, eyes suddenly widened. This young lady knows how to make medicine, warm the bed, go to the living room, go to the kitchen, and she is also a beauty. Don't be so blind as to not recognize me. After hearing this, Zheng Yang glanced at her. Seeing this, Shen Yao raised her head like a proud swan. "You? Warming the bed?" Zheng Yang asked with disgust. "You already stink. I'm afraid you won't let me sleep." Hearing this, Shen Yao blinked her eyes twice in surprise, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Then he sniffed himself carefully, and his face suddenly turned red. I haven't showered for a few days, so the smell is quite strong. Stinky, how unromantic you are. I'll strangle you, Shen Yao said viciously, grabbing Zheng Yang by the neck. But her gentle voice made her words seem completely unintimidating. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes, too lazy to agree with her nonsense. This forest is called Fluorescent Forest. My residence is in the Wolf Ridge, west of Fluorescent Forest, about 200 kilometers from here. Zheng Yang took out a map and spread it on the ground. His face was a little gloomy as he said, "There are still 2 or 3 hours until dark. We may have to spend the night outside. And the worst thing is that there are already creatures from the second level of hell roaming outside, so we need to find a place to hide until dark." Shen Yao listened attentively at first, but couldn't help but lower her head when she heard the last sentence. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to take such a risk. Don't flatter yourself. You're worthy of me doing this, so I went through so much trouble to come all this way for the sake of saving you. If I find out that you are just a pretty face when I return, I will throw you out." Zheng Yang snorted coldly. Hearing Zheng Yang's unkind words, Shen Yao was not angry. On the contrary, she smiled and said, "Good." After plotting the route, Zheng Yang weighed Shen Yao's thighs and rushed forward, running wildly on the ground, with Xiao Bai following close behind. When the sky turned blue, they found a cave in the forest. The space inside the cave is not very spacious, about the size of a bedroom of 20 to 30 square meters. After laying Shen Yao on the ground, Zheng Yang took out a lot of rocks to block the entrance of the cave, and Xiao Bai curled up on the side and dozed off. So he spent the night on the way to save Shen Yao, but it still attracted many creatures from the underworld. If life is not good at hiding at night, it will attract creatures from the underworld like a candle flame. After the last stone was placed in the hole, the cave was plunged into darkness, with only a faint light coming through the cracks. Zheng Yang got some wood and lit a fire to get some light. When everything was calm, he sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and asked, "How is your leg?" Shen Yao glanced at the heavily injured status next to the health bar in the upper left corner and said, "It will take another day to recover." Her blood volume has been replenished now, but the intense exercise has caused great damage to her legs. This immediately put her into a state of serious injury, with her HP limit being reduced by 10 points, which lasted for 36 hours. Normal healing liquids are no longer effective against such injuries. As a pharmacist, Shen Yao knows this very well. Gurgling, gurgling. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out in the space, and Zheng Yang looked strange. Shen Yao listened to the rumbling in her stomach, and her face turned red. Most of the supplies she had on her had been used up during the escape. It could be said that her stock was cleaner than her face, and she had not eaten anything for a long time. Zheng Yang looked at Shen Yao's embarrassed face and couldn't help but laugh. He then took out some meat processed by Arias from his inventory. At the moment, he had no shortage of food, and the meat of normal quality was stored in the storage room in the courtyard. The meat that can be carried in the inventory is not taken from creatures below level 2. The piece he just took out was taken from the Wolf King Qingshan, who had attacked Zheng Yang earlier. After roasting the meat over the fire, Zheng Yang took out some seasonings from his inventory. They were prepared by Elias and the others, and they were the unique seasonings of the werewolf tribe. Zheng Yang had tried this dish before and found it truly unique. He even took some of them and sold them in the trade, receiving many good things in return. After all, players are still in a difficult stage of survival, and for this, everything must be prioritized. Few have so much time to improve their lives. Most people, except for some top players, even lack water and have to plan their consumption. Zheng Yang's current life is completely different from most players. Every day, Rudin would take several people out to search for supplies. After Zheng Yang upgraded the equipment, the harvest was good almost every day. Arias and Tasha are responsible for the nutrition of all family members and the hygiene of the courtyard. Arias, in particular, carefully prepares 3 dishes for Zheng Yang every day. I must say that Elias's cooking skills are simply amazing. Zheng Yang always looks forward to her cooking. Sievers is responsible for exercising some powerful creatures nearby. Thanks to everyone. Zhang Yang's life is now so comfortable that he almost becomes a rich young man who has everything he wants without any preparation. I think no player lives better than him. Shen Yao looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. He looked like Doraemon, constantly pulling out various items from his inventory with a mouth so wide that he could swallow an egg. Seasonings, drinks, fruits, Zhang Yang muttered, pointing at the items on the ground, and then nodded with satisfaction. That's all. You, where did you get all this? Shen Yao stuttered. Zhang Yang picked up the seasoning and sprinkled it on the barbecue. He replied in confusion, Of course, I picked it up. Seeing Zhang Yang enjoying the event, Shen Yao felt envious. What kind of life am I leading compared to this guy? Soon, the cave was filled with the aroma of meat, and after adding Arias's special seasoning, its taste became even better than before. Xiaobai, who had been dozing, suddenly woke up, walked over to Zhang Yang and rubbed his face. Zhang Yang patted Xiaobai's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, you will get your share. Shen Yao swallowed her saliva, looking at the fragrant skewers. Zhang Yang looked at her with surprise and handed her the fried food. Shen Yao took it without thinking and began to bite off small pieces. The soft meat melted in his mouth, and Shen Yao's eyes lit up. This is very delicious. Zhang Yang took a bite and shook his head. What a pity! It's still much worse than what Elias cooked. Shen Yao paused after eating the meat and secretly remembered the name. Then, while eating, she looked enviously at the white tiger nibbling on a piece of meat next to Zhang Yang. Is this your pet? Zhang Yang shook his head, then told her how he met Xiaobai, and then asked doubtfully, Pet? Among the players, there is a profession called a breeder, which allows you to train various pets to fight for them, Shen Yao explained to Zhang Yang. But from what I heard, most pets are not as strong as your white tiger. I am very curious about how you train them. Zhang Yang asked curiously, How do you know this information? Shen Yao looked at her proudly. It was finally her turn to show off her strength. All of these are spreading in the world. Don't you usually read them? Very rarely. Zhang Yang shook his head and asked, Then do you know what happened to the Shura Society? Shen Yao's face suddenly distorted. She took a bite of meat to vent her emotions and said, I don't know. There has never been any news of them in the world. At least I haven't seen any. Zhang Yang seemed to be deep in thought. What happened? Is there something special about this Shura? Shen Yao asked, hesitating. Zhang Yang expressed his doubts. At this stage, except for some extremely talented players, most players are going through a terrible time. All the players are scattered all over the world. Just looking for you has already taken a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. How did the guys from Shura Club manage to gather 6 people? Besides, Mu Tianfeng is quite strong and is one of the top players, but it seems he is not the organizer of Shura Society. So who is the one who can unite the players scattered all over the country and make them submit to you? Most importantly, how did they find your location, and why did they target you? At first, Shen Yao could follow Zhang Yang's train of thought, but as she continued to analyze, her thoughts became confused, so she had to focus on the meat. Wow, it looks delicious. Zhang Yang, who had been thinking deeply, waved his hand. That's it. Then his expression froze, and he looked at Shen Yao, who was standing in front of him. Shen Yao looked back with a tense expression and even stopped eating meat. Xiaobai's hair stood on end, but he did not dare to move. Heart trembled. A cold knife appeared in his hand. He instantly turned around and stabbed. But nothing happened, and the cave was silent. The blade was gently gripped by 2 pale fingers, unable to move. The cold air that touched the cold knife seemed to disappear at this moment, leaving no effect. At some point, a figure appeared behind Zhang Yang, casting a long shadow on the ground. It was about 2 meters tall, wearing a strange purple robe. His skin was pale, like the noble vampires of Western legends. His pupils were a strange shade of purple, and the whites of his eyes were pitch black. From a human aesthetic point of view, he looked handsome and elegant. However, Zhang Yang dared to say that he was definitely not human. In his perception, this person's aura was as creepy and frightening as the netherworld. What a rude person, the purple-robed man complained, and then unclenched his fingers and made a gesture that Zheng Yang did not understand. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuzi. I am a resident of the underworld who loves to eat. Zheng Yang took Xiaobai, carefully took a few steps back, and walked towards Shen Yao. Shen Yao nervously grabbed Zheng Yang's pant leg. Yuji ignored Zheng Yang and the others' vigilance, sat alone by the fire, and politely asked, "Can I try?" Zheng Yang nodded hesitantly and used insight on Yuji %yen#yen question mark. Looking at the large number of distorted characters, a thought flashed through Zheng Yang's mind. Dangerous. Yuji glanced at Zheng Yang, then carefully picked up the piece of meat roasting on the fire, moving carefully, as if he was standing in front of some great treasure. Take a bite. It's not too big and not too small, just right. The juice of the wolf meat came out of his mouth, and Yue's eyes reflected surprise. What is this? How delicious. Much worse than the famous fried corpse worms and dead man's whip sashimi in the underworld. Zheng Yang and Shen Yao looked at each other, but the same thought came to their minds. What is this dark dish? Yuze puffed out his cheeks and ate the food in large bites. Did you cook this? Zheng Yang frowned and nodded, constantly thinking about his response in the depths of his heart. But Yuzi's next sentence made his face change abruptly. Come with me to the underworld. Staying here is a waste of my talent, Yuzi said, with an expectant expression. I can already imagine the reaction of those annoying guys when they eat your food. Just thinking about it is a miracle. Shen Yao suddenly squeezed the hand holding Zheng Yang's pant leg and looked at him nervously. Zheng Yang replied dryly, Sorry, I can't go with you. Yuze stopped eating and tilted his head to look at him. At that moment, boundless terror gripped Zheng Yang's heart. His entire body tensed up, his muscles tensed uncontrollably, and the air seemed to tremble. He only felt that something terrible was watching him. The rest of the world's scenes became blurry and dim, as if only the purple pupil remained. Yuze looked at him calmly. Are you really not going to come with me? You know, this is an opportunity that many people would like to have. There seemed to be a huge power hidden in these simple words. Zheng Yang felt a surge of pressure. The veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and refused. If you need it later, I can prepare it. Yuze raised his eyebrows and curled the corners of his mouth, a little surprised by the answer. What interesting people. After saying this, Zheng Yang felt the pressure on his body suddenly ease. He was kneeling, exhausted, out of breath, and his entire body was sweaty, as if he had been in a sauna. Seeing Zheng Yang in this state, Shen Yao and Xiaobai could no longer sit still. Shen Yao's entire body was shaking as she held Zheng Yang in her arms and looked at Yuze with fear. Xiaobai stood in front of the two of them, baring his teeth and growling at Yuze, his tiger eyes as big as needle tips. The two of them were simply shocked by the aftermath, and it was hard to imagine what Zheng Yang had to face. Yuji ignored Xiaobai and Shen Yao's rude behavior, took a bite of meat, and asked with interest, May I know your name? Zheng Yang felt his limbs were weak and powerless. After settling down in Shen Yao's arms, he said, Zheng Yang, why don't you want to come with me? Yuze asked softly while eating the meat. If you come with me, you won't have to stay in this world and wait for death. Divine punishment every 30 days isn't that easy for you. Zheng Yang keenly grasped the hidden meaning of Yuze's words and asked, You can definitely take me away by force, so why don't you do it? A melon grown by force is not sweet, Yuze said with a pout. Zheng Yang was silent for a moment and then answered Yuze's question. There are people waiting for me at home? I can't just ignore them. Hearing this, Shen Yao couldn't help but glance at Zheng Yang with an inexplicable feeling in her eyes. Home is such a familiar and yet strange word. A memory flashed through Yue's eyes, and then he said, Oh, we've finished eating. What else? The meat that Zheng Yang took out from the inventory was enough for the two of them and the tiger, but he did not expect Yuze to eat it all. Seeing that Yuz was determined to eat his fill, Zheng Yang stood up with difficulty and took out the meat from the inventory to grill it again. Shen Yao looked at Zheng Yang with concern, and Zheng Yang looked at him with reassurance. In exchange for the barbecue you gave me, I can answer you 3 questions, Yuze said leisurely next to him. Zheng Yang's eyes flashed, and he realized that this was an opportunity to obtain information. He continued to grill the meat, thinking about how to make the most of it. Why weren't the creatures from the underworld attacking the hideout? From what he had just said, Zheng Yang guessed that Yuji might know of the player's existence. A hideout? Is that what you call it? Yuji explained to Zheng Yang. After darkness falls, the power of a higher level will be directed downwards to provide protection for your shelter. However, as your shelter grows larger, the effect of this protection will become weaker. Hearing this, Zheng Yang did not feel that his doubts had been resolved, but rather, he had even more doubts. A higher level of power. Why does the effect of the shelter become weaker as the size of the shelter increases? At the same time, he wanted to make a bold attempt, turned the meat over in his hands and began to think about the second question. Why are the players here? Hearing this question, Shen Yao narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuji. She also wanted to know why they were here. She often hides in the world and has seen many of the players' speculations. Some claim that aliens invaded Earth, enslaved all humans, and then conducted an inhuman experiment. Others believe that it could be an unknown cosmic phenomenon. Some even claim that during the experiment, an accident occurred in some country, which led to the current situation. Players have different opinions, but there is no clear result. When this question was asked, Zheng Yang was upset because he was severely punished for the mere intention of exposing him to ruins, which almost cost him his life. And when he said the word sanctuary just now, he was not punished. So he wanted to try and see what the consequences would be if he said the word player to use. The result surprised him, but at the same time, it was expected. Zheng Yang still clearly remembers the warning that appeared then. A revelation is when you run into someone who doesn't know the situation, and Yuz is obviously the one who knows what's going on with the players. This revelation made his breathing quicken slightly. Hearing Zheng Yang's second question, Yuji's gaze, which was fixed on the grill, moved to Zheng Yang and smiled mysteriously. Your appearance is a game, an accident, and also an act of resistance. But the outcome will most likely end in tragedy. Zheng Yang and Shen Yao looked at each other and were confused by these meaningless words. But don't worry. On the day of your death, I will come to take your soul and turn you into a denizen of the underworld. Yuzi smiled and pointed at Zheng Yang. After all, such a good skill can't go to waste. Zheng Yang's scalp tingled when he heard these words. He didn't know whether he should be grateful for the possibility of surviving after death, or whether he was just unlucky enough to be targeted by a big boss of the underworld. Left, and Zheng Yang hesitated, not knowing what to ask. He had too many doubts. He looked at Shen Yao, who was idle and lazy, and said, "The last question is yours, huh?" "Good." Looking at Zheng Yang's affirmative look, Shen Yao thought for a moment and then asked, "If I want to put an end to this, what should I do?" Zheng Yang and Yuze were stunned and silently turned their gazes to Shen Yao. "Isn't my question good enough?" Shen Yao, seeing the two people look at each other with a slight panic, hesitantly asked, "What if I change it?" "No, that's it," Zheng Yang said with satisfaction. "This question is just perfect. Didn't you notice that Yuze didn't say anything?" Hearing the question, Yuze thought deeply, wondering how to answer it. Some words cannot be spoken casually, as they will attract the attention of certain creatures. At the same time, Yuze felt a little dissatisfied that he was put in a difficult position by a little girl who was even younger than him, and this made him feel a little awkward. "Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. As long as you're strong enough, nothing can break you," Yuze replied, after thinking for a moment. Zheng Yang was a little dissatisfied. "Isn't this nonsense? If I were better than you, would it be your turn to talk to me now?" When the last question was asked, the barbecue was cooked and a fragrant smell spread. Yuze grabbed it with hope, then took a bite, A happy smile appeared on his face, and his whole personality became much softer. After Yuzi finished eating, a ray of light came through a crack in the rock at the entrance of the cave. Zheng Yang looked at the dazzling sunlight and muttered to himself, "Dawn." He then looked at Yuz, but found that he had disappeared at some point. Zheng Yang looked at Shen Yao questioningly, and Shen Yao also looked surprised, showing that she had not noticed Yuz's disappearance. "Let's go." Zheng Yang, feeling tired, carried Shen Yao on his back. Noticing this, Shen Yao asked worriedly, "Do you want to rest for a while?" "No, let's go back as soon as possible so that we don't run into that old monster that pops out of nowhere again," Zheng Yang said as he shook his head. After drinking a bottle of life force potion, the two men and the tiger set off on their way back. They arrived safely at Zheng Yang's courtyard when the sky began to darken again. "Mr. Zheng Yang, welcome." Opening the door, Elias's joyful expression suddenly froze. His gaze was fixed on the little girl Zheng Yang was carrying. Zheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief as he finally returned home. "Elias, this is Shen Yao. She will be staying with you in the same room for a while," Zheng Yang introduced. Oh, okay," Elias said absent-mindedly. Shen Yao was quite surprised to see the beautiful werewolf girl. It turned out to be Elia. Shen Yao nodded to Elia in greeting. Elia smiled wryly. After several people entered the courtyard, Shen Yao couldn't help but open his mouth. The floor was paved with neatly laid slate tiles. The branches of the sacred red cherry tree were swaying in the wind in the courtyard, and there was a large pool in the center of the courtyard. The entire courtyard was spotlessly clean and created an atmosphere of tranquility. This is your hideout?" Jealousy made Shen Yao completely unrecognizable. "What kind of life am I living compared to Zheng Yang?" Looking at Shen Yao's surprised expression, Zheng Yang was quite proud. Hearing the noise in the yard, Sivas led Tasha out of the house. Currently, Zheng Yang lives alone in one room. Arias lives in another. Sivas and Tasha live in a third, and Rudin and a few others live in a third. "Welcome back, Master Zheng Yang." Sivas and Tasha bowed slightly, then looked at Shen Yao. "Who is this?" "This is my friend Shen Yao. She is a pharmacist and will be living with us from today onwards." Zheng Yang briefly introduced Shen Yao to everyone. After handing her over to Elia, Zheng Yang returned home and took out a cloudy transformation bead from his inventory. Core introduction. Can the shelter be upgraded? Yes, no. On the way back, he checked the operation of the shelter core, but the option was still inactive. Now that we have returned to the shelter, it can be used. The introduction only had one short sentence, which made Zheng Yang completely unable to guess the effect after using it. But he still decided to try it, because if he didn't try it, he would never know. After choosing, the turbid bead dissipated right in Zheng Yang's hand. Then the entire courtyard shook violently, and everyone ran out of the house in a panic. Zheng Yang also came to the courtyard. I saw that the black stone wall surrounding the courtyard began to move backwards, and most of the furniture in the courtyard moved along with it. The changes continued for several minutes, and then stopped. The area of the yard is now almost unchanged from what it was before. The area of the yard and the house has increased significantly, and the black stone wall has become much higher. Ding dong, vault core detected, servant panel loading. Ding dong, loading complete. At this moment, Zheng Yang's vision was disrupted again and disappeared after a few breaths. Zheng Yang glanced at the servant additional option in the lower right corner and was pleasantly surprised. One enhancement has brought me so much benefit. I wonder what benefit a servant will bring. Master Zheng Yang, is it because of you that the changes in the courtyard have occurred? Elias, who had always been keeping a close eye on Zheng Yang, found that he showed no signs of panic. Zheng Yang nodded slightly, then waved his hand and said, "I have one more thing. Let's talk about it over dinner tonight." Elias opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. She wanted to stay with Mr. Zheng Yang for a while longer. After the woman named Shen Yao returned, Elias felt a little nervous for some reason. She didn't know what kind of mood it was and returned home in a depressed state. Inside the house, Shen Yao was lying on Elias's bed and could clearly see what was happening outside through the window. She said calmly, "Elias, you like Zheng Yang, right?" Elias, who had been depressed, suddenly gave vent to her worries, and her face twisted. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Shen Yao rolled her eyes. "It's so obvious that anyone can see it." Elias sat on the edge of the bed, her wolf ears drooping in shame. "Master Zheng Yang is so outstanding. I can only sweep the floor and cook. Every time Master Zheng Yang encounters difficulties, I can't help him. If you like someone, just pursue her boldly. This doesn't look like recruiting a subordinate. If you don't take action, I will." "Don't blame me for not reminding you back then," Shen Yao said mercilessly. Elias looked at her in confusion. "What happened to you?" Shen Yao was speechless for a moment, but after a pause, she showed firm confidence. If I take action, you won't have a single chance." Elias asked in confusion. "Why? Isn't it normal for a strong man to have several wives?" Shen Yao looked at her in surprise. What kind of magic potion did Zheng Yang give her? Not only is she beautiful and talented, but she also allows her husband to find other women. Do werewolves really pull so many pranks? When did Shen Yao doubt herself? On the other hand, in the main house, Zheng Yang discovered that the 2 remaining shelter cores in his inventory had disappeared. This made him realize that he must have been used up when loading the servant. After opening the servant, there are 4 options: gardener, boxer, warrior, and rune master. Focus your mind on the gardener, and a new panel will appear in front of you. Occupation: gardener can be given to Elias, Sievers, Rudin. Jill Zheng Yang looked at the panel in front of him and belatedly widened his eyes. A servant can actually give other people slaves. However, after the shock, Zheng Yang found that all the people who could be given a profession were very favorable to him. However, I don't have 2 professions, warrior and rune master, so why are they displayed on the panel? After thinking for a while, Zheng Yang came to a conclusion. When he was in the werewolf tribe, he read many documents written by the werewolf tribe about recruiting warriors and rune masters. In order to be prepared for any eventuality, he relied on his strong memory to memorize most of the contents. Could it be that by understanding most of the information about this profession, I can appear in servant? Zheng Yang felt that his brain had become unexpectedly flexible at this moment. What about the job card? As a carrier of career information, it contains a lot of information about it. If I have a work record, don't I need to know so much information? Or if I don't have this profession, will the servant also indicate it? Zheng Yang decided to try it himself. If it works, the card in his hands will be useful. Zheng Yang casually took out the work record. In front of you. Discovered professions that can be enabled. Tailor Yes No Zheng Yang was overjoyed and decisively chose yes. The job card in his hand shattered into pieces, and its fragments scattered into the air. Panel now had the option to choose the tailor profession. Zheng Yang felt an uncontrollable excitement rising in his heart. The only downside to this feature may be that it cannot be assigned to oneself, and the work card will disappear after being turned on. But to use it, the profession that the person currently has is enough. Then he took out all the inauguration cards, including the ones he got for killing the 3 Shura Society members and the ones he found in the ruins. There were exactly 10 of them. They were wolf servant, gourmet, swordsman, warrior, chef, ascetic, craftsman, tailor, priest, and hunter. To be honest, Zheng Yang was very curious about how many professions there were. After collecting all the work cards, Zheng Yang called Alias. "Alias, I have a job that suits you perfectly. I wonder if you will like it." "Master Zheng Yang, I have very little talent, so it may be difficult for me to get this job." Eyes gleamed in surprise at this, but then she became disappointed. "I've been training to become a warrior for years, but I've never made any progress. Among werewolves, it's not only men who can become warriors. Women can do it too, but the chances are very low, while the chances of a pie falling from the sky may be higher." Zheng Yang looked at Elia encouragingly. "Don't worry, I know how to help you start right now." Elia looked surprised. "Are you ready?" "Ready." Elia's face was tense. Zheng Yang clicked on the wolf servant option and selected a nickname from the recipients. Elias's eyes suddenly widened. The moment Zheng Yang answered yes, a huge amount of information exploded in her head. My heart began to beat non-stop, and the sound of bones moving in my body could be heard. The fur on her wolf ears and tail darkened and became thick. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her aura became even deeper and wilder. Zheng Yang looked at Elia nervously. It was his first time using this ability, and he didn't know how it would manifest. The process continued for several minutes before Elia stopped. Her personality is now very different from before. Her gaze is full of calm and wisdom, and her sharp aura is uncontrollable. But when she looked at Zheng Yang, her calm and wisdom suddenly evaporated, and gentleness took over again. She said happily, "Great, Master Zheng Yang. I have succeeded. I will be able to help you in the future." Hearing this, Zheng Yang smiled calmly. Elias's temperamental outburst made him a little nervous. "How are you feeling?" Zheng Yang asked. Elias tilted her head and thought for a moment. "It feels strange, like something was suddenly shoved into my body." Sparring. Zheng Yang suddenly felt an itch and wondered what kind of abilities Elias's job as a wolf servant gave him. Besides, the others were too weak on weekdays, and he didn't know who to turn to for practice. Sivers is a weak support, and he's impossible to beat. He had already communicated with Sivers and learned that the Rune Master profession was almost impossible to deal direct damage, at least in the current first stage. As an auxiliary tool, it was undoubtedly comprehensive, combining the effects of strengthening, control, healing, and weakening. However, the power of a Rune Master comes from the runes, and runes must be mastered through training. The more runes you learn, and the more skillfully you use them, the more powerful the Rune Master will become. At least, that's the norm. But I don't know how the Grox will react either. Eyes lit up when she heard this, and she couldn't wait to try it. Good. The two men went out into the yard and happened to see Rudin returning from hunting with several other people. Several people looked at Zheng Yang and Elijah confronting each other in the courtyard, and their faces couldn't help but show curiosity. Zheng Yang looked at the courtyard, which was more spacious than before, and joked to himself that this time the larger courtyard was quite convenient. "Come on." Seeing that Elia on the opposite side was ready, Zheng Yang beckoned with his finger. The timidity on Elia's face disappeared, and her expression and eyes became serious. Her nails and hair became longer, her pupils became amber, 4 sharp fangs grew in her mouth, and a wild aura enveloped her. In an invisible place, the muscles of Elia's body became firmer and stronger, and her organs became more sensitive. Wolf servant skill. Beast transformation. They stared at each other for a moment, and then Elia took the first step. She rushed forward, her fingers turning into claws, and grabbed Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang dodged to the side. Elias took advantage of the situation and gave chase, using her arms and legs as powerful weapons, continuously attacking Zheng Yang. However, due to her lack of practical experience, her attacks had no rules, and she acted solely on the basis of subconscious reactions. During this process, Zheng Yang continued to dodge without resisting, and observed the changes in Elijah. His strength, reaction, physical strength, and other abilities had all become much higher, and his concentration was simply astonishing. All be related to the changes she had just experienced, the skills of the wolf servant profession. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, Elia held her breath. Howl. A wolf howl erupted from Elia's mouth, and invisible sound waves caused strong vibrations in the air. Zheng Yang was frightened by the wolf's howl, and his mind was instantly confused. But because Zheng Yang's mental strength was quite high, the slow movement only lasted for an instant. But this instant of slowing down was enough. Elias took advantage of the momentum, instantly accelerating, rushing forward in front of Zheng Yang, and latched onto his chest with one claw. The sudden change left Zheng Yang no time to react. Elias punched him right in the face, sending him flying back several meters. "Mr. Zheng Yang!" Seeing this, The calmness in Elia's eyes instantly disappeared, and she rushed forward in panic, breaking out of her beast state. Zheng Yang looked at his chest. The clothes there were torn, revealing the skin. There were 5 red marks on the skin, from which blood oozed out. Current physical index is 27.2. Combined with his professional boxing skills that protect his body with iron skin and steel bones, his body is incredibly tough and not easy to break through. Mr. Zheng Yang, I didn't mean to say that, Elias said, a little confused. Zheng Yang looked at her helplessly. Was he really that fragile? He then asked, "Did you just use the wolf servant class's ability?" Elias nodded. "Yes, after joining the party, I mastered 3 abilities: Beast Transformation, Wolf Howl, and Powerful Attack." After Elias's explanation, Zheng Yang understood the possibilities of the wolf servant profession. Transformation. After transforming into a beast, all of the body's senses become more sensitive. The body's constitution becomes stronger, and the wolf-like features on the body become more pronounced. Wolf Howl can intimidate the enemy and put them into a state of shock for a short time. Assault has faster movement and attack speed, and stronger breakthrough power. In addition, Arias's intuition regarding danger has become even stronger, which is characteristic of this job. Rudin and the others walked up and looked at Elia in surprise. When did Miss Elias become so powerful? I feel that this power is no less than the clan chief and elders. Hearing everyone's praise, Elia lowered her head in embarrassment. It's all thanks to Master Zheng Yang. Everyone looked at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang did not reveal his abilities, but instead showed the professions he offered and asked several people to choose the ones they liked the most. This is also done to prevent the punishment that would follow if his intentions were revealed. None of them had joined the company yet, but they had witnessed the wonderful qualities of Sivas and Zheng Yang, so naturally they were eager to try it. After all, the desire for evolution is embedded in the instinct of all living things. After listening to the choices of several people, Zheng Yang was a little surprised, but after thinking carefully, he realized that the choice was quite reasonable. Some of them chose the profession of Rune Master. They had the most contact with Sivas when they were in the werewolf tribe and knew the most about the Rune Masters, which was only natural. After selecting several servants, the distribution of jobs was completed in a short time. Several people felt their bodies filled with power and their minds filled with a huge amount of knowledge and information. And it was incredible. Even the expression in his eyes when he looked at Zheng Yang changed slightly. After distributing the professions to several people, Zheng Yang asked Alias and the others to practice well, and then returned to his home. Seeing that there was only one person left who could be given a profession, Sivas, Zheng Yang found that people who were given a profession could not obtain it again. Servant-only Sivas was left standing naked on the panel. Zheng Yang suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he gave it to the one who already occupied this post? Nothing bad should happen, so, driven by curiosity, he clicked on the Rune Master option and decided to give it to Sifos. At Sivas' house, Sivas, who was working on runes, suddenly felt an electric shock in his brain, and his eyes went dim. After a few seconds, his consciousness returned. He sat up from his chair. Tasha, who was sewing clothes on the bed, looked up and asked, "What's wrong, dear? I'll go find Master Zheng Yang." After saying a few words, Sivas ran out the door, leaving Tasha in the house in confusion. In the main house, Zheng Yang had just finished the operation when there was a knock on the door. He had some suspicions about who had come. Opening the door, Sivas looked at Zheng Yang with excitement. "Master Zheng Yang, it's you. This must be your strength. Come in and talk." Seeing Sivas' excitement, Zheng Yang realized what was going on. He stepped aside to make room for him and invited Sivas to enter the house. After pouring Sivas a glass of water, Zheng Yang sat down opposite him, crossed his fingers and asked, "What happened?" Sivas looked at Zheng Yang's calm and composed appearance and roughly understood his inner thoughts. "Just now, I was practicing runes, and suddenly all possible knowledge about runes poured into my mind. Everything I didn't know about the Rune Masters suddenly became clear. Now, if I cast runes again, they will be even stronger than before. After hearing this, Zheng Yang used insight on Siva's, and his personal panel appeared in front of him. Name: Siva's race. Werewolf level 1. Job: Rune Master. Level 1. HP: 136/136. Mana: 212/212 Constitution. 13.6 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, endurance, etc. Spirit: 20.7 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills: Rune Mastery, Rune Carving, Rune Manipulation. There were no changes in other aspects, but Siva's spiritual attribute reached the threshold of level 2. Now Siphos's complex attribute has reached 34.3, which is very close to level 240. I believe it will not be long before another level 2 strongman appears in his court. By then, we will be more confident in our ability to withstand future natural disasters. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the countdown in the upper left corner. 332:34:53. Looking at the decreasing numbers, Zheng Yang felt dejected in his heart. As I learned more and more about this world, including what Yuze said earlier, I realized that the disaster that occurs every 30 days has a complex meaning. It may be more difficult for players to hear the hidden information in Yuze's words. Mr. Ying Zheng Yang, what's wrong with you? Sivas asked in confusion, seeing Zheng Yang's suddenly sad face. Zheng Yang shook his head. Nothing special. Just focus on training and reach the second level as soon as possible. I'll ask Rudin and the others to collect more magic stones while they're hunting. Time is running out. Are you worried about the impending disaster? Sivas asked after thinking for a moment. Zheng Yang nodded. I don't know what will happen then. When Marian and the others were interrogated earlier, Marian told them about the disasters that had happened in the past. There was a time when the scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the earth so that even the air we breathed was hot. There was a devastating flood coming out of nowhere and drowning everything. A cold wave swept across the country, and the extreme low temperatures froze all signs of life. Each catastrophe lasts about a day, but begins to flare up after the previous one ends. The creatures of the underworld that now rage outside at night appeared only after the end of the last catastrophe, but similar situations have happened before. According to the records of the werewolf tribe, the same disaster will not happen again and again. The last time was a storm, and such a disaster has never happened before, but it is most likely related to the creatures of the underworld. Hearing Zheng Yang's words, Sivas felt his inner uneasiness. Thinking of the victims who were tormented by the werewolves every time, he paused for a moment and said solemnly, Mr. Zheng Yang, if something unexpected happens, I will die before you. Hearing this, Zheng Yang was stunned, with mixed feelings. He never imagined that he would ever meet a person who would give his life for him. Don't say such unpleasant things. Zheng Yang chuckled to ease the tense atmosphere. It hasn't come to that yet. After Sivas said goodbye and left, only Zheng Yang remained in the main house. He couldn't help but lower his head and think about the further development of their group. Yitian Tian is a huge canyon. When viewed from above, it looks like an endless scar stretching across the entire earth. At the bottom of Yitian Tian Canyon, there is a jungle, and a stream flows through it. Opposite it, a complex of wooden houses was built. Mu Tianfeng walked into the building in the center with a tired expression. It was the residence of Tu Xiu, the president of the Shura Society. After knocking on the door, Mu Tianfeng entered the house and slammed the wooden door. Compared to other buildings, this building occupies a very large area. Inside, the house is furnished in a modern style. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a living room, and even a bathroom. You have failed. A voice came from the living room. Mu Tianfeng walked into the living room with an expressionless face, looked at the figure lounging on the wooden sofa in the living room, and said nothing. In the living room sat a man in his 30s with a bad temper, a gloomy face, blood-red eyes, a short 3-piece, and a height of about 1.7 meters. At this moment, he looked at Mu Tianfeng with a smile. An unexpected situation occurred, and Shen Yao brought reinforcements that were very strong. Mu Tianfeng said in a deep voice. Tu Xiu asked in surprise, "Even you can't defeat me?" Mu Tianfeng nodded slightly. "What is his job?" "I have no idea." "What's your name?" "I have no idea." Tu Xiu smiled strangely. "Why don't you know anything?" Mu Tianfeng remained silent. At this moment, someone kicked the door and walked in, dragging a person behind them. Wu Wang was taken aback for a moment when he saw Mu Tianfeng, and then greeted him warmly. "Hey, isn't that Lao Mu?" Mu Tianfeng ignored him. Seeing Mu Tianfeng ignoring him and feeling the disharmonious atmosphere between them, Wu Wang suddenly remembered something. "What? Are you mistaken?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to ever make a mistake. Knock on wood." Mu Tianfeng's business style is well known for its stability in Shura society, and he has never failed. He didn't expect that he would fail this time either. Seeing Tu Xiu looking in his direction, Wu Wan quickly stopped smiling, coughed twice, and said, "I didn't miss." After finishing speaking, he threw what he was holding at Tu Xiu's feet. Tu Xiu then smiled warmly, walked over to the unconscious man, sniffed him, and put on a drunken expression. "Yes, a very rich breath of life. I like it very much." Then his palm pierced the heart, ending the life of this unfortunate guy. Threads of blood and energy rose from the corpse and were absorbed into Tu Xiu's body along his arms, while the corpse on the ground shrank at an extremely high speed. Face turned unnaturally red, and he sighed in satisfaction. Mu Tianfeng couldn't help but step back, and even the talkative Wu Wan swallowed what he was about to say. Ensure a society that Tu Xiu has a mild form of mental illness, which most often manifests itself when he is having fun, so it is best to stay away from him at this time. "Why are you so far away from me?" Having absorbed the energy, Tu Xiu looked at both of them with some displeasure. Wu Wang said with a forced expression, "Isn't it because I'm afraid of disturbing you?" Tu Xiu tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that this was right. He looked at Mu Tianfeng and asked, "How strong is this person?" Mu Tianfeng thought for a moment and said, "I feel on par with you." Tu Xiu asked in surprise, "Such a high assessment?" Wu Wang, who was standing next to him, also expressed disbelief. They had all experienced Tu Xiu's power. It could be said that they were in different dimensions. Even if several captains of their Shura society attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. This hit Wu Wang hard at that time. "We all started from scratch together, so why are you so strong?" Sometimes he even wondered if Tu Xiu was open. "I didn't expect that there was someone as strong as Tu Xiu." Recalling the scene of their meeting, Wu Wan suddenly laughed. He was looking forward to the scene of a fierce fight between them. Mu Tianfeng nodded after hearing Tu Xiu's question. The feeling of oppression is very strong, and he has 2 level 2 items and a very strong pet. But I'm missing one person. What should I do? Hearing this, Tu Xiu nodded in agreement, and then changed the topic. "How about this? You take it all on yourself?" Expression did not change, but sweat appeared on his forehead. "Well, I still have something to do, so you guys go and do your own thing." Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Wan immediately ran away. Tu Xiu ignored Wu Wang and continued to talk to himself. "But your combat power is still quite high. I still feel a little reluctant to let you go." He suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly, "How about this? If you can hold out against me for 5 minutes, I will let you go. What do you think?" Mu Tianfeng swallowed, and his face turned pale. In Zheng Yang's courtyard, life had returned to a peaceful course after Shen Yao was saved. On weekdays, in addition to practicing his professional skills, Zheng Yang also sparred with Elias and other fighters. His characteristics and various skills continued to improve. The strength of others also steadily increased due to repeated competition. It is worth mentioning that due to Zheng Yang's continuous ripening, all the red cherry fruits in the courtyard were ripened, and each one was as big as a fist. Compared to previous red cherries, the effect of the sacred fruit is much stronger. Holy fruit red cherry level, 2. Introduction restores 80 mana and has a chance to increase the mana limit. After consuming a large amount of sacred red cherry fruits and crystal cores, Zheng Yang's mana level had reached 780, and he could already afford the consumption needed to upgrade most items. Went outside and touched his main house with his palm, opening the upgrade panel. The first option he found was to replace the wooden house with a tiled one. The modern panels are very different from the old ones. Zheng Yang collected many plans, and now he has a lot to choose from. Wooden house, roof tile house. Attached plans: kitchen, living room, storage room, bedroom, balcony, 3-story project. Cost 690. Mana yes no upgrade. Since there are many attached plans selected, the required mana will also increase. But Zheng Yang didn't even look at it and simply replied, yes. At the moment of confirmation, the wooden house in front of him was illuminated with white light. Then the light began to spread to the sides, and after a few minutes, it dissipated. Inside, it turned out that the house was completely different from the original. The original simple wooden house was rebuilt into a 3-story stone and brick building with tiled trim, occupying twice the area of the original and looking quite impressive. Zheng Yang suppressed the emotions raging in his heart and opened the door, which had a completely different texture from the original. Entering the house, you will see a rather simple and primitive living room. On the first floor, there is a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. The basement is used as a warehouse. The second floor is mostly living space with 5 bedrooms. The third floor has only 1 bedroom, a practice room, and an office. Most of the furniture in the room is in its original form. Overall layout is significantly different from what Zheng Yang imagined, which can be considered a shortcoming of the renovation. Looking at the inappropriate furniture, Zheng Yang went out into the courtyard and called everyone. It was already noon, and in an hour or two it would be night. So no one went out, everyone stayed in their rooms. After Zheng Yang called, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar building behind him. This. It was all wrong from the beginning. Shen Yao looked at the imposing little building, her red lips slightly parted. Then she pouted and asked, "Quickly tell the truth. What kind of magic did you use?" Elias's eyes shone. Master Zheng Yang is simply amazing. He really created such a beautiful building. Tribe is still a tribal society, and there are no brick or stone buildings in the tribe. This was partly due to technology, partly due to efficiency, but it did not stop Elias from finding the building beautiful. Sivas, Rudin, and others were also struck by the building's majesty. Several other werewolves exclaimed, "This is a miracle!" Zheng Yang felt a little disdain for the ignorance of the people around him. Besides Shen Yao, I wonder what expressions would appear on other people's faces if they saw the skyscrapers and steel scaffolding of modern society. Previous chapter contents. After everyone entered the main house for a tour, Zheng Yang came out of the room and upgraded other items one by one. Black rock wall, upgrade water gathering stone, water spirit pearl, upgrade fire bow, blazing sun, bow, upgrade sword, 100 upgrade steel sword, cold light knife, winter blade pond, small artificial lake after. As his mana was depleted and replenished several times, Zheng Yang's brain began to ache, and an overwhelming feeling of weakness began to emanate from the depths of his body. Zheng Yang looked at the courtyard that had changed dramatically, and then stopped, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Looking at the time in the upper left corner, I realized that there were less than 10 days left until the disaster. Zheng Yang's eyes flashed, and the next step was to make some preparations. Although the high and thick walls surrounding the courtyard gave people a sense of security, he was still unsure how effective it would be. In the evening, Zheng Yang, Elias, and Sivas were neatly dressed in the courtyard. Tasha looked at them with concern, knowing that she could not stop them. She could only say, "Be sure to return safely." Next, several people will go out to hunt for creatures from the underworld and collect crystal cores. The crystal core can be used not only by Zheng Yang, but also by Sivas and Alias to improve their kingdom. However, After Zheng Yang entered the second level, the effect of the first level crystal core became weaker and weaker. Just in case, he asked the others to stay in the courtyard and left the Blazing Sun Bow to Rudin. After upgrading to Blazing Sun Bow, its power became even higher, but of course, its fuel consumption also increased. When they were getting ready to leave, Shen Yao ran out of the house. "These are the potions I just developed. Take them." Shen Yao walked up to Zheng Yang and took out several potion bottles from her inventory. She then said solemnly, "Stay in touch." She thought of the gourmet she had met before, whose origin was unknown but who was incredibly strong. After receiving the package, Zheng Yang checked the product information. There are 2 types of potions: concentrated healing liquid and netherworld potion, 5 bottles of each. Due to lack of time, Shen Yao only prepared 5. Concentrated healing liquid is an upgraded version of healing liquid that has a more pronounced health recovery effect. Each bottle restores 120 health. However, after reading it, Zheng Yang seriously suspected that the medicine Shen Yao had sold him earlier was diluted with water. Looking at Zheng Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Yao felt a little guilty and pretended not to care. Potion is the potion that Shen Yao mentioned earlier, which can assimilate a person's aura with that of the netherworld creatures at night. According to her, the main ingredient of this potion is the blood of the netherworld creatures. After reading the information about the 2 potions, Zheng Yang thanked Shen Yao and walked out of the courtyard with the 2 people waiting nearby. The moment Zheng Yang walked out of the courtyard, the underworld creatures wandering around the courtyard seemed to have suddenly received a GPS signal, turned their heads to look at the 3 people, and then rushed towards them. Under the effect of the insight spell, they were all Tier 1 underworld creatures that Zheng Yang didn't need to worry about, so he handed them over to Elia to gain more experience in witchcraft. This was Arias's first real combat experience, and it was completely different from her previous sparring training. After receiving instructions from Zheng Yang, Elias immediately entered this state. The softness on her face disappeared, giving way to calm. An animal transformation occurs. Her figure turned into a sharp arrow and rushed forward. She pulled out a tempered steel sword from her belt and instantly cut off the zombie closest to her. But the zombie stood up again, arched, and rushed at Arias. At this time, other creatures of the underworld, attracted by the noise made by Elias, attacked her one after another. Elias's figure moved nimbly among the numerous creatures of the underworld, cutting off the arm of one with a sword and twisting the body of another with a kick, but rarely inflicting fatal injuries. As a result, more and more enemies gathered around her, and she began to receive injuries. Zheng Yang shook his head and noticed that the creatures from the underworld were starting to gather in the distance. He decided to help, just in case. But at that moment, Arya suddenly seemed to come to her senses, and a wolf howl was heard. All the inhabitants of the underworld were momentarily frightened, and she took this opportunity to cut off the heads of all the zombies around her. He then quickly chopped the bone sheep into pieces and then attacked and cut the zombie in half. After killing the last creature from the underworld, Elia walked towards Zheng Yang a little tiredly, wagging her tail with an expression that looked like she was asking for praise. "Not bad. You have greatly improved your results compared to before." Zheng Yang touched her head and praised her. On Elijah's face, Sivas also said with a hint of excitement, "I still remember when I first left the tribe, Miss Elias was still a weak girl. I didn't expect that she would become so strong." Zheng Yang also nodded in agreement. "When I first met Elias, she was still a meek girl who spoke with her eyes downcast, was timid, and cried for a long time if she was hit. Now, she looks much more cheerful than before." After collecting the available crystal cores, a few of them went to a more distant place. The Wolf King Range covers a very large area. To the east are patches of forest that form an irregular rectangle. To the west are continuous mountain ranges, the highest peaks of which are shrouded in clouds and fog. The first ruins that Zheng Yang explored were in an area where forests and mountains meet. At the moment, this is the only area of the Wolf King Range that Zheng Yang has not yet visited. Another purpose of the trip is to study the situation in the mountainous region. As for werewolves, Their activities are usually concentrated in the forest, and little is known about the mountainous areas. When I left the courtyard, I found myself in pitch darkness, and only in the dim moonlight could I discern the outlines of the surroundings. Zheng Yang took out a fluorite lantern and illuminated the surroundings. The three of them made their way to the mountains, cutting their way through. Along the way, they encountered many creatures from the underworld, but most of them were first level, and some were second level. With the combined efforts of several people, they managed to escape danger. The road surface in the mountainous area is relatively uneven, with winding paths and many ups and downs. But fortunately, the physical characteristics of many people are not weak, and Zheng Yang needs no introduction. The physical parameters of both werewolves are naturally very high. After Aaliyah received the Wolf Squire job, her physical strength increased even more. After Cephos added some runes to himself, he began to move even faster. Soon, they reached the middle of the mountain. Are visible. Zheng Yang looked at the smooth road in front of him with confusion. Although it was not obvious, Zheng Yang still noticed the unnaturalness of what was happening in front of him. The combination of the road surface and the surrounding environment created a strong sense of incongruity. He squatted down, picked up a handful of gravel, and examined it carefully. It was all artificially crushed gravel, scattered on the ground. Zheng Yang stroked the stones in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Previous chapter contents. "Is there something wrong with these stones?" Seaforth asked. Zheng Yang shook his head. At this point, it was just a guess, and it was possible that he had made the wrong decision, so there was no need to tell them both the truth just yet. This short pause did not detain the three for long. After that, they sped up their journey, crossing mountains and rivers. At this time, the inhabitants of the underground world became increasingly rare. Everything he experienced along the way convinced Zheng Yang more and more that there were traces of man on this mountain, or that there had been traces of man here in the past. After several people climbed to the top of the mountain, they found it empty and flat, like the top of a mountain that had been razed to the ground. Such a beautiful Arius could not help but walk to the edge, her black eyes shining. The altitude here is so great that we penetrate deep into the clouds and are surrounded by a sea of clouds. The night sky is filled with stars, and the misty moonlight falls on the mountain top, reflecting a quiet and peaceful landscape. Zheng Yang noticed a stone tablet standing in the corner and walked over to examine it. On the stone tablet, Tianlang City, Sirius City and the werewolf tribe. Zheng Yang noticed an obvious connection between the two. "Seaforth, come here and look at this." Severs walked closer and looked at the writing on the stone tablet. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "Master Zheng Yang, I have never heard of Tianlang City." Zheng Yang was a little disappointed to hear this. "Let me think about it." Looking around, Elias noticed two people squatting in front of a stone tablet and whispering, so she walked over to it. "Sirius City." Seeing the words on the stone tablet, she silently repeated the name to herself, and Elia frowned. Such a familiar name, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Seeing that none of them knew anything about this place, Zheng Yang went there to scout out the situation. This plain on top of the mountain is quite vast, and the ground underfoot is very flat. However, looking at this bare plain, Zheng Yang always feels very uneasy, as if something is missing, as if something has disappeared. Oh, now I remember. Elias, who had been racking her brains for a long time, suddenly slapped her forehead and finally remembered where she had heard this phrase. Her father is Belmont, the chieftain of the werewolf clan. Although she is not particularly popular, she often appears next to Belmont due to her status as the chieftain's daughter. Elias vaguely remembered that her father had once uttered the word Sirius City while drunk at a dinner party. He was still muttering something like glory to the ancestors. After hearing Elias's story, Zheng Yang frowned. No doubt that there must be some connection between Sirius City and the werewolf tribe. But since the information was too scattered, he was unable to draw any conclusions. Roar. As Zheng Yang was pondering, a deafening dragon roar rang out, made their eardrums hurt, and several people covered their ears with pained expressions on their faces. A huge bone dragon jumped out of the clouds, and its flapping bone wings stirred up the clouds and fog, and the wind howled on the platform on the top of the mountain. After the pain in their eardrums subsided, the three of them raised their heads and saw the whole scene. A bone dragon lying on the ground. A faint blue flame was burning in the eye sockets of the dragon's head and inside the huge skeleton. It has a huge body, and its appearance is similar to a Western dragon. Feeling the terrifying oppressive influence of the bone dragon, Zheng Yang cast an insight spell on it. Bone dragon race. Netherworld creatures. Skeletal creatures. Level 3 HP. 1280 out of 1280. Mana 1130 out of 1130. Constitution 31.2. Spirit 30.1. Zheng Yang had a serious expression. It was a true level 3 existence, without any impurities. But what happened to this greatly exceeded health and mana? Zheng Yang was puzzled. But there was no time to answer questions or dispel doubts. Mouth was blazing with dark blue flames, and the dragon's breath was directed straight at several people. "Get out of the way!" Zheng Yang shouted loudly, and his figure immediately rushed away. Sivas and Elia were only level 1, so they naturally had a hard time and almost got hit by the dragon's breath. However, the high temperature from the dragon's breath still made their skin turn red. After several people dodged, they looked at the charred marks on the ground, and their hearts began to beat in unison. Zheng Yang felt the terrifying power contained in the dragon's breath. Even though he had skills that increased his durability, such as iron skin and steel bones, he did not dare to resist her. When he still felt afraid, the dragon's bony tail came crashing down on him with great force and speed. Several people narrowly avoided it, but then a dark blue dragon's breath came out from them. All three quickly dodged, looking very embarrassed. When the three of them thought that the dragon's breath was about to run out, unexpectedly, the breath from the bone dragon's mouth did not stop, but swept straight towards them. Elias happened to be in this range, and it was the time when her old power was gone, and the new power had not yet been born. Wild instincts told her, "Danger! Danger! Danger!" But Elias did not have the strength to dodge. She only watched the dragon's breath approaching her with a pale face and closed her eyes in despair. At the critical moment, Zheng Yang suddenly moved in and threw Elijah out of reach, then tried to use his iron sheets and steel bones to resist. Cyphus hurriedly took out a pen and quickly wrote down various runes to strengthen defense, which he then shot at Zheng Yang's body before he was engulfed in dark blue flames. "Mr. Zheng Yang!" Alea screamed shrilly as she watched the blueness engulf the figure. After the dragon's breath stopped, a slightly burnt figure appeared, standing motionless in the same place, with thick smoke still coming out from its body. "It's all because of me. It's all because of me." Elia silently watched this scene, feeling her heart being torn apart. "Ah!" A trembling, painful, and angry sound came out from Elia's throat. Under the influence of intense grief, her sanity had disappeared. A cold and distant aura suddenly emanated from her, and her beast-like abilities and attack skills were pushed to the extreme. Elia rushed towards the bone dragon with bloodshot eyes. The speed with which she rushed forward was completely different from before, and her momentum was as sharp as that of a defeated army. Seeing this, Sivas overcame his dizziness, wrote another power rune and fired it at Arius, and then wrote another binding rune and fired it at the bone dragon. After the power rune was integrated into Arius's body, her aura became even more powerful. Rune turned into chains above the bone dragon, binding its limbs. Zheng Yang, who had been unconscious, came to his senses a little when Arius roared. He slightly opened his charred eyelids and accidentally saw Arius rushing towards the bone dragon. "Return!" Zheng Yang raised his hand with difficulty, trying to stop Elia's behavior. He barely survived thanks to the toughness of his iron skin and steel bones, as well as the numerous defense-enhancing runes cast by Cyphos. And Arius is only level 1, and a level 1 is fighting a level 3. Is she crazy? He knew better than anyone how big the gap was between them. So there was no hurry. They had to run. At this moment, Zheng Yang's health bar was almost at the bottom, and he felt a strong burning sensation on his skin. After thinking about it, he opened his inventory and a bottle of emerald green potion appeared in his hand. Concentrated healing liquid. With great effort, he raised his hand and drank the entire bottle of potion, and his health began to slowly recover. Zheng Yang felt that his strength had returned, but it was not enough. He immediately took out another bottle and swallowed it. The charred skin on his body began to peel off like puff pastry, revealing the soft skin inside. On the other hand, reality was harsh, and Elias's figure flew straight out. The chains formed by the bind rune were paper thin and had no effect, creating no obstacle for the bone dragon. The discarded figurine of Arias accidentally hit the stone tablet with the inscription Sirius City. No one knew what material the tablet was made of, but it did not budge despite such a strong blow. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. A blinding light suddenly burst out from the stone slab, illuminating the entire plain on the top of the mountain. As the light dissipated, the bone dragon looked around the entire plain in confusion, the dark fire in its eyes betraying an almost human confusion. Sivas, Elias, and Zheng Yang disappeared, and everything fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Only the acrid smell left by the dragon's breath indicated that a battle had just broken out here. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere in the dim hall. Zheng Yang looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened. He only remembered being suddenly filled with white light, and here he was. Cough, cough, cough. Elia lay on the ground and suddenly coughed up blood. It was obvious that the bone dragon's attack had caused her extremely serious damage. Under the effect of the insight spell, Elia's health was less than a third and was continuing to deteriorate due to her injuries. Zheng Yang quickly took out a concentrated healing liquid and gave it to her to drink. Only then did Elia's complexion look much better. Elias looked at the burns on Zheng Yang's skin and blamed himself. Master Zheng Yang, forgive me. I messed everything up. Next time, don't be so reckless. There's only one level difference between you. No matter how much you scream, you can't defeat me. Zheng Yang flicked Elijah's forehead and reproachfully replied, You must remain rational during battle. Even if I die, you must wait until the battle is over before going to mourn. I'm still too immature and always cause trouble for Mr. Zheng Yang. Elia hung her head in shame after Zheng Yang lectured her. After teaching Elia a lesson, Zheng Yang finally found time to look around. This is a very spacious hall, the walls of which are decorated with decorations made of wolf teeth. In the center of the hall, there is a long stone table with exquisite carvings. At the end of the table, there is a chair with a high back, on the back of which is depicted a totem in the form of a wolf's head. He approached Sivas, who had been watching the hall for a long time, and asked, Did you find anything? Look at this huge totem on the ground. This is the totem of my werewolf clan, but there is no information about this place in the clan texts. Sivas was puzzled. Sivas is a rune master, and rune masters focus on teaching, so he read all the records in the werewolf tribe. The huge wolf head pattern carved into the ground is the werewolf tribe's totem. There are some slight differences, but overall, they are the same. While the two of them were checking, an illusory figure stood frozen on a high-backed chair. He was 2 meters tall, wearing black wolf-shaped armor and a cloak that trailed behind him on the ground. Most importantly, he also had wolf ears and a tail. The 3 of them immediately became wary. Zheng Yang secretly cast a vision spell on them, but squinted at the pop-up panel. Unknown target. The armored figure sighed and said, Hundreds of years have passed, and I finally see the descendants of my werewolf tribe again. Judging from the tone, this person is the ancestor of the werewolf tribe? Zheng Yang asked cautiously. I wonder who this elder is. My name is Huo Shi. I am the 5th generation lord of Sirius City. Excuse me, sir, what exactly is Tianlang City? Zheng Yang asked doubtfully. Elias and Seaforth also looked curious and, It was unclear why they were werewolves and had almost never heard of this place. Lord Hoss was silent for a moment. Looking at the two descendants of werewolves who looked confused, he asked, with a slight sadness, "Does no one else know about Sirius City?" Elia shook her head. "From the time I was born until now, I have only heard my father mention it once when he was drunk, and I have never heard it again." Although it was expected, could the story be so incoherent, Hoss said solemnly, "Well then, I will tell you all about our demi-human kingdom from the beginning. Demi-human kingdom is another word that has never been heard before." Zheng Ya's eyes sparkled. When the voice died away, Lord Hoss snapped his fingers. The shouts of the vendors and the noise of the crowd rang in my ears. The landscape around them suddenly changed. The air replaced the ground beneath their feet, and suddenly they were in the sky. It's an illusion that can project images from my mind onto the surroundings, but in reality, you're still in the same place. Lord Hoss's voice was heard, explaining the current situation to several people. Hearing this, Zheng Yang hesitantly stepped forward and felt his feet touch the ground. Lord Hoss's voice slowly rang out. Hundreds of years ago, in this world, there was a country called the Demi-Human Kingdom. The Demi-Human Kingdom was inhabited mainly by 8 kinds of demi-humans. These are the 8 types of demi-humans: wolf, tiger, cat, dragon, fox, ox, rabbit, and snake. The leaders of the 8 clans united to form a council. All important matters of the kingdom are discussed and decided by the council. What you see now is a city inhabited by werewolves hundreds of years ago, Sirius City. Zheng Yang looked down at the bustling streets. Most of them were werewolves, but there were also other types of demi-humans. Sirius City was quite large, comparable to a 2nd or 3rd tier city. The bustling crowds in the city were evidence of its bustling life. Elias and Seaforth looked surprised. I didn't expect the werewolf tribe to have such a glorious history. Yes, it is magnificent. Every building in sight is made of stone, brick, and tile. There are also high city walls on the outskirts of the city, and you can vaguely see well-armed soldiers patrolling the area. In the center of the city, there was a mountain rising straight up into the clouds, somewhat similar to the one they were climbing. On this high mountain, various buildings were built and smooth roads were laid, and in the clouds, a palace was barely visible. If the werewolf tribe had once been so prosperous, why did it become what it is today? Elias and Sievers thought about this at the same time. The modern werewolf village covers an area of only 100 to 200 acres and has only 300 to 400 inhabitants. Sievers expressed his doubts. "This is what I will say now," Lord Hossa said slowly. "Everything is prosperous in the demi-human kingdom. There are no external enemies, and we are united internally. Everything is moving for the better. But one day, a disaster occurred and everything changed." As Lord Hoss finished speaking, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. It was day, no doubt, but the sky was strewn with stars. The sun swelled, and the temperature of the world beneath its rays instantly rose, as if the whole world had been enveloped in a haze. Suddenly, the silvery moon appeared, occupying the other half of the sky and rivaling the sun. But this was not the end. Several dense rainbow rays of light pierced the clouds and fell from the sky. From the rays of light, like a tide, an endless army spilled out. In the distance, this rainbow column of light can be seen filling the surface of the earth and spreading to infinity. Zheng Yang, Elias, and Sievers held their breath and opened their eyes wide, shocked by this epic scene and not daring to miss a single frame. After the rainbow pillar of light descended, countless vortex portals opened up all over the world, and countless creatures poured out to attack the army that came out of the rainbow pillar of light. Then, the 3 of them saw people from different races coming out of the Ala vortex portal. Demons blazing with flames, angels radiating glory, gigantic beasts whose scales glittered in the starlight, dragons stretching for thousands of miles, elves with bows and arrows drawn. Suddenly, Zheng Yang's gaze focused, and he saw a familiar figure. "You there!" How could he be here? Zheng Yang's pupils continued to shrink. What he saw next left him dumbfounded. Yus, clad in purple-black armor, led a group of skeleton soldiers out of the whirlpool, then charged straight into the midst of the military, entering and exiting the crowd 7 times, constantly moving back and forth and taking many lives with him. Running to the place where the crowd was the densest, he clenched his palm into a blade, and the earth-shaking black energy gathered in the hand knife and slashed at it, instantly killing countless soldiers. Someone was cut in half, his entrails and organs were scattered on the ground. But he was not dead yet and was struggling on the ground. Some people's bodies begin to wither and decompose at the slightest touch. After this attack, he flew very far and covered a large number of enemy troops. The place where he had been was suddenly littered with broken limbs and bits of flesh, and blood was pouring out like a river. Was it too late for me to go to the underworld? I don't want to do anything else. I just want to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the underworld and practice cooking. He knew Yus was a big shot, but he didn't expect him to be an old monster who had lived for who knows how long. Did he have plastic surgery? How does he look so young? Zheng Yang secretly complained to hide his inner shock. The army's fighting ability was very high, and it maintained high fighting ability despite being surrounded by numerous enemy forces. However, 2 fists could not defeat 4 arms, and as the losses mounted, the army began to retreat. Under the influence of this war of unknown origin, Sirius City began to collapse, causing countless casualties and tragic deaths. Zheng Yang saw the city governor Hossa flying out of the palace in the clouds and tried to stop him, but the distance between the 2 sides was too great. He died in his first fight with the unknown strongman. Here the image also ended, and the surrounding scene returned to the original hall. Huh? Lord Hoss has long since died. Who is next to us now? Zheng Yang asked cautiously. Senior, are you dead? Apparently, Lord Hoss also saw this scene, sighed and said, Before I died that day, I used a secret technique and used the treasures of my werewolf clan to protect my remaining soul. That is how I managed to survive until now. This was done to prevent the werewolf clan's inheritance from being cut off. Hearing this, Zheng Yang suddenly understood and realized the reason for the unknown target. Since the person was dead, what he saw was only a fragment of the soul. How could he view someone else's data? Seeing the illusion Lord Hoss had presented and thinking about the ruins of the gods that Marian and the others had mentioned, Zheng Yang guessed why the werewolf tribe had fallen into such a state of decline. The demi-human kingdom had suffered greatly as a result of the war that had turned the world upside down. After the war, for unknown reasons, every 30 days a catastrophe occurred that literally destroyed the last breath of the demi-human kingdom. The various tribes of the demi-human kingdom gradually disintegrated under the continuous cataclysms. Over the past few centuries, those who knew the past gradually died from various disasters, and the history of the past was interrupted. This was the conclusion Zheng Yang came to based on the information he knew. There was little evidence, but his intuition told him that it was quite close. After learning the reason for the current state of affairs in the world, he did not feel the satisfaction of having his doubts resolved. Instead, more questions arose. Zheng Yang frowned and asked, Senior, do you know who the 2 sides of this war are? Why are they fighting here? Seeing the images of the past, Zheng Yang felt that the changes in this world had nothing to do with the werewolf tribe or the subhuman kingdom. He felt as if the gods were fighting and the mortals were suffering. But if this is just a battlefield, why do disasters happen every 30 days after that? Elias and Seafort were outraged when they heard this. The 2 of them knew better than anyone how miserable werewolves were today. People died every time a disaster happened. Village is built on houses, but every time a disaster occurs, the houses give way and collapse. When damaged, the young men of the clan must repair it according to the formation's instructions and maintenance manual. I suspect that they are gods, but I have no proof, Lord Hossa sighed. Gods. He heard this word for the 2nd time. Zheng Yang's face expressed bewilderment. What kind of gods are these? Legends about gods have existed in this world since ancient times. Many people believed in them, and some could even listen to oracles, thus gaining great power, explained Hoss with a serious expression. The four gods are widely known. They symbolize the starry sky, light, animals, and war. Among them, most of the people in my demi-human kingdom believe in the myriad beasts. We also call the myriad beasts beast gods. So that's where the beast god came from, Zheng Yang realized. After listening to City Lord Hoss's words, everyone fell into deep thought, and the hall fell silent for a moment. Ahem, ahem. I wonder if you are ready to accept the legacy of my werewolf clan. Seeing that no one was saying a word, Lord Hossa coughed twice and asked Elia. He felt that among all those present, Elia was the most suitable candidate to receive the inheritance, and in her body was a strength very compatible with the inheritance. Elias, lost in her thoughts, only reacted when she saw that everyone present was looking at her. She looked at Zheng Yang with a somewhat helpless expression. Zheng Yang smiled and said, "It's good for you." This made Lord Hoss look at Zheng Yang twice more. Hearing Zheng Yang's words of encouragement, Elias recalled the moment when Zheng Yang held her breath. She asked seriously, "Accepting the inheritance will make me strong enough to protect Mr. Zheng Yang?" Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Zheng Yang couldn't help but laugh, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes as he looked at Elia. No, the effort and the reward are directly proportional. All strength comes from hard work. Lord Hossa shook his head calmly. Under Elias's somewhat disappointed gaze, he changed the subject. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Although it will not directly allow you to gain absolute strength, it will show you the way to achieve power. Of course, there are always people who are better than you, and there are always things that are better than you. Then Lord Hossa, with some self-irony, said, "This inheritance will not take you far. From now on, you will have to walk this path on your own." Previous chapter table of contents. Lord Hoss then approached Arius and said, "Our demi-human kingdom began with the 8 divine beasts that could reach the heavens and earth. According to records, the divine beasts bestowed divine blood upon the first demi-humans. Their bodies began to develop some of the traits of the divine beasts and acquire some of their abilities. This ability lies dormant in the blood of the demi-humans, and we activate it through special methods." "Then, which beast is sacred to our werewolf tribe?" Elias asked curiously. "Tian Lang." Lord Hossa's tone was solemn and serious. "And the ability that Tian Lang gave us is called Moonlight. It allows us to practice under the moonlight, making our combat power even stronger under the moonlight." After finishing speaking, Lord Hossa lightly touched Elia's forehead with his finger. Pupils lost focus, and her silver aura flared up on its own. A moment later, she returned to her original state, her aura stronger than before, and some additional information appeared in her head. It contains not only information about moonlight and bloodline activation methods, but also various secrets of the werewolf tribe, moonlight matching techniques, and related information about other races in the demi-human kingdom. When Lord Hoss passed on the werewolf heritage to her, he also activated the power hidden in her blood. This is great. After receiving this information, Mr. Zheng Yang will definitely be very happy. Elia turned the information over in her head and was happy. That's all. After helping Elia activate her bloodline, Lord Hoss's figure became much more illusory. He waved his hand as if he didn't notice, and the black armor on his body automatically fell off and hung in the air. This is the armor inherited from my werewolf clan, the Skywolf armor. They automatically take the form that best suits their owner and grow with them, explained City Lord Hoss. But after serving under several City Lords, you will no longer be able to resist their power. My advice is to wait until you reach level 3 before considering equipping it. Elia nodded, not quite understanding. After he explained everything to Alias, Lord Hoss's body became thinner and more transparent. City Lord, your body. Several people looked at him with concern. He, I have lived in this abandoned hall for hundreds of years. It is time to break free. Lord Hoss did not pay attention to this, but said with some relief, "Over the past few hundred years, I have managed to think about a lot and let go of a lot in this deserted hall." Woke up, he saw the ruins of Sirius City. which seemed to show no signs of life. He hated the enemy for disrupting their usual way of life and was outraged by his own weakness and impotence. But in the end, he calmed down and decided to go into a deep sleep, waiting for the descendants of the werewolf tribe who could survive to come here and tell the story of the werewolf tribe's existence. It was a choice that left no other options. He had seen with his own eyes the mighty forces that the warring parties possessed. He was afraid of any of them. In a fight of this level, the chances of survival for unarmed werewolves were extremely small. But fortunately, he finally waited. Through his head, and the City Lord Hoss's eyes reflected the vicissitudes of life. His illusory figure suddenly flashed with a bright light, and pure mental power flowed into the bodies of several people present. You. Zheng Yang looked at the reminders of his mental strength growth that kept popping up. His face changed, and he seemed to hesitate to speak. Both Sivas and Zheng Yang realized something and could only sigh helplessly. "City Lord, your body is about to dissipate. Stop it immediately." Elia felt the increasing spiritual power and looked anxiously at the gradually transparent figure of the City Lord. At the end of Lord Sirius's speech, there was no resentment, no complaints, no instructions. Face showed only peace and calm. After Lord Hossa completely disappeared, Elia and Sivas hung their heads in despair. No one can be happy after seeing their ancestors die before their eyes. "I no longer believe in the beast god," Arya said angrily. "What kind of existence is this, gods?" Sifos also had a complicated expression, and a doubt arose in his mind. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes and attacked mercilessly. "The gods have no time to deal with you." "Lord Zheng Yang." Elia pouted coquettishly. "First, and then give it to you when you reach the 3rd level." Zheng Yang walked towards Sirius's floating armor and used his insight to check the information. Knowing that Zheng Yang had special storage methods, Elia obediently nodded her. "Heavenly wolf armor rating? Imagine!" Zheng Yang was stunned when he saw the pop-up panel. Wow, this armor set was 2 levels higher than his own. There was no other way to view it except adding it to the inventory. To view, as the information provided in Insight will have a level, and in the inventory, there will only be an introduction. Sky Wolf Armor. Introduction. This equipment can only be used by werewolves. It has powerful defensive properties and can evolve with the user. Function 1. Moonlight Storage. You can store the power of moonlight in the armor and call upon it at critical moments. Function 2. Moon Tears. Capable of absorbing the energy of moonlight to create tear-like objects to attack. Each drop of moon tears has a high penetrating power. Third function, Moon Shield, absorbs all the energy of moonlight to form a protective shield. After reading it, Zheng Yang exclaimed in his mind, "Wow, this armor was truly incredibly powerful." It was the first time he had seen such powerful equipment. It was truly a treasure inherited from the werewolf clan. After accepting the inheritance of the werewolf tribe, several people left the hall and appeared on a flat area on the top of the mountain. The inheritance that Elias received indicated that this hall was the mansion of the werewolf clan's city lord, which was covered and hidden by a special formation. The sky outside was already dimly lit, and the rising sun illuminated the entire sea of clouds with a red glow. The sunlight was warm and soft. If it weren't for this world, this scenery would be perfect for posting on WeChat moments with a caption. 8 in the morning can be in the classroom or in the sea of clouds. Zheng Yang couldn't help but shake his head and grin when he thought about it. On the way back, few of them did not encounter unexpected situations and returned to the courtyard safely. Seeing Zheng Yang and the other 2 return safely, everyone who was guarding the house couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a long period of mutual understanding, Zheng Yang had unknowingly become everyone's pillar of support. Everyone was very dependent on him, including Shen Yao, who was saved. Zheng Yang is clearly capable of defeating them, but he never acts arrogantly. It is very pleasant to talk to him. Compared to the werewolf village, they now prefer living in this small courtyard. After lunch in the courtyard, Elias brought a lot of information. Zheng Yang received this paper from a player. Market is full of strange things these days. Potions that dissolve clothes, pills that prevent defecation, recipes that strengthen body parts. Basically, all kinds of items can be found there. The information Elias gave him contained a lot of information about the werewolf tribe. As Zheng Yang continued reading, he became increasingly afraid. It is a treasure trove that contains not only the locations of several other subhuman cities, but also a variety of valuable information such as blueprints, formulas, skills, and techniques created during the development of the werewolf tribe. Unfortunately, after figuring out all these things, Zheng Yang found that he had no way to learn 90% of them because they were either limited by race or profession. Zheng Yang felt somewhat helpless. As the level of contacts became higher, the restrictions became more and more. Recently, while browsing trade, I saw many drawings that I liked, but the drawings limited the exploration of various professions. And Shen Yao had said earlier that someone in the world had posted that anyone could work in 5 professions. This secretly made Zheng Yang happy that he had not recklessly chosen more professions. After reading all the information, Zheng Yang finally found a blueprint that he could learn from. The Silver Moon Scimitar Manufacturing Blueprint. Using the materials from manufacturing to make a wooden sword, Zheng Yang opened the enhancement panel. Another option to upgrade the wooden sword is shown below wooden sword. Stone sword wooden sword, Silver Moon Scimitar Consumption, 360 MP, yes/no upgrade. Zheng Yang answered yes decisively. This small consumption meant nothing to him now. When the light faded, a half-meter-long silver scimitar with exquisite patterns on the blade became visible. Zheng Yang used his intuition to check its properties. Silver Moon Scimitar Level 2 Introduction. A blade made from moonstone will become sharper under the moonlight. Not bad, but slightly worse than the cold light knife that had not been upgraded to the winter blade. However, this weapon can be equipped to Elia and the others so that they have extra strength when trouble happens. Zheng Yang looked at the weapon in his hand and lowered his head thoughtfully. Current career combinations are 1 Pharmacist, Shen Yao 5 Rune Masters, Sivers, Rudin, Gil 1 Wolf Servant, Arius. I also have the professions of gardener and boxer. Currently, the gardener profession only allows you to plant flowers and take care of them. The return on flower growing is very rare now, but it is just a drop in the ocean. Over time, it also becomes a good income. However, as Zheng Yang continued to cultivate the trees, their intelligence became increasingly clear, and they could even simply manipulate their branches and leaves to express their affection for Zheng Yang. Currently, the court does not have the combat power to directly fight the enemy, which is considered a disadvantage. In other respects, Shen Yao can make various potions for logistics, and Sifos and others can help with runes, so everything is fine. Zheng Yang, I have created a new medicine. Come and see. While he was thinking hard, Shen Yao walked in, excitedly holding a bottle of red potion in her hands and showing it to Zheng Yang like a treasure. But seeing that Zheng Yang was frowning in thought, she asked, "Why are you so sad? Can you tell me about it?" Shen Yao walked up to Zheng Yang from behind and gently smoothed his gloomy face. Having lived in the courtyard for a long time, Zheng Yang had some understanding of how his daily life went. He was either training with Arius, staying in the house to absorb magic stones and crystal cores to increase his strength, or growing trees. His life could be called boring. A beauty like her simply didn't notice me hanging around the yard every day. What a fool, Shen Yao mentally snorted. Zheng Yang leaned back on his soft back, feeling the gentle little hands massaging his forehead. He relaxed for a moment and narrowed his eyes as he told her about his problem. Shen Yao thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "I know some pretty strong players." But she was worried that you could only know a person's face, but not their heart. They were all netizens and had good communication online, so it wasn't a bad thing that everything was done through a dialogue box. But what would happen if they met in person was unknown. Been a few days since Shura had attacked her. It had made her fully realize that in the modern world, there were no legal or moral restrictions, and everything was subject to the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Shen Yao expressed her concern. Hearing this, Zheng Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. His current strength had not yet reached a level that allowed him to be unrivaled in the world, and if his father appeared, he might not be able to restrain him. With such a huge player base, there would definitely be talented players among the players. Even Zheng Yang, who rarely appears in the world, has heard of some fairly famous players. For example, the profession of a craftsman is Lu Banjiu. The profession of a breeder is Gong Changlong. The profession of a swordsman is Luo Shishui. The ascetic calling is Harris. One way to become famous among players is to check the items displayed in the trade section and the words published in the world section. These people put rare items up for sale. Players will no longer be absolute beginners and will have a general idea of item rarity. After a long silence, Zheng Yang took the red potion that Shen Yao placed on the table. When he shook it, the liquid inside burst out with many boiling bubbles. This potion is called Berserker Potion. Drinking it will cause one to enter an explosive state for a short period of time. Shen Yao proudly declared as he continued to fiddle with Zheng Yang's head. This is a really good potion. Under the effect of the insight spell, the potion information and its level were instantly visible. Zheng Yang looked at her and asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" Now, Shen Yao lives here, and Zheng Yang provides most of the potion materials. Shen Yao hasn't entered the trade for a long time. In her free time, she surfs the world. It's much more interesting to watch a group of idiots perform. After the player reaches level 2, the number of speeches in the world increases to 4 times. Shen Yao chuckled and said sickeningly, "I want to build a plantation in the courtyard and grow plants to make medicine. If someone is so eager to please him, then it definitely can't be such a simple request." Zheng Yang asked indifferently, "And then?" "That's right. I just need your help with a small matter. You're a gardener, aren't you?" She laughed shyly mid-sentence. But Zheng Yang understood what she meant, and his lips twitched. "This girl wants me to grow vegetables for her." Zheng Yang thought about it and decided that it was quite possible. Indeed, it was time to prepare his own plantation. Constantly buying from other players was not a long-term solution. He opened the transaction and found the construction plans for the plantation. Item: multi-level plantation construction plan. Seller: Li Yue requirements. Survival supplies. Note: this blueprint requires the engineer profession item. Large garden construction plan seller. Li Yue requirements. Survival supplies. Note: this blueprint requires the engineer profession. To be studied. Subject: pipe irrigation system. Construction blueprints. Seller: Li Yue requirements. Survival supplies. Note: this blueprint requires the engineering profession to be studied. Subject: circular plantation construction plan. Seller: Li Yue requirements. Survival supplies. Note: this drawing requires the engineer profession. Zheng Yang saw that the seller in most of the drawings was Li Yue, and he became curious, so he turned to Shen Yao and asked, "Do you know Li Yue? It seems like this guy is an engineer who makes a living by selling blueprints." Shen Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "He often posts blueprints that seem impressive but are useless, and then someone leaks them to the world." Zheng Yang's eyes lit up. He felt that this man was a real talent. To others, these drawings might be useless, but to him, they were very feasible plans. If he could recruit this man. "Do you have his friends?" Zheng Yang asked. Yes. Do you want to buy his drawings?" Shen Yao replied. Zheng Yang shook his head. "I want to dig it up." Shen Yao was a little surprised and stopped massaging her head with her hands. "Is it worth it? It could be killed by a wolf." "Time is running out," Zheng Yang said calmly. "Everyone, trust me and follow my example. I must take responsibility for them and maximize our chances of survival." After hearing this, Shen Yao was silent for a moment and then said, "I will contact him now. Dragon Valley, Li Yue's hideout. This place is located between the mountains and the water. The terrain is uneven and the entire valley is covered with green grass. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks can be heard from the east side of the valley. A handsome young man with a short haircut squatted by the cabin door and looked at the message in the dialogue box in front of him with an angry expression on his face. Shaji, I'll fuck you, you bastard. I'll fuck you. Li Yue, you, how can you be so vulgar? You're really uneducated. Shaoji, go to hell, you stinking bastard. Before he was born, he was the chief designer of a famous military-industrial group. He graduated from one of the world's leading universities, the Magel University of Science and Technology, and had outstanding technical talent. His well-off family and measured life formed in him an exceptionally self-confident character. Rich, handsome, and talented, he represents the potential for incredibly fast growth in modern society. But after coming here, Li Yue experienced something of a Waterloo in his life. After his birth, he was invited by chance to work as an engineer, which, one might say, perfectly matched his specialty. Drawing on his previously accumulated experience and knowledge during his engineering career, he designed one brilliant, miraculously transformed architectural project and military facility after another. Drawings for the construction of a moat that requires hundreds of tons of water. Drawings for the construction of a fire curtain, a wall built primarily of flint. Drawings for the construction of a martial arts field that requires a large amount of Qinggang stone as a base drawings for the construction of a close combat crossbow. At first, he, indeed in high demand, with many players buying it due to the blueprint's catchy names. However, after purchasing them, many players found that they were unable to craft them at all. Each blueprint requires a lot of manpower and material resources to make, and some even require the cooperation of representatives of several professions. This makes players feel cheated. I thought I bought a tank, a plane, and an armored car, but it turned out to be a nuclear bomb? This is really too much. As a result, Li Yue was subjected to cyber violence. A large number of players came forward to World, accusing him of shamelessly making money, and many players who were his friends sent private messages to desperately greet 3 generations of his ancestors and his parents. Li Yue, a sunny and cheerful boy, was suddenly taken aback and felt that he had been treated worse than Dewey. He didn't understand. The drawings were obviously genuine, so why was he being scolded? At first, he tried to deny it, but after his denial, the players became even more agitated, as if they had been hurt. So, Li Yue resigned himself to it, thinking that they were just a bunch of trash who did not understand his intentions, and he often complained that his talent was not appreciated. But life went on, so he could only think about nonsense and start drawing simpler and more understandable pictures to earn a living. Alas, who would have thought in this life that my heart is in Tianshan and my body is growing old in Kangzhou? After a passionate game of chess with a player named Miss, Li Yue put his hands behind his back and sighed, looking at the sky. At this moment, another message from a friend appeared. Li Yue's expression changed, thinking that it was the same person. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much." When he saw the message clearly, his face froze. "Shen Yao, do you want to join me? All your drawings can become reality." These few words were like the devil's whisper, full of temptation. How could he, as a technology fan, not hope to turn his fantastic ideas into reality? Moreover, to be promoted, engineers need to implement 100 of their own original drawings. Li Yue, tell me in detail. In the study of the main house, Shen Yao sat on the sofa with a happy expression. He took the bait. Zheng Yang smiled and nodded. He did not dare to contact Li Yue personally, firstly because he did not have any close friends, and secondly because communicating with Shen Yao would not make him too vigilant. Li Yue read Shen Yao's messages with trepidation. He felt that the other person was an experienced swindler, and every word touched his heart. Shen Yao. We have a lot of resources now, such as flint, Qinggang stone, etc. There is no shortage of them. We still have enough fighting power to survive the disaster. There is no shortage of food. I eat meat every meal, and I seem to have gained weight recently. And I, a famous pharmacist, am in charge of preparing this potion. If you come, we can build a research institute especially for you and give you the opportunity to make various designs. And And Shen Yao didn't care whether it was true or not. She just slapped Li Yue's face so hard that he felt dizzy. Li Yue sent a message with a pained expression on his face. Stop talking, stop talking. Shen Yao was stunned, thinking that she had said something wrong. I'll go, I'll go. When Li Yuefa said this, his eyes turned red. Shen Yao lay down on the sofa and nodded well to Zheng Yang. Done. Zheng Yang then confirmed Li Yue's location based on his description. He looked thoughtfully at the location marked on the map, Dragon Valley. The Valley of the Dragon is located west of the Wolf King Range, about 300 to 400 kilometers from here. If you drive at full speed, the journey will take about 2 days. His attention was that before this war, the Valley of Dragons was a kingdom of demi-humans and the location of a dragon people city. According to the intelligence of the werewolves, the dragon people are the most powerful race in the kingdom of subhumans. I don't know what the situation is now. Zheng Yang touched his chin and thought. After contacting Li Yue, Shen Yao stayed here for a while and then left. Zheng Yang came to the training hall on the 3rd floor. It was a very spacious room with a protruding disc in the center. Zheng Yang sat cross-legged on the disc and took out the level 2 crystal core he had collected last night. Now, the level 1 crystal cores were of little use to him, so he asked Alias to distribute all the collected level 1 crystal cores to thee. Last night, 11 level 2 crystal cores were collected. His current spirit was 28.8, enough to raise him to the level 3 threshold. As for physical strength, it can only be increased through exercise, magic stones, and eating the meat of various high-level ferocious beasts. During the practice, time passed quietly, and night quickly fell. In the darkness of the night, Zheng Yang's courtyard was illuminated, and countless creatures of the underworld were wandering around the forest and wasteland. They followed the scent of life in the air towards the courtyard, but the scent was intermittent, causing them to often lose their way. In the courtyard, the branches of the sacred red cherry tree swayed gently in the wind. The leaves rustled, and ripples appeared on the small artificial lake in the center. The light of the fluorite dispels the darkness in the courtyard, and small insects fly around the light source, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. On the 2nd floor of the main house, Shen Yao and Elias occupied 2 rooms. Elias was embarrassed at first, but Shen Yao convinced her to move in. In Elias's bedroom, he absorbed the 1st level crystal core, constantly replenishing his spirit. Shen Yao was not in the bedroom. After moving into the main house, he turned the room into a medicine lab. At this moment, she was in the lab, her big eyes staring at the medicine bottle that was shaking in her hand. At the same time, Sivas and the others were also absorbing the level 1 crystal core. That night, and the sun rose the next day. Zheng Yang called Alias, and the 2 of them went to pick up Li Yue. The countdown in the upper left corner was almost over, and the only one who could keep up with Zheng Yang's pace was Alias. When Shen Yao heard that they had only brought Aaliyah along, her lips pouted as if she could hang a bottle of oil on them. When they walked out the door, the fingertips of the 5 rune masters glowed faintly, and they used the void as handles. Disease. Resistant 2 runes bounced off into Alias and Zheng Yang. During this period, Sifos also made significant progress in runic writing. The 2 runes he wrote were combined into one word: speed, stamina. Thanks to the help of the 5 rune masters, the 2 felt much lighter and seemed to have gained endless strength in their bodies. After bidding farewell to several people, Elias and Zheng Yang looked at each other and nodded, then entered the beast state, and a wild and ferocious aura instantly spread. The 2 of them simultaneously drank a bottle of berserk potion, and their energy boiled like a hot cauldron. Then they concentrated all their strength on their legs and, gathering momentum, rushed forward like cannonballs. At the gates of the courtyard, Rudin and his companions looked with envy at the figure disappearing on the horizon. "When will we have such strength?" Sivas said with a smile. "Don't think about it, it's not the style of us, the rune masters." On a cliff by the shore stands a dark red castle, and below, waves with white foam beat against the rocks. In the main hall of the castle, the scorching heat distorted the vision. A figure in red robes knelt before a majestic and tall statue of a dragon. The figure folded his hands together, muttered something under his breath, and prayed fervently. A moment later, the air vibrated and a huge pressure engulfed the entire main building. The figure in the red robe held her hands together and trembled slightly, and there was an expression of surprise and excitement on her face. But after a moment, the excitement froze on her face, and doubt appeared in her eyes. This sudden change lasted for a short time, and then disappeared, and the figure in the red robe remained silent, frowning. The long-lost oracle caused confusion and bewilderment. What does the Son of God mean? This time the journey was even longer, and along the way they encountered even more beautiful landscapes. There were endless rivers of fire, there were black horses with 2 horns and 6 legs, and they also saw a giant whale falling into the sea from the clouds. Especially Elias, who had lived in a small village for many years, suddenly felt like the world had opened up and her eyes were shining. On the way, they came across a relic. After dealing with the guardian beast inside, Zheng Yang received a chef card and a blue treasure chest. The treasure chest opened a fruit called myojin, which can increase spiritual attributes. As night fell, they settled at the foot of the mountain. Zheng Yang built a small wooden house as a temporary home and threw the underworld potion to Elia. After the 2 of them took it, the underworld creatures that had started to gather around them immediately dispersed. Inside the wooden house, Zheng Yang took out 2 beds from his inventory, and Elias put the meat kebabs on the grill to cook them. While Elia was secretly grilling the kebabs, she glanced at Zheng Yang, who was making his bed. Come to think of it, this was the first time the 2 of them were alone together. Elia felt a pleasant feeling spreading in her heart. As the night fell, the room was filled with fragrance. Elias's cooking is really delicious, Zheng Yang praised. I don't know why, but even though I followed your instructions, the taste is completely different. If Yuji had met Elias last time, would it have been possible to forcibly tie her up and send her to the underworld to become a chef? Zheng Yang joked to himself while eating his kebab. Hearing Zheng Yang's praise, Elia became a little excited, and her wolf ears twitched twice. At night, after drinking another bottle of the underworld potion, Elia fell into a deep sleep, and Zheng Yang stayed at the door to keep watch. Even though he had the potion of the underworld, he could not sleep unprotected in this remote wilderness. There was no conversation that night, and this time I did not meet a single ordinary inhabitant of the underworld. The next day, they continued their journey. Finally, in the afternoon of the next day, we arrived at the Dragon Valley. Wow, what a beautiful place. Elias's tone was full of innocence. Zheng Yang also looked at the scenery in front of him in amazement. It's like paradise. The Dragon Valley is a valley formed by high mountains on both sides. It is very large. Looking across the low valley in the middle, you can see dark mountains in the distance. The scenery here is incredibly beautiful. Greenery everywhere. The valley is full of fresh green grass, dotted with red, yellow, blue, and other flowers. The terrain is uneven. The slopes on both sides are gentle, and the pine forest extends from the foot of the mountain to the middle of its summit. Butterflies dance, and the air is filled with a light scent. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear the faint sound of waves crashing against the rocks, and from time to time, a fishy, salty, and cool sea breeze blows. Them walked deeper into the soft grass, and a wooden house appeared in their line of sight. It should be Li Yue's residence, but it was too dilapidated. Zheng Yang sent Li Yue a message to confirm. After Shen Yao successfully connected, they added each other as friends. Soon, a figure came out and looked around. Seeing the 2 of them, he quickly walked over. "You must be my Zhou ruler Wen. I have long admired you." Li Yue excitedly shook Zheng Yang's hands like rattles. "With my participation, your refuge will undoubtedly become even more powerful." What arrogance! He even compared himself to Jiang Shang Zheng Yang, maintaining an impassive expression, chuckled softly. "Allow me to introduce myself. This is my partner, Elias, and this is engineer Li Yue. This is the first time I have seen a girl with animal ears." Li Yue looked back at Arias with shining eyes. Is this tale real? Could it be that this is just an insertion? Just when he was about to touch him with his hand, Elias couldn't help but push him back with his foot. Then he reacted and looked at Zheng Yang with an innocent expression. This Li Yue's personality is a little different from what I imagined. Zheng Yang's lips twitched slightly. Li Yue rubbed his lower abdomen, glanced at the streak of blood that had settled on the upper left corner, stood up as if nothing had happened, and brushed the dust off his body. Ahem. Sorry, I was a little excited back then, Li Yue said, a little shyly. He then led them into his wooden house. Before entering, Elia suddenly turned her head and looked at the pine forest at the foot of the mountain. What's the matter? Zheng Yang asked when he saw Elia still standing at the door. Elia looked a little embarrassed. No, nothing. Maybe it's my illusion. Zheng Yang didn't care about this little episode. He turned and looked at Li Yue's room. It was the first time he had entered someone else's shelter. Li Yue's shelter was similar to Zheng Yang's simple wooden house, but the room was covered with dense blueprints, and various calculation formulas were written on the walls. This changed Zheng Yang's perception of Li Yue again. Please be patient. My humble home has nothing to offer you, Li Yue said a little embarrassedly as he brought the two of them in. Zheng Yang knew a little about Li Yue's situation. He waved his hand and ignored it as he took out some snacks and fruits from his inventory. Li Yue, who had not eaten delicious food for a long time, began to drool as he watched Zheng Yang take out one delicacy after another from his inventory with desire in his eyes. Food is the most important thing for people. You are greedy, right? It is right to be greedy. Zheng Yang stole a glance at Li Yue, slightly raising the corners of his lips. This time, he came not only to force Li Yue to work for him, but also to test his strength. From Shen Yao's understanding and what he had seen and heard so far, this man was a highly educated person, not a fool who could be easily deceived, so negotiations and incentives were inevitable. It's like a job interview where the interviewer has to peel off the interviewee's underwear layer by layer without leaving any marks. The interviewee has to maintain composure in this confrontation, demonstrating his talents and seeking personal gain. In addition, one must beware of deception and manipulation. Therefore, it is very important to take the initiative and let the situation follow your own rhythm. But if Li Yue can no longer bear it, he will fall into the lower class. Li Yue, who works in production, also knows this. He is confident, but not arrogant. But looking at the fruits on the table, Li Yue felt that two little people with opposing opinions had appeared in his body and were fighting with each other. One said, "Eat, eat, eat quickly." One said, "No, no, you can't eat this." Li Yue cursed himself in his heart and gritted his teeth to strengthen his faith. You are such a loser, Li Yue. You have been through a lot, so please don't act like a dog. Because of you, people look down on you. Elia was confused and looked left and right, feeling that the atmosphere was a little strange. White crystal grapes, colorful nuts, lemon seeds, lemon bread. Isn't this the most ordinary food? There is even a storage room in the house. Why were Lord Zheng Yang and that weirdo named Li Yue looking at them so intently? The resources of the Wolf Ridge were still very rich. Much of the food on the table was collected by Rudin and the other residents, and Zheng Yang bought some from players with the cook profession to improve the quality of the food for everyone. A minute later, Zheng Yang looked at Li Yue, who was eating greedily, and the corners of his mouth curled up. How does it taste? Li Yue's cheeks swelled, and white juice flowed out of the corners of his mouth. He muttered absent-mindedly, "Haoki is delicious. Steamed haoki is very delicious." He looked very hungry. I wonder what kind of lifestyle the other players led. Zheng Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, eat slowly." 10 minutes later, Li Yue leaned back in his chair, burped, and patted his slightly protruding belly, saying contentedly, "I'm satisfied. I haven't eaten as deliciously as I did here in a long time. Come with me. This kind of food will become your daily routine." Hearing this, Li Yue knew it was time to get down to business. He said seriously, "To be honest, I don't really have much of a choice. According to my calculations, the defense of my old house won't even withstand a Force 8 storm. And in this world where special powers exist, I don't think I can survive the impending disaster." Li Yue paused. "But I still want to ask you a few questions. I don't want to serve a person who is short-sighted. If that's the case, then let me die along with my talent." The confident and proud Zheng Yang calmed down and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Li Yue nodded slightly. His gaze suddenly became deep. "What do you want?" Zheng Yang was stunned for a moment. Of course, he was preparing for the impending disaster, and his first priority was to survive. But what happens after the disaster? Are you ready for the next disaster? When will it end? Who sent them here anyway? Who disturbed his peaceful life? Why did he have to endure all this for nothing? The gods? Is he weak? He doesn't know. He knows nothing. He is as ignorant as a clown. Zheng Yang pondered, confused and suffering, feeling that something was about to burst out from the depths of his heart. Ilya looked at Zheng Yang with concern. Li Yue looked at Zheng Yang meaningfully. Zheng Yang already had an answer in his mind and grinned. "I want to see if it will rain if I make a hole in the sky." As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Zheng Yang felt his thoughts cleared up and the future seemed bright. Li Yue laughed heartily to the point of tears, but he couldn't help but feel excited. He hadn't expected Zheng Yang to respond like that. When he was preparing for his doctoral dissertation, his supervisor had given him advice that he still remembers clearly. He who goes forward alone must have other thoughts. Sighed, held his expression, and said seriously, "From now on, my life is in your hands." Hearing this, Zheng Yang softened slightly, feeling that the purpose of this trip had been achieved. Behind the house, the almost imperceptible sound of trampling grass could be heard. Elia's ears suddenly twitched, and then her nose twitched. On her face, "Master Zheng Yang, there is a strange smell nearby." After receiving the wolf servant profession and activating her bloodline, Elia's senses became incredibly sharp, and she was able to detect any movement within a radius of 500 meters. Zheng Yang and Li Yue looked at each other and frowned slightly. "Have you ever seen other intelligent beings appear nearby?" Zheng Yang asked. Li Yue shook his head. "Never. I am alone here." "It is strange. Did the dragon people not survive that war?" Zheng Yang thought. Outside the house, two figures approached Li Yue's wooden house without a care in the world. He had dragon horns on his forehead, red vertical pupils, and a tail covered in red scales that swayed behind him as he walked. Isn't it confirmed that the person living in this wretched house was just a weakling? "Why are you suddenly asking us to invite him back to the castle?" Gray asked, confused. "Why are you so worried?" "I'll just follow your orders," Pyrrha said, suddenly wary. "Wait, there's a strange smell." Boom! At this moment, the door of the wooden house suddenly broke, and Zheng Yang and Aaliyah quickly rushed in front of them while they were still stunned. The information given out by the insight skill is of the second level. My physical attributes are too high. They almost reach the threshold of the third level. Zheng Yang's face was serious, and he quickly punched Gray. The boxer's punch is different. It is powerful and heavy. Gray was thrown back by the enormous force of the punch. When Zheng Yang retracted his fist, the blazing sunbow appeared in his hand. He quickly pulled the bowstring 6 times, and 6 arrows flew towards Gray. The level of the blazing sunbow is now level 3. Its functions are the same as before, but it has become more powerful. On the other hand, Arius rushed forward and launched a strong attack, catching Pella off guard. But the gap in strength between them was quite large, so Pella quickly reacted and counterattacked Arius. Boom! 6 burning arrows hit Gray, causing a huge explosion. When Pella noticed this, her expression changed slightly. "Gray, you are quite calm even when you quarrel, but you still maintain self-confidence and care for others." At some point, Zheng Yang's figure appeared behind Pella, mocking her and stabbing her with the knife in his hand. As the projectile was about to strike, Pella's vertical pupils flashed red, and a circle of flames spread around her body. Skin only slightly reddened from the impact of the iron sheet, but he was thrown back by the force of the blow. Elias appeared behind Zheng Yang just in time to help him weaken the blow, then grabbed his arm, swung it in a large circle, and threw him forward again. During their daily training, they often practiced against each other, and their silent understanding was honed to a very high level. In fact, it may be so Pella's eyes changed, and a column of fire erupted from her mouth. Zheng Yang did not dodge or evade, but met the attack head-on, straining his iron plates and steel bones to the limit, and his mana began to evaporate in large quantities. He rushed towards the fire pillar. When the fire pillar dissipated, Pella's eyes were filled with horror. Past her. Zheng Yang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the winter blade, covered in frost, was about to fly towards Pella. Please spare our lives. We are not here to attack you. At the critical moment, an alarming cry rang out. Zheng Yang's blade stopped just inches away from Pella's forehead. Pella looked at Zheng Yang with a hidden fear. She even felt the coolness on her skin. The source of the voice was Gray, who was killed instantly at the beginning. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and still felt his heart pounding. Zheng Yang did not let go of Pella because of Gray's words. He said coldly, "Target." Watching the two of them at the same time, I figured out their identities. They were from the Dragon Clan. Pella felt uneasy as Winterblade pressed against her, not because of Winterblade's sharpness, but because of the cold that enveloped him. Dragon men were natural fire elves. They have a very high affinity for fire and can use various fire techniques, but they hate the cold very much. Gray was in tears. They just came to deliver a message, and anyone who provokes them will be beaten. It was the clan leader who asked us to come here and invite people to visit the Red Dragon Castle. Zheng Yang's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he thrust his weapon straight into Pella's face. "How did your dragon tribe leader know that we were here? Please answer my questions one by one. If I tell him we're watching them nearby, he won't just kill Pella Gray." Hesitated. Pella straightened her neck and said bluntly, "We were watching you from here. When we saw you coming, we returned to report to the leader. Why didn't I know you were monitoring this place?" Hearing this, Li Yue walked out with a puzzled expression. Pella grumbled, "After finding out that you were weak, the clan chief cancelled the order. But a few days ago, for some reason, he suddenly restored it." Hearing this, Li Yue's face darkened. "Even though I don't have any special fighting ability, I don't care what kind of face I make if I say this in front of so many people." Elias looked at Li Yue with pity, and when he looked at her, she quickly pretended that nothing had happened. Li Yue's face suddenly darkened. 2 days ago, they set out on their journey. How did the Dragon Clan chief know that we would be here so soon? Zheng Yang sensed something was wrong and narrowed his eyes slightly. "But why should I believe you?" "We really didn't lie to you," Gray said anxiously, slapping his tail on the ground. "Just think about it. We did nothing, and you beat us up without even giving us a chance to explain. It seems true, but now is not the best time to deal with dragons. Time is running out." Zheng Yang thought for a moment and sent a message to Shen Yao. A moment later, 2 bottles of brown-green potion appeared in Zheng Yang's hands. He threw one of them to Gray. "Drink this, and I will let her go." "Gray, don't drink it. Who knows if it's poisonous?" Pella immediately became worried, but she didn't dare move because of the weapon on her neck. "I'm doomed, but you can still escape. Go back and tell the tribe chief to avenge me." Hey, little one, don't be so dramatic. It's just a potion that paralyzes. Is it really that serious?" Zheng Yang was speechless. Elia understood Zheng Yang's expression and, covering her mouth with her hands, secretly laughed. Face was bitter. He felt that he would stop there, but at the end of his life, he would still have to do something. Gray looked at Pella with a firm gaze. "Pella, this may be my last moment. I have something to tell you that has been lurking in my heart for a long time." Gray smiled and tried to look more relaxed. "Is there a big melon?" Elias may not have realized it yet, but Li Yue and Zheng Yang, 2 modern people, immediately smelled the gossip. If the situation were right, they would rather sit on a stool and eat melon seeds. "Pella, I love you like the wind that blows 8,000 miles, without asking when it will return. Gray drank the liquid from the bottle courageously, then looked at Pella lovingly. At the end of my life, I expressed my feelings. I have no regrets. Pella stared blankly at Gray, who had fallen to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Compared to them, Li Yue and Zheng Yang were much more enthusiastic. Pella burst into tears and glared at Zheng Yang. Bastard, you better kill me now, otherwise I will kill you one day to avenge myself. Zheng Yang raised his eyebrows. All right, this bottle is yours. After saying this, he forcefully stuffed it into Pera's mouth. Ooh. A moment later, Pera also fell to the ground and stood motionless. It's just a painkiller. Zheng Yang shook his head helplessly. You two made it feel like we were parting forever. I'm looking forward to their reactions when they wake up, Li Yue said regretfully. It's a pity I won't have the chance to see it with my own eyes. As the sky began to darken, the dragon warriors sent from the Red Dragon Castle to search for Pella, and Gray found them near a wooden house. Gray was sitting against the wall of the cabin, his legs drawn up to his knees and his face buried in them. Pyra sat next to him, her face slightly flushed and her eyes helpless. The dragon warriors sighed in relief, seeing that the two were safe. What happened? It was almost dark. Why haven't you returned to the castle yet? Pera avoided his gaze and stuttered, unable to explain clearly. Hearing the voice, Gray raised his head, and the dragon warrior shuddered. Gray's eyes were empty, and his face was lifeless. This. What happened? Why did he become like this? Gray recalled the tender confession he had made before he passed out, and his face felt like it was burning with oil. Hehe, don't worry about me. Dragon Man Gray is dead. Dragon Warrior. 3 days later, in the courtyard of Zhengyang, studying. Due to the extra workload, it took them an extra day to return from Dragon Valley. Li Yue and Zheng Yang sat opposite each other, and the long table was filled with drawings of various sizes. We don't know the extent of the disaster, so you can never be too prepared. When it comes to professional areas, Li Yue's frivolous expression completely disappears, and his expression becomes serious and solemn. Master, I have been watching the construction of the courtyard. It is quite good. Its scale and complexity far exceed that of other players. Li Yue shook his head. But that's all. What do you think is missing? Zheng Yang was originally very confident in his courtyard, but at this moment he couldn't help but hesitate. Do you know what a top-level military base should be like? Li Yue avoided giving a direct answer. It must be able to defend itself, fight, hide, survive, and evolve. It can protect against saturation attacks. It can fire and provide full fire coverage, hide, conceal, and deceive. It can survive and provide for itself for a long time. It can develop and has the ability to develop technology. And the only thing that works well in the courtyard now is its defense. Of course, given the current conditions, we are unable to complete many projects, Li Yue said slowly. That's why I proposed the castration plan. He spoke. Li Yue took out several drawings from the long table. The drawing of the close defense crossbow is an advanced version that I designed by combining various materials from this world and referencing the design of the close defense cannon. Mechanism is equipped with a quiver that can hold 500 arrows and can fire 150 arrows per minute. Although the rate of fire is not that fast, in this world we can produce powerful arrows that will greatly increase the maximum limit of this equipment, Li Yue added hesitantly. I know a few players with the craftsman profession. I can entrust them with making arrows, but I'm afraid it will require a lot of resources. Don't worry about the resources. There are enough supplies in the courtyard now. Zheng Yang reassured Li Yue and let him act. The courtyard today is completely different from what it used to be. Thanks to the Silver Moon Scimitar, Rudin and the others were able to return from hunting every day with a full load. The meat of the first-level beasts, as well as various fruits and vegetables, were piled up in the food storage. Zheng Yang even had a lot of meat of the second-level beasts in his inventory. He also collected a lot of magic stones. At least for now, there are enough for everyone in the courtyard to improve their strength. Li Yue was deeply moved when he heard this. This is the advantage of having a big tree to lean on. All the difficulties that were hard for him to solve before are now easy to solve. I feel relieved when you say that. The Watchtower blueprint, the support structures for the close combat crossbow, are built of blue steel stone. The information provided in the engineer's inauguration card states that this mineral is harder than steel. Li Yuk no longer held back and spoke openly. Compared to close combat crossbows, this kind of large-scale engineering project is more suitable for my profession. The professions of engineer and craftsman are professions that involve survival and creation. The difference between them is that engineers are more inclined to implement large-scale buildings, objects, and projects. The craftsman profession is more skilled in creating weapons, armor, and small parts. Close combat crossbow looks more like the work of a craftsman, but why was Li Yue able to design it? It was purely his own talent. Experience as a chief designer at a military-industrial concern gave him access to a large number of military weapons designs, so it was not difficult for him to design a close combat crossbow by copying them. If you ask him to make something like the Pangu axe or the Xuan Yuan sword, he might be completely clueless. They talked in the study for 4 or 5 hours, only interrupted when Elias came to call Zheng Yang for lunch. Both of them clearly wanted to continue. After dinner, Zheng Yang, Li Yue, and Shen Yao were sitting in the study, and the countdown in the upper left corner of their field of vision was almost finished. 1:29:36:1, less than a week left. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. They simultaneously opened the trade and placed various goods on the shelves. Magic Stone, Tier 2, Beast Meat, Tier 1, Beast Meat, Red Cherry Spirit Fruit, Alloy Sword, Concentrated Healing Liquid, Netherworld Potion. These items still have a very high value in today's player market, and their appeal is not weak even for players. Top level. In today's group of players, Level 1 is the cornerstone, Level 2 is the top players, and Level 3 players are only a few. After discussions between Zheng Yang and Li Yue, it was decided that 3 types of drawings should be implemented, which would require significant resource support. Many things are missing in the courtyard, but it doesn't matter. Zheng Yang can exchange them for other resources. According to the prior agreement between the 3 parties, Shen Yao and Zheng Yang were responsible for exchanging supplies, while Li Yue contacted the craftsman he knew to make special arrows. As soon as the product hit the shelves, it immediately attracted the attention of many players, including many gaming organizations. As time continues to shorten, many players are beginning to consciously seek out nearby players to team up with. Some have failed, some have succeeded, and there are quite a few who have stood the test of time. Of course, there are also groups of players like the Shura Club that have the ability to find people, but they are extremely rare. Lu Banjiu, who are you clinging to? Li Yue, you control me? Just give me a definite answer whether you will do it or not. Lu Banjiu, special arrows that can explode, interesting. I will take on this job. How much do you need? Li Yue, 2,000. Lu Banjiu, with this many people, you are going to fight the United Nations? Li Yue, why do you care about me? Can't I just come for fun? This figure was the result of his assessment and would not put too much strain on their resource reserves. Lu Banjiu, okay. The customer is king. Let me do the math. 2,000 sticks, 100 magic stones, or 500 kilograms of level 1 beast meat. Li Yue, 50 jin of level 1 beast meat. Lu Banjiu, is there anyone who can bargain like you? The 2 men argued for a long time and finally agreed on a price of 200 kilograms of meat from a first-class animal, which was to be delivered a day later. Although Li Yue's unrealistic drawings were criticized by many players, players in professions such as engineers and craftsmen showed great interest in his ideas. As the saying goes, experts pay attention to details, while amateurs simply observe what is happening. Lu Banjiu also bought some of Li Yue's drawings. When he saw them, he was amazed by his talent and even invited him to his place. But Li Yue said with disdain, How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Zheng Yang and Shen Yao had a harder time. They had to answer a lot of private messages, and it took them 3 hours. Putting it all together, I finally got everything I needed. Are there many player groups now? Zheng Yang turned his head and asked Shen Yao, who was sitting next to him. He doesn't pay much attention to the world, so it's not entirely clear to him where the players are heading. Not many, except for small groups of 3 or 4 people. Only a few relatively famous people. Shen Yao counted them on her fingers with a sweet expression. Craftsmen's Association, President Lu Banjiu. Shushan Sword Pavilion, Mountain Master Luo Shui. Zoo, Director Gong Changlong. Trappist Order, President Harris. Great Pirate, Captain Lu Fei. Temple of the War God, Kang Qingtian. What a genius in choosing names. This is too childish. Zheng Yang's face twitched. However, now we should add one more person. Shen Yao teased Zheng Yang, who looked at her doubtfully. Courtmaster. Zheng Yang. I've been waiting for a long time, but I didn't expect you to poop so much. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Besides, there are some special but little-known organizations that we should know about. I heard this from Lu Banjiu, Li Yue said seriously. Red Revolutionary Army, Free Federation, Sunset Empire, Snow Country, Black Tribe, Mediterranean Alliance, Holy City Crusade. Li Yue said more than a dozen names in one breath. Shen Yao fell silent, and Zheng Yang's expression changed slightly. From what you said, I don't need to explain the nature of these organizations. Li Yue sighed. This organization was created by a group of people who were homesick, who had lost their country, and who had lost their loved ones. I want to remind you that this is a group of extremists blinded by hatred and anger, Li Yue said with a heavy heart. Some people had already met them in the desert, and after rejecting their invitation, they were mercilessly killed. There was a moment of silence in the office, and both of them did not know what to say. Zheng Yang exhaled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. These things are still too far away from us. Let's first endure the disaster that will happen in a few days. Li Yue and Shen Yao nodded slightly. The next morning, everyone gathered in the courtyard. On both sides of the courtyard gate were 2 piles of blue steel stones and some other materials. The general color of the blue steel stone is blue, with black specks. This is the main material used in the construction of the watchtower. Zheng Yang asked Li Yue, "Why don't you just use creation to manifest it directly? The advantage of manufacturing is that with the drawings and materials, you can fully imagine the object. But it lacks the flexibility that we usually call DIY." Li Yue shook his head. The labor card provides real knowledge. I can directly use this knowledge and combine it with my engineering skills to achieve better results on my own rather than in production. Zheng Yang nodded thoughtfully. After Li Yue answered Zheng Yang's question, he opened the 5 fingers of both hands and pointed at the 2 piles of blue steel stones, and his eyes sparkled. The 3 skills needed by an engineer are simulation calculation, material molding, and structural analysis. Currently using his engineering skills to shape the materials into the desired shape. The 2 piles of blue steel stones slowly rose into the air, and then changed shape according to Li Yue's thoughts. Then, according to the simulation results, the molded blue steel stones were collected one after another. During this process, Li Yue's mana was consumed in large quantities, and his face began to turn pale. Zheng Yang took out the red cherry holy fruit from his inventory and fed it to Li Yue, causing the mana bar to instantly recover. Soon, 2 tall green watchtowers appeared. If someone in modern society had such an ability, he would probably be treated like a father figure in the real estate company. Because the construction period is ridiculously short, Zheng Yang joked to himself. After Li Yue made adjustments, the 2 watchtowers were only 5 meters higher than the black stone wall. The next close-range crossbow was beyond Li Yue's micromanagement. There were too many details that he couldn't grasp, so he immediately used production to complete it. When the light faded, 2 bulky close-range crossbows fell to the ground, each equipped with a square magazine for arrows. In the evening, Lu Banjiu's 2,000 arrows arrived. Explosive arrow level. 1 introduction. Made from firestone and ebony, it can cause a powerful explosion upon impact. The arrowhead is made of charred stone with cracks from solidified lava, and the body of the arrow is jet black with cracks similar to a spider web. Zheng Yang walked to the watchtower, took out a bullet, mounted it on the close combat crossbow, and shot it at the nearby underworld creatures. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, piercing the air at an incredibly high speed, and immediately hit the underworld creature. Boom! Immediately after the impact, a huge explosion occurred, and the arrow body made of black wood instantly shattered into pieces mixed with flames. Zheng Yang looked at the effect caused by the arrow exploding in surprise. So powerful. Thinking about this, Zheng Yang clicked the Enhance button and found the Explosive Arrows option. Explosive Arrow. Fire Arrow cost 170, mana yes, no upgrade. After he experimentally upgraded the arrow to the Fire Explosive Arrow, the arrow's appearance did not change much, but its color became more saturated and the lava cracks became more dazzling. Description in the Insight section hasn't changed much, but the level has reached 2. Zheng Yang feels that his strength has become stronger. After using the enhancement many times, Zheng Yang discovered that most of the enhanced items only improved their quality and effects, but their functional diversity had not changed. After the recent upheaval, creatures from the underground world began to gather here. Zheng Yang loaded a pyrotechnic arrow into the melee crossbow and aimed at the zombie. Then shoot and hit. This time, the effect was even more powerful than before. The explosion radius doubled, and a fiery circle formed at the moment of impact. Zheng Yang was quite satisfied with the effect of the improved arrows. But then he remembered that there were still more than 1,900 arrows left to improve, and his face froze. This will drain me Werewolf Village, Assembly Hall. All the high-ranking members of the werewolf tribe were gathered here, and everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces. As the only rune master in the village, Sivas not only left himself, but also took with him several apprentices who studied runes with him. Without a rune master, the remaining werewolves are just rough guys who can only work hard. Why don't we invite the deputy chief back? Oba suggested. Belmont glared at me. No, of course not. If I invite him back like a dog, where will my dignity be? So what do you think we should do? Wasn't it because of your evil intentions that you insisted on confiscating someone else's weapons, which led to the current situation? Besides, you have no prestige at all now. The whole village saw you beaten, like a dog. Oba and several of his foremen looked at each other helplessly. Everyone in our werewolf tribe is a soldier. As soon as these words escaped his mouth, Obertin stood up and stared at the source of the voice. What do you mean? Belmont, Thor, and Otto also looked at Einke in surprise. Literally, among our werewolves, even a 3-year-old child has very strong physical characteristics. Vacancy can be filled by the old, the weak, women and children, Einke said calmly. Without Seafort, would we all have died out? Without these idlers, we could have saved some food. How dare you do this? Obel's teeth were bared, his chest heaving. I don't agree with that. Several leaders of the groups under Oba's leadership also supported this idea. You should know that among these old people, the infirm, women and children, there are their blood relatives. The patriarch and the other 2 elders would definitely not agree with this approach. Oba looked at them with hope, but that look was like falling into an ice cave. He felt the cold eating away at his entire body, inch by inch. Why? Why do you look so smart? Oba's heart screamed. He suppressed his sorrow and sat back in his chair in silence. Einke looked with some surprise at Obel, who suddenly changed his demeanor, and then the corners of his lips curled upward. You are reasonable. Boss, why are you silent? The younger brothers behind him poked him in the shoulders with concern. Shut up. Oba turned around and gave them a sharp look. Several of the younger brothers fell silent, thinking that Oba had compromised, and looked at him with disappointment in their eyes. Oba lowered his head, feeling a piercing gaze behind him. From an angle no one could see, his eyes were dull and unclear. The meeting ended and everyone left. Oba called several of his people. What? The voices of several team leaders sounded a little cold and distant. Come to my room tonight. Having said these words, he left without looking back. Several of the group leaders looked at each other and saw each other's surprise and uncertainty. The next morning, Elias sat up in bed and stretched. The thin pajamas could not hide her plump figure at all, and the weight on her chest swayed along with her elongated body. There was still a slight confusion in Shui Lingling's eyes, and her wheat-coloured skin was in stark contrast to it. Youth and tenderness looked especially beautiful against the morning sun. Elias went to the small artificial lake in the yard to get some water, quickly washed himself, and then began to prepare breakfast for everyone. Of course, Zheng Yang did this on special request. When the cooking was half finished, Tasha entered the kitchen and was not surprised to see Arias. Elias is the first one to wake up in the morning among all the people in the yard. She is hard-working and modest in her daily life, and also has amazing strength. There is no one who does not love this girl. Some of the werewolf boys who followed Rudin on the hunt even had secret crushes on her. But everyone knew that this beautiful werewolf girl only had her eyes on her master, Zheng Yang. Good morning, Sister Tasha, Elias greeted Tasha quietly. Tasha smiled and nodded at her, then teased, I will prepare breakfast for others, and you can focus on preparing breakfast for your master, Zheng Yang. Elia's face flushed, and she did not refuse Tasha's kindness. More than 10 minutes later, she came to Zheng Yang's bedroom as usual to bring him breakfast. She knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. In the past, Mr. Zheng Yang would wake up at this time, but today he was unusually lazy in bed. Aliyah was slightly surprised, then looked at the tray in her hand with some embarrassment. If I wait until Master Zheng Yang wakes up, the food will get cold, and cold food will taste bad. It's not that I want to see Master Zheng Yang sleeping. Absolutely not. Mentally applying 2 layers of buff, Elias boldly pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the house, Zheng Yang was sleepy, his upper body half naked, his muscular body exposed to the air, showing off his masculine energy. When Zheng Yang saw her enter, he gave her a charming smile, and her heart beat faster. This was all a figment of Elias's imagination. Elias blushed and shook her head, then pushed the door and said guiltily, Master Zheng Yang, I was afraid that the food would get cold, so I came to call you. Entered the room, he was stunned. The bed in the room was neatly made, just like she had made it before, without a single wrinkle, and it was impossible to tell that anyone had ever slept on it. Arya suddenly felt panicked and didn't even notice the plate in her hand as it fell to the ground with a thud. She searched the entire house, even the closet, but didn't find it. Oh, and that smell. As if suddenly remembering something, Arias's face brightened. She quickly sniffed the air, then pursed her lips as if she was about to cry. What should I do? Mr. Zheng Yang's scent is everywhere, and I can't even smell where he went. Zheng Yang has disappeared. This incident quickly alarmed everyone in the courtyard. Even Li Yue, who was still sleeping, was no exception. Everyone gathered in the courtyard. Everyone looked solemn. This is not a trifle. Everyone gathered together because of Zheng Yang. He is the link, and everyone obeys only him. Without him, everyone feels a little awkward, as if something is missing. Have you looked everywhere? Face was serious, no longer as calm as usual. You searched the warehouse, the basement, the bathroom. Rudin and the others looked dejected. We looked everywhere, but nothing. Don't worry, something's wrong. Li Yue bit his nails and said darkly, He was fine yesterday. How could he suddenly disappear today? Something is wrong. During the conversation, he kept sending Zheng Yang private messages, but they all went unheard, making his heart ache. Shen Yao did not respond. She felt like her head was noisy and everything was confused. Hey, why is it so noisy? What are you all doing here? When everyone was in a panic, a lazy voice, apparently still sleepy, came from the watchtower. Hearing the familiar voice, everyone was stunned and quickly looked towards the watchtower. From the watchtower, looking at the people below with a sleepy expression. Who could it be if not Zheng Yang? Last night, after Zheng Yang refined all the remaining arrows, he felt very weak and simply fell asleep on the watchtower. Although the temperature here will drop at night, it won't be a problem considering his physique. After explaining everything clearly, Zheng Yang looked at Elia wordlessly. Arya's wolf ears were lowered. She lowered her head and pinched the edge of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. After the false alarm, everyone went their separate ways. Zheng Yang went to the training room and took out a lot of resources from his inventory that could increase his strength. The time is displayed in the upper left corner, 10:7:23:42. There was little time left, so Zheng Yang opened his personal panel. Name, Zheng Yang level. 2 job, gardener level 1, boxer level 1, HP 282/282, mana 808/808, constitution 28.2 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, stamina, etc. Spirit 28.8 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills: maturation, spiritual awakening, feedback, insight, heavy strike, iron bones, iron skin. Now that he has approached the threshold of level 3, Zheng Yang decided to raise his power to a higher level before the countdown reached 0. By then, he would have enough mana to upgrade both professions to level 2, greatly increasing his combat effectiveness. If you want to continue cultivating after reaching level 3, your profession must also reach level 2. The next stage of the gardener is the botanist. The next stage after the boxer is the fighter. Both levels require 1,000 mana points. This is only available to Zheng Yang. The rest can only fulfill the promotion conditions step by step. In the evening, Zheng Yang left the training hall on an empty stomach. There was a tray of food at the door. Zheng Yang entered the training hall in the morning and has not left since then. During this entire time, he has not left even once. He asked Elias in advance not to disturb him. Usually Elias brought him food 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. It was still too early for dinner, and lunch had long since ended, but the food was still warm. Elias must have seen that I hadn't come out yet, so she came in from time to time and changed the cold food so that I could eat hot food when I came out. After a simple analysis, Zheng Yang felt his heart warm up. "Ah, Master Zheng Yang, I'll go warm up some food for you." Just then, Elijah walked in and exclaimed when she saw Zheng Yang coming out. No, this one will do." Zheng Yang waved his hand. Elias snatched the food and said righteously, "No, Master Zheng Yang, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Zheng Yang could only watch helplessly as Elias carried away the food. After finishing his meal, he returned to the training hall and began training. As the countdown decreased from 3 digits to 2 digits, the atmosphere in the courtyard became increasingly tense. Everyone was on edge. No one was sitting idle. Everyone was doing something to the best of their ability, even the simplest. That day, Zheng Yang walked out of the training hall and found everyone gathered in the courtyard, watching what was happening. Even Xiaobai looked at him in a daze. Oh! Seeing Zheng Yang, he walked over and rubbed his head against his palm. Nowadays, Xiaobai rarely participates in battles, and everyone cultivates him as a tiger that brings wealth. Zheng Yang curiously walked closer and saw that Li Yue and Shen Yao were in the center of the crowd. In front of them was a square table with low legs. On it was a chessboard, and on it were 32 wooden round cakes. Shen Yao played with the red ones, and Li Yue with the black ones. Shen Yao frowned and said nothing, her light little hands swaying in the air. Li Yue looked at himself proudly and waited calmly for Shen Yao to make his move. The two were playing chess. Zheng Yang became interested when he saw this. He also felt the tense atmosphere that had been in the courtyard recently. Playing chess was a good way to ease the tension. However, Zheng Yang shook his head and thought that Shen Yao had done wrong by playing chess with Li Yue. Chess itself is a game of sandbox deduction by nature, and engineering simulation skills have powerful deductive and computational capabilities that make it easy to figure out the best move to make next. Even if Li Yue is a bad chess player, he won't be much worse with this skill. Shen Yao has almost no chance of winning. A few minutes later, Zheng Yang watched this dramatic scene with a twisted mouth. Li Yue pushed the horse that Shen Yao had just moved away and said helplessly, "The horse can only move during the day, not in the field. Tsik, the car can't turn. The car has a steering wheel, so why can't it turn? So a soldier can't take so many steps. Haven't you heard of Blitz?" Li Yue, with tears in his eyes, stopped Shen Yao, who was about to trample the old general. Shen Yao pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Elephants can't fly. Why are you bothering me? Can't you afford to play?" "I can't afford to play." He was breathing heavily, his eyes red as he pushed the car straight towards the opponent's bottom line. "General!" Let's see how you dodge it this time. This move is called pulling the general." Li Yue looked at the horse that was standing freely on the other side of the carriage with a sly look. "I will eat your car." Li Yue gritted his teeth as he watched the red general step out of the 9-square grid and eat his rook. How can you continue to play like this? What? Are you saying it's a draw? Shen Yao's hand seemed to randomly arrange the chess pieces and magnanimously said, "Well, a draw is a draw. I'm being magnanimous and will give you an advantage." Li Yue was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person, and his reasons for betraying him were so strange. Puff, puff, puff. Zheng Yang, who was watching from the side, laughed like a pig. Now he finally understood what it meant to defeat magic with magic. However, because of this, Zheng Yang noticed that the expressions of the other people had become much more relaxed. Laughter attracted the attention of 2 players on the field. Shen Yao, full of energy, walked over and said, "Zheng Yang, do you want to play? Li Yue is really too weak." When Li Yue heard this, he almost vomited blood. "My food? Do you want to hear what you say?" "No, Shen Yao is just an idiot. She doesn't show how smart I am." Li Yue gave Zheng Yang a provocative look. "Do you want to play?" Before Zheng Yang could say anything, Shen Yao asked with displeasure, "Hey, do you understand the principle of first come, first served?" Li Yue was furious when he heard this. "With your skill level, you first need to understand the rules. I've been practicing a lot lately, and it's really become a lot more boring." Zheng Yang nodded slightly. "Then let's do it one by one." Then Li Yue looked at them with a doubt in his heart. "Why doesn't your horse roam the fields anymore? Why doesn't the car turn? And then the blitzkrieg will come." As expected, Shen Yao was quickly defeated. "Watch me fight you for 300 rounds." Li Yue, full of energy, changed places with Shen Yao despite her reluctance. "You play red," Li Yue said confidently. In chess, the player with the red piece moves first. Zheng Yang nodded slightly and did not refuse the advantage given to Li Yue. In the courtyard, everyone was watching the fierce fight between the 2 men. Click, click, click. The sound of chess pieces falling constantly echoed on the chessboard. Li Yue frowned, shocked by Zheng Yang's chess ability. How could he be so strong? This is unscientific. In fact, he was on par with me, if not slightly better. The computational and deductive power of the simulation's calculations is so great that it can see 10 steps into the future, even if it has never played chess before. As he continued to make moves, Zheng Yang's mental power became more and more focused, and various directions on the chessboard appeared in his imagination. This performance was incredibly natural, smooth, like a fish in water, as if he was born with this ability. Li Yue gradually began to feel the pressure. Black, Shi5 retreat 4. Red, Pao Wu Ping Liu. Black, Knight 4 to 2. Red, Rook 7 equals 6, takes the scholar, checkmate. Li Yue gritted his teeth and moved his general. Black, check 5 to 1. Zheng Yang advanced step by step. Red, Rook 6 retreats 1 step, takes the rook, check. Li Yue began to look desperate. Black, check 5-4, takes the rook. Zheng Yang smiled when he saw this. Red, Rook 7, retreat 4. black as dead. Li Yue was indignant and looked offended. He thought he could poop a lot, but he didn't expect to poop so much. "Oh, I told you couldn't do it. You still need to practice." Shen Yao covered her mouth with her hand and smiled maliciously. The others also relaxed from the tense atmosphere and smiled lightly. Enough playing. Enough playing. Li Yue returned to his room indignantly. "What happened, Mr. Zheng Yang?" Elia asked, noticing Zheng Yang's thoughtful expression. Zheng Yang came to his senses and waved his hand. "It's okay. I'll go back to training." Elia tilted her head and watched Zheng Yang's retreating back in surprise. After Zheng Yang left, the others quickly surrounded Shen Yao and asked her to teach them the rules of the game. From then on, a modified version of chess was born. Towards evening, a group of unexpected guests came to the courtyard. Oba looked at Zheng Yang's courtyard gate with hesitation. After that meeting, he secretly organized various parties and told everyone the ideas of the patriarchs and elders. Some did not believe it. Some were outraged. Some suspected that he had ulterior motives. Some thought he was crazy. And some even wanted to go to the patriarch to expose his behavior. But fortunately, he pulled himself together in time. Just a few days, Oba has seen all sorts of life forms. He has no way to save those who don't believe. He can only try to save those who believe in him. After his extensive lobbying, a quarter of the werewolf tribe listened to his advice, including 20 young and strong warriors. All of them are recruited warriors, and they are extremely strong among werewolves. Group leader Obera asked hesitantly, "Will they accept us?" "I don't know, but we have no choice. Staying in the werewolf tribe means death, so let's try." Oba looked at the common werewolves hiding in the forest behind him, and the weakness of the common people was reflected in the dim light. A female werewolf was putting a child to sleep, her face looking tired. Here, still growing, with shining eyes and curious gazes at this magnificent courtyard. The pillar of the family looked at him, speechless. In their eyes are hope, deprivation, ignorance, and innocence, as well as anxiety for an ill-fated future. Oba felt a weight on his heart. With a heavy heart, he knocked on the courtyard gate. The sound was neither soft nor loud, but loud enough for people to hear. After knocking several times, he stepped back 2 steps and waited silently. A moment later, the door opened. Jill poked her head out and saw dozens of pairs of eyes silently staring at her. She shuddered and slammed the door. "Mr. Zheng Yang, the situation is bad. The clan leader and the others are attacking us." Jill screamed from behind the door as if she wanted to kill a chicken. "Everyone outside." Jill's screams quickly alarmed everyone in the courtyard. These Belmont guys actually dared to take the initiative and attack. Who gave them the courage? Fish Leong? Zheng Yang was puzzled when he heard the noise. The current fighting capabilities of the courtyard are not only enough to defeat all the enemies in the world, but also enough to destroy the werewolf village alone. So Zheng Yang does not panic. Soon, everyone arrived at the gate, but the situation outside was slightly different than Zheng Yang imagined. Who would bring a baby into battle? There is obviously another explanation for this situation. Zheng Yang looked at Oba, the leader, and raised his eyebrows. "It's not like you've come to cause trouble. Come in and talk. The others are waiting outside." Seeing that the other werewolf warriors were about to catch up, Zheng Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Oba waved his hand, signaling everyone to wait outside. Boss several team leaders looked worried. Oba shook his head. "It's okay. If they wanted to harm me, they didn't have to go that far." He was well aware of the difference in combat power between the two sides. None of the 4 werewolf kings had been able to defeat Zheng Yang that day, so what could he do now that he was alone? Moreover, Sievers was behind him. They had worked together before, so he naturally knew his abilities. But now, it felt like the aura of the 2 of them was stronger than before. Obol followed Zheng Yang with a sullen expression, and the werewolves kept an eye on him. When the courtyard gate slammed shut, everyone looked down in disappointment. Damn it! If it weren't for Belmont and the others, we wouldn't be in this situation. One of the group leaders said this with a displeased expression, leaning against the tree trunk. The other team leaders looked helpless and patted him on the shoulders to console him. The feeling of living under someone else's roof and leaving his hometown is not a pleasant one, and everyone can't help but feel sad. When there is confusion, people's hearts are easier to touch and move. Oba entered the courtyard and, looking around at the diverse furnishings in the courtyard, was secretly shocked. There was no unpleasant smell here. Instead, there was a light sweetness in the air that gave an incredible feeling of comfort with every breath. The floor was paved with stone bricks made of a special material. They were clean and neat, pleasant to walk on. They were not dirty like the land of the werewolf tribe, but wherever he walked, he left dirty footprints. For the first time in his life, Oba felt embarrassed. He felt his face burning, and he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. But remembering his compatriots still waiting outside, he gritted his teeth and went downstairs. He brought Oba into the study. When they sat down, Elias came in from the street and handed Oba a cup of tea. Then he stood behind Zheng Yang's chair with a tray in his hands and looked at Oberl impassively. Zheng Yang did not like drinking tea, but because he had circumstances, it was one of the few ways to entertain guests, so Elias only served tea to Oba. After taking a sip, Oba felt that the taste was very special, but he did not feel disgusted by it. Then he looked at Arias, the daughter of the clan chief. Although the status of women in the werewolf clan was not high, meeting Arias again gave Oba a completely different feeling. Reborn, that's right, reborn. At this moment, Elias was even more beautiful than when Zheng Yang first met her. Her wheat-colored skin was soft and smooth, without the slightest trace of wind and sun. Long-term use of various high-quality ingredients has made her figure fuller, and she no longer has the old feeling of being thin. She shows a healthy beauty. The whites of her eyes are bright and clear, without any trace of impurities, and the pupils of her large round eyes are clearly visible. The strong sense of inferiority also disappeared, giving way to a gentle and meek look that made people feel like she lived next door. When she looked at Zheng Yang, her eyes were so full that they seemed to melt, and the gentleness was especially obvious. The most was the oppressive aura that came from Elia, which shocked him greatly. He clearly remembered that the last time they met, she was an ordinary werewolf who had not yet joined the squad. However, in just a dozen days, she had become so strong that he was afraid of her. This year, he became a soldier at 25. After 5 years of training, he was passed by a young girl who had just worked for more than 10 days. This upset him. "Tell me, what do you want to do with your family?" Zheng Yang asked. Oba opened his mouth. Before coming here, he had been quite confident, but the journey from the gate to the office had completely destroyed his confidence. So he cast aside his dignity and said, "Please accept us. I will do whatever you ask of me, even if it means losing my life." Face showed surprise. What happened to the werewolf tribe? So many people deserting is no small matter. Zheng Yang asked, "Know that I am your enemy?" Oba nodded. "I know." "Does your clan leader know about your collective defection?" Oba shook his head, and then vividly and emotionally expressed what the patriarch and several elders wanted to do. Elias, who was standing behind Zheng Yang, did not change her expression upon hearing this, but her hand holding the tray clenched into a fist. Oberle glanced at Elia and felt disappointed to see her expression was indifferent. "So that's how it is. Belmont and those elders are pigs." Zheng Yang was not moved by Oberle's touching speech. "But why should I take you?" he said coldly. "The disaster is coming. What use is a bunch of old, weak women and children to me?" Oba's face suddenly turned pale. I also brought 20 werewolf warriors with me. They are all working." Zheng Yang looked at him with disdain. A great man who loved his wife once said, "It is not the quantity of soldiers that counts, but their quality. It is the bravery of the generals that counts, not their number. Are not these 20-odd werewolf warriors put together his equal? Now that time is running out, there is nothing they can do at all." Eyes showed reluctance, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth, say goodbye, and quickly leave. On the way, he was in a daze and could no longer take in the view of the courtyard. He was only thinking about how to face the questioning looks of his fellow tribesmen when he walked out the door. Study. Zheng Yang stood by the window, hands behind his back, and watched as Oberl, like a zombie, walked out of the yard. "Do you have something to say, Elias?" Zheng Yang asked in a level voice. Elias lowered her head. Her expression was unclear and said in a low voice, "No, Master Zheng Yang." "Then why don't you look at me?" Elias's tender body trembled. Then she slowly raised her head, revealing somewhat sad eyes. After all, she was from the werewolf clan and a kind girl. Among those waiting outside were her aunts and several cousins who treated her well on weekdays. It wasn't that I didn't feel any emotions at all. I was just trying to hold back so as not to cause trouble for Mr. Zheng Yang. "Since you care about it, why don't you say it out loud?" Zheng Yang said softly. "If you ask me for something, I'll probably agree." He saw everything Elia did. Why shouldn't he spoil the girl who only had eyes for him? Elias took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Because the safety of Mr. Zheng Yang is more important to Elias. The influx of so many people into our courtyard is a burden for everyone, Elias analyzed. The disaster is inevitable, and this burden increases the danger for Mr. Zheng Yang. Before receiving the profession of a wolf servant, in order to become more useful, she worked hard to learn various things to help Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang touched her head and sighed. "You have become more reliable," Alias obediently allowed Zheng Yang to do whatever he wanted. "Go tell Obol that they can stay in the courtyard, but they must take care of their own food and must not spread a stench." Zheng Yang said, "We will provide assistance to any creatures from the underworld that come at night. There is a formation in the werewolf village that hides the aura. As long as the creatures from the underworld do not come too close, they will not be able to sense it at night." "Yes, Mr. Zheng Yang, I will go." Elia paused for a moment, and her moist eyes suddenly lit up. "Go ahead, continue." Zheng Yang laughed as he watched Elia excitedly run out of the office and shook his head. What Elias just said was one of the reasons why he didn't accept werewolves. But he couldn't be so ruthless towards Oberl and the others. Not to mention Arias, the courtyard was still full of werewolves. Although they were following him now, Zheng Yang would have to take their opinions into account. Stepping out into the courtyard, Oberl was about to say something, but Arias opened the door. Everyone turned their gaze there. Elias calmed down and silently told herself to be calm. In front of so many people, she represented the ruler of Zheng Yang and could not allow others to look down on her. She walked up to Oberli, whispered something in his ear, and then walked away calmly. Oberli was stunned at first, then ecstasy appeared on his face, and tears began to stream down his face. "Boss, what happened? What did she just say?" "Ober, what's going on? What happened? What did that guy inside say? Please answer me quickly. This is very upsetting." His reaction was noticed by those around him, and they began to question him with concern. Ober, ignoring their doubts, knelt down in front of the gate of the courtyard behind him, under the surprised glances of everyone present. He bowed 3 times and thought, "Sir, from today on, my life belongs to you." "Study?" Zheng Yang turned his head to look at the people who entered and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" After Oberli and the others arrived, Sievers and the others waited in the living room on the first floor, awaiting the results of Zheng Yang's actions. When Elias went to inform Oberli, she relayed Zheng Yang's decision to them. After thinking for a moment, Sievers understood the reason. "Sir, thank you very much for giving them a chance." Sievers bowed first. Zheng Yang was slightly stunned. He felt that something had changed. He chuckled and said, "We can't just watch them die on the street." After the Seaforth werewolves left, Li Yue walked in and sat on the chair opposite Zheng Yang without hesitation, smirking. "Well done, I was right about you." Zheng Yang rolled his eyes. "Don't get me wrong, I never said I would take them in. I just wanted them to stay close to the courtyard." "Ah, that's right, that's right," Li Yue teased, and then added seriously, I'm here to remind you that accepting them has its pros and cons. Managing these people is a significant expense, but at the same time, people are the most valuable resource. With people, we can do a lot. Zheng Yang thought for a moment and waved his hand. Let's talk about it later. Maybe after surviving this disaster, they will return to the village. Li Yue said helplessly, Okay, you are the boss. The final say is yours. Since Oberli and the others had arrived, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Countdown 56, 43, 22. The section of the forest border facing the courtyard gate was missing, replaced by a small group of wooden houses in the standard game art style. At first, Shen Yao saw Oba building a house, but no one knew how to build houses. So out of kindness, she used her manufacturing skills to help them solve this problem. Shen Yao is not very old. She is only 21 years old and is in her prime, so she does not mind giving them some help, as long as it does not cause trouble for her family. It was noon that day, and the sun was shining brightly. The training hall continued to rage with powerful vibrations. In the dim light of the room, Zheng Yang inhaled the putrid air and felt his body filled with a powerful feeling. He was intoxicated. With the support of a large amount of resources, he finally reached the 3rd level and clicked on Personal. Name, Zheng Yang Level 3. Job, Gardener, Level 1. Boxer Level 1. HP, 323/323. Mana, 1011/1011. Constitution, 30.1 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, endurance, etc. Spirit, 30.0 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills, maturation, spiritual awakening, feedback, insight, heavy strike, iron bones, iron skin. All of his stats have improved greatly, and he feels that he can now surpass 10 of his predecessors. He was not the only one to make progress during this period. Elias and Sivas also reached the 2nd level, and their power increased significantly. The stats of Rudin, Jill, and the other 4 have also improved greatly compared to previous years. Under Zheng Yang's guidance, they are not only honing their Rune Master skills, but also improving their physical fitness. Among the crowd, only Li Yue played poorly, sitting in his room every day, doing various studies. His strength had barely increased, and in terms of combat power, he was still useless. The price for increasing the court's overall fighting ability was that some of the high-quality supplies stored by Zheng Yang were virtually empty. All the meat from the 1st-tier beasts was put up on the trade platform in exchange for various supplies, and there was only enough meat from the 2nd-tier beasts to feed and clothe everyone. Elia couldn't cook special dishes for Zheng Yang like before. Originally, the value of this high-quality animal meat was very high, but recently, almost all of it has been sold for weapons, equipment, and medicine, and the cost of food has dropped sharply. The reserves of spiritual fruits, magic stones, and crystal cores have also been exhausted. Almost all of them were used for cultivation, and Zheng Yang spent some of them to buy a batch of arrows. There was no way out. Without the protection of the werewolf village, the group outside was as dazzling as fireflies in the night. Of course, Zheng Yang did not exchange these basic and important things for resources, such as strategic resources, such as the sacred red cherry fruit and the water spirit pearl. But there were still some successes. Oba handed Zheng Yang a map of the distribution of various resource points on the Wolf King Ridge, which included the locations of various mineral veins, metals, medicinal materials, and special resource points. The most was that there were actually 2 veins of magic stone ore. This thing is essentially a basic item for increasing strength. As your strength increases, the amount required will increase. It is one of the most sought-after hard currencies among players. As the game market gradually developed, crystal cores, magic stones, and high-level beast meat became common currency. The essence of barter has not changed. These rare and high-level resources are still of prime value and are extremely popular. However, near the 2 magical stone veins, there are 2 groups of very dangerous animals. Oba learned about the existence of a magical stone vein there by accident, and then he almost died. If he could survive this disaster, he could try to take over these resources and then use them to absorb the people Oba brought in. The werewolf legacy left behind by Lord Hoss would also be useful. Thoughts flashed through Zheng Yang's mind. Subconscious began to think differently, but he was not aware of it. After turning off personal, he immediately clicked refresh and found the gardener and boxer options. This is the next important point and the key to a qualitative leap in his strength. The first was gardener. After he spent 1,000 mana, 99% of the mana cell in his field of vision instantly evaporated, and the remaining mana could not even be seen. Zheng Yang's mana was instantly exhausted, causing him to feel extremely dizzy. At that moment, a beam of light enveloped him, and a huge amount of knowledge was roughly implanted into his mind. Zheng Yang felt a throbbing pain in his head, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. The light gradually penetrated into all parts of his body, accelerating the delicate process and rapidly changing his physique. After more than 10 minutes, the light dissipated and the advancement was completed. Congratulations to the player for successfully advancing profession. Botanist Zheng Yang took out the holy fruit of the red cherry from his inventory with difficulty to replenish his mana, and only then did he feel alive again. He keenly sensed the changes brought about by this progress. His mind became more receptive to his surroundings. He distinctly felt the 10 groups of consciousness in the courtyard radiating friendly feelings toward him. After this upgrade, he now uses 3 skills from the gardener stage with even stronger effects. This kind of improvement is a rock improvement, which is an improvement in several dimensions such as understanding, application, and effect, and cannot be achieved through exercise. It's like a new driver, fresh out of driving school, getting behind the wheel of a car, and a champion who's been racing for years. They drive the same car, but their results are different. In addition, the botanist brought him 2 more skills. At the botanist stage, there are 2 skills: seed fusion and plant control. Fusion. Different seeds can be crossed to create new varieties, and in different combinations, many combinations can be obtained. The same seeds can be crossed, and the potential, value, and characteristics of the seeds will be enhanced. Control allows you to control plants within a 100-meter radius. With this ability, the user can apply their professional skills by controlling plants in the air. The growth that botanists bring is cross-dimensional, and they are on completely different levels from gardeners. After checking the information about botany in his mind, Zheng Yang focused his attention on boxer and continued to refine it. Zheng Yang gritted his teeth as his mana ran out once more, and the light enveloped him once more. This time, the changes were more drastic than before. The bones made a crunching sound, and the protruding folds of skin continued to twist. Ah! The intense pain made Zheng Yang cry out. Elias, who was sitting in the kitchen with her head bowed and thinking about what to cook today, suddenly straightened her head, moved her ears, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon, she appeared at the door of the classroom with an anxious expression. "Master Zheng Yang, what's wrong? What happened? You?" Elias was pacing back and forth in front of the door, like an ant on hot bricks. I wanted to go in, but I was afraid to disturb Zheng Yang. "I'm fine." In the room, Zheng Yang was pressing his hands to the floor, sweating profusely and breathing heavily, but a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations to the player on his successful promotion. Job, fighter. The development of martial arts is very fast. Once the development is completed, Zheng Yang's physical characteristics improve. They have now reached 31.3, an increase of 1.2. The further you progress, the harder it is to improve stats. Take magic stones, for example. After level 2, you need to consume more than 10 magic stones to increase a stat by 1. As your physical and mental strength continues to grow, this ratio continues to grow. He has also acquired extensive martial knowledge. This martial knowledge is different from what we know. It is martial knowledge in an extraordinary realm. For example, a battle axe concentrates all the force on the legs, causing them to instantly break out with such a powerful force that it is probably capable of breaking a boulder into pieces. This ability to use force in combination with physical strength is one of the martial knowledges that belongs to the realm of the extraordinary. When a boxer advances to the fighter profession, in addition to the improvements to his previous skills, he also gains two skills: abnormal immunity and combo. Abnormal immunity. The body is extremely immune to various toxins and diseases and has a high resistance to various negative influences. Combo. Your attack power increases with the number of combos, with every 10 combos forming a gradient, up to a maximum of 100 combos. The increase in his combat power from these two skills is quite straightforward. Now that both professions had reached level 2, the clash of these skills instantly made Zheng Yang think of countless tactical combinations, and for a moment, his heart trembled a little. After calming down, Zheng Yang walked out of the training room and saw Elias waiting outside with a worried expression. She was relieved to see that Zheng Yang was okay. "I'm not a child anymore. There's no need to worry so much," Zheng Yang said helplessly to Elias. It seemed that Mr. Zheng Yang had become stronger again. He was overcome by a strong feeling of depression. Elias asked sternly, "No, what if something happens to Mr. Zheng Yang?" By that time, Elias no longer wanted to live. She did not say it out loud, but only repeated it to herself. "Ahem, ahem, let's go." "I've gotten stronger. Should I go out and train a bit?" Zheng Yang suggested. He was already feeling a little itchy. Elias was a little touched when she heard this. They really hadn't trained for a few days. "By the way, bring Sievers too." Zheng Yang smiled arrogantly when he saw Arias's puzzled expression. "I want to fight them both." In the vacant lot behind the courtyard, opposite Sievers and Elia, Zheng Yang stood flexing his muscles. A group of onlookers stood nearby, and even some werewolf warriors like Obol were attracted by the commotion. All the werewolves except Obol were watching Zheng Yang with great curiosity. Some had only seen it once when Zheng Yang first visited the werewolf tribe, and most had only heard of it. Now that I had met the real owner, I was naturally curious to know how strong it was. Oba said that Zheng Yang was extremely strong, and neither he, nor the clan chief, nor the three elders could ever defeat him. Since such a great opportunity had opened up before them, they naturally wanted to see for themselves. All the demi-humans admired the strong. What was wrong with Zheng Yang? Elias and Sievers are already level 2. If he loses with so many people, it will be a shame. Shen Yao secretly worried about Zheng Yang. On the other hand, Li Yue used simulation calculations to derive this competition based on existing information. The results showed that Zheng Yang's winning percentage was 20.1% when he did not use various weapons, and 43.5% when he used weapons. But with or without weapons, his chances of winning were slim. Was he eager for a fight? Li Yue was puzzled. With a cry, Ruden started. Fingers quickly flew into the air, and in an instant, a piece of paper with the character Li flew into Arias's body. After reaching the second level, the speed of carving Siphos runes increased. Elia had already approached Zheng Yang. With the blessing of the runes, she did not hold back, striking Zheng Yang's silt. Before the start, Zheng Yang told her to give it her all, not to hold back, and that she could handle it. Zheng Yang calmly dodged to the side, but Elia's fist opened wide, and she grabbed Zheng Yang straight. The sound of steel rubbing against steel scared everyone present, including Arias, who was attacking her. Zheng Yang smirked, and while everyone was stunned, he immediately grabbed Elia's hand and turned it towards Sivers in a large circle. Elia's figure suddenly turned around and rushed towards Sivers. Seeing this, Sivers quickly dodged and quickly drew 3 shield runes and fired them at Arias. He felt that at this speed, they were both in a dangerous situation. Boom! Elias's body barely stopped, making several large holes in the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, her slightly disheveled figure became visible. Her body was dirty and her hair was covered in dust, but fortunately, the Siphos runes arrived in time, so she only got away with a few scratches. Such a strong Elia looked at Zheng Yang in surprise. The others were also stunned, especially the werewolves who saw Zheng Yang for the first time. Their tongues were about to fall out in fear. They only had one question for Oberl. How did the four of you survive in his clutches? Shen Yao and Li Yue looked at each other, both expressing joy. Zheng Yang is level 3. Previous chapter contents. My turn. Zheng Yang ducked, rushed forward to Sivers, raised his legs into a split, and struck downwards. Combat skills, battle axe. Elia quickly rushed to Sivers, pulled him away, and took control. This battle cannot be played without Sivers. Boom! Zheng Yang, in self-defense, cut off Arias's leg with his arms crossed. The incredible force of the blow made the ground go away from under her feet, and her beautiful face wrinkled. So heavy. At that moment, a rune entered her body, causing her stress to drop sharply. Sivers took action first, coming to his senses. Using his fingers as a pen, he continued writing, this time targeting Zheng Yang. 2 runic words, slow and weak, flew towards Zheng Yang. Seeing this, Zheng Yang immediately tried to dodge. Howl. The wolf howled, and the sound waves were invisibly transmitted to Zheng Yang. However, Zheng Yang's body was not damaged at all, which took Elijah and Sivers by surprise. How could outside the field? Li Yue frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Even if Zheng Yang reaches the 3rd level, isn't the difference in strength too great? What do you mean? Shen Yao asked without thinking. Your brain just an ornament? Li Yue. Isn't the situation created by Zheng Yang too exaggerated, considering his advantage is only 1 level? Shen Yao observed the situation on the field for a while. Zheng Yang was practically suppressing both of them. Various weakening skills had no effect on Zheng Yang. His eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Indeed. Li Yue. He said that he didn't want to talk to that idiot, and that his stupidity was contagious. Arias was thrown back several meters with great force. She felt her hands shaking in pain, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Lord Zheng Yang had become much stronger than before. When they fought each other, she still couldn't defeat him, but at least she could float back and forth. But now, with the help of Sivers, she was actually being suppressed. Sivers felt the same way. He was surprised, but also shocked. Zheng Yang stood in front of the 2 of them and said, I won't play with you anymore. I'll be serious. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out like a cannonball and flashed past Arias in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the chains formed by the Sifo's runes barely held his body together. The muscles on his right arm bulged as he struck Elia with force. Combat technique, Bengquan. Arias blocked the attack, but was thrown back, her arms hanging lifelessly, covered in a dark purple color. This is the effect of Bengquan. The power is contained, but not released. Zheng Yang then easily knocked Elia down with a sweeping kick, and then chopped her down with a battle axe. During this period, Sivers used runes several times to try to limit Zheng Yang's actions, but to no avail. Elia looked at the ferocious blow, her face paled, but she stubbornly did not close her eyes. Boom! The axe hit the ground next to her head, and she sighed in relief. When Elia lost the ability to resist, the battle was completely over. Noticing the bruises on her body, Zheng Yang yelled at Shen Yao, who was watching this entertainment. Shen Yao, bring the concentrated liquid here. Shen Yao ran over very obsequiously. Okay, sir, I'll be right there. Mr. Zheng Yang? I can't lift my hand anymore. Elia looked at Zheng Yang with her big, innocent eyes. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. He dried her hands so much that she couldn't even lift them. Shen Yao pouted. He took the potion from Shen Yao, helped Elia up from the ground, picked her up, and began to feed her the medicine in small sips. Sorry, I just got promoted and I didn't control my strength well. Zheng Yang looked at Elia's bruised hand and apologized. Face flushed as she curled up in Zheng Yang's arms, lowering her head and looking extremely well behaved. No, don't blame Master Zheng Yang. It was because I was too weak that you didn't like it. Shen Yao was a little jealous. It is well known that the 2 girls in the courtyard admire Zheng Yang. It is just that Shen Yao thinks that Elias is more suitable for Zheng Yang because she has given much more than herself. Although Elias can accept the fact that Zheng Yang has several partners, I think Zheng Yang will also accept it. But Shenya can't accept this yet. She is a modern person. She has been in this world for less than a month, and the concept of monogamy is deeply ingrained in her. After all, what young girl doesn't want her ideal husband to be devoted to her? After taking the potion, Elia's wounds healed quickly. After confirming that she was okay, Zheng Yang left to do his business. Elia sat on the ground, watching Zheng Yang's retreating back. "How are you?" "Feeling good, huh?" Shen Yao asked mockingly. Elia's face turned red, and she purred softly. In the evening, to celebrate Zheng Yang's promotion, everyone held a bonfire party in the courtyard. In addition to those present, Oba was also invited. Oba is currently the representative of the werewolf group outside. Everyone was sitting around the fire. The starry sky in the background created a relaxed and cozy atmosphere, like a summer barbecue. It would have been even better if it weren't for the explosions that were heard from time to time. Ace and Beto were doing their duty in the two watchtowers, fending off the approaching creatures of the underworld. It was the trio of Jill, Ace, and Beto who often went hunting with Rudin. Zheng Yang rarely showed off his cooking skills and made a pot of fried rice. The ingredients used were white rice, tricolour eggs, and black pork. All of these were purchased from marketplaces. The cost of food has fallen to an outrageous level these days. After all, there are only 2 days left. No matter how much food you stock up on, it will be useless if you can't survive. It's delicious. Shen Yao took a few bites, and her eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to have such talent. I thought that only the food prepared by Elias and Tasha was edible." Sievers and Rudin blushed. They both tried it, but the results were not very good. Li Yue did not participate. He stayed in the room, doing research. It was said that he was developing new designs. Zheng Yang didn't ask for details. After all, he didn't know much about it. Elia and Tasha smiled at each other. Xiaobai curled up at Zheng Yang's feet, chewing on meat. His body was bigger than before. "Have you ever learned to cook?" Shen Yao asked casually while eating. Zheng Yang thought about it, frowned, and couldn't remember for a long time, so he shrugged and said, "I forgot. Master Zheng Yang, I propose a toast to you." Oba walked up to Zheng Yang with a glass of wine in his hand. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. From now on, I, Oba, have decided to become your sword for the rest of my life, to purify you." Wait. Zheng Yang quickly replied, "I am glad that you are so kind, but this is not the norm here." Seeing Oba's embarrassed expression, everyone burst into laughter. The genuine laughter of the others lifted Oberyl's spirits, and he began to laugh too. This place seems unexpectedly good. In the second half of the party, everyone drank a lot of wine, and the atmosphere gradually became more heated. The werewolves were fine. Their alcohol tolerance was fine, and they were currently only slightly drunk, singing and dancing in the distance. Only Zheng Yang, Shen Yao, and Elias were left by the fire. Shen Yao sat next to Zheng Yang, holding a barrel of wine. Her sweet face was as pink as a peach, and her misty eyes looked particularly charming. Elias, who was sitting on the other side of Zheng Yang, also looked a little drunk, burping from time to time, and looked dazed. "Zheng Yang, do you think we can survive?" Perhaps because of the alcohol, Shen Yao was a little sentimental. "You know, before I came to this world, I was a rich girl. I lived an easy and comfortable life. How did everything change so suddenly? My beloved parents are missing, and I have to fight for survival every day. And then there is the looming disaster. Zheng Yang, I am scared. When will this end?" Listening to Shen Yao's chatter and quiet sobs, Zheng Yang felt a heavy heart. This girl, who seems heartless and simple-minded, actually experiences the strongest inner anxiety, but on weekdays she does not show it. I do not know how long she has been holding it in, but today, under the influence of alcohol, she splashed this feeling out. While Shen Yao was speaking, she fell right on Zheng Yang's feet and fell asleep. Zheng Yang was helpless and poked his fingers at Shen Yao's soft face, trying to wake her up. But Shen Yao twisted her whole body, and curled up into a ball, as if she was dissatisfied. Suddenly, he felt his other shoulder drop as Aaliyah leaned against him and rubbed her face as if she had smelled something pleasant. You two must have discussed this beforehand. Zheng Yang looked helplessly and mockingly at the two charming girls. By morning, everyone else was already drunk and dead. Xiaobai was also fast asleep at Zheng Yang's feet. Zheng Yang looked at the mess around him and smiled slightly. The feeling of being drunk in the company of good friends under the stars made him slightly intoxicated. At this moment, he seemed to be the personification of happiness. The countdown in the upper left corner. 45, 34, 09. Zheng Yang watched the countdown as each minute passed, and his gaze was more determined than ever before. Snore, snore. Listening to Shen Yao's snores, Zheng Yang looked helpless. Elias didn't know when she was lying on his other leg. Perhaps it was the feeling of security that surrounded them that made them both sleep particularly soundly that night. Birds of unknown species were chirping in the early morning branches, and warm sunlight was pouring into the yard. Ace and Otto had been on guard duty all night, and now they were fast asleep, leaning against the watchtower. Well, I haven't slept so well in a long time. Shen Yao's slightly lazy voice came from the yard. Wake up! A voice came from very close. Yes, woke up, huh? Shen Yao answered mechanically, but suddenly froze and abruptly opened her eyes. She was lying on Zheng Yang's thighs, lifting the edge of her clothes slightly, revealing her white and smooth stomach, and the edge of her underwear was barely visible. Zheng Yang saw it all. The scenes from last night flashed through my mind like fragments. Sweet and beautiful face turned red, but she didn't scream, but said timidly, I slept here all night. If it weren't for the steel bones that make my tendons incredibly flexible, I probably wouldn't be able to feel my legs now. Zheng Yang said with annoyance. Shen Yu reluctantly stood up and looked at Zheng Yang's thighs with greed. The quality of sleep last night was not very good. When she stood up, she saw Alia fast asleep on the other leg, with a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth. After Shen Yao woke up, everyone else woke up one by one and began to devote themselves to their own affairs. Oba said goodbye to Zheng Yang and returned to the temporary camp outside. After all, there were still dozens of people left. Zheng Yang went out into the courtyard. He didn't waste any time last night. When everyone was asleep, he found a lot of seeds in the trading hall. He decided to try his hand at botany. The knowledge gained by the botanist includes many seed fusion combinations, some of which can increase the number of cards in his hand for the remaining time. Naturally, the more cards, the better. He walked out into an open space in the distance and took out 2 seeds from his inventory. First, golden ironwood seed plus blue thorn seed equals blue thorn steel thorn seed. After planting, Zheng Yang used the accelerated maturation method to make the plant grow faster by using all of its life force. This is the use of the maturation skill, which is unlocked after reaching the botanist level. The downside is that plants that mature quickly do not live long. The reason he doesn't use spiritual enlightenment to get feedback is because the plants he enlightens are tantamount to establishing a deep spiritual connection with him, and this connection will continue to deepen as the plants grow. If the plant that had established a bond with him died, it would cause him some damage, with the degree of damage depending on the depth of the spiritual connection. If 10 trees in the courtyard died, each tree would probably take away 50 horsepower from Zheng Yang. Of course, unawakened plants will also have a very weak spiritual connection with it, but the difference between them is almost the same as between a casual relationship and a girlfriend. The thorny tree quickly used up its life force and continued to grow, soon covering everything around and forming a thorny tree bush. From a distance, the area is a deep blue with golden specks. The stem of the steel blue thorn is blue, and the thorns on it are golden. It is as hard as steel, but also unusually flexible. Zheng Yang used his plant manipulation skills to make the thorn stretch out in front of him. He took out a cast sword from his inventory and struck it hard in the center. When the alloy sword bounced back, and the place where it touched the spikes was slightly deformed, leaving a white mark on the steel spikes of the dagger. It's so difficult Zheng Yang was surprised, and then tried to use insight on the blue steel thorn. I didn't expect it to be successful. Blue steel thorn level 2. Introduction. This unnatural plant was created by a botanist, and its surface is not normally hard. Zheng Yang thought about it, put the alloy sword back into the inventory, and replaced it with the Silver Moon scimitar. This time, it didn't bounce off, and the Silver Moon scimitar's blade almost got stuck in it, but it still didn't cut it off. If you want to cut it off, you probably need at least a level 2 weapon, Zheng Yang secretly calculated. After conducting various experiments, Zheng Yang gained a general understanding of the changes and then became a botanist. After 10 minutes, the blue thorn's steel spikes began to rot. The blue and gold began to turn yellow, and the surface ceased to be hard, but became soft. After a minute or two, it was completely dead. Its size had shrunk by half, and it was a soft, rotting puddle on the ground. About 15 minutes, Zheng Yang calculated how long he could live if his life force was exhausted. Then the second. Swallowed king oyster mushroom seeds plus parasitic fungus seeds equals spore fungus pudge seeds, and the effect of this seed is very special. After Zheng Yang combined the seed, he walked to a tree at the edge of the forest, made a crack in it, and stuck the seed into the trunk to ripen. A moment later, a purple mushroom-shaped head emerged from it, full of vitality. On the other hand, the green color of the parasitic tree began to turn yellow with a speed visible to the naked eye, and the leaves began to fall off one by one. The branches also became extremely old, as if they were old. The big tree soon became lifeless and devoid of any trace of vitality. Within a minute or two, the purple mushrooms also began to wither and die, even faster than the weeds. The effect of this puja spore mushroom is very simple. It is parasitic. It absorbs the host's energy to grow for itself, whether it's life force or magic power. At the moment, these are the only two combinations Zheng Yang can think of. In fact, he bought a lot of seeds from the trade, but most of them are useless. But there was no other way. The seller only accepted packaged shipments, so Zheng Yang had no choice but to accept everything. Fortunately, the current price of the seeds was even lower, and if they were sold individually, it would be the same as giving them away for free. After the experiment, Zheng Yang began working on the merger. After restoring 2 waves of mana, Zheng Yang obtained 20 bluethorn steel seeds and 16 pujispore mushroom seeds. He then used Renew to improve their quality. Seed, blue steel thorn seed. Cost, 560 mana puji mushroom seeds. Puji mushroom seeds. Cost, 575 mana upgrading. The 2 types of seeds requires a significant amount of mana, and Zheng Yang spent some time upgrading all of the seeds to level 3. The next thing he had to do was to be patient. He buried the seeds one by one in the courtyard and around the werewolf camp. Then the continuous process of maturation began. This time, it was no longer a question of excessive growth, but of careful cultivation after the awakening of the spirit. Plants brought him great reviews, but at the same time, they took a long time to mature. During the remaining time, everyone was preparing for the impending disaster. Not only Zheng Yang and his team, but the other players were also working hard. 392456 Skyline, Shura Society. Around the buildings at the bottom of the canyon, and members of the Shura Society were running back and forth around the base, busy with various things. A thick blood-red fog filled Two Shoes' dwelling. Two Shoes sat cross-legged in the room, and dried corpses lay on the ground. Two Shoe took a deep breath and sucked in all the bloody mist that had accumulated in the house. When he opened his eyes, a bright bloody light flashed. "President, everything is ready." Outside the door, Mu Tianfeng reported to him. 2138 deep underground. There is a craftsman guild. Deng, deng, deng. A strong man, naked to the waist, continuously pounded the blacksmith's table with a hammer. After dozens of blows, he lifted the sword blank from the table with pliers and lowered it into a nearby container to cool. After cooling, he brought the sword blank to the protruding spring and placed it in it again for tempering. "Boss, People from the Shushan Sword Pavilion and the Temple of the God of War have arrived, a stern-looking man said from the cave. Well, bring them here. In response, the strong man retreated, and soon he came here with two figures. The man was handsome and worthy of greatness, strong build. He was dressed in exquisite battle armor, and a black cloak thrown over his back fluttered as he walked. The woman was tall, with an oval face and long black hair that flowed over her shoulders. She had a simple and elegant personality and wore a white dress with blue stripes, reminiscent of the sect's aloof elder sister. "Welcome to my humble home," Lu Banju said politely. "This is Luo Shixue from Shushan Sword Pavilion and Kang Qingtian from War God Temple. President Lu, I have long admired you," Kang Qingtian said confidently. "This time, thanks to us, we will not allow any of your masters to suffer. Don't you think so, Shixue?" Hearing this, Luo Shixue frowned slightly and said coldly, "It seems we are not very familiar, so just call me Luo Shixue, Mr. Kang Qingtian." Kang Qingtian smiled awkwardly and said magnanimously, "Ahem, sorry for my presumption." Luo Shixue's expression finally softened a little. Lu Banju watched this scene with great interest. If it weren't for the unfortunate occasion, he would have sat down on the ground and eaten some melon seeds. "Master Lu, is this my sword you are forging?" Luo Shixue asked quietly. "We are indeed making the weapon you ordered a few days ago," Lu Banju complained. "But your request is too great. The material is so valuable, and the possibility of error is simply insignificant. The masters under my command cannot even help me." Luo Shixue did not show any emotion. The work she paid for was also quite expensive. "Can you finish it before the time runs out?" Lu Banju rubbed his chin and calculated. "About the same, maybe a little hasty." Luo Shixue bowed slightly. "Thank you for your concern." Lu Banju waved his hand and said, "Let's form a three-way alliance. I'll upgrade and maintain your equipment, and you'll provide us with shelter. I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. In a real battle, artisans are much closer to cannon fodder, so a few days ago, he reached a strategic cooperation with two people from the Temple of the God of War and the Shushan Sword Pavilion. After all, this is everyone's first time, and they are practically unaware of the disastrous situation. It's best to be careful. No one would joke with their lives. Luo Shixue and Kang Qingtian just arrived here. After greeting Lu Banjiu, they left. The Craftsmen's Association members will arrange accommodation for them later. The location of the Craftsmen's Guild is quite unusual. It is located deep underground, and the entrance is on a cliff. Lu Banju discovered this place by accident. It is also a beautiful natural workshop, and the numerous fire-breathing springs are first-class furnaces. A strong man led the two men into the cave and headed towards their home. The light in the corridor was dim, and Kang Qingtian's heroic face darkened as he looked at the slender figure walking in front of him. 1054-18 Dragon Valley, Red Dragon Castle. A tall, muscular dragon man entered the hall of the main building, performed the dragon man salute and said, "Chief, the next disaster is about to happen and the warriors are ready for action. Have all the tribesmen settled in? Everything has already been arranged. The rank and file of our tribe have been sent underground to shelter. Even if we are destroyed, we will leave behind a spark of fire." The tall dragon chuckled. "Although I think that is impossible." "Okay, I understand. Let's go." "Yes." The tall dragon man bowed and left the hall. What he didn't see was the worried expression on the dragon tribe leader's face, who had his back to him. 4-11-6. A huge ship was cutting through the vast expanses of the ocean, with an ugly skull painted on its sail. At the bow of the boat stood a man in a straw hat, looking out to sea with a smile on his face. "Look, the captain is showing off again. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King is already outdated, okay? Hey, everyone has special periods." The straw hat figure was still standing on the bow, but his expression was a little tense. Among the discussions of the crew, his back seemed a little lonely. Listening to the endless noises behind them, Lu Fei couldn't help but glance at them, and his eyes were filled with fire. "Have you finished your work?" Are you waiting for me to throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Walking, walking, walking. Everyone dispersed. Lei Ming walked up to the deck and looked at him silently. Why are you bragging like that when you're just observing the state of the sea? Humph, you won't understand even if I tell you, Lu Fei said arrogantly. Lei Ming spread his hands and said, We've prepared everything we need. We're just waiting for the last moment. When Lu Fei heard this, a bright gleam flashed in his eyes and he shouted in a childish tone, Come see, test the king who subdues you. May your anger and roar be even more furious. Unfortunately, no one answered him, and Lei Ming, who was standing behind him, at some point returned to the hut. Zheng Yang was also a little nervous, and suddenly his expression changed. Here it is. The forests, the wastelands, the sky, the mountains everywhere are opening vortex portals. Deep and piercing breathing came from there. As soon as the skeleton's foot stepped out, countless creatures from the underworld rushed out like an endless tide. This vortex is exactly the same as the illusion shown by Lord Hoss. Zheng Yang often casts insight spells on the creatures of the underworld outside the courtyard. Fortunately, we haven't seen any creatures from the underworld above the 3rd level yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure emanated from the nearby portal, and shadows began to sway in the vortex as if something was about to burst out. The shadows suddenly expanded, and a withered hand stretched out. Everyone in the courtyard instantly turned pale, as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts and they were overcome by boundless panic. Xiaobai, like a beast, was more sensitive to the smell of danger. He stood in the courtyard and grinned as he looked at the gate. Just by showing their palm, they could not find the strength to resist. Fortunately, an invisible force prevented this at that moment, and the outstretched palm was forcefully thrown back. The powerful force caused the palm to twist and deform, and the knuckles of the fingers were deformed. After that, Shadow tried to do it several more times, but each time he failed and was forced to leave helplessly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they had no time to tidy themselves up, because the inhabitants of the underworld had gathered around the courtyard, and their number was outrageous. Fire! Hearing Zheng Yang's order, Ace and Beto, who were on standby at the watchtower, immediately used their close combat crossbows. The upgraded arrows were much more powerful than before, and the abundance of creatures in the underworld meant that the two of them didn't need to aim at all. They could just shoot straight. Wherever the fire arrows hit, a huge number of underworld creatures were thrown to the ground, and blood and flesh flew in all directions. Listening to the constant explosions around, everyone felt unreasonably insecure. But the arrow is only level 2, which is more than enough to deal with the creatures of the underworld of level 1. It is a powerful weapon. At level 2, this power can harm him, but it cannot be as destructive as at level 1. You can't do anything to a level 3 underworld creature. You can only influence its actions. Zheng Yang and his team have to deal with these missing underworld creatures. Zheng Yang and Elia looked at each other and jumped out of the wall. Currently, only the two of them can directly fight the enemy in the courtyard. Ober is barely able to cope, but he is currently in the neighboring camp, protecting the safety of his people. On the watchtower, Sievers and Ruden have written runes to emphasize their status. On another watchtower, Shen Yao held the Qian bow and continuously finished off the netherworld creatures that the crossbowmen could not reach at close range. The Blazing Sun Bow is a true Tier 3 equipment that can pose a threat to Tier 3 netherworld creatures. Li Yue used virtual calculations to help Shen Yao shoot, telling her which target to aim at. However, Shen Yao is still at level 1 and her mana reserves are low, just over 200, so every time she fires a few arrows, she has to eat a sacred red cherry fruit to replenish her mana reserves. Outside the courtyard, after several rounds of close-range crossbow fire, the crowds of hellish creatures gathering around were no longer so dense, around the werewolf camp, and most of them are heading to the courtyard. Zheng Yang squinted his eyes and watched this phenomenon. Reality did not give him much time to think, as a second-level bone bear with a charred body struck him. Zheng Yang calmly dodged, then drew his winterblade and counterattacked. The blade pierced the skeleton without stopping for a moment, leaving behind an exceptionally smooth cut with a slight tinge of white frost. In an instant, he completed the counterattack. Zheng Yang took note of Elias's state and saw that she was still relatively relaxed. Despite the crises, she was able to avoid them skillfully. He looked at the werewolves that were trying to resist around the camp. Oba led his warriors in a fierce battle with the creatures of the underworld surrounding him. Zheng Yang saw that the time was almost up, and a green light flashed in his eyes, and hidden blue diamond spikes emerged from the ground. Many inhabitants of the underworld were caught off guard and pierced through, hanging on the light blue spikes and struggling incessantly. The thorns instantly cleared the space around them. The wolves looked at the blue thorns constantly sticking out of the ground in surprise, and Oba looked at Zheng Yang with gratitude. The inhabitants of the dense underground world rushed there, but they were almost stopped by the protective layer formed by the blue diamond thorns. As the blue bushes gradually took shape, looking down, the courtyard and camp were surrounded by a thick blue protective layer. In the tangled thorny bushes, several inhabitants of the underworld were stuck, unable to move. Thorns harder than diamond dug into their skin and bones, and they howled in pain with every movement. Manipulating plants of such a large scale proved too much for Zheng Yang's mana, which was depleted at an extremely rapid rate. He took out the sacred fruits from his inventory, ate a few of them, and gradually felt better. Roar! At this moment, a piercing dragon roar rang out, and more than a dozen huge bone dragons flew out of the vortex portal and immediately headed towards the courtyard. More than a dozen dark blue fireballs flew out from their mouths and flew towards the crowd. Damn it! Zheng Yang's face froze, and he shouted, "Get out of the way! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Suddenly, a dark blue fireball exploded on the ground. From the werewolf camp, and the blue watchtower shook from the bombardment. But it just wouldn't fall. Don't underestimate the watchtower I designed, bastard. Li Yue hid under the wall, holding his head in his hands, and said timidly and proudly, "But the situation inside the courtyard was terrible. Several small wooden houses were blown to pieces, and a hole formed in the small artificial lake, from which a large amount of water flowed out. The main house was burnt black. There was a big hole in the roof, and inside you could vaguely see chaos. The blue diamond spikes outside emitted a burning smell in the fire, which affected many creatures from the underworld. No, I have to find a way to get rid of them. Otherwise, I won't be able to live for an hour, let alone a day." Zheng Yang looked at the bone dragon circling in the sky with a gloomy expression. Leaving Elijah to clear the underworld creatures from the blue diamond thicket, Zheng Yang returned to the watchtower. What should we do about Zheng Yang? Shen Yao finally gathered her courage when she saw him and asked anxiously. Li Yue's expression was serious. "According to my calculations, the watchtower can withstand another 5 attacks." At this moment, someone shouted, "Attack coming!" After that, blue fireballs exploded everywhere, and the watchtower shook violently. Zheng Yang supported Shen Yao, who was about to fall, and then took the Qian bow from her. He solemnly walked to the half-wall, drew his bow, and aimed at one of the bone dragons circling in the sky. This time, the enormous energy condensed on the bow, forming a bright red flaming arrow that emitted powerful heat waves. It was a charged arrow that had not been used for a long time. It now consumed 150 mana, but its power was several times greater than before. Zheng Yang's archery skills were not very good, so he decided to use other methods to improve the accuracy of his shots. When the skull dragon descended to its lowest point, the blue diamond spikes below began to move. The spikes quickly rose up, grabbed his legs, and suddenly contracted. The tangled figure of the skull dragon in the air suddenly stopped. Zheng Yang took advantage of the opportunity, released his hand that was pulling the bowstring, and the loaded arrow flew out, drawing a flaming arc in the air, and pierced him in an instant. The shot bone dragon fell to the ground like a fallen bird, raising a cloud of dust. It worked. Everyone looked happy. The 2 close combat crossbows took this opportunity to focus all their firepower on the falling bone dragon. Dozens of arrows hit him within a dozen seconds, and the overlapping explosions caused an even more powerful explosion. Roar. From a place shrouded in black smoke, a dragon's roar rang out. Everyone's expressions changed. This one didn't die. But Zheng Yang didn't panic. Using the insight technique, he clearly saw the bone dragon's health condition. Only a layer of skin remained. He looked around and saw Elia, who was dealing with the creatures from the underworld that had invaded the blue diamond thorn. 2 rounds of bone dragon bombardment created a hole in the protective layer of blue diamond thorns, and many creatures of the underworld rushed out. After determining the direction, Zheng Ya threw the winter blade. Elias, leave them alone for now and go finish off the enemy. Hearing Zheng Yang's shout, Elia turned around and caught the thrown blade. Without answering, she ran first to the place where the bone dragon had fallen a while ago. Just as I was surprised, a basin of cold water was poured on me again. Attention! The 3rd round is approaching! A violent shaking caused by Yulan followed. No, this efficiency is too low. Zheng Yang frowned and thought, get rid of those guys in the sky as soon as possible. Li Yue looked at the watchtower that had already begun to collapse, gritted his teeth and said, I'll go and repair the damaged structure of the watchtower. After speaking, Li Yue went downstairs and began to work as a tailor using the remaining blue steel stone. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yang came up with a bold idea, but it took time to implement. Shen Yao used the blazing sunbow to continuously chase them and try to slow down the frequency of the bone dragon's attacks. All right. Shen Yao's cute face showed concern. Although I don't know what you are going to do, but be careful. Zheng Yang nodded slightly and ordered the close combat crossbowmen on the 2 watchtowers to continue firing to suppress the underworld creatures outside the blue diamond spikes. The surrounding vortex portals continued to endlessly spew out underworld creatures. Now, the only person who was still left outside to eliminate the enemy was Elia. But Zheng Yang had just sent her to finish off the fallen bone dragon, so the only line of defense left was blue diamond thorn. Without the melee crossbow to suppress it, blue diamond thorn wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After all, there are quite a few level 2 and 3 creatures appearing in the underworld, and they pose a serious threat to blue diamond thorn. Zheng Yang took advantage of this moment to sneak into the bushes and quietly hide, waiting for an opportunity like a patient hunter. Boom! While he was hiding, the bone dragon in the sky unleashed 2 more waves of attacks. The watchtower was already full of cracks and barely held up thanks to Li Yue's constant patching. Zheng Yang's figure was hidden by the thick bushes, and he occasionally glanced at the bone dragon flying overhead. After initially being vigilant towards the bushes, the bone dragons gradually relaxed and no longer paid attention to them. A huge shadow passed by again and again, but Zheng Yang did not move. Finally, the bone dragon dropped low enough, and Zheng Yang suddenly stretched out with the help of blue diamond spikes and grabbed its tail. The captured bone dragon was frightened and tried to flap its wings, creating hurricanes around itself. Zheng Yang gritted his teeth and used the spikes to continuously pull him down. But at this moment, the bone dragon erupted a fireball here, and a powerful explosion sent Zheng Yang flying away. His health was slightly reduced, but that was not the most important thing. While he was in a trance, the power of the thorns weakened slightly, and the bone dragon immediately began to break free and climb up. Boom! But the situation changed again. Sparks burst out from the bone dragon's body, and its climbing figure suddenly stopped. Zheng Yang took advantage of the moment and forcefully pulled the bone dragon down. When it was about 7 to 8 meters above the ground, it regrouped and soared back into the sky. It was about to spit out ghost fire from its mouth to kill the ant. Roar! The blue light in the bone dragon's mouth froze and then disappeared, and it let out a painful roar. Zheng Yang, who had been hiding under the blue bushes, disappeared at some point and appeared on the bone dragon's back, swinging his fists and striking at the skeleton. Combat technique, Benkyuan. The bone dragon raced across the sky, knocking down its nearby brethren and stirring everything around it like a shit mixer. 38, 39, 40. Zheng Yang's fists continued to strike the bone dragon's body. The number of combinations increased, and the power of the attacks became higher and higher. Spiderweb cracks began to spread around, and in an instant, the bones that connected the dragon's wings were shattered into pieces. As the bone dragon's body began to fall, Zheng Yang jumped onto another bone dragon next to it. Before the combo's attack boost ended, he struck its head. Roar! The bone dragon roared in pain. During the battle, Zheng Yang constantly changed the angle, changing the direction of the bone dragon's flight towards the other bone dragons, thereby causing problems for them. Then used the same method to shoot down 11 bone dragons, and every time a bone dragon fell, Watchtower and Arius silently teamed up to finish it off. The other 3 were too far away to have any chance. But it didn't matter. Back at the Watchtower, Zheng Yang continued to shoot the Qian bow. After more than 20 shots, he finally got rid of all the remaining bone dragons. At this moment, everyone's pressure dropped significantly. Zheng Yang did not stop. After regaining his strength, he rushed to the battlefield outside the courtyard. He used his maturation ability to draw some of the life force from the blue diamond spike, causing it to grow rapidly again and fill the gap caused by the bone dragon's attack. After the life force was overexploited, the color of the blue diamond spike's surface became much darker. After sealing the hole, Zheng Yang helped Elia cleanse the protective layer of the underworld creatures. All the Tier 1 and 2 underworld creatures were killed by Arias with the Watchtower's close combat crossbow, leaving only the Tier 3 underworld creatures here. The Tier 3 underworld creatures are extremely dangerous to her, even with the Watchtower's assistance, let alone killing them. Elia could only rely on her flexible body to constantly deal with them, keeping them focused on her and preventing them from invading the courtyard. This method was undoubtedly dangerous. She found herself in mortal danger several times. Fortunately, the fire extinguisher on the Watchtower was activated at the critical moment. When Zheng Yang arrived, he saw a level 3 flame dream beast chasing after Elia. Several purple seeds appeared in his palm. Zheng Yang suddenly tensed up and approached the dream beast, moving horizontally with it. A cast sword appeared in his hand. Zheng Yang swung it, leaving a shallow wound on the dream beast's body. Slightly purple flesh could be seen through the wound. Then, he quickly injected the seed he held in his hand into the wound. How? This set of operations took about 2 seconds, and the flame dream beast had already reacted. Turning his head, he felt his eyes light up like lanterns. Zheng Yang lost consciousness for a moment and began to feel heavy sleepiness. Due to his unusual immunity, Zheng Yang did not fall asleep immediately, but felt dizzy and absent-minded. When the sleeping fire beast saw Zheng Yang standing there in a daze, human pride shone in its lantern eyes. It stepped forward and slapped away the frozen Zheng Yang with its claws. Elia's expression changed and she launched a powerful attack, instantly accelerating and catching the flying Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang lay in Elia's arms and shook his head vigorously before feeling much better. The Watchtower noticed that the situation on Zheng Yang's side was unfavorable, and Shen Yao immediately provided support. The continuous barrage of burning arrows stopped the sleeping fire beast from pursuing. Zheng Yang stood up and tried his best to fight off the sleepiness. Seeing that Zheng Yang was not in the best shape, Elias said worriedly, "Master Zheng Yang, why don't you go back and straighten yourself out first?" Elias can still hold on. "Be careful of his eyes. Don't look into his eyes." Zheng Yang shook his head and said seriously, "Although I was taken by surprise and caught, I have a backup plan." A faint green light flashed in Zheng Yang's eyes. Zheng Yang used his ability to control plants to remotely accelerate the ripening, and the spore-eating mushroom seeds injected into the dream beast's wound began to take root and sprout. The rhizomes took root in the flesh and blood of the dream fire beast and sprouted. After a while, several purple but slightly black mushroom heads grew out from the dream beast's wound. On the other hand, the dream beast's momentum gradually began to fade, like that of a man in his 60s. However, an unexpected situation soon occurred. After absorbing a certain amount of the dream beast's power, the spore-eating fungus began to decompose, and after holding on for 3 seconds, it quickly died. In Zheng Yang's perception, after the bacteria-eating fungus absorbed the dream beast's power and merged with it, it began to continuously deplete. After reaching a certain limit, The mushroom instantly accelerated and disappeared. There is no doubt that the source of this power is the Flame Dream Beast. Under the current circumstances, Zheng Yang has no time to think about it, and his mental state is not very good. He can only recall this phenomenon and analyze it later when he has time. However, the bacterial fungus has achieved its goal of weakening the Dream Beast. Now the Dream Beast walks unsteadily, like an old dog. Zheng Yang and Elia rushed forward, and thanks to their silent cooperation, they managed to kill him quickly. He looked around, ignoring his mental fatigue. He and Elia continued to fight. It took a long time to clear the area of all the invading beasts of the underworld. It was already evening, and the Dream Fire Beast's influence on Zheng Yang had disappeared. He rested for a while on the watchtower. The arrows fired from the close combat crossbow exploded outside the protective layer, causing everyone's faces to glow red. "This is the first time I've spent such a lively night since I came here," Zheng Yang lamented in his mind. The close combat crossbowmen were replaced by one wave after another. After a day of fighting, everyone's faces were full of fatigue. Even Shen Yao, who was usually full of energy, now looked withered, like a withered sunflower. Meanwhile, the underworld creatures kept emerging from the vortex portal, and their lifespan was desperate. The situation in the camp was even worse. Half of the normal werewolves who moved there died in the first attack of the bone dragon. Of the 20 recruits, 6 died, 3 were seriously wounded, and 10 were lightly wounded. Almost all were wounded. If it weren't for the blue diamond spikes protecting the surrounding area, and if the creatures of the underworld hadn't been drawn into the courtyard for some unknown reason, the camp would have long since turned into a river of blood. When Oberle had just come to report to him, he had been completely silent. Zheng Yang didn't know what to say when he saw this. Compared to them, the players were in a worse situation. The entire world channel was practically filled with messages asking for help. Zhang-san, help. If someone can come and save me, I will definitely follow their example. Austin, ha 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 ha, this is God's punishment. We are all sinners. Let's face the judgment together. Chi Yunying, my boyfriend was eaten by a monster right before my eyes. I can't bear it anymore. Someone come and save me. Lu Wei, I have a rare quest card in my hand. I'll give it to the one who can save me. I'm surrounded by similar news as still updating, but much slower than this morning. Everyone knows what it means. Smart people would use rare items as bait, and fools would just start calling for help. There are also some who have had some sort of mental breakdown and are talking nonsense on the World Channel. Zheng Yang wandered around the screen for a while and then stopped paying attention to it. He couldn't change anything, so he just stopped adding to his problems. Mr. Zheng Yang, the arrows are almost out. Jill, who was shooting a close combat crossbow next to him, said hoarsely. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. The combination of close combat crossbows and pyrotechnic arrows has largely helped us hold out until now. What Zheng Yang didn't expect was that the arrow consumption would be so high. Time has already passed halfway. Without the suppression of the close combat crossbow, the blue diamond spikes will soon be broken through. If you give a temporary order, it might be too late. Zheng Yang frowned, feeling that the situation was rather delicate. Shen Yao, how much void transformation potion is left? 28 bottles, Shen Yao asked doubtfully. What are your plans? Zheng Yang remained silent and did not answer. Li Yue, who was standing next to him, understood Zheng Yang's plan. However, according to his calculations, Zheng Yang's chances of survival were only 20%. Are you sure you want to do this right? Li Yue was about to continue speaking when Zheng Yang stopped him with a look. Watching the subtle interaction between the two, Shen Yao pursed her lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Afterwards, Zheng Yang gave everyone the potions of the underworld and said that they had run out of arrows and were going to go down to the basement to take shelter. Can the lower transformation potion do this? Everyone was unsure of this method and couldn't help but ask. Zheng Yang smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I have a clever plan. Everyone immediately felt relieved. Li Yue remained silent, and Shen Yao felt uneasy. Elias noticed the expressions of the two people and felt that something was wrong, but because of her trust in Zheng Yang, she could not find the reason. Everyone gathered in front of the main house. With great effort, they knocked down the locked door and involuntarily sighed when they saw the chaos around them. The current state of the yard is far from the former paradise. A hole was made in the small artificial lake, and water constantly flows out. Several wooden houses burned in the fire of the bone dragon. 10 trees in the yard were covered in charred blackness. Blue sparks glittered on their drooping branches, and fragments of leaves still hung from them. The condition of the main house was the most serious. The second and third floors had collapsed, and only fragments of the walls were barely hanging on. The ceiling of the first floor was broken and collapsed, sticking out at an angle into the living room. Luckily, the stairs to the basement were not blocked. Everyone sighed as they looked at the ruined yard. Everyone liked the quiet and comfortable life here and considered this place their home. Watching the yard go from nothing to something and gradually become prosperous, all involved feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. Suddenly, disaster strikes, dealing a crushing blow, almost equivalent to demolition and rebuilding. For Zheng Yang, this was the first time that a disaster would occur every 30 days. He had prepared as best he could, but he still found himself on the brink of despair. The arrows have run out. There are still many enemies. The trump cards have been used, and the dawn that will end everything is still far away. Looking at the people following him, at their trust in his gaze, Zheng Yang's gaze was full of determination. Let them at least survive. After everyone entered the basement one by one, only a few people remained at the entrance. Mr. Zheng Yang, are you not going to go in? Elia bowed her head in confusion. You go in first. I have something to do. Then I will go too, Elia said seriously. No, I can handle it myself. Go down and wait for me. Okay. Elias thought Zheng Yang was strange. After Arias left, only Li Yue and Shen Yao remained. Shen Yao looked at him with bewilderment. All men are pigs. Zheng Yang? Li Yue. Hey, you shot too loudly, Li Yue said, dissatisfiedly. Shen Yao ignored him, suddenly walked over and hugged Zheng Yang. Now she understood what Zheng Yang was trying to do, but she was powerless to change anything. She was just a pharmacist with almost no combat power. Pressing her forehead against Zheng Yang's chest, Shen Yao whispered, Please come back safely. Zheng Yang's eyes moved, but he remained silent. After saying that, she walked into the basement without hesitation. After watching Shen Yao leave, Li Yue glanced at Zheng Yang, punched him on the shoulder, and looked into Zheng Yang's eyes without saying a word. Everything was obvious. Entering the basement, Li Yue used the remaining blue steel stone to seal the entire entrance to the basement. Elias, who had already entered the basement, saw Shen Yao and Li Yue enter. She waited and waited, but after a long wait, no one came in. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the stairs with a clattering sound. As he turned the corner, he felt his gaze dim. Why was the move sealed? Lord Zheng Yang had not arrived yet. She anxiously ran downstairs and questioned Shen Yao and Li Yue. Both of them had heavy hearts, and their mouths felt like they were filled with lead, so they did not speak for a long time. When Elias saw how the two of them were acting, she became furious, and her gentleness disappeared. He glanced at Shen Yao, then his body unconsciously transformed into a beast, and he grabbed Li Yue by the collar, gnashing his teeth and saying, I will ask you a question. Li Yue did not dare to look her in the eyes and turned away. Zheng Yang stayed outside alone to stop the enemy. As Elia became more and more irritated, Shen Yao spoke up. The others who were about to dissuade him were also stunned when they heard these words. Sivas fell to his knees in amazement. How could this happen? Expression froze for a moment. Then she let go of Li Yue's collar and walked towards the stairs expressionlessly. Then the sound of bombardment on the wall was heard. Elias endured her inner turmoil, striking again and again, and tears welled up in her eyes. Give up, Li Yue replied indifferently. The hardness of the blue steel stone is very high. In addition, I used a special structure. Without Zhengyang's strength, it is impossible to break. And what about me? Siva's voice rang out. Seeing the determined expression on his face, Siva's wife Tasha hesitated and chose to remain silent. At least we can die together. I can't let Lord Zhengyang fight alone outside while we behave like turtles hiding in our shells, Jill said sullenly. Li Yue watched the situation gradually spiral out of control and glanced at Shen Yao, asking her to say something. Shen Yao pretended not to notice. She walked to a corner and sat with her face buried in her knees. Damn it, I had to pick a good time for autism. Sai, it seems I can only rely on myself. Li Yue asked seriously. Do you really want to nullify all of Zhengyang's efforts? As soon as these words were spoken, the frequency of the shelling decreased, and even the people walking towards the exit of the basement stopped. What do you mean? Seaforth asked seriously. That's right, you're not asking me how I should continue my performance. Li Yue said disdainfully. With your strength, why are you coming out? Are you going to cause trouble for Zhengyang? There are a lot of first-level creatures. There are second-level creatures everywhere, and there are also quite a few third-level creatures. Zhengyang is fighting the enemy and protecting you at the same time? Sivas asked reluctantly. Are we just going to stand by and watch Master Zhengyang die? Boss, you really have a good group of followers. Li Yue shook his head. If Zhengyang was alone, he might have a chance to survive. But with you, it is not guaranteed. To put it bluntly, your strength is now a burden to him. Going outside won't help. So what? At least I can still block Mr. Zhengyang's knife strikes, Sivas said firmly. What a stinking stone in the toilet, Li Yue suddenly shouted. Asshole! Everyone was shocked. You are only valuable to Zhengyang when you are alive. If you die, you will only become a pile of rotten meat. Cherish your lives, wait for Zhengyang to return, and burn for him to the end. That's what you should do. Don't let him down. Sievers gritted his teeth and sat down dejectedly on the ground, unwillingly, but agreeing with what Li Yue said. After Li Yue finished speaking, the knocking sounds coming from the stairs gradually died down and were replaced by the sobbing of a young girl. I finally managed to convince these natives. I am an expert on processes. Never seen the leader give you empty promises. Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they had finally given up their recklessness. Although he convinced others in this way, he himself felt uneasy in his heart. However, due to his past experience, he was able to maintain rationality in critical moments and make the right choice. Shen Yao, hearing the sobbing, stood up and walked to the corner of the stairs. Looking up, she saw fist marks on the wall, disguised by blue steel stone. These marks were surrounded by spidery circular cracks that seemed insignificant compared to the huge wall. Elia sat hugging her knees under the wall, walled in blue steel stone. Her body was shaking, and the knuckles on the backs of her hands were covered in blood. Shen Yao sat silently next to Elia, not saying a word or trying to comfort her. Am I that useless? Shen Yao thought for a moment and said, No one would think that. Then why can't I help Mr. Zhengyang every time? Elia asked with annoyance. Shen Yu remained silent. She remembered what the man named Yuz had said that day. Maybe it was because we were not strong enough. Looking at the sealed entrance, Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. His decision to stay and face the enemy alone was not a hasty move. His second-rank strength, which belonged to 2 classes, made him terrifyingly powerful. The only problem was whether he could hold out for long enough. He didn't know how long he could withstand these countless beasts of the underworld. After the surrounding underworld creatures were no longer susceptible to melee crossbow fire, the damage dealt by the blue diamond spikes gradually accumulated, and cracks and holes began to appear. Zhengyang used his plant manipulation skills to surround the werewolf camp with blue diamond thorns, and the courtyard was suddenly open. Seeing that the road ahead was clear, the creatures from the underworld all rushed forward at once. Come on, I haven't used my full strength since I stepped in, so I'll just use you to test the waters. Zhengyang frowned and sighed in relief. Boom! Zhengyang's figure jumped high into the air and slammed into the underworld creature stream like a meteorite. The ground shook violently, and the rotting flesh and bones around her were shattered and scattered. The winter blade appeared in his hand, and over a dozen icy strikes swept through the enemy group. The heads of the underworld creatures near him fell off. Their skeletons cracked in the middle, revealing a flat wound, and their bodies were eaten away by the freezing air into various shapes. But this did not frighten the creatures in the underworld, who did not know what death was, and they continued to rush forward. Eyes glowed green as he controlled the dormant blue diamond spikes around him to set them in motion. Netherworld creatures were constantly thrown out, their broken limbs and pieces of flesh hanging from the sharp spikes. Wherever the blue diamond spikes passed, large vacuum areas appeared. Zheng Yang glanced at his rapidly emptying mana bar. While beheading the attacking skeleton warriors, he used the holy light to replenish his mana. He decided to use the iron skin to resist attacks that did not pose a threat to him and poured his magical power into the blade, which became incredibly cold. He continued to fight the enemy in close combat with the winter blade. At the same time, he distracted himself by controlling the blue diamond spikes to wreak havoc on the enemy group. The number of combos continued to increase, and Zheng Yang's blade damage became more and more. Even the creatures of the second-tier underworld were hardly a match for him. He could cut off their heads and kill them with one blow. As the battle continued, the piles of corpses on the ground grew thicker and thicker, and the released crystal cores scattered and sparkled like diamonds. Clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered in blood. There were traces of purple, black, red, and all kinds of blood from the creatures of the underworld, including his own. But around him, more and more creatures from the underworld appeared, and from afar, there was no end to them. Count had already reached 100, and now nothing could stop his blade, not even the third-level hell creatures. His blade danced continuously among the enemy horde, cold-bloodedly and mercilessly taking the lives of the hell creatures, and from time to time, a blue wound would cut across it. Skeletal Combat Tiger bit Zheng Yang fiercely, and its bony teeth shattered on the iron plate. Zheng Yang backhanded the tiger and split it in half with an ice strike. He then continued to move forward, jumped up, used combat skills, and slashed with his axe. The bloody third-level corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zheng Yang carefully cut it down with the winter blade. After 50 or 60 of them had died, the creatures from the underworld continued to come forward fearlessly, for they had no idea what death was. After 100 or 200 of them died, the forward movement of many of the third-level underworld creatures began to slow down. After 400 or 500 of them died, even the first and second-level underworld creatures began to surround Zheng Yang, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After 800 or 900 of them died, all the creatures of the underworld surrounded them without attacking, and fear and trembling began to spread from the depths of their souls. After destroying hundreds of them, Zheng Yang, numb and dumb, could barely breathe. He stood alone among the pile of corpses, but his aura was as terrifying as an abyss. Every time he took a step forward, the underworld creatures around him retreated back, always maintaining a vacuum zone in the middle. Zheng Yang looked around with a lifeless gaze. "Why don't you go?" In the werewolf camp, Oba and his commanders were stunned by the scene and only regretted that they were too weak to fight alongside them. "If you don't come, then I will," Zheng Yang sneered. The strength of his feet burst forth as he charged at the surrounding enemies. Zheng Yang was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every now and then, broken skulls and sharply cut pieces of meat flew into the air. The creatures in the underworld were now lambs to be slaughtered. When the red sun rose over the horizon, the light of dawn illuminated the land. As everyone anxiously walked out of the basement, their pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the unbelievable scene. Elias and Shen Yao's eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up in their eyes. They covered their mouths with their hands and did not dare to make a sound. Between the two rickety watchtowers stood Zheng Yang, sword in hand. Beneath his feet was a mountain of corpses formed by the creatures of the underworld. Their bodies were covered in stinking blood, and it was impossible to tell whether they were alive or dead. in the surrounding area, and the ground was covered with corpses and bones, forming a soft floor of bones that made it impossible for anyone leaving the basement to find a place to stand. Elias tiptoed towards Zheng Yang and held back her tears. Master Zheng Yang. The moment his hand touched him, Zheng Yang's body collapsed like a domino. Elias's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly hugged him. She trembled as she probed Zheng Yang's nostrils with her fingers. Feeling the gentle breeze, she felt relieved and hugged Zheng Yang, loudly exclaiming, "Alive! Master Zheng Yang is still alive." The others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That night, it felt like a whole year had passed for everyone hiding in the basement. Later, a tent appeared in the place where the courtyard had originally been. In the center of the largest tent, a figure lay on a bed, slowly opening its eyes. Zheng Yang looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in confusion. Feeling that the bed on the right was heavy, Zheng Yang looked around in confusion, appeared, and Elia was fast asleep on the bed. Feeling an unusual movement around her, she opened her eyes in confusion. Her gaze froze for a moment, and then turned to surprise. "Master Zheng Yang, you are awake." Elias rushed excitedly towards Zheng Yang and hugged him tightly, as if she was afraid that Zheng Yang would run away. Sobbing could be heard, and Zheng Yang felt his chest become wet. All this was because of Elias's uselessness. "Lord Zheng Yang almost died," Elias exclaimed. Zheng Yang smiled helplessly and gently stroked the back of Elias' head. "What happened after I lost consciousness?" The only thing that remained in his memory was the scene where the creatures from the underworld ran away from him, and he did not clearly remember what happened next. After wiping away her tears, Elia knelt on the bed and quietly told Zheng Yang what happened after he lost consciousness. After everyone left the basement, Zheng Yang fell into a coma, and Li Yue immediately took control of the situation. He teamed up with Ober and the others from the werewolf camp to build tents for temporary residents. However, since Li Yue was unable to convince the others, many conflicts arose between them. However, thanks to Siva's mediation, everyone was able to live peacefully. The corpses and crystal cores of the dead creatures of the underworld in the surrounding area were also collected. The exact number would probably have to be found out by asking Li Yue and the others. Zheng Yang listened to Elias's explanation, thinking with his head down. "Master Zheng Yang, did you scare me to death back then?" Elia patted her protruding chest and said with hidden fear, "After we brought you back to life, Sister Shen Yao and I purified your body. The scars under the plasma were so deep that the bones were visible. I was terrified. Thanks to Sister Shen Yao, who gave us powerful potions, we were able to heal." "Sister Shen Yao?" Zheng Yang asked with a half smile. "When did your relationship become so good?" Elias rubbed her head, feeling a little embarrassed, as if she was thinking about something. While Elias went to notify the others, Zheng Yang checked his personal. He vaguely remembered that a message had popped up during the battle, but he was too focused to notice it. Name: Zheng Yang level 3. Job: Botanist level 2, Fighter level 2. HP: 359/359. Mana: 1035/1035 Constitution. 33.7 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, endurance, etc. Spirit: 32.4 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills: maturation, spiritual awakening, feedback, insight, heavy strike, iron bones, iron skin, seed fusion, plant control, abnormal. Immunity, combo, dark aura. He noticed that a new skill had appeared on the skill bar, which confused Zheng Yang a little. Focusing his mind on the dark aura, he realized the purpose and origin of this skill. The underworld aura can be strengthened by killing creatures from the underworld. People in this aura will see the illusion of creatures from the underworld killed near you, which will cause them involuntary fear, trepidation, and awe towards you. This should have been a skill he had mastered by himself after killing a large number of underworld creatures, but it seemed that he had entered a special state in the late stages of the battle. Zhang Yang was pondering the reason for this skill to appear. Soon, the news of Zheng Yang's awakening spread throughout the camp. The figures arrived one after another, and soon the rather spacious barracks became crowded. "Mr. Zheng Yang, we were so worried while you were in a coma for 2 days," Jill said, with tears in her eyes. Zheng Yang saw Jill trying to run up to him with a brazen expression to hug him, so he quickly waved his hand to refuse and said that there was no need. "Wait, I have something to say." Oba's even voice echoed through the crowd. Everyone looked at him and made way for him. The Oba, with a serious expression on his face, led his soldiers and squad leaders to Zheng Yang's bed. Zheng Yang looked at him curiously, not understanding what he wanted to do. He was not going to kill the king. He joked to himself. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Oba and the foreman behind him took out daggers, cut their palms and covered their hearts, then knelt down on one knee, looking at Zheng Yang with eyes expressing respect and piety. Seeing this, Sivas's gaze changed. "Mr. Zheng Yang, today we swear allegiance to you. We swear by the souls of many people and our blood, and we honor you as our ruler. I dedicate my entire life's devotion to you. I will burn for you until the end of my life. Wherever your will directs, my enemy will direct me too." At that moment, they raised their heads under the astonished gaze of the crowd and said in unison, "Even if my body is burned in fire and my soul is cast into the abyss of hell, this oath will remain unchanged until the sky collapses, the earth splits, and all things come to an end." Zheng Yang was a little confused, but a message suddenly appeared on the panel in front of him, causing him to focus. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the royal qualification." After this message appeared on the panel, it disappeared in an instant, as if it had never been there. Everyone looked at Oberly and the others with bewilderment as they took the oath. It is one of the oldest customs of the werewolf tribe, a ceremony of expressing loyalty to the king they serve, Sievers explained. Shen Yao and Li Yue, two modern people, were secretly amazed and extremely interested by this scene that only existed in history books. It was as if history itself had appeared before them. At this moment, Zheng Yang calmed down, transferred the confusing information from the panel to his mind, and asked, "What should I do then? Kiss the back of their hands?" Puffing. Shen Yao's uncontrollable laughter attracted everyone's attention. Sivas awkwardly said, No, just give me something to show your respect as the king." Zheng Yang thought for a moment and opened the servant panel, clicking on the wolf servant option. Among the objects that could be assigned, the names of Oberl and others appeared. After this disaster, Zheng Yang was confident that they were trustworthy, so he decided to grant them the power of the wolf servant. After confirming this, Oberl and the others, who were kneeling on one knee, suddenly froze in place, finding themselves in the same situation as Arias. Them a while to come to their senses. Ober and the others looked at Zheng Yang with blazing eyes. If their gaze was full of awe and respect just now, it was now full of fanaticism. Why do their eyes always glow when they look at Zheng Yang? Shen Yao frowned imperceptibly. Zheng Yang looked at Oberl and the others encouragingly, and then said to Elijah, who was still kneeling on the bed, "From now on, they will be under your care." He had not forgotten the requirements for promotion to the rank of wolf servant. Elias had already told him that 100 followers were required. Zheng Yang felt that it would not be easy to implement. This was a good opportunity to train Elias. It's time for the chick to grow up, Zheng Yang thought. Elias panicked, and her face fell. Oba, Sivas, and the others exchanged a few words with Zheng Yang, and then said goodbye and left. In the room, Li Yue sighed in relief and complained, "You finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I won't do this anymore. These people will obey you." Zheng Yang smiled as he listened to Li Yue's endless complaints. Although our losses this time were huge, our gains were also significant. Li Yue complained for a while, and then said seriously, "First of all, the crystal core. Level 1 crystal cores, 38,789 pieces." Hearing this number, Zheng Yang was stunned. How many? Li Yue rolled his eyes. Yes, you heard right. 38,789 level 1 crystal cores were collected. Zheng Yang sighed and said, So many. Shen Yao, who was standing next to him, also looked shocked. Li Yue had always been in charge of this aspect, so she only found out about it now. This is amazing. And that's not all. Li Yue coughed twice and continued. Next is the second level crystal core. A total of 7,723 pieces were collected. Third level crystal cores, 563 pieces. Zheng Yang's mouth opened wide. He was shocked by this series of numbers. In addition, there are also rare materials obtained from various creatures of the underworld. The most valuable of these are dragon bones, which are produced by about a dozen dragon skulls. They are extremely valuable and can be used by craftsmen to create high-quality Tier 3 equipment. Zheng Yang was overwhelmed by the good news one after another. But it was not worth rejoicing too soon. Now that our power has grown and we have more people under our command, we have to take care of everything from food and drink to toilets. Li Yue looked at him with relief. Now that you, Chief, have woken up, I will leave all these worries to you. After finishing his speech, Li Yue handed Zheng Yang a report consisting of 3 pages. The first page listed the spoils of the disaster. It was written so densely that it took up the entire page. The second and third pages contained various statistics about the current camp. Currently 178 people in the entire camp, of which 32 can be considered combat ready. 28 are young and middle-aged. The rest are old, infirm, sick, disabled, and pregnant. This makes no sense. Didn't Oba bring 70 or 80 people with him? Why did their number double after the disaster? Zheng Yang frowned at the number. What's with so many people? The werewolf village was destroyed. Before Li Yue could say anything, Shen Yao spoke up. The extra ones are those who fled. According to them, Belmont and the 3 elders died in the battle. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yang sighed slightly. Elias felt a little depressed. Even if he was not kind to her, he was still her father. If there is no other way, I will return first. I am a researcher, but I was forced to become a manager. How can I achieve justice? Li Yue couldn't help but say before leaving. Zheng Yang was speechless. Apparently, he had accumulated a lot of resentment during the time he was unconscious. After Li Yue left, only Elias and Shen Yao remained here. Shen Yao lowered her head and patted Zheng Yang on the shoulder, whispering, Next time, don't take such risks. Do you know how worried Elia is? Sister Shen Yao is obviously very worried. She hasn't been able to sleep for the past 2 days and has no appetite, Elia said with a pout. Shen Yao's sweet face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and watched Zheng Yang's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Zheng Yang made an apologetic expression. Thank you for your hard work, Shen Yao. Hearing this, Shen Yao pouted, what a fool you are, and left without even turning her head. Zheng Yang. After talking with Zheng Yang for a while, Elias left, leaving Zheng Yang alone. Zheng Yang read all the reports left by Li Yue and roughly understood the current situation of the entire camp. Currently, the camp is experiencing a severe shortage of food, and it is almost impossible to store it. It is barely enough to cover expenses. However, I have a way to solve this problem. He took out from his inventory the seeds he had bought in a package that contained all sorts of seeds. He can also use his botanical skills to create seeds with special effects, such as the longyang banana, which can improve reproductive ability with prolonged consumption, the crystal eggplant, which increases physical strength, and the fire cucumber, which increases the connection with the fire. Elements. This could not only solve the food shortage problem, but also improve the basic quality of life of each person, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, he remembered the supply map of Wolf King Ridge that Oberli had given him, and the legacy left by Lord Hoss. These things could help them increase their strength in the future. After this disaster, Zheng Yang began to vaguely understand something. Yuze's words, the courtyard's strong attraction to the creatures of the underworld, and the mysterious power in the vortex portal that stopped the powerful being. All these signs indicate that the players are different from the natives of this world. He looked at the countdown in the upper left corner, which had reset 668 hours, 43 minutes, 54 seconds. Zheng Yang had a premonition that the next disaster would be even more serious. At noon, Zheng Yang called Oba into his tent, handed him the seeds he had collected, and asked him to organize people to cultivate them. Not only did these seeds have special effects, but they had also been improved by him, so it could be said that their quality had become even higher. This is great. With these seeds, the food problem that has been troubling us will no longer be a problem, Oba said enthusiastically. Zheng Yang nodded and said, "Give these seeds to those who have not yet joined the army to grow. For the soldiers who have already joined the army, I have other plans." "Yes, Lord Zheng Yang. Lord Zheng Yang treats them as his own people," Oba replied, feeling a little joy in his heart. The feeling of recognition, especially from people you respect, is wonderful. After Zheng Yang handed him the seed, he paused for a moment and asked, "Is there anyone in the camp who knows how to forge?" After thinking for a moment, Oba replied, "There was one. He was an apprentice at the village forge for 2 years. He was one of the first to move in. But it's a pity that his master didn't go with him and died along with the village. Is it reliable? He is reliable, honest, and hardworking." Oberle hesitated, but he is a little stubborn and doesn't know how to adapt. Zheng Yang waved his hand. "These are all small things. Call him." "Yes." Oberle accepted the order and left. After a while, a young-looking werewolf walked in. He had dark skin, was about 1.7 meters tall, and had slightly plump arms with obvious muscle lines. He said respectfully, "Master Zheng Yang, I heard that you were looking for me." During the migration period, Zheng Yang's deeds gradually spread among the werewolf tribe, and everyone began to respect this leader who stood up for them at a critical moment. At the same time, the image of Zheng Yang single-handedly facing thousands of monsters also penetrated their hearts. Many powerful werewolf warriors considered Zheng Yang as the goal they had been striving for all their lives. "What is your name?" Zheng Yang asked, watching him. "Kyle Royer." Zheng Yang found his name among the servants, which proved that this person at least enjoyed a very high degree of favor towards him and was someone who could be trusted with important tasks. However, Zheng Yang still decided to test his skills a little. He took out the Silver Moon scimitar from his inventory and handed it to Kelroy. When Kelroy saw the Silver Moon scimitar, his eyes lit up as if he saw a naked girl writhing in front of him. Zheng Yang asked in a testing tone, "Can you help me identify this weapon?" Kelroy swallowed and stroked the surface of the scimitar with his fingertips, feeling the exquisite craftsmanship. "It is wonderful. Truly wonderful," Kyle Royer said with an intoxicated expression on his face. "This is the finest weapon I have ever seen. The weight is well balanced, the blade pattern is clear, and it is tempered to perfection. Isn't this a normal scimitar? Why do you say it is so good?" Zheng Yang looked at Kelroy suspiciously and pulled out the winter blade from his inventory. "How about this?" "Oh my." Kyle Royer immediately put the Silver Moon scimitar aside, clutching his head with a shocked expression. This is actually an even more advanced weapon." Face was expressionless, and he was very skeptical about Kyle Royer's professional ability at that moment. Kyle Royer had not noticed this yet and continued to shout and call out to God. He frowned and asked, "If I asked you to create a weapon, would you be able to create one of this level?" Although he can improve the quality of items, this method will undoubtedly become extremely ineffective if his strength increases in the future. So Zheng Yang plans to train his own masters. Kyle Royer shook his head frankly. "Sir, I'm very sorry, but I don't have such a perfect skill. Before coming here, I was just an apprentice in the forge." Surprisingly frankly, Zheng Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "What if I give you this skill? It's impossible." Kyle Royer calmed down and said, "Anyone who can create such equipment must be a master who has painstakingly honed his skills for years, if not decades. Young man, it is too early to talk about it." Zheng Yang decided to give Kyle Royer the title of Rem Esprit. Face suddenly darkened, and a moment later he came to his senses. He knelt down in front of Zheng Yang with great emotion, his whole body prostrated on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency's gift today will be something that Kyle Roy will never forget." Only he knew that he had just gained something. Countless knowledge exploded in his mind, and these precious skills came to him as if for nothing. Now, his understanding and skill in forging reached a higher level. In a short period of time, he created a huge foundation that took others years to build. But most importantly, he mastered 3 abilities: mastery, control of objects, and refinement. Mastery is a kind of mental ability similar to intuition. It allows you to understand, based solely on intuition, what materials are suitable for making a particular item and what skills are required to create it. The benefits of this go far beyond. It can be said that only this ability allowed him to completely break out of the rut of mediocrity and become a genius among millions. Manipulating objects and improving them are abilities that help masters in their creation. One can manipulate small objects within 10 meters, and the other can heat materials to perform refining, separating, smelting, and other operations. Previous chapter contents next. Mr. Zheng Yang said, "Get up," then took out 2 drawings he had made a long time ago and handed them to Kyle Royer. He had chosen them based on the information Lord Hossa had provided. "You must produce the finished product within 2 days," Zheng Yang said decisively. "Yes." Kyle Royer said with a serious expression, as if he had accepted the mission. After Kyle Royer left, Zheng Yang lay down on the bed and cleared his mind. Someone tiptoed in, sniffed everything left and right, then jumped onto Zheng Yang's bed and continued to rub his face. "Oh!" Seeing Xiao Bai, Zheng Yang stroked the big white cat's fluffy neck several times. Xiao Bai leaned against Zheng Yang happily. Xiao Bai had already grown and become big, but his strength was still at level 1. Zheng Yang also thought about increasing his strength, but he only knows how to eat, so he had no choice but to give in. After rubbing Xiao Bai for a while, Zheng Yang felt a little suffocated and decided to go out for a walk. "After waking up, I stayed in bed and felt like my limbs were rusty." Seeing Zheng Yang get up from his bed, Xiao Bai followed him. Perhaps he knew that Zheng Yang had been bedridden until recently and was worried about his safety. There was a smooth stone path in the camp. Zheng Yang walked between the tents. The werewolves on the road stopped and greeted him respectfully when they saw him. Zheng Yang smiled and nodded, responding to everyone. Although everyone was dressed poorly, Zheng Yang felt safe, and everything around him was so bright. After walking around, Zheng Yang led Xiao Bai to an open area outside the camp where Elias was fighting with someone. Nearby were several squad leaders under Oba and other warriors who had received the profession of wolf servant. They had just acquired the power of the wolf servant and couldn't wait to show it off. Their figures constantly collided and intertwined, and the sounds of fists and feet spread. Mr. Zheng Yang. Seeing Zheng Yang approaching, Elia casually kicked away the figure rushing towards her and then ran towards him. "Mr. Zheng Yang, are you okay? Do you want to rest for a while?" Elia asked worriedly. Zheng Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not that fragile. I had almost recovered from being in bed for the last 2 days." Elia's caring and gentle appearance was a stark contrast to the fierce warrior who had just fought several opponents single-handedly. When everyone saw Zheng Yang approaching, they hurried over and stood right in front of him. Zheng Yang asked with a smile, "How are you feeling?" "I was a little hesitant about entrusting a woman to us," Bruce, one of the team leaders, said with a wry smile. "But Miss Alicia's strength convinced me." The others nodded in agreement. In fact, the strength of these werewolf warriors is not weak, at least not weaker than Arya's when she first joined the company. They are already warriors, and with the addition of the wolf servant, their strength is also average among Tier 1s. However, compared to Aaliyah, her strength is still significantly behind. Arias has moonlight, allowing her to absorb it to improve. Her strength grows incredibly quickly, and she also has many techniques and skills comparable to Moonlight, which are naturally unavailable to them. However, Zhengyang has no intention of handing over these things to them, at least not yet. Of course, these things are very valuable. He planned to give them these things as a reward for their outstanding contributions after Elias had earned his authority. "Are all the new employees here?" Zhengyang asked. "Mr. Zhengyang, except for Captain Oberly, all 24 members of the hunting party are here," Bruce said respectfully. Zhengyang was puzzled. "Where is Oberly?" "Captain Oberly is distributing food to the people in the camp at the warehouse." Zhengyang nodded slightly. He looked at the werewolves surrounding him, and an idea came to him. Back at the camp, Zhengyang found Li Yue's residence, knocked on the door, and entered. Inside, the house looked exactly the same as the day he first met, even more chaotic. The floor was covered with papers. Li Yue sat cross-legged on a chair, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Zhengyang's interference. "You worked in the military-industrial group. Can you provide a revised version of the military training plan?" Zhengyang asked directly. "Yes, I can." Li Yue looked at him in confusion. "But why do you need this thing?" "I plan to create an army." Li Yue was so smart that he thought about the werewolves who had joined the company after only a moment's thought. But modern military training programs were not suitable for them. A 5-kilometer cross-country run was probably no different from a shopping trip for them. "So, we need a modified version." Zhengyang finished giving the task and immediately became a non-interfering boss. "I leave it to you. I want to see the results tomorrow." Li Yue rolled his eyes as Zhengyang left, and then couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Modified version of the training plan. After thinking for a while, Li Yue came up with an idea and began to write things down on paper from time to time. After leaving Li Yue's residence, Zhengyang came to a warehouse. This warehouse is different from other places. It is a stone house with an area of 400 square meters, 3 to 4 stories high. The walls were grey with patches of sky blue. Zhengyang knew at a glance that it was created and crafted by Li Yue from materials, but he didn't know what was added to it. There was a long line at the door of the warehouse where Sievers, Ober, and Rudin were distributing food. "Mr. Zhengyang, you are here." Seeing Zhengyang approaching, Sievers immediately stepped forward to greet him. Hearing Sievers' words, the noisy atmosphere around them suddenly died down, and everyone looked at Zhengyang. Among them, there was the first group of werewolves that migrated here, looking at Zhengyang with respect. And there were those who ran here later, looking at him with curiosity. Ah, what a cute tiger cub. The werewolf child walked up to Xiaobai with shining eyes and stroked his fur. "Oh!" Xiaobai looked at him and shouted very arrogantly. His mother was so frightened by this scene that she turned pale and hurriedly pulled him back. At this moment, Zhengyang stopped her, then squatted down, touched the boy's head and said with a smile, "Do you want to go for a ride?" When the child saw the worried expression on his mother's face, he realized that he might have done something wrong. He said with difficulty, "It's okay." Hearing the child's innocent and lively voice, Zhengyang laughed loudly. "Of course," then picked up the child and placed him on Xiaobai's back, making him feel like he was riding on a big cat. "Oh," Xiaobai looked at Zhengyang helplessly, indicating that he was looking for trouble with him. The child's mother breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhengyang was not angry, but she still looked at her son with some anxiety. The child rode on Xiaobai's back, his eyes sparkling like stars. He felt softness under his buttocks, his heart pounding. Mr. Zhengyang is such a kind and tolerant person. He is kind even to the child's Sivers. Watching this scene was deeply moved. If the scene had been occupied by the werewolf clan leader and several elders, the situation would probably have been reversed. After riding for a minute or two, the child reluctantly jumped off Xiaobai and said clearly, "Thank you, Master Zhengyang. This child is so intelligent that it makes people feel upset. I don't remember what I did at that age, but I should have been carefree anyway." Zhengyang sighed to himself. After that, He nodded to Oberly, Rudin, and the others and said to Sievers, "I need to go to the warehouse to get some things, but it looks like I'll have to bother you anyway to show me the way." Sievers bowed slightly. "What are you talking about? Please follow me." After saying this, he took Zheng Yang to the warehouse, and the figures of the two men and the tiger disappeared from sight. Everyone immediately started talking about it. Someone asked Oberly, "Captain Oberly, is this Master Zheng Yang?" Ober nodded, his eyes filled with pride. Someone sighed. "This is truly majestic and extraordinary." Ober shook his head and said arrogantly, "You have no idea how powerful Mr. Zheng Yang is." When he said this, he thought of the knowledge and strength bestowed by Zheng Yang, and his eyes lit up even more. Hearing Ober's words, some children who were following their parents looked in confusion in the direction where Zheng Yang had gone. During this period, they had often heard about Zheng Yang's deeds. Admiration and longing flashed in the child's clear and lively eyes. "All our loot from this disaster is stored in this temporary warehouse," Sievers explained on the way. "In addition, there is food, weapons, equipment, potions, and so on. The first floor contains rare materials obtained from creatures from the underworld. When you enter the warehouse, the first thing you see is huge shelves, each filled with large wooden boxes, each labeled with a number and information about the items stored. The temperature in the warehouse is relatively low, and the iron shelves are covered with a layer of fine frost, which to a certain extent creates the effect of low-temperature storage of some items that are prone to rotting and spoilage. Li Yue is truly talented. Thanks to this method, our warehouse management has become more organized and the removal of goods has become much more convenient." Sievers looked at the shelves that are often used and praised them more than once. No, this is not his talent. This is an idea that he copied. Zheng Yang's lips twitched, but he did not show it. Zheng Yang inspected the first floor and got a general idea of the materials. As for the materials collected from these underground creatures, due to their large number and complex composition, they were not described in detail in Li Yue's report. But it is divided into levels 1 to 3, depending on the level of the created underworld creatures. Level 1 is the largest, with hundreds of types. Level 3 is the smallest, with only 20 or 30 types. Looking around, Zheng Yang suddenly asked, "Why can't I see any dragon bones produced by the bone dragons?" As for the dragon bones, due to their huge size, they were left in the open space outside the camp. Sievers added, "Don't worry, we've arranged security for them, so no accidents will happen." Zheng Yang nodded slightly. The warehouse is divided into 3 floors, but the first floor probably takes up half the space. Sievers led Zheng Yang and Xiaobai to the second floor. The second floor was smaller than the first floor, and the ceiling was about 4 meters high. Stone walls divided the second floor into sections, and the corresponding category was indicated on the door of each section. 2 close combat crossbows were in the weapons section. After a fierce battle, they suffered varying degrees of damage. After Kyle Royer completes the task assigned to him, I can hand this over to him to improve his technology, Zheng Yang secretly thought. Zheng Yang focused on the amount of food supplies, which could be called dismal. For a camp with more than 100 people, the food was clearly insufficient. The third floor was mainly used to store crystal cores and various potions. Sievers said, "Many people have been cured of illnesses and injuries after drinking the potions of Lady Shen Yao." Zheng Yang nodded. The potion prepared by Shen Yao has indeed been very helpful many times. Then the 2 men and the tiger went up to the third floor where the boxes were stacked one after another. After opening them, they found that they were all filled with crystal cores. This is Zheng Yang's main goal today. He plans to sell some crystal cores in exchange for supplies. He currently has a lot of resources, and he wants to turn them into fighting power as soon as possible. After we had gathered the supplies, the sky began to darken, and the sun gradually disappeared behind the horizon. Zheng Yang frowned and silently looked at the desert bathed in the rays of the setting sun. After the last disaster, the creatures from the underworld had disappeared. During the 2 nights that he was unconscious, everyone felt safe for the first time in a long time, and could sometimes admire the night view. "I don't know what will happen next time," Zheng Yang muttered to himself. Early in the morning, Zheng Yang sat at the table in the tent, full of energy. Last night, he collected the supplies needed in the camp, including the paper and pens needed by Li Yue, the herbs needed by Shen Yao to brew potions, the forging materials needed by Kyle Royal, and other necessary things. The 2,000 level 1 crystal cores delivered from the warehouse were almost completely used up last night. At the moment, Zheng Yang's inventory is filled with various items, including food, equipment, ores, medicinal materials, and daily necessities. You can find almost any item you can name. Sivers is currently in charge of the camp's logistics. After Sivers received these things, Kyle Royer came here. They were followed by several people carrying a large box. Kyle Royer said excitedly, "Master Zheng Yang, what you asked me to do is already finished. Come and see how it is." Zheng Yang was stunned. It was so fast. After gathering the materials Kyle Royer needed last night, I sent them to him. It was about midnight, only 5 or 6 hours ago. It looks like he hasn't slept all night. After listening to Kelroy's instructions, the werewolves carrying the box took out its contents, which were a suit of light armor with a black background and a scimitar painted entirely black. These items were made from 2 blueprints that Zheng Yang gave to Kyle Royer. These are called the Wolf Shadow Light Armor and the Wolf Shadow Scimitar. They are standard issue to the ancient werewolf tribe and are usually standard issue to assault squads. Within Insight, the levels of both equipment items have reached level 2 and have good effects that are much stronger than the Silver Moon Scimitar, which is also level 2. Wolf Shadow Light Armor level 2. Introduction. Exclusive equipment for the werewolf clan. It can hide the smell to some extent. Function 1. Increase movement speed in the dark. Wolf Shadow. Scimitar level 2. Introduction. Exclusive equipment for the werewolf clan. Attacking with a scimitar is silent and unhindered. Function 2. The Wolf Shadow Scimitar can be transformed into a shadow and placed into the Wolf Shadow Light Armor. Zheng Yang nodded, quite satisfied with Kyle Royer's efficiency and results. "If I ask you to make 50 sets, how long will it take?" Zheng Yang paused and added, "The quality can't be lower than this." Kyle Royer did some calculations in his head and gave the answer, 3 days. The abilities that Mr. Zheng Yang gave me allow me to forge quite efficiently. After Kyle Royer left, Li Yue accidentally walked into the room. They nodded to each other in greeting, and then walked past each other. Li Yue placed a stack of documents in front of Zheng Yang's desk. "These are the military training programs and plans that I have developed. Why is he suddenly so busy today?" Zheng Yang sighed, took the information, looked at it for a while, and then said with a sigh, "You are simply a devil. Such a vile plan is simply not something a human can come up with." At this point, the training that the 24 members of the original hunting team had gone through was only sparring with Elia, which was extremely convenient compared to the plan proposed by Li Yue. Li Yue spread his hands and said, "What can I do? A plan that is too simple is of no use to them." While they were talking, Oba came to Zheng Yang and reported to him about the problems of the farm. He planned to mobilize the young and strong men of the camp to do farming. "Li Yue is here." Zheng Yang thought for a moment and came up with a plan. He said to Li Yue, "Don't you have the plans for the botanical garden? Go and help Oba with this matter." After the 2 men took the orders and left, Zheng Yang sat at his desk and continued to think. The camp is gradually gaining momentum. Recalling how the simple wooden house had turned into a huge camp, Zheng Yang sighed. Zheng Yang picked up the military training plan from the table, looked at it, and got a general idea of its contents. He stood up and walked into the forest opposite the camp. The camp is now located closer to the wilderness than the original courtyard. A few hundred meters from the camp gates is a forest. The ruins of the destroyed guard tower, courtyard, and werewolf camp are still clearly visible there. Of course, there are blue spikes lying here too. Zheng Yang controlled the remaining blue diamond thorns around, ensuring that they continued to grow. Now, there were probably less than 20% of the blue diamond thorns that were planted at the beginning. The remaining thorns also looked disgusting. The blue stems were stained with the blood of various creatures, and the twisted thorns were hung with dried flesh and blood, as well as the severed femurs of some unknown creature. He continued to adjust the position of the blue diamond thorns so that they were more densely scattered throughout the forest. The thorns are arranged in a complex manner and intertwined in various ways, but there are narrow gaps everywhere that people can pass through. After Zheng Yang finished everything, this quiet forest became eerie and sharp, and the flesh and blood scattered everywhere made it eerie and terrifying. In the military training plan that Li Yue gives, the most important thing is to focus on various mental aspects such as thinking, will, and obedience, and the second is to focus on developing tactical qualities. On the contrary, physical training accounts for a very small proportion, and it can be said that it is only a symbolic addition. In the subsequent period, Zheng Yang built a fence to enclose the area, and then focused on transforming the area to make it more suitable for military training. He had barely finished speaking when the sky turned blue. Looking at this magnificent landscape, Zheng Yang chuckled. "I hope you don't wet yourself then." In the evening, Elias brought the werewolves, and everyone looked at them curiously. After Elias brought the man, she obediently stood behind Zheng Yang and let him take control of the situation. Zheng Yang looked at everyone impassively and took a step forward. "From today on, you are no longer a hunting party. You will undergo a training program that I have specially designed for you." The werewolves looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They looked at each other. Seeing that they were still lazy, Zheng Yang already guessed that it would definitely take some time to turn a team of people who had never been trained into seasoned soldiers. But it doesn't matter. He has special methods to help them improve. Zheng Yang's mouth twisted slightly. Seeing this, Elia thought that they might be in trouble. Sure enough, the next second, the space within 30 meters of Zheng Yang's sweat darkened and was enveloped in an oppressive low pressure. All the werewolves except Elia looked at Zheng Yang in horror, their teeth chattering, their hands and feet shaking. In their eyes, Zheng Yang was like a devil wreaking havoc on the world, surrounded by all sorts of creatures from the underworld. His scarlet eyes shone brightly in the night, which was truly and terrifying. Skill was unexpectedly useful. Zheng Yang looked at their state indifferently, feeling a little surprised. Under the influence of the aura, everything that followed undoubtedly went much more smoothly. Zheng Yang eloquently recounted all the details of the training. All of this was written down in the plan that Li Yue gave him, and all he had to do was read it. Half an hour later, under the dual blessings of the aura of the underworld and Zheng Yang's majesty, 24 soldiers lined up in a square before him. Although there were still some shortcomings, they were now more like soldiers than before. After reading the relevant materials, Zheng Yang also got rid of his dark aura. The werewolf warriors finally breathed a sigh of relief. God only knew how much pressure they had been under for the past half hour. "Finally look presentable," Zheng Yang praised with a serious expression. "From today on, I will train you in all aspects. You only have 3 choices: obey, obey, and obey. Understand?" "Yes." The wolves answered in unison. Zheng Yang scratched his ears, disgust on his face. "Did you just say that?" "Yes!" The werewolves screamed, blushing and tensing their necks, and their screams with a hint of inertia echoed throughout the surrounding area. Even many families in the camp heard them and looked in that direction with curiosity. "Lord Zheng Yang, I like him more and more." Elia stood behind Zheng Yang. Her beautiful eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Zheng Yang, in front of everyone at this moment, as if he was the only one left in the entire world. Zheng Yang finally smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. The training will begin now." 3 days later, a military training ground. The number of blue diamond spikes in this area was more than before, and the area was doubled. 5 figures were wandering around the forest. The intertwined thorns did them no harm. They passed through the narrow gap between them calmly. Suddenly, someone hissed. His hand accidentally touched a thorn on the bush. A long bloody mark appeared on his hand, which was still bleeding. But the people around just looked on and didn't pay any attention to it, not stopping for a second, including the one who was scratched. At that moment, 5 more figures jumped out from the side and quickly overtook them. The leader laughed and said, "Is that all you have in the second class? Sorry, first place is ours." The Class 2 leader snorted coldly. "It's still a long way to the finish line, don't relax." At this time, several more classes jumped out from the dense forest and quickly rushed forward. Class 5, having caught up with them from behind, exchanged glances with their teammates, and then all used wolf howl together. The intense psychological shock caused the rest of the classes to panic, and many accidentally crashed into trees. The 5th grade took this opportunity to quickly catch up and head to the end of the learning area. No, stop them quickly. The expressions of the other classes changed, and they all showed off their special abilities and began a hasty advance towards the 5th class to stop its advance. In the distance, Zheng Yang was squatting on a very tall tree trunk, a bowl in his hand, slurping noodles and watching their competition with pleasure. Werewolves are incredibly flexible. In just 3 days, their appearance had changed dramatically. Zheng Yang has been focusing on this recently, training them and adjusting the training plan. The plan proposed by Li Yue still has some details that are not suitable for the current situation. But for now, the effect is still good. From the crying and screaming while wandering through the thorn forest at the beginning to the leisurely stroll in the garden now. Watching them grow, Zheng Yang sometimes feels like he is playing a game while raising them. The area of this thorn forest was much larger than 3 days ago, but the 5 classes of werewolves ran very fast. 10 minutes later, Zheng Yang saw that they had reached the finish line one after another, so he put away the bowl and quickly reached the finish line. The 24 werewolf soldiers lined up, waiting for Zheng Yang to arrive. The idea of obeying orders had gradually penetrated their subconscious. When one of the team members saw Zheng Yang, he immediately ran up to him, adopting a standard stance. "Report, all personnel have arrived. Please give instructions, Master Zheng Yang." The man standing straight and in a standard posture in front of Zheng Yang is called Wolfman. He has the best overall qualities among all. Zheng Yang currently appoints him as the platoon leader of this team, as well as the squad leader of the first squad. Zheng Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Who's first?" After finishing speaking, Zheng Yang keenly noticed that Wolfman's eyes showed a smug expression, while the other squad leaders in the team had depressed expressions on their faces. "Report, we're the first shift," Wolfman proudly declared. "It's you again." "Not bad, not bad. Today, the resources for your class's education will be doubled." Zheng Yang turned to the others and asked sullenly, "Are you good for nothing?" The tone was not harsh, but it dealt a heavy blow to the hearts of the other 4 classes. The harsh words made their faces turn red. Someone gritted their teeth and whispered, "We are not useless. Haven't you eaten?" "I can't hear you," Zheng Yang shouted. "We are not trash." A collective cry rang out in the sky. "You know the punishment for losers. This time, no one is controlling you," Zheng Yang said, sarcastically. "Of course, if you want to cheat, that's your business." Some people had indignation in their eyes, some clenched their fists until they were white, and some frowned and kept silent. The reaction of the first class was completely opposite. Their eyes showed superiority and pride. "Very good. You have already developed a preliminary sense of honor." Zheng Yang took note of all these reactions. After Zheng Yang finished speaking, the other 4 classes entered the small wooden house next to them. After a while, everyone came out with handcuffs and weights on their legs. This set of chains was made by Zheng Yang and Kelro. It does not require much technical knowledge and is very effective. Each set of chains is divided into 2 sets, one for the left and one for the right leg. Each weighs 1,000 kilograms and the set weighs 2,000 kilograms. For those who are still at level 1, this is not easy and is a huge burden. As punishment, they had to put on these shackles and walk through the thorn forest back to the starting point, and then walk again. At this time, a beautiful figure quickly ran through the jungle, jumped down from a tree and walked towards Zheng Yang. Elias leaned towards his ear and said, "Master Zheng Yang, Kyle Roy has completed the task you entrusted him with. Zheng Yang nodded and said to Wolfman, who was standing next to him, "Bring your class and follow me." Yes. Everyone entered the dense forest. Wolf and the first squad under his leadership looked at Zheng Yang's back with admiration. The hateful thorns deliberately parted as Zheng Yang moved forward. Lord Zheng Yang is truly omnipotent, like a god. When will I be able to have such power? Wolfman admires him and yearns for him at the same time. That day, a demonic figure with supernatural combat power, the ability to control plants, and endless resources appeared before everyone. To Wolfman and the others, Zheng Yang is mysterious, powerful, and at the same time sacred and untouchable, like Schrodinger's underwear. Soon they arrived at the camp's forge, opened the door, and felt a wave of heat. Inside were several students trying to make something, and Kyle Royer was giving them instructions. Perhaps it was because he himself was a student and knew the ups and downs of life. So he taught his students everything he knew and passed on his knowledge to them without hesitation. However, his tough and unyielding nature caused a lot of trouble for several young students. Everything must meet the established standards, not the slightest deviation from them. In the words of Kyle Royer, don't use the word almost, it's either yes or no. Kyle Royer looked up and saw Zheng Yang. He quickly walked over and said respectfully, "Master Zheng Yang, are you here to check the equipment?" "Everything is ready." Zheng Yang said jokingly, "I haven't seen you for the past 2 days. You've become much more attentive. You're not as strict as others say." When the students behind him heard this, their faces suddenly darkened and they felt like their hearts were broken. Aaliyah covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly. Kyle Royer didn't care. Instead, he said seriously, "What others say is their freedom. I just need to mind my own business. You're so boring," Zheng Yang said helplessly. "Get these things. Yes, please follow me." Kelroy led everyone through the forge and into a storage room deep inside, where there were only 50 neatly stacked wooden boxes. After Zheng Yang took 30 sets, he gave an order. Send the rest to the warehouse and hand them over to Sievers. Kyle Royer replied expressionlessly, "Yes." After Zheng Yang left, Kyle Royer returned to the forge shop and asked several apprentices to help carry the items to the warehouse. The students watched their teacher's expression carefully, making sure he wasn't angry before asking, "Master, are you angry?" Kyle Royer looked confused. "What are you angry about?" "No, nothing." Several students opened their mouths and responded sullenly. One of the disciples carried a wooden box and spoke. "Is this Mr. Zheng Yang? I met him for the first time today, and he looks like this." Another disciple held a grudge against Zheng Yang's words. Nothing special." Just when the other disciple was about to speak, Kyle Roy said, "What did you just ask me?" Another student looked confused and asked hesitantly, "Teacher, aren't you angry?" "No, I'm angry." Kyle Royer put down the wooden box he was holding, picked up the wooden stick next to him, and hit the student who was unhappy with Zheng Yang on the butt with it. "Ouch, ow, my butt hurts." The student cried out in pain and asked with tears in his eyes, "Master, why did you hit me so suddenly? Be gentle, it's about to come apart." Kyle Royer said nothing and simply continued working. The other students trembled in fear, not understanding what was happening. After receiving the equipment, Zheng Yang took them out into the open outside the camp to test its effectiveness. After briefly introducing them to the equipment's operation, Wolfman and the first squad under his command looked with shining eyes at the Wolf Shadow light armor and the Wolf Shadow saber in the wooden box. They touched the equipment so gently, as if they were touching something of unrivaled beauty, afraid that touching it too hard might damage it. At first glance, they felt the strangeness of the equipment in front of them. It was completely different from what the village had provided them with before. "Why don't you take it home tonight? I just don't know if your wives would agree." Zheng Yang said, "Try it on and see if there are any flaws. I'll ask Kyle Royer to make some changes." Wolfman and the others nodded excitedly, quickly donned their armor and picked up their black yatagans. "Finally, we feel like a real army." Zheng Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then immediately shouted, "Gather!" The sudden order made Wolfman and the others freeze for a moment, but then they quickly lined up. When the formation was completed, Wolfman raised his hand and ran to Zheng Yang to report. "First row, first squad, assembled. Mr. Zheng Yang, please give instructions." Zheng Yang could not help but notice the delay of Wolfman and the others. But after only 3 days of training, the results were already very good. He shouted, "Too slow! If this were a battlefield, you would have been dead by now if you had hesitated even a moment earlier." The werewolves listened to Zheng Yang's scolding with stern expressions. After introducing everyone to the use of light armor and yatagans, Zheng Yang handed the equipment to Wolfman and asked him to distribute it and introduce others to its use. Returning to the tent, Oba, who received the notice, waited there for a long time. Seeing Zheng Yana enter, he stood up and bowed slightly. "I'm going to check the 2 magic stone mines you mentioned today." Zheng Yang asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Oberle said, "The terrain around these 2 mines is quite uneven, making mining difficult. In addition, there are herds of animals roaming nearby. I'm afraid, what is the approximate strength level of the beast group? No higher than the 2nd level," Oberle analyzed. "But their advantage is their huge numbers, which makes them extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, if Mr. Zheng Yang is willing to spend a little time, then things will definitely be easier." Zheng Yang didn't think so. The 24 new recruits had achieved outstanding results in training. Their strength was also among the best in the 1st level. For example, the 4 squad leaders and platoon leader Wolfman were approaching the threshold of the 2nd level. This is a good opportunity to train our troops. At sunset, everyone who was going on the expedition gathered at the entrance to the camp, among them Zheng Yang, Oba, and 24 new recruits. He left Elias at the camp to look after the house and prevent accidents. As he watched the recruits line up in precise movements, "This change is too great, as if it were a completely different group of people." Oba muttered under his breath, "This is still the same werewolf warrior I bred." What the training changed the most was their morale. At this moment, the recruits stood there, full of enthusiasm, waiting for orders from Zheng Yang, and the dark light armor gave them an even more imposing and elite appearance. "Oba, things are different now," Zheng Yang smiled and said, "Don't let your guard down in the future." Oba felt the pressure. He was the captain of the hunting party, but he had a feeling that if he quarreled with his former subordinates again, it would be awkward. After a few lines of conversation, Oba took the initiative and led the crowd. The others followed him. Soon, everyone entered the forest, continuously flying and jumping along the tree trunks at an extremely high speed. Oba looked at the figure slowly following him, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and imperceptibly quickened his pace. Although he had no advantage in speed, Zheng Yang easily fell behind thanks to his brute strength. As they advanced, the group gradually thinned out, and the lush greenery around them began to reach the junction of the forest and the western mountains. It was here that the 2 magic stone mines were located. Figure suddenly stopped. He walked to the ledge of the stone wall and brushed the dust off it. The milky white outline embedded in the stone wall became clearer and clearer. "Master Zheng Yang, go and take a look. You can already vaguely see the ore here." Zheng Yang walked closer to take a closer look, and indeed, its appearance was very similar to a magic stone, milky white, and its outline was about the size of a fist. Let's continue. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Zheng Yang suddenly raised his hand, clenching his fist. The recruits immediately stopped, held their breath, and crouched down. Oba froze for a moment, then followed suit. "Mr. Zheng Yang, what happened?" "The mineral vein is not far away," Oba asked quietly. Zheng Yang said, "Something is happening here." Along the way, he used his ability to control plants to sense his surroundings, and feedback from nearby plants had just told him that there was something lurking in the darkness nearby that hadn't found them yet. But if we kept going, we'd be found soon. Hearing this, everyone immediately became nervous, especially the new recruits who were on a mission for the first time, fearing that they would not be able to handle the task. Zheng Yang closed his eyes and carefully felt the location of the one hiding. After a moment, he pointed in several directions. There are exactly 5 directions. Each class will split up and take action to eliminate those lurking in the dark. Yes. After receiving the order, the recruits quickly dispersed and quietly headed in the direction Zheng Yang pointed. What a complete transformation, Obelis sighed. Zheng Yang smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. In the future, you will be surprised." 10 minutes later, 5 teams returned to their teams in turn, each carrying 2 or 3 corpses of black and white furred wolves with their tongues hanging out. "That's them. That's the wolf pack that lives in the area of the mine ahead," Oba said immediately. "What a clever beast. He even had the sense to set up secret sentries to protect his territory." Zheng Yang was a little surprised. With his powers of insight, he saw information about this ferocious beast. Sun and Moon Wolf level. 1 introduction. It can absorb sunlight and moonlight to grow, has a strong constitution, and possesses extremely high intelligence. As usual, Zheng Yang cut off the wolf's skin, collected its fangs and claws, and even took away its meat. That was left was a pile of useless entrails. After placing these items in their inventory, everyone continued moving forward until they reached their destination, and the surrounding plants no longer reacted abnormally. As we approached our destination, we saw a stream with green grass and large trees growing along its banks. The upper reaches of the stream flowed out of the cave. Everyone calmed down and quietly moved toward the entrance of the cave to observe the situation inside. The cave is very spacious and interconnected. Green vines hang over the edge of the skylight, and moonlight filters through the recesses. The Tyndall effect, created by the interweaving of green and silver moonlight, makes this place even more beautiful and quiet. In addition, there are many algae growing on the rocks along the stream, similar to green lichens. In the center, there is a transparent pool of water, and the waves reflecting from its surface sparkle on the rock wall. Water flows out of tiny cracks in the rocks around the pool and returns to its source along the rock wall. The most eye-catching are the sun and moon wolves, black and white in coat and stocky in build, standing by the pool. At first glance, there are probably more than 100 of them. In the center of the wolf pack, a large sun-moon wolf stood out, surrounded by several she-wolves with graceful curves and beautiful fur. It seemed that it should be the Wolf King, Zheng Yang, who used insight on him. Sun and Moon Wolf level. 2. Introduction. It can absorb sunlight and moonlight to grow, has a strong constitution, and has extremely high intelligence. This time, we have come not only to clear the area of wolves, but also to test the combat capabilities of the new recruits Zheng Yang thought. Within seconds, he had an idea and began to make a plan with everyone else. In the cave, the Wolf King suddenly stopped working with his beloved wolf pack and looked outside carefully. A strong sense of smell allows a person to smell the scent of approaching danger. Whoosh! A fiery arrow flew into his suddenly widened pupils, and the Wolf King quickly dodged. But the poor she-wolf, who kept her distance from him, was pierced in the head by an arrow, and a burning smell came from the wound. The Wolf King looked at the entrance to the cave with burning eyes. Man made a gesture as if wiping his neck and quickly ran away. The angry Wolf King howled angrily. More than half of the surrounding wolves immediately reacted and rushed out of the cave one by one to chase after the Wolf Man. While the Wolf King was wondering why the guard outside hadn't sounded the alarm, the sound of footsteps came from the cave. Zheng Yang entered with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. "I'll leave the rest to you. Don't let them bother me. If you miss anything, I'll ask you." Yes! The 3 troops immediately spread out to contain the remaining wolves around them. The Wolf King looked at Zheng Yang, the intruder, with an unkind expression, ready to attack. Zheng Yang smiled mockingly and hooked his finger. King became angry and opened his bloody mouth to bite Zheng Yang's neck. Slap! Zheng Yang threw the Wolf King away with the back of his fist. The Wolf King stood up and shook his head in confusion. In fact, he was knocked down so easily that he, as the pride of the wolf pack, felt incredible. Click. The Wolf King reluctantly rushed forward again, but the result was the same. Zheng Yang looked at the battlefield between the recruits and the wolves with some boredom. Compared to his calm and cool demeanor, the recruits had a much harder time, but with their superior weapons and equipment, they prevailed, and the number of wolves was constantly decreasing. After receiving several blows, the Wolf King learned his lesson and obediently approached Zheng Yang's feet, showing a submissive look. "Oh, you won't come?" Zheng Yang said with a smile. But the Wolf King took advantage of this opportunity. His gaze suddenly became fierce, and he bit Zheng Yang when he let his guard down. When the Wolf King only felt like he had bitten into a hard rock, and his teeth broke. Before he could react, Zheng Yang lifted his neck, and a powerful force squeezed his neck bones so hard that they cracked. Zheng Yang's face was expressionless, and his voice was cold. "What a smart creature. If I weren't a level higher than you, I probably would have lost." After saying this, the Wolf King whined, and the unwanted light in his eyes faded. When the wolves saw their king die at Zheng Yang's hands, they suddenly lost their leader and scattered in panic. The wolf pack, already in chaos, was much easier for the new recruits. After more than 10 minutes, all the wolves were defeated, and soon Wolfman and the others who had come out as bait returned. The lured wolves also scattered after the death of the Wolf King. It is expected that it will take a long time for the situation to reach this point again. "Master Zheng Yang," Wolfman said hesitantly, "you'd better come and take a look." Zheng Yang followed Wolfman to the end of the cave, puzzled. The air here was a little dry and much less humid than outside. Dozens of black and white wolf cubs live here. Some are sleeping, some are playing with their comrades, and some are looking curiously at the two-legged beasts in front of them. They seem to have no idea what is going on outside. "Master Zheng Yang, what are you going to do with these cubs?" Seeing that Wolfman was hesitant to speak, Zheng Yang looked at him and said, "Just say what you want to say. If someone doesn't know, they will think you are constipated." "Constipated? What does that mean?" Wolfman said, "I think these cubs are innocent. They don't know anything. So you're going to let them go? What if they grow up and fight back?" Zheng Yang said angrily. "Wolfman, as the leader of these recruits, can you be so frivolous?" Wolfman opened his mouth, but did not speak. "You must understand that you do not only trust me." Zheng Yang looked him in the eye and said quietly, "You are also responsible for the lives of these recruits. If you make a wrong decision, it will not be just you who will pay the price." Wolfman's face turned red, and he felt ashamed. Zheng Yang, seeing that his goal had been achieved, smiled lightly. "Okay, go back and think carefully. Bring all these wolf cubs back to the camp." Wolfman reacted slowly, but after Zheng Yang left, he realized that this was a deliberate instruction from Mr. Zheng Yang. Suddenly had the urge to repay the king for his kindness on the Golden Terrace and die for him, supporting Yulong. Zheng Yang walked up to Obalu, who was hammering on the edge of the pool. He handed him a milky white shard wrapped in stone skin. Obel excitedly exclaimed, "Master Zheng Yang, look, this is a magic stone mine. There are definitely more magic stones underground here." Zheng Yang took the gravel and was incredibly happy. With these magic stones, he could train new soldiers very effectively and exchange resources with other players. "When I go back, I will ask Li Yue to come up with a plan. Engineering structural analysis is also extremely convenient for mining ore." After surveying the surroundings, everyone rushed towards another magic stone mine without stopping. There was a ferocious beast called the Red Blood Bull lurking there. Their horns and blood were very good materials, and the main cow was a level 2 ferocious beast. After clearing them, Zheng Yang surveyed the situation and led the team back to the camp. The wolf cubs were temporarily placed in an empty tent and handed over to Tashi's care. At night, he called Li Yue to his tent and looked up information about the 2 magic stone mines. Li Yue judged, "These 2 magic stone mines probably belong to the same extremely large magic stone vein. The information is too limited, and we need to conduct on-site inspections and analysis before we can make any concrete decisions. But I think our current problem is that we lack manpower," Li Yue said seriously. Whether it's cultivating the land, building an army, or mining ore, all of these require manpower, and we're seriously short of people. There are only about 100 people in the entire camp. Zheng Yang looked helpless. The lack of free people had been giving him a headache lately. How about creating a fertility boost? Or maybe growing food that would get the blood pumping every day and that could be consumed sustainably? These are the drawings I've examined during this period. It seems that they cannot be realized in a short time. Li Yue pulled out a thick stack of drawings from his inventory with some regret. With so many people, you never have any free time. Zheng Yang was slightly surprised. After Li Yue left, Zheng Yang began to carefully look through the drawings he had given him. Martial arts hall construction drawings, city hall construction drawings, city water pipeline project drawings, city 8 diagram construction drawings, multi-layered path project drawings. Zheng Yang spent the entire night rereading the drawings sent by Li Yue. At dawn, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "We don't have enough manpower." In the unknown ruins, a slinking figure emerged from a blue vortex portal. He looked with greed and anxiety at the inauguration card hovering in the center of the square. Previous chapter contents. After looking around, he took out a stone from his inventory and threw it onto the square, then quickly hid and began to observe what was happening in the square. Several minutes passed, and the ruins were still calm. After making sure that everything was safe, he went out. A month is enough time for players to develop a strategy for the ruins. In most cases, any movement in the square will alert the beast guardian of the ruins, so there is also the previous method, throwing stones to probe the water. He walked out to the square with excitement, approached the floating inauguration card, took it, and began to check the information on it. However, at that moment, an accident occurred. After receiving the work card, a strange change occurred. The card emitting a halo gradually dissipated and finally turned into a golden key. He was stunned by this sudden change, and then, in surprise, he became delighted. Could this be some unknown possibility? Finally, my turn to become a child of fate. I couldn't wait to put the key in the inventory to check the item information. After reading the product information, the ecstasy on his face faded and his expression became depressed. Secret key to the kingdom. Introduction. A key created by an unknown entity that can open the door to a secret world. It can be used by 100 players, 1/100th. The fact that we are forced to form a team indirectly illustrates the degree of danger. Still a pity that I'm not the chosen one. 2 days later, the camp. Changes happen here quickly, and every day this place looks new. Not far from the camp, there was a large plantation. Thanks to Zheng Yang, the crops on it grew very quickly. Next to the plantation, 2 grey tanks appeared, about 7 to 8 meters high. The tanks were thick and large. This is the camp's water storage tank. Zheng Yang placed water spirit beads in it to provide the entire camp with daily water needs. The soldiers would be on daily guard duty on weekdays. The wolf cubs that had been brought in earlier were also placed in the newly built animal barn, and several women and children were assigned to look after them. The whole camp was full of life, and almost everyone was involved in various changes. After listening to Oba's report, Zheng Yang asked, "Is there enough labor in the plantation? Although I can provide assistance, it is not a long-term solution. It is enough for now. Everyone in the camp is very active, so their efficiency is naturally very high," Oba replied. Currently, Oba is in charge of staff assignment and camp management. He is very familiar with the camp environment and knows everything. Zheng Yang, Zheng Yang, Zheng Yang, Zheng Yang, look quickly, look quickly. They were still talking when Shen Yao's voice was heard from afar. Seeing Shen Yao running into the tent, Zheng Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you want to say something, speak slowly. Why are you so anxious?" Shen Yao picked up the cup next to Zheng Yang and drank it all up. "Watch." She was about to say something, but she noticed someone nearby and immediately fell silent. She knew that Zheng Yang almost died because of leaking information about the players. Seeing that the two of them had something to discuss, Oba said very tactfully, "Master Zheng Yang, I still have some business to attend to, so I think I'll leave." After Oba left for a while, Shen Yao said anxiously, "I can't explain it to you right now. Just look at the world." Zheng Yang opened the world with some confusion, and the contents revealed inside made him frown. Lu Banjiu, our Craftsmen Association will participate. Harris, we, the Trappists, will participate. Luo Shixue, we, the representatives of the Shushan Sword Pavilion, will participate. He flipped through the notes, and his gaze suddenly froze. Zhang Qi. Friends, I recently obtained an item. This item is the key to a dungeon. I think everyone understands the value of this dungeon, so I will not explain it in detail here. However, the condition for using this key is that 100 players must gather, so I am announcing a recruitment of all interested PS players. Priority will be given to players who are members of gaming organizations, high-level players, players with healing abilities, and players with powerful professions. This message was ridiculed by many players, and it was obvious that no one believed him. Fang Zitong. Another liar. I just sent him a private message, and he wants me to pay a registration fee of 10 magic stones. Wait until the whole world pounces on him. Yunshui. Alas, the world is much calmer now. In the past, such news would quickly disappear. But when famous players made public statements to the world, the situation began to change. Lei Ming. I will join. Chang Qingtian. I will participate from the Temple of the God of War. Elizabeth. Sunset Empire is participating. Zheng Yang read all the messages and said, "This should have been discussed in advance. Otherwise, there would not have been such a tacit agreement." Shen Yao was indignant. How can they do this? Isn't this cheating the players? I will report them and deduct points from them. That's not what I meant. Zheng Ya shook his head. What I meant was that the leaders of these player organizations had known about this news for a long time and had deliberately collaborated with Zhang Qi to come up with this. Shen Yao wondered, what was the point of them doing this? Zheng Yang irritably knocked Shen Yao on the head. Li Yue said that your head is full of glue, and I think it's true. Shen Yao was stunned and then became furious. Okay, Li Yue, you ruined my reputation in front of Zheng Yang. Wait, I'll remember you. The influence is obvious. All the players take it seriously. Isn't it difficult to gather these 100 people? Zheng Yang said lightly. Shen Yao was puzzled. But couldn't he just unite these player organizations? Wouldn't it be easy for so many organizations to gather the required number of players? Why would he have to go through so much trouble? Zheng Yang chuckled. If our camp participates, who do you think will be able to go? Shen Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then counted on her fingers. Just in case. 1 for you, 1 for Elias, 1 for Sivas. As she counted, she suddenly realized and felt that her brain had grown. Then, should we participate? Shen Yao asked. Of course, we must go. If we fall behind, we will be routed. We must fight for this opportunity, Zheng Yang said decisively. Hearing this, Shen Yao asked impatiently, who are you going to take with you? Hearing this, Zheng Yang looked at her stupidly and attacked mercilessly. Don't even think about it. You are a pharmacist. You can't even beat Xiaobai. Are you going to deliver food there? Shen Yao pouted and muttered, if you don't want to go, then don't go. But Zheng Yang's next words made her expression change. This time, I'll go alone. No. Shen Yao's attitude was more resolute than ever before, and her tone was firm and decisive. I am doing this to maximize gains and minimize losses. Zheng Yang looked at Shen Yao's resolute eyes and decided to avoid her. But Shen Yao refused to listen. No, absolutely not. Shen Yao shook her head and covered her ears, refusing to listen. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes. Anyway, I have already made my decision. Protest choking. The sudden sobs stunned Zheng Yang, and the words were stuck on his tongue. You will bully me. Shen Yao said a few words and ran away crying. Zheng Yang sat dejectedly on the chair at the table, staring at her retreating back. He felt as depressed as the rainy weather, and he was very uneasy. More than 10 minutes later, all the important people in the camp gathered in Zheng Yang's tent one by one. The last to arrive were Shen Yao and Elias. He looked at Zheng Yang, who was sitting in the main chair with a gloomy expression, and made a face at him. After everyone sat down, Zheng Yang pretended to be stunned and said, "Today is a rare day for free. How can I help you?" Elia, changing her usual gentle and sweet attitude, asked first, "Mr. Zheng Yang, I heard that you are going on a long journey. It seems that is the case. Will you go alone?" The dazzling gaze made Zheng Yang's scalp tingle. He glared at Shen Yao, who was pretending that everything was fine. It was obvious that this girl was behind this. She was usually not very smart, but she was very good at doing everything. Elias took a deep breath and said, "I want to go with you." Zheng Yang frowned. "Don't be stupid, you know what I'm going to do." "I don't know, but wherever you go, whatever you encounter, I'll be with you," Elias said seriously. She didn't want to hide in the basement and cry like last time. "Mr. Zheng Yang, we are worried that you are alone." Sievers spoke at this time. As one of Zheng Yang's first followers, Sievers usually appears to be a wise man, but at this moment he expressed his concern as the eldest in the family. "At least take Miss Elias with you, Mr. Zheng Yang." Spoke. They now work as assistants, helping Oberle and Sievers with their daily affairs. Oberle said solemnly, "Master Zheng Yang, you are responsible not only for yourself, but also for the future of the 178 people in Camp Ray. I hope you value your life. Any of us can get into trouble, but you shouldn't." Li Yue looked left and right, coughed twice, and said, "Same thing." Zheng Yang looked helplessly at Wolfman, the only one who remained silent. "What about you? Do you hold the same opinion?" Wolfman lowered his head silently. Zheng Yang understood what he meant. Since there were so many protests, Zheng Yang had no choice but to give in. Okay, seriously, you won. What's the matter? Is it really necessary to mobilize such a large force?" Everyone's expressions softened a little, and Shen Yao also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, everyone discussed who would accompany Zheng Yang this time, and in the end, they decided to only bring Elia. Currently, Elia's strength is approaching the 3rd level. Thanks to the moonlight, her cultivation speed is incredibly fast. She is the strongest among those present, except for Zheng Yang. After the meeting, everyone left. When Shen Yao walked to the door, she suddenly felt a force pulling her back. She turned around with difficulty. "Zheng Yang, let's talk about this tomorrow. I'm tired." Her cute face makes her cute and flirtatious. Zheng Yang looked at her impassively. No, that's impossible." Then Zheng Yang pulled Shen Yao inside and slammed the tent door. 10 minutes later, Shen Yao ran away, her face flushed, covering her buttocks. She ran angrily. "Zheng Yang, you are worse than a beast." After Zhang Qi's recruitment notice was posted on World, it began to seethe, and players kept sending him private messages asking him to sign up. Hundreds of millions of private messages flooded him, and he couldn't handle them all. After discussing the matter with the heads of several player organizations, everyone agreed to organize an event where everyone could be selected according to their abilities. Soon after, the heads of several families and Zhang Qi met offline to discuss the specific details of the event, profit distribution, and other matters. Soon, the Secret Realm Selection Competition was established, an event jointly organized by the Craftsmen's Association, the Shushan Sword Pavilion, the Zoo, the Ascetic Order, the Temple of the God of War, and Zhang Qi, the owner of the Secret Realm Key. The 6 parties jointly published the event notice in World. After the news of the game event was released, World immediately burst into flames, and the news update rate at one point exceeded the historical peak. Asano Kazuha. This should be the first large-scale event for us, the players. It's really exciting. Wilson. Oh my god, I have to pay 2 magic stones for the registration fee. Ji Yue. The rewards are also very generous. The top 50 will not only get the chance to participate in the secret world, but will also receive special rewards from the organizer. 11 to 50 people will receive protection from the 5 main factions of the secret world, and 4 to 10 people will receive a piece of Tier 2 equipment created by the Craftsman's Guild. The most incredible rewards await the first 3. Third place will receive a Tier 3 piece of equipment. Second place will receive a greater resurrection potion that instantly restores health to full. And first place will receive 2 inauguration cards and 1 skill card from the inventories of the 5 major player organizations. Shen Yao, greater resurrection potion is just a pile of crap. Ji Yue, hey, isn't that Apothecary Shen Yao? Why haven't I seen your potions in trade for a long time? Due to his level, Shen Yao can only send 1 message to the world per day. At this moment, he was furiously pounding his fists on the table in the room, secretly hating the one who made this birth plan for him. And Xinyan. But how are we going to participate? We don't even know where the event is. Zhu Wen. Yes, that's right. How are we going to get there? There were many sighs from downstairs. While everyone was discussing heatedly, Lu Banjiu, the president of the Craftsman Association, sent a message to the world. Lu Banjiu, I listed items in trade that can help me find the event location. Players went to trade to check. Item: positioning plate seller, Lu Banjiu requirement, 1 magic stone. The players immediately lost their composure when they saw this, and everyone expressed their dissatisfaction in the world. Li Keike, do you really have to charge money for this? This is too suspicious. Fatima, are these the Donghua people? I have learned a lot. Kuroki Nako, Mr. Lu, can you give me this? I am currently in financial difficulties. I will repay you later in another way. Yuan Shiju, has your crafts association never seen a magic stone? Ji Yue, it's not that much, just a magic stone, no big deal. Inexpensive. Fang Kexin, brother, why do you always help players organize and perform? I don't mean anything else, I'm just asking casually. Zheng Yang looked at the more than 100 magic stones in his inventory and nodded in agreement. They really weren't expensive. The positioning plate looks simple in its design and consists of a round black base with a flat glass cover on top and a black round bead floating inside the glass cover. At this time, it vibrates continuously in one direction. Seemed to be much technical content here, Zheng Yang muttered quietly. He called Kyle Royer and handed him the positioning disc he bought in the deal. Look at this and try to replicate it. Kyle Royal held it in his hand and looked at it for a while before handing it back. Master Zheng Yang, this what happened? Is it too complicated? Kyle Royer shook his head. The principle of this thing is extremely simple. There is a material called a double magnet. They usually stick to each other. After separating, the 2 pieces of stone continue to move closer together, and the speed depends on the distance between them. After listening to Zheng Yang, he summed up. Cut out the double magnets in a circle shape, put them in this tray, cover them with a glass lid, and the positioning plate is ready. Kyle Royer added, this plate is probably worth more than this bead. Zheng Yang's mouth twitched. He opened the world and joined the Crusader army. Zheng Yang, your crafts association has never seen money? Wu Sheng, what? Why is my position dial not responding? Anyone know how to use it? Zheng Yang's post was followed by a player asking, and then it seemed to cause some kind of chain reaction. Sophia, same thing for me. I thought it was just me. Su Wenhe, it turns out I'm not the only one. A Lu Banjiu, what's wrong with your bullshit? Meng Xuan, I bought it with a magic stone. Your crafts association should provide after-sales service. Fu Mingcheng, same question. Abrash, same question +1. Eugene, same question plus 10,086. A long, endless series of opinions followed. Zheng Yang looked at the beads on the position disc that was still shaking slightly and asked, what if this bead stops moving? Kyle Royer said, it means the distance is too big and the double magnets can't sense it. Once we get within a certain distance, everything will be fine. The next second, Lu Banjiu posted a message explaining the reason, and the players suddenly felt like they had been deceived. He condemned them in the world and cursed all 3 generations of the Craftsmen's Guild. His vocabulary was enough to fill a book. Lu Banjiu, on the other hand, didn't care about the insults he received in the world. He read for a while and then turned it off. Judging from his face, it didn't bother him at all. Ji Yue awkwardly said from the side, "Mr. President, isn't it improper for us to behave like this? Times have changed. From now on, strength will prevail." Lu Banjiu laughed and said, "So what if you're unhappy? Are you going to sue us?" Many people don't seem to realize this, so I'm here to teach them this lesson, and I'm already doing a great job without charging them tuition. Ji Yue fell silent. The president, a big and strong man, is actually very smart. He secretly slandered him in his heart. After consultation with the organizers, the qualifying competition was scheduled for 3 days later. During these 3 days, players arrived at the competition site one by one to apply for qualification to participate in the competition. The qualification process is very simple. After paying the fee, you will receive a license plate with your name on it. You will then be randomly matched with a pair of opponents that match that license plate. Zheng Yang arrived the next day. After completing the selection procedures at Alias, the staff escorted him to a pre-built residential building. Since Arias was not a player, Zheng Yang arranged a home for her. Arias was covered in a cloak that hid all of her werewolf features. On the way, he looked around. The residential complex is built opposite a ring-shaped mountain. It is a group of buildings in the shape of the letter mu. The streets are paved with grey stone slabs. The building's decoration is not luxurious. It is a single-family house built of brick and stone, with ordinary furniture. The strength of the pedestrians coming and going on the street is mostly level 1, some are level 2, and there are no people with level 3 yet. The diversity of the players' professions also opened Zheng Yang's eyes. Zheng Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw Elia looking around like a curious child. As night fell, the accommodation area became bustling with activity. Many players went out onto the streets and set up tents, selling all sorts of strange and unusual things. Zheng Yang used his insight to achieve many good things. However, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and conflicts, large or small, occur in different places in the living area. Members were eating kebabs at a nearby food stall while watching the newcomers battle each other on the field. Mu Tianfeng's calm eyes suddenly froze and looked in a certain direction. Zheng Yang and Elias watched with great interest as 2 groups of people fought in a crowded place. I learned a lot. Chefs can play like that. Zheng Yang watched in amazement as the chef handled the noodles like golden ropes, and the eggs he threw exploded with great force. The man who was hostile to him was also talented. He worked as a gourmet and ate half of the food thrown away by the chef. He felt that the characters Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Fledgling were perfect for these 2 people. They acted as if they were having a dialogue, and their silent interaction was perfect. But unfortunately, the show was stopped by the organizers' security before it could last long. Zheng Yang looked at the 2 detainees with regret. "Wow, Master Zheng Yang, this is so interesting," Elias asked happily. "Are they performing?" Why did his balls explode? Zheng Yang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because the egg exploded." Expression seemed to reflect understanding, but suddenly her expression changed, and the thick blackness in her hand turned into the outline of a scimitar. Under Zheng Yang's puzzled gaze, he pulled it away and met the attack from behind. When the collision of pitch black and blood-red colors produced intense sparks. Tu Shu looked at the beautiful girl in the cloak in surprise. Elia looked at him with a cold gaze and forcefully pushed Tu Shu away. Tu Shu used this force to retreat back. At first, Zheng Yang was taken by surprise, but now he had fully adapted and quickly entered the right state. At this time, he rushed to victory. The winter blade appeared in his hand, and several blades emitting cold energy swung. Tu Shu felt the powerful sword energy, licked his lips, and excitement appeared in his eyes. The blood-red longsword in his hand began to flow like liquid and turned into a shield as tall as a man. The shield shattered into pieces after 2 strikes, and Tu Shu transformed it back into a longsword to meet the 3rd strike. At this moment, Elia appeared behind him and stabbed him in the neck with the black scimitar she held in her hand. At that moment, the air to the side was disturbed and invisible blades of wind flew towards Arius. There are still enemies. Having transformed into a beast, Elia, thanks to her heightened sense of danger, was able to foresee it in advance. In desperation, she stopped pulling out the knife and quickly jumped back to Zheng Yang, watching Tu Shu closely. After Arya retreated, 3 people approached Tu Shu. They were members of the Shura Society. They looked at Zheng Yang and Arya indifferently, as if they were dead. "Mr. Zheng Yang, there is more than one person here. What should we do?" Elia asked quietly. Zheng Yang's gaze was full of determination. With his insight, he could tell that all of these people were quite strong, and the weakest of them had reached primary level 2. The most dangerous one among them was the one in the center, with a short haircut, bloodshot eyes, a white windbreaker, black pants, and a strong smell of blood. This was also the first player Zheng Yang had seen whose job had reached level 2. Name, Tu Shu level 3. Job, Assassin. Level 2, HP, 526/526. Mana, 570/570. Constitution, 35.7 is closely related to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, stamina, etc. Spirit, 28.4. Closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills, bloody body, blood manipulation, blood purification, blood transformation, boiling blood. Taking a quick glance, he saw a familiar face. Zheng Yang narrowed his eyes, his voice full of killing intent. "It has been a long time since we last met, Mu Tianfeng." The venue for the competition was a round mountain. The valley in the center was transformed into an arena, with a large arena in the center and 4 small arenas around it. The surrounding gentle slopes served as natural stands. The guards had not yet managed to move far, and the sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The combat effectiveness of both teams was much more interesting than just now. "Stop, stop, stop. What's wrong with you?" "Fighting is prohibited during the competition." The security captain looked very annoyed and confused. Why did he still have to go to work after time traveling? Tu Shu ignored him and looked at Zheng Yang with a smile. "Are you Zheng Yang? You really are very strong." He turned his head and looked at Mu Tianfeng anxiously. "Last time I blamed you unfairly. You won't blame me, right?" Mu Tianfeng kept a tense face and didn't answer. He knew that Tu Shu was sick again, and he would be easily killed if he didn't answer clearly. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Security captain was upset to see both sides ignoring him. He had been feeling both pain and joy for the past 2 days. The pain was from the chaos the players had caused, which had added to his workload for no apparent reason. He is happy because no matter who meets him, everyone will treat him with respect and speak politely, which makes him feel good and feels that this is life. Even if he encounters a troublemaker, his second-level security will be able to suppress him. Are you silent? Kill them all." The security captain snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the security personnel behind him rushed forward. "Mr. Zheng Yang, should we act?" "There is almost no dangerous aura coming from them," Elia asked quietly. Looking at the aggressive guards, Zheng Yang frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to provoke the 5-player organizations. This time, he wanted to gain the qualification to sneak into the secret area and figure out the situation. Unexpectedly, the plans could not keep up with the changes, and the attack from the Shura Society completely exceeded his expectations. Zheng Yang said, "Take your time. Let's see how things develop." Elia nodded obediently. At this moment, the security personnel who came to arrest Shura and the others shouted, and there were bursts of exclamations all around. Zheng Yang looked back, and his gaze froze. Those who went to capture the Shura Society were lying on the ground, covered in blood, with huge blood-colored crystals sticking out of their chests. After twitching on the ground, he stopped moving, and his HP dropped to 0. Tu Shu complained. "How rude! How can you touch me so casually? Mom told me that boys should be careful when they go out." Streams of blood flowed from the corpses and flowed into Tu Shu's body, and the corpses became noticeably dry. This brutal scene caused many people nearby to feel physical discomfort, and some women who did not have enough stamina immediately began to vomit. "Mr. Zheng Yang, what is wrong with you?" Elia asked, noticing Zheng Yang's serious expression. Zheng Yang said seriously, "He can really become stronger by killing." With his clairvoyance, he clearly saw that after the blood entered Tu Shu's body, his physical strength increased slightly, although it was only a fraction of a percent. The security captain was horrified and shouted, "You are so brave! Do you know what you are doing?" While maintaining their stability, he sent messages to the 5 heads of the family. "The residential area is in danger. Come quickly." All the security personnel acted as if they were facing a serious enemy, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the 4 members of the Shura Society. Tu Shu was dissatisfied. The guards blocked his view of Zheng Yang and his companion. Unlike the group of scoundrels in front of him, Zheng Yang and Elias interested him more. The rich breath of life intoxicated him. Everyone in Shura Society knew what the consequences would be if Tu Shu was displeased. In this tense atmosphere, the tension grew, and Tu Shu moved. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the blood on the corpse floated up, curling into crystal spikes that shot out towards the security personnel. Team, composed of level 2 players, were brutally slaughtered like chickens and had no way to resist. The many blood-red thorns even accidentally injured the observers. Ironically, while they were eating the melon, it fell on their heads. But Tu Shu didn't care. The constant deaths and injuries around him did not allow him to change his expression. He continued to look at Zheng Yang with interest. The crowd dispersed, and with the exception of Zheng Yang and Aloyas, all the other players fled in panic. Zheng Yang was indifferent to the players running around him and had no intention of stopping Tu Shu from killing. He had long since killed all the security members. The security captain was lying on the ground with a crystal spike piercing his chest. Blood was all over the floor. He turned his head and looked at him with eyes full of fear and pleading. Looking at the empty streets, Tu Shu smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, now that no one is interrupting us, let's continue our waltz." To be honest, Zheng Yang was a little scared when he saw Tu Shu's somewhat nervous smile. When he killed the players around him, it was like throwing trash into a trash can without any emotional changes. This kind of character is really too dangerous. Elias felt the same way. In her eyes, every part of Tu Shu's body exuded danger. Taking a deep breath, Tu Shu's eyes showed intoxication. "Zheng Yang, right? I'm very interested in your body. I wonder if you can endure the pain and let it go." "Nickname?" She stood there in confusion for a moment, then stood in front of Zheng Yang like a hen protecting her chicks and looked at Tu Shu carefully. For some reason, she felt a sense of crisis. Zheng Yang exhaled, took out a few blue diamond thorn seeds and threw them on the ground. The seed punched a hole in the stone brick and buried itself deep into the soil. A green light flashed in his eyes, and blue diamond spikes began to grow at an incredible speed, breaking through the soil and revealing their fangs and claws behind Zheng Yang. Wu Wang looked at the thorns behind Zheng Yang with fear, walked up to Mu Tianfeng and whispered, "This is the man who made you come back empty-handed? He is really strong. But how did you come back alive? It is hard to imagine. Do you think we should help the president?" Mu Tianfeng opened his mouth but said nothing. Wu Wang noticed this and said politely, "Tell me." Mu Tianfeng said sadly, "It's okay." Zheng Yang moved, and the thorns rushed towards Tu Shu. After Tu Shu deftly dodged the attack of the thorns, Zheng Yang drew out a fiery red longbow that was enveloped in waves of heat. His fingers quickly pulled the bowstring, and 4 fiery arrows flew out, completely blocking Tu Shu's escape route. Tu Shu used the blood knife to push back 3 of them, but the 4th one pierced him. But strangely, after a while, the wound was healed by blood and returned to normal. Tushu exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what a cool piece of equipment!" Elias was about to attack, but Zheng Yang stopped her. This opponent, so Zheng Yang asked her to step aside and watch the other three. The two figures rushed forward at the same time, constantly colliding on the street. Drops of blood hit Zheng Yang's body like bullets, with the sound of iron clanging. Zheng Yang frowned. These drops of blood actually hurt him. There were white spots where they hit. This was the protective layer of the iron sheet. The blue diamond spikes revealed bloody spikes that were shot at Zheng Yang, causing great damage to the nearby houses. After Zheng Yang dodged Tushu's attack by leaning to the side, he pulled his right hand back and stabbed Tushu's chest, but he didn't feel like he had actually hit him. Tushu's body filled with blood like liquid, and the hole in his chest quickly returned to its original shape. He smirked at Zheng Yang, and his body under his clothes thrashed violently. Thick thorns pierced through the clothes and burst out from all parts of Tushu's body, striking. Caught off guard, Zheng Yang had no time to dodge and had to quickly change his body position to avoid the strikes to his vital parts. Tick-tock thorns pierced his thigh and right shoulder. This was the first time Zheng Yang's defense was broken through after entering the third level. Elias looked worried. Remembering Zheng Yang's words, she suppressed her anxiety and waited in place. He overcame the pain and quickly pulled away, his blood dripping onto the floor. Elias stepped forward and protected Zheng Yang, who was standing behind her, staring at Tushu and the others without blinking. Zheng Yang calmly took out the concentrated medicinal liquid from his inventory and drank bottle after bottle. Before leaving, Shen Yao had done many things for him. "Hey, you are a little disrespectful to me." Seeing that Zheng Yang ignored him, Tushu said sternly, "If so, you will die." Zheng Yang glanced at his hurrying figure, still drinking heavily, but a green light flashed in his eyes. Tushu's body suddenly stopped, his pupils shrank sharply, and a painful expression appeared on his face. A large hole in the chest of his clothes revealed skin with clear lines. At this time, 3 purple mushrooms and 1 white mushroom grew out of it. The skin around the mushrooms began to crack noticeably, as if it had lost moisture. The purple mushroom is the Agaricus phagocytosis champignon, and the white one is the paralytic mushroom. This is one of the seeds that Zheng Yang had recently glued together that paralyzes nerves. These seeds were placed there when Tushu was pierced in the chest. To prevent him from noticing, paralyzing mushrooms were also added. Tushu knelt down in pain. The feeling of being squeezed was unpleasant. The weakness continued to grow deep inside, and the spore-eating mushrooms visibly swelled. When Shura saw that the situation had changed, his expression suddenly froze, and he hurried forward to check on Tushu's condition. Except for Tushu, no one present could defeat Zheng Yang, and Mu Tianfeng was especially worried. Tushu's face twisted. He reached into his chest, felt around there, and found a foreign object. With a ferocious expression, he pulled out the plants one by one, and the roots that had already taken root were oozing out a large amount of blood. Looking at the bloody roots that were torn out of Tushu's body and looked like the tentacles of some alien creature, Mu Tianfeng and the other two shuddered. How did his strength increase so quickly? He was even stronger than last time. Mu Tianfeng was shocked. "Mr. Zheng Yang, there are people here who are spying on us," Elias suddenly said in Zheng Yang's ear. Zheng Yang's heart trembled, and he had a vague guess. He shouted loudly, "Why do the heads of the organizing committee also have a voyeuristic habit?" The sound echoed through the deserted streets. A few breaths later, 3 figures emerged from the corner, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a tight dress on a white background with blue stripes. Long black hair flowed over her shoulders. She had an oval face, calm eyes like a lake, delicate and graceful features, and fair, delicate skin like jade. She gives people the impression of a cold and aloof elder sister on Mount Shu, and is a very ancient beauty. 2 men, one of whom was wearing armor, had a strong build and a heroic appearance. His temperament resembled a combination of a second-generation rich man and an ancient general. Had a foreign face, 3-dimensional features, brown eyes and a bald head with tattoos of strange patterns and symbols from an unknown country. His physique was slightly exaggerated, and his strong muscles made his clothes feel tight. Elias frowned slightly. "There is someone else. Come out." When she finished speaking, a figure came out from the other corner, and Gong Changlong looked at her with some surprise. "Girl, your senses are very sharp." Gong Changlong is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and traces of time on his face, looking like a farmer. Tu Shu, on the other hand, also treated the abnormality on his body simply and roughly. He smirked at Zheng Yang. "Yeah, much more convenient." Zheng Yang frowned, and Elia looked dissatisfied. "I am the head of the Temple of the God of War. Can you give me some face?" Kang Qingtian smiled warmly. "Stop it, you have already done something." They just saw two men fighting. They were very strong, and they did not want to offend them. Zheng Yang glanced at them, and their information was clearly presented by the comprehension technique. Luo Shui, a level 3, rank 2 swordsman. Kang Qingtian, a level 3, stage 2 berserker. Harris, a level 3, rank 2 judge. Gong Changlong, a level 3, rank 2 beastmaster. Luo Shixue suddenly looked around in confusion. She felt as if someone was watching her, but it just so happened that he didn't want to fight anymore. Zheng Yang listened to Kang Qingtian's words, and his expression softened slightly. "Then I'll slap you." Kang Qingtian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Tu Shu. "What about you?" Tu Shu was in high spirits, but suddenly something interrupted him. He gave Kang Qingtian a casual glance, turned around, and left with the people from the Shura Society. Seeing the two of them so understanding, Kang Qingtian was in a good mood. He stole a glance at Luo Shixue, and seeing that she was still calm, he couldn't help but curl his lips. The four of them walked up to Zheng Yang and introduced themselves to each other. Kang Qingtian spoke first. "Brother, you are really strong. Why don't we add each other as friends and become friends? Let me know if you need anything in the future." Zheng Yang agreed. Elia, who was standing next to him, listened to them uttering words she didn't understand from time to time, and her expression remained calm. When they were at home, the same thing sometimes happened to Zheng Yang, Li Yue, and Shen Yao. One day, Ruding asked about it at dinner, but the three of them did not answer. After that, everyone silently ignored the question and suppressed their doubts in their hearts. Although no one had an answer, everyone still had some vague guesses in their hearts. They still remembered how Zheng Yang had fainted for no reason while saving Tasha, and everyone assumed that it might be related to that. After exchanging pleasantries with the four heads of the family, Zheng Yang found an excuse to leave. Yes, he was worth making friends with. Kang Qingtian glanced at the corpses on the ground. He stepped forward and closed the eyes of the security captain, who died with his eyes wide open. He said in a low voice, "The Shura Society is going to kill our people so recklessly and just leave it at that?" The news that the Shura would be hunting players only spread to a small circle of the gaming community, and most people reacted to it ambivalently. But this does not concern the leaders of the various player organizations. They know all about this matter, but since it has not affected them, they do not care. After all, the players who died have nothing to do with them. "Oh, do you not agree with the idea of attacking Tu Shu?" Luo Shixue rarely spoke, her tone sarcastic. Gong Changlong shook his head. "Tu Shu is very strong. We cannot defeat him in a one-on-one fight, and we do not know the strength of the other members of the Shura Society." Among the 5 players of their organization, Lu Banju is a craftsman and does not have much combat power. The Temple of War and the Zoo had previously opposed this idea, claiming that the ascetic order had grown so much muscle that it had reached his brain and that they did not care and only wanted to grow muscle. The matter remained unresolved. Luo Shixue glanced at Gong Changlong and said nothing more. "By the way, what do you think of Zheng Yang?" Gong Changlong suddenly asked. Kang Qingtian had a good impression of him. "I think he is a very good person." Zheng Yang's behavior of showing his superiority greatly increased Kang Qingtian's favor. Gong Changlong looked at him, not raising his voice. I am talking about strength. Very strong. At this time, Harrison spoke. Everyone else was stunned, because the strongest among them is Harrison. Gong Changlong frowned. What are your chances of defeating him? Harrison was silent. They had been chatting for a while, and Harrison usually kept quiet unless some information was not certain. Everyone was a little surprised by Harrison's silence. Even he was not sure of victory. Kang Qingtian was puzzled. Who is this Zheng Yang? Why have I never heard of such a powerful person before? Gong Changlong sighed. There are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. After that, the accommodation area quickly became hectic, but some people in the world still discussed this matter from time to time, and Zheng Yang's name was once again at the center of the discussion. In the camp, Shen Yao finished mixing the medicine. Waiting for a reaction was a bit tiring, so he opened the world and went diving as usual. She skillfully scrolled through the previous chat records and suddenly found that someone was discussing Zheng Yang, which piqued her interest. Zhu Jin, did you hear? Yesterday, there was a brawl in which more than 10 people were reported to have died. Yu Jiashu, what is the situation? Tell me in detail. Zhu Jin, I don't know the details. I just heard about it from others. Zili, yesterday, 2 groups of people got into a fierce fight at Phase 1. Their fight left an impression on the bystanders, and I was one of them. At that moment, the scene was a sea of blood and corpses. Ji Yue. Ah, how did you know? He is a level 3 player, on the same level as the head of the gaming organization. Uda Seigo. Their strength is really just on another level. I'm still scared. Jin Jihui. Ashiba. How did those guys grow up? Aldor. It's terrible. Just terrible. At night, I dreamed of hundreds of corpses crawling towards me. I missed my mother. Nishikawa. Mo. Nani? Hundreds of people died yesterday? What happened? Ji Yue. As far as I know, one side is a player named Zheng Yang, and the other is the president of the Shura Club. Chenduo. Question. What is the Shura Society? Alf. Same question. Ji Jiwan. Same question plus 1. Adolf. Same question plus 2. Ji Yue. Oh my God, you don't even know about the Shura Society. You're so ignorant. Ji Yue was about to type something, but suddenly found that he couldn't send the message. Huh? I'm out of time. The players in the world who were still patiently waiting for Ji Yue's explanation became angry at the long wait without any explanation from him, and they all greeted this person who only spoke half-heartedly as a family. After greeting Ji Yue, the players began to discuss the situation lively again. After reading it, Shen Yao sent a message to Zheng Yang. Shen Yao, I heard that you killed thousands of players yesterday. Zheng Yang? Zheng Yang, who was having dinner with Elias, looked at the message sent by Shen Yao with confusion. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about this? Zheng Yang was confused. Then he explained what happened yesterday. When Zheng Yang opened up and realized what it meant to kill thousands of players, his mouth twitched. Rumors kill people. On the other side of the dialogue box, Shen Yao winced when he heard about the Shura Society. Society hunted her day and night. Even now, thinking about it, she still felt a pang of fear. Back then, she was closer to death than ever. I have PTSD from 3 words, Shura Club, Shen Yao muttered. They got to talking, and Zheng Yang shared with Shen Yao what he had seen and heard along the way, as well as various interesting things. For example, a fish with multicolored scales is unusually tasty, and after eating it, you can also understand the structure of the muscles. For example, a tornado of yellow lightning at sea is dangerous, but also unusually beautiful. For example, looking at Zheng Yang's messages, Shen Yao's eyes flashed with melancholy. She was very envious of Elia, who could be with Zheng Yang, but felt helpless when thinking about her own strength. They were chatting, and Shen Yao was so focused that she didn't even notice the bubbling white foam coming out of the potion in the glass bottle. Shen Yao. What a pity. I'm afraid, with my strength, I won't have any chance in this life. I'm just a powerless pharmacist." Seeing the regretful words in the dialogue box, Zheng Yang seemed to see the girl sitting at the table whose sweet face was full of loss. "Zheng Yang, there is a chance. Know what the reward for first place in the selection competition is?" Shen Yao looked interested. "Shen Yao? What?" "Zheng Yang, choose 2 profession cards and 1 skill card." Shen Yao, "So rich?" Even today, profession and skill cards are still among the most coveted items for players. A player can have up to 5 professions. The difference in power between having a profession and not having one is huge, as is the difference in power between having several professions and having 1 profession. Zheng Yang can defeat Tusho with 2 level 2 jobs, but if he only has 1 job, it's hard to say. Currently, 90% of players have jobs, and those who don't have them are mostly killed in the first disaster. That's why most players are now starting to look for a second or even third career. Given the choice, everyone wants to get a career that suits them and can create a chemical reaction with their existing career. Skill cards are more valuable than profession cards. They can give you an additional skill. Before you get the career you want, it is a very direct way to improve your combat power. In addition, its production rate is extremely low, so it can be said that it has a price but is not sold. Previously, some fool tried to sell a skill card on the market, but it was sold out within a minute of being put on the shelf. Shen Yao. Skill cards. Do you know how valuable they are? They are even more valuable than inauguration cards. The organizers are really willing to use them as prizes. They really do spend a fortune. Zheng Yang. Really? I have one in my inventory, but it's only available to the butcher class, which is a shame. By the way, the description on the Bloody Cry skill card really matches Tushu's abilities. Who was Tushu before he reached perfection? Zheng Yang seemed to be thinking. After finishing his conversation with Shen Yao, Zheng Yang walked to the window and admired the scenery outside. The room they live in is on the 2nd floor and is about 40 to 50 square meters. It is already getting dark, but there are bright lights and the noise of a party outside the window. The street below is full of people and cars. Passing by are dressed in different clothes. Hanfu, Jingzhuang, armor, modern clothes. The street is bustling, as if a peaceful and prosperous time has arrived. Looking at the peaceful scene outside the window, Zheng Yang felt a long-lost sense of peace in his heart. After clearing the dishes, Elias walked up to Zheng Yang and their eyes met. It would be great if I could live in such a place with Mr. Zheng Yang and feel carefree every day. A hint of melancholy flashed through her eyes. When was the last time I felt so peaceful? Zheng Yang's eyes sparkled when he heard Elia's innocent and beautiful vision the next day. The selection competition officially took place, and the scene was unprecedentedly grand. The venue was a crater next to the hosting area, and the valley in the center of the crater was transformed into a huge arena. The area of the flooded crater is equal to 10 Lusail stadiums, more than enough to accommodate all the players. There are 5 arenas in the arena. The middle one is the largest, and the 4 surrounding it are smaller. The gentle slopes around it serve as natural stands. There are rumors that more than 100,000 players are participating in this qualifying tournament, and many of them are just watching the game. In fact, the number of players gathered here is even greater. There were information stands on each street in the accommodation area. At this time, there were many people at the stands, and the players were discussing it. Gaze swept across the crowd of heads and saw an event announcement posted on the bulletin board. To all participating players, total number of participants, 122,937. The selection will be held in 3 rounds and divided into 24 groups, with 5,200 people in each. In the first round of the group stage, the competition will be played in an all-versus-all format until only 6 players remain. In the second round of the group elimination round, the winners of the elimination round will compete in a 6-man duel, each against everyone else, and are ranked in order of time lost to combat capability until there is only 1 man left on the field. In the third and final qualifying round, the winners of the group qualifying matches will draw lots to determine the final winner. What a simple and crude process, Zheng Yang lamented to himself. Zheng Yang's license plate is A3675 and aliases is D0934. The two are not in the same group, but if they make it to the final round, they will both be allowed to enter the secret realm. Zheng Yang and Elias followed the instructions and entered the hall. As they stepped out of the door, they suddenly felt enlightened. If you look around, the entire crater looks like a huge bowl with an extremely wide view and an extremely beautiful landscape. The bottom of the bowl is flat and open, with even small lakes scattered across it. Everything here is covered in greenery, and white birds soar above the mountain ranges and wander side by side with the clouds. My life should be wasted in such a place. Yes, a month ago I was just a courier. If not for this incident, I would never have seen such a view in my life. Zheng Yang heard the players gathered around him exclaim in surprise, "Master Zheng Yang, this place is so beautiful. Am I dreaming?" Elias muttered something under her breath, and the sunlight made her eyes bright. Zheng Yang smiled and pinched Elias's cheek. Of course not. As the audience moved forward, everyone occupied the adjacent stands. Due to the large number of participants, the first round was divided into 6 parts. The first part consists of 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. After hearing the announcement on the loudspeaker near the arena, Zheng Yang and Elias came to the waiting area, which was filled with people. The area where Group A might be is over there. "I will go there first," Zheng Yang warned sternly. "If you are faced with a hopeless situation, admit defeat and put your own safety first. Lord Zheng Yang is worried about me." Arias nodded heavily, feeling as happy as if she had eaten honey. Strength is close to level 3, and with the upgraded Wolf Shadow light armor and saber, her strength is even higher. As long as she doesn't encounter players like Kang Qingtian and Tu Shu, normal players won't pose a threat to her. After they parted ways, Zheng Yang headed to the candidate area for Group A and waited for more than 10 minutes before notifications of the participating players' arrival rang out from all directions. Following the crowd into Arena 1, Zheng Yang noticed that players from the other 3 smaller arenas had also entered at the same time. Even though the arena is big, it is still quite crowded. There are 4,000 to 5,000 players on stage at the same time, and the maximum distance between people is no more than 1 meter. Zheng Yang sighed, originally wanted to remain unnoticed while participating in the trials this time, but yesterday's events at Shura's club made him famous overnight. He expressed his helplessness about it. But since it has come to this, let's be more visible. When the gong sounded to signal the start of the game, Zheng Yang's lips curled into a smile. Hades' aura has been fully activated, instantly spread, and all the players in Arena 1 felt as if they had entered hell, with fear in their eyes. The players turned their heads tensely to look at the instigator of all this, Zheng Yang. Hundreds of hell creatures surrounded him. A black and purple light enveloped him like a ghostly mountain, pressing down on the players' hearts. Those who were weaker fell to the ground with pale faces and wet crotches. These creatures from the underworld had brought them endless fear and nightmares during the disaster, but they did not expect to see them again. The players surrounded Zheng Yang and crawled out of the vacuum zone. Everyone looked at Zheng Yang, breathing heavily, their arms and legs tensed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Some players in the stands noticed something unusual in Arena 1. "Look at Arena 1. What's going on there? Oh my God, who is that? He's so impressive. It looks like he's the guy who fought with the Shura Society yesterday. Look at the expressions on his players' faces. Something seems wrong. Why aren't they fighting? Fights have already started in other arenas. What are they doing?" Today, several heads of families gathered in the competition committee room and also paid attention to the situation on the competition stage number 1. Kang Qingtian turned his head and said, "Do you feel it? Such a strong sense of oppression. It seems like Arena 1 is covered with something," Luo Shishui said uncertainly. Gaze became sharp. Their gaze is very absent-minded, as if they are looking at something else. Zheng Yang looked around and smiled slightly. "You guys go down alone, or I will take you down. You might die." Some players could not stand it and left the arena, losing their qualifications. Soon, more than half of the players were no longer on the stage. The fear caused by Zheng Yang was too strong. The remaining players stared at Zheng Yang and swallowed involuntarily. "The battlefield is much wider now," Zheng Yang smirked. "Now it's your turn. If you don't act now, there won't be another chance." Some players couldn't hold back any longer and rushed towards Zheng Yang, screaming in fear of the creatures from the underworld. When the first person took action, it was as if some kind of limitation had been broken and everyone rushed forward. The goal is surprisingly the same for everyone: kill him first. Zheng Yang dodged the blow and threw one of the players away. His body threw away another group of players who rushed at him with great force. He took the initiative and attacked, rushing at the players like a flock of sheep. Dodging a player's long-range strike with his waist, he grabbed his arm and swung it like a weapon. Every basic attack Zheng Yang made would deal massive damage to other players. His fists and legs flew non-stop, knocking down one after another. No one could defeat him even in one round. During this process, the combo continued to increase, and the attack power soon reached an incredible level. A figure jumped out from among the players, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The long knife slashed furiously across Zheng Yang's back, cutting his clothes and revealing the skin underneath, which only had a faint white mark. Zheng Yang staggered and looked back with a cold gaze, causing the attacker to flinch. Martial art, Beng Quan. The figure was thrown to the side, and the enormous force continued to push him back, and the soles of his shoes rubbed against the ground, leaving a long mark. His strength is not bad, he is level 3. But it is a pity that he has not reached level 2, Zheng Yang said lightly, turning his head to dodge the dart. Now, the attention of all the players in the stands was focused on Arena 1. Some players stood up unconsciously, looking in shock at Zheng Yang's unstoppable figure in the crowd. Competition committee area. Jiyue was stunned. How can he be so strong? He is really doing well, Lu Banju said. I suspect he may have more than one second-tier class. 2 second-tier professions? This is too much, Kang Qingtian said weakly. To fulfill the conditions for career advancement, and they did it with great difficulty. On the field, the level 3 players began to exert all their strength, and Zheng Yang, with an unreasonable behavior, threw aside the level 3 Thunder Mage. Suddenly, a sturdy woman jumped out from the side and punched Zheng Yang, instantly sending him flying back several meters. The other level 1 and level 2 players were overjoyed. Could someone finally stop him? Although the threat that the level 3 players posed to Zheng Yang was still limited, not to mention that their profession was still at level 1, their increase also caused him considerable trouble. A branch broke through the ground and quickly grew into a huge flower. The vines wrapped around Zheng Yang's ankles, spinning him around in the air. This sudden change stunned the players. The Qian bow appeared in his hand, and when he pulled the string, an afterimage of Zheng Yang's hand appeared in the air. A curtain of dozens of flaming arrows rained down, piercing countless players. They fell in groups, their blood flowing into a puddle. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This exaggerated scene discouraged many players, and now only about 100 people remained on the field. Even many level 3 players began to hesitate. The exaggerated strength and powerful equipment made them feel like they couldn't afford to be injured. The arena suddenly found itself in a strange dead end. Many women in the stands had their eyes shining with surprise, and some bold foreign women even loudly proposed to him on the spot. In Arena 4, after Elias kicked out a player, she looked towards Arena 1 and sighed in relief when she saw that Zheng Yang was safe and sound. From the beginning until now, she remembered Zheng Yang's advice not to stand out too much, as it could easily attract attacks. Therefore, Elias wanders around on the periphery and rarely takes action. When she has no other choice, she quickly knocks people out of the battlefield. Except for Arena 1, the players in the other 3 arenas were in a state of chaos. Every now and then, players would be attacked from behind or kicked in the face by feet that appeared out of nowhere. In Arena 1, players were attacking Zheng Yang again. However, this time it was different. Their attacks became more organized, with the second and third level players capable of frontal combat taking the initiative, and the other players providing support, having clear strategies, advancing and retreating in an organized manner, one link after another. Apparently, after the number of people decreased, the players began to consciously cooperate. Zheng Yang finally began to feel some pressure, but it also excited him, and the martial factor deep in his blood was awakened, headbutting the level 3 player, causing him to become dizzy and sending him flying away. Raising his arms to block attacks from both sides, one of the warriors took this opportunity to strike Zheng Yang in the chest, sending him flying back step by step. Eyes moved quickly, tracking the attacks from all directions. A green light flashed in his eyes, and blue diamond spikes burst out from the ground, sweeping away the attacking players. Zheng Yang sighed slightly and took out the sacred fruit red cherry from his inventory to recover. Players have already started to adapt to Dark Aura, and this skill is ineffective. This is also the disadvantage of Hades Aura. It only acts as a deterrent and has no real killing power against the enemy. What if I could integrate Dark Aura into every move? Then, every blow I strike would have the power of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Zheng Yang suddenly thought. He decided to give it a try. After dealing with the blue diamond spikes that were all over the scene, everyone continued to attack Zheng Yang. Because Zheng Yang was pouring some of his energy into the Dark Aura, he was somewhat at his limit, giving people the feeling that he was unable to handle all of this alone. The besiegers were delighted. Finally, their hard work had paid off. This bastard has finally started to weaken. His aura is starting to weaken. I'm afraid he won't last long. Everyone, hurry up! Someone shouted. After the battle, all the players present knew that the underworld creatures around Zheng Yang were like an illusion, a kind of restraining skill for the surrounding area, and had no real killing power. Attacks from all sides become more fierce, and various skills and professions appear one after another. The Thunder Mage threw lightning bolts, the warrior swung his sword, the breeder controlled birds that could influence his mind, and the orator's words slowed his movements and made him hesitate. Zheng Yang resisted all kinds of attacks with all his might. He preferred to use his body to defend against purely physical attacks, only dodging those that could affect his movements. During this process, he secretly controlled the Dark Aura and tried to tie it to his own attack. As a result, the underworld creatures in the player's eyes seemed to short-circuit, and their reality and illusion continue to flicker. The players believed that this was the result of their attacks, so their fighting spirit increased, their attacks became more violent, and their coordination became more hidden, which is commonly called passion. After Zheng Yang was thrown back again, the dark aura on his body completely disappeared. Everyone was delighted. Someone said carefully, "Be careful. The boss's health is about to reach the red level and he may enter the second stage. Hey, do you really think you're playing a game?" Someone was speechless. "Ha ha ha, guys, come on. He's going to fail. He's clearly overestimating his strength." Zheng Yang raised his hand and the blade of winter appeared in his hand. Mana flowed into it, and a chilling coldness emanated from the blade. He suddenly launched a cold strike, hitting the place where the most players were gathered. How could such an attack be successful? This is too disrespectful. All the players thought so. Just as he was about to dodge the blow, his body suddenly felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't move. The ice strike hit its target, and the player who was hit turned pale. Fear appeared in his eyes, and the ice began to spread upward from the wound. This result not only surprised the surrounding players, but also caused a storm of indignation among the spectators in the stands. Ice Slash's attack had a very wide area of effect, and several players fell to the ground, their faces black and blue from the cold. Kick, kick. The last player to fall to the ground lost consciousness before he could finish speaking. Everyone looked at Zheng Yang in confusion. Zheng Yang grinned, revealing his white teeth. The boss had entered the second stage. All the players felt a chill, as if it was a cold December winter, and the chill continued to spread through their hearts. Zheng Yang threw a few more blows. The players tried to dodge, but these blows created a terrifying aura. The scene in their eyes changed, and before them appeared a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and countless creatures from the underworld were approaching from all directions. At this moment, he was distracted, missing his best chance to dodge, and an icy blow fell upon him again. The illusion in their eyes disappeared, but they found themselves wounded. There was a purple wound on their chest, but no blood flowed because the wound was frozen. From the outside, it seemed as if they remained motionless when the blows fell on them, and did not intend to dodge. The scene was extremely strange. Zheng Yang exhaled. This was a new way to use Dark Aura. He had integrated it into his techniques. Each technique contained compressed Dark Aura. However, he could not freely control it now and had to concentrate to use it, so the failure rate was still very high. Players were still confused by Zheng Yang's methods. They were extremely wary of his unknown techniques and began to restrain their movements. This time, Zheng Yang felt much calmer. He jumped into the crowd, but before he could take a single step, the players around him began to retreat in a hurry. He chased after him, waving his arms continuously. One of the players wanted to take advantage of the moment and launch a surprise attack, but Zheng Yang was ready. The blade of winter was incredibly sharp. It instantly pierced his body, cutting off his arm like tofu. But no blood flowed from the broken part. The cold applied to the blade suddenly stopped the bleeding. The broken part was sealed with ice, and the blood froze. Intense pain overtook him in just a few seconds. Face was distorted in pain, and he fell to his knees, screaming in pain. At this time, the other players had already taken up positions, and Zheng Yang continued to fight fiercely. His figure appeared and disappeared in the crowd, leaving a mess behind. But from the crowd, several beams of white holy light burst forth, accurately hitting the heavily injured players. Their injuries began to heal quickly, and their health levels were restored. They were about to stand up and fight, but unfortunately, they met Zheng Yang's cold gaze. This is just a trial. It is not worth risking your life. After saying a few words, Zheng Yang quickly jumped back to deal with those damn priests. The players who were recovering from injuries heard the warning in Zheng Yang's words and, after some hesitation, decided to give up the game. Some people were clearly unwilling to do this and continued to fight with their teeth clenched. Then Zheng Yang would not have to show mercy to these people. He had already said, "Leave a way for others so that we can meet in the future." As for the stubborn ones, he would treat them like this. If you don't pull out the roots of the grass, it will grow again with the spring breeze. When the number of players decreased, Zheng Yang noticed the nurses hiding. In any case, this group of people could heal their wounds, so Zheng Yang's blade mercilessly fell upon them. In just a few breaths, dozens of wet nurses were killed or injured. Slashing blows accompanied by Hades' aura left these nurses with no chance to resist, like an unarmed young lady facing a rude and unreasonable bully. Left without a nurse, Zheng Yang turned to face the players behind him, who were surrounding him but not attacking. Seeing Zheng Yang looking back, they involuntarily retreated a few steps. The beating had indeed left them psychologically traumatized. Zheng Yang looked at the pop-up messages on the panel with a dispassionate expression, swung the winter blade in his hand, and once again slowly rushed forward, like a wolf among a flock of sheep. Screams constantly rang out in Arena 1. 20 minutes later, Zheng Yang stood in the middle of the arena, covered in blood. The players were lying on the ground, and faint groans could be heard. The referee in charge of the match at Arena number 1 had no choice but to go on stage. Looking at the tragic scene on the field, he announced the winner of Group A with trepidation. The spectators in the stands were silent, as if they were still immersed in the scene of Zheng Yang killing the enemy. On the other hand, in Arena number 4, the number of players had been reduced by more than half. Elia's ears twitched, and she noticed Arena number 1. Master Zheng Yang has finished his work, so I will have to work harder. Elias encouraged herself and slapped the player who rushed towards her. Zheng Yang walked through the arena, ignoring the gloomy judge. Looking at the other 3 arenas, Although there were fewer people than before, they were still chaotic. I'm afraid it will take some time, and the second round will not start until tomorrow. He simply found an inconspicuous place and began to sort out the loot. In the battle just ended, he took the lives of 478 players, including 31 players with no professions, 33 players with 2 professions, and 5 players with 3 professions. In total, he obtained 484 inauguration cards and sanctuary cores. In fact, the sanctuary core is now useless to him, and he doesn't really need it. Zheng Yang always thought that this kind of item that can only be obtained by killing players is not fit for purpose. Card is certainly very useful. It can expand his servant's career opportunities and is very helpful for developing talents. Zheng Yang opened his inventory and pulled out the shelter core from the dazzling array of items. The last time he got this thing was when the Shura Society attacked Shen Yao. It was immediately destroyed during the courtyard improvement. He had never seen what this thing looked like. In the palm of my hand, there was a fist-sized ball floating. Its shape was perfect. Multicolored rays of light were shining through it. For a long time, he suddenly realized that strange lights were flashing in front of his eyes. Zheng Yang felt stunned, as if he had forgotten something. This feeling was so familiar. Had it happened before? His eyes were a little confused. He shook his head to get rid of the discomfort, then checked his workbook. There were 441 job cards in total, covering 40 or 50 professions. Zheng Yang only saw 8 of his boxing professions. The variety of jobs such as Thunder Mage, Priest, Hunter, Ranger, Guardian, etc. really opened his eyes. Just how many types of jobs there were, Zheng Yang lamented to himself. After filtering out duplicates and existing jobs, Zheng Yang included the remaining ones in the servant category. As the job cards shattered and disappeared one after another, the servants panel gradually filled up from empty, and he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment in his heart. After this wave of inclusions, the number of jobs on the panel increased from the original 10 to 50, left that were not included, namely merchant, orator, windbag, lawyer, and spearman. There was only one labor card for each of these 5 professions, so he planned to keep it for now, just in case. While he was sorting through the trophies, several other competitions ended one after another, and it was no surprise that Elias was among the final 6. Compared to the others, who were covered in scars, she seemed much calmer. However, several players who had won the same stage as her looked at Alias with some confusion. Such a strong player must have performed very well, but they could not find any information about her performance. Elias happily ran off the stage, her eyes constantly looking around for Zheng Yang. In the corner, Zheng Yang waved his hand with a smile, and Elias couldn't wait to run up to Zheng Yang. "Mr. Zheng Yang, I won without showing my strength." Elias looked very excited. Not bad. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger." Zheng Yang touched her head and praised her. "Wee." Then the two of them walked towards the spectator seats. Zheng Yang was now famous, and the players who met him respectfully parted for him. The ride went smoothly. The two of them found a place where there weren't too many people and sat down. Elias covered her mouth with her hand and smirked. "Lord Zheng Yang looks like a king from a fairy tale." Zheng Yang looked helpless. "I also want to remain unnoticed, but my strength doesn't allow it." He snorted. "The Shura Society is to blame for everything. Sooner or later, we will eradicate this harmful organization." After a short conversation, 4 groups came out on stage, starting with E, F, G, and H. Judging by the stands, all 4 arenas were filled. When the gong rang, the 4 arenas simultaneously flashed bright lights. The players attacked each other, and the effects of various skills spread everywhere. "Master Zheng Yang, look at Arena 2. It's Tu Shu." Elias suddenly grabbed Zheng Yang's hand and said. Hearing this, Zheng Yang looked carefully and saw a man with a short haircut in the crowd. Tu Zhengxing frowned and looked around, as if he was dissatisfied with the close distance between everyone. The next second, his palm passed straight through the player who had his back to him, and the still beating heart was forcefully ripped out of his body. The player spat out blood, looked at Tu Shu with disbelief, and then fell to the ground without a sound. Tu Shu used blood purification to absorb the heart's life force. As the blood continuously soaked into his body, his face became uncontrollably red and his eyes filled with intoxication. The surrounding players were also frightened by this scene and ran away. Under Tu Shu's control, the dead player's blood continued to precipitate and turned into sharp, crystalline blood spikes. He then flew around, piercing the players' chests along the way and knocking out the strongest items. The same thing happened to the players who died on the field. The blood spikes in Arena 2 grew larger and larger until they reached a certain limit. Dozens of blood spikes surrounded Tu Shu like warships and fired at his command at the same time. Suddenly, the players in Arena 2 shouted one after another, and the weaker players were quickly knocked out, and those who fell did not get up. Many people in the stands could not watch this, and some, unable to bear this cruel scene, stood up and shouted, "The organizers do not care? Yes. How can we allow him to continue like this?" Elias turned her head away in embarrassment. How cruel. How can you kill innocent people like this? Zheng Yang silently watched this scene. Competition Committee Area. Luo Shixue's deputy, Jiang Li, walked up to her ear and whispered a few words. Luo Shixue nodded to indicate that she understood, and Zhang Li quietly left. The other heads of the family took a quick look and continued to watch the game below. For the 5-player organizations, this competition will not only bring in huge profits, but also allow them to select a few strong players and invite them to join. Are we just going to let them kill us? I'm afraid there aren't many players left in Arena 2. Luo Shixue frowned. You should know that Tu Shu is very good at killing. Gong Changlong glanced at him and said, "If you want to stop us, we will not stop you." Luo Shixue's face showed anger. "Shixue, why bother? They are just some players." Kang Qingtian played the role of peacemaker and convinced them. A few question marks, Luo Shixue laughed angrily. "That's thousands of lives. And of course, we're not very close yet, so please call me Luo Shixue." Kang Qingtian's face turned blue, then blue again, and finally retreated in embarrassment. Lu Banju looked at them with interest, without interrupting. The 5-player organizations appear to be united, but in reality, they all have their own ulterior motives, and each of the leaders is a person who believes that human life is worthless. Luo Shixue is a better player, and it seems that she has not abandoned her old values. Among its few players, the largest group is nearly 200 people. Luo Shixue wanted to say something, but something unexpected happened in Arena number 2. I saw a bloody mist rising from all the dead bodies and gathering around Tu Shu. A huge amount of blood mist entered Tu Shu's body like black smoke. "Ah!" Tu Shu moaned in consolation. "So cool, so cool." Zheng Yang's calm face finally revealed a serious expression. With his insight, he saw that Tu Shu's physical stats and HP were constantly improving, as if he was taking hormones and had reached a level that even he couldn't control. But strangely, his spirit and mana had barely increased. Was this his weakness? The other players on the field looked at this scene in horror, began to back away, and desperately run from the field. But Tu Shu, who was already extremely excited, did not forget about them. Bloodthorn flew to the edge of the field faster than them. The players froze, their faces turned pale. Completely absorbed all the blood mist, Tu Shu slowly said, "We are family, right?" The players' faces froze. His words confused them. Someone muttered, "Yes, yes, we are family. Family, we should love each other." Tu Shu looked at the player who answered him and hugged his shoulders, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Then these people on Earth are also our relatives? What do you think? The smile that had just appeared on the player's face suddenly froze. Do you know what a family should be like? When Tu Shu said this, a memory flashed across his face, and his expression became exaggeratedly sad. What's wrong with this guy? Has he gone crazy? The villain roared in the player's heart, but he still obediently obeyed and asked, "What's wrong?" Tu Shu looked at him. His face was surprisingly serious. Family should be together. The player was secretly complaining in his heart, But suddenly his eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down in disbelief and saw Two Shoe's hand sweating towards his heart. "You fuck." These were his last words in this world. Two Shoe looked at the player lying on the ground with displeasure. "Didn't your mother teach you to be polite? You are so uneducated." He licked the blood off his hands and looked at the other players with a smile. The other players had already turned pale when they saw this horrific scene. Some of the girls fell to the ground, trembling, with their mouths tightly closed and not daring to make a sound, afraid that this devil would notice them. A family should be clean and tidy, you know. I know damn well. Go to hell. At that moment, the player suddenly jumped up, attacked from behind, and plunged a knife straight into his body. A smile flashed across his face. Nothing special. He didn't feel a single second of joy before his expression froze. Blood gushed out from the place where he was cut by the knife and then melted on its own like liquid. Two Shoe looked at him, and a huge blood-red spike grew out of his chest, piercing the attacker's chest and hanging him on the spike. With the spikes embedded in his body, the player fell helplessly and turned into a mummy. Two Shoe turned around, feeling a little bored. He tilted his head and thought, "This is still the same Zheng Yang, who is the coolest of all." When all the players breathed a sigh of relief, the bloody thorns in front of them began to move, mercilessly advancing across the field, taking the lives of one player after another. Behind him, the players' cries and pleas for mercy continued to be heard. While Two was saving his blood, almost all the strong players had left the competition stage, and the remaining players were mostly level 1 and level 2. When Two Shoe left the stage, the cries in the hall died down. The referee waited until Two Shoe was out of sight and walked into the arena, shaking. As soon as one leg was raised, the sharp smell of blood hit his face. The referee, overcoming the cramps in his stomach, checked to see if there were any survivors. But the result would certainly be disappointing. During the inspection, he noticed that although the smell of blood on the field made people physically uncomfortable, there was almost no blood. This discovery horrified him. Finally, he reluctantly announced the result of the game. In the stands, Shura would follow Tu Shulai along with the other 3 little ones. Wu Wang pursed his lips. "It seems that the boss's condition is getting worse." Miles said jokingly, "Why don't you go and get some treatment?" Miles, a man with a Western face, was once a member of the Mafia in a Western country, and is now one of the captain-level members of the Shura Society. Wu Wang squeezed his neck. "I don't want this. What if the boss gets sick and sends me to his mother? Then you'll lose a close friend." Miles suddenly smiled. "Oh? You don't like the boss's mother?" Wu Wangan looked at him like he was a psychopath. "Am I sick? I like his mother." "Why?" Well then, Wu Wan was suddenly taken aback and realized that the voice was wrong. Seeing Miles's mocking expression, he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned his head an inch, looking at Tu Shu, who was staring at him from behind with a tense expression. Wu Wang forced a smile and said, "Boss, why are you here? Look, we were just discussing Miles's mother, right, Miles? I'm an orphan. Your grandmother's storyboard." The 24 games of the first round ended at sunset. However, as time passed, the silence in the stands became louder than the cheers. During the last few games, the arena was covered in blood and the field was full of potholes. Luckily, the competition committee's engineers repaired the stadium and the competition was able to continue. Perhaps only a mentally ill pervert could maintain energy after a day of killing. For example, Tu Shu is always cheerful in every game. After leaving the arena, Zheng Yang received an invitation from Kang Qingtian. "Kang Qingtian? Brother, there is an auction in 3 hours. Do you want to participate?" Zheng Yang: 3 hours? Is it really that fast? Kang Qingtian: Actually, it is part of the plan. Some famous players have already sent invitations. You know, we never heard of your reputation before you came, so we invited you now. I hope you can forgive me. Zheng Yang suddenly remembered and sent a message as a joke. Zheng Yang: It seems like you planned this test very carefully. Chang Qingtian. No, we were just lucky. As the old saying goes, if you stand in the right place, even a pig can fly. Zheng Yang shook his head and laughed. This Kang Qingtian was also an interesting person. Kang Qingtian. Brother, I'll tell you something secret. Don't tell anyone else. After reading the message, Zheng Yang showed curiosity. Zheng Yang. Don't worry, I am an honest and trustworthy young man, Zheng Yang. Chang Qingtian. Thanks to the proceeds from this event, our 5-player organizations have grown from a humble beginning to a powerful force, expanding greatly. After the first round, many people applied to join, including third-tier players. Well, brother, do you want to join our Temple of the God of War? Kang Qingtian is good at guiding people step by step. Zheng Yang smiled. Perhaps this was Kang Qingtian's main goal. Zheng Yang. Just kidding, brother. I am used to being lazy. Joining your organization will not cause you any problems. Kang Qingtian. How is this possible, brother? If you can come, I guarantee that you will be unrivaled and surpass 10,000 people. After this selection competition is over, the number of people you can mobilize under your command will be no less than 100. If Zheng Yang was truly a lonely person, he would probably accept this offer upon seeing it. For ordinary people, it is almost a way to reach the heavens in an instant. The warrior profession is one of the most popular professions, and the Temple of War, which consists mainly of warriors, is very popular among players. Not only because it gathers the largest number of warrior players, but also because it gathers a lot of resources that warrior players need. Zheng Yang. No, brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to freedom, so I'm sorry. Emotional intelligence was above standard, so he naturally understood Zheng Yang's refusal and regretted it very much. If Zheng Yang joined, the Temple of the God of War would crush the other game organizations in terms of high-level combat power and might even consider joining the other 4. After watching the fight between Zheng Yang and Tu Shu that day, several family heads felt that they would not be able to compete with him in a one-on-one fight. Kang Qingtian. Okay, then I won't force you. There are many good things in this auction. If you have any items you want to auction, please contact me. I will not give you a commission. Zheng Yang thought about it and decided to get some items to play with. Mr. Zheng Yang, where are we going? Elias asked. After closing the chat window, Zheng Yang thought for a moment and said, Let's eat first. What do you want to eat? Nickname, I want to eat what Mr. Zheng Yang wants to eat. I remember there's a stall on 3rd Street that sells lemon cheesefish. Let's go and eat. Okay. Elias nodded with a smile. The two of them walked along the dimly lit street, with pedestrians milling around them, and the setting sun stretching their backs very far. 3 hours later, Zheng Yang and Elias arrived at the competition committee. It is a 4-story building. The first floor is reserved for treatment, and the 2nd to 4th floors are occupied by living quarters for 5 players. Zheng Yang walked up to the reception desk in the lobby and explained his purpose to the staff. Mr. Zheng Yang, please wait a moment. Hearing that it was Zheng Yang, the staff member immediately showed respect and said, The palace master specifically instructed us to inform him of your arrival. Zheng Yang nodded slightly, and after the staff hurriedly left, he and Aaliyah sat in the reception hall. Elias looked here and there, her little head spinning non-stop. Everything here gave her a feeling of something completely new. It turns out that houses can be built like this, Master Zheng Yang. This place is simply magnificent, right? I think it's okay. The buildings here are very, very special, much better than those in the village. Elias paused as if she couldn't find the right definition, so she had to use the word special to describe it. Zheng Yang chuckled. That's because you haven't seen a more majestic building. Is there a more magnificent building than this? Elias was a little surprised. Of course, I will show you as soon as I have the opportunity. Elias, remember this. Mr. Zheng Yang cannot lie, Elias said quietly. They talked for a while, and suddenly there was a noise in the hall. Isn't that the head of the Temple of the God of War? Why is he here? He's so playful. I feel like I've fallen in love again. Kang Qingtian walked into the hall, looked around, and saw Zheng Yang in the reception room. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Chang Qingtian walked over and hugged Zheng Yang tightly. Seeing a cloaked figure behind him, he asked in confusion, "Who?" After looking at it several times, Kang Qingtian lit up. The figure under the cloak was slender, with smooth curves. The proportions of the body were perfect. The naked wheat-colored skin looked very taut. The bulge on her chest shows that she is a woman of great principles. Especially when he looked at her, his eyes subconsciously turned away, giving people a feeling of softness and stickiness. This is a beauty that can score 9 out of 10, and she is also at the top level among the beauties he has seen. He remembered that this was the woman who followed Zheng Yang that day, but the situation at that moment was not suitable, and he did not have time to take a closer look at her. "Well, it seems she is one of the winners of the first round. This is my friend, Elias Kang." Qingtian smiled ambiguously at Zheng Yang. "So this is my brother's wife. Brother, you must be very happy every day." Elias understood the word sister-in-law. Her pretty face flushed red, and she looked at Zheng Yang with her teary eyes. "No way. Our relationship is pure." Zheng Yang rolled his eyes. Disappointment flashed across Elias' eyes. "Kang Qingtian? She's so obvious, and yet so innocent. Are you kidding? Do you like wearing white socks?" Kang Qingtian winked. I understand. Zheng Yang was helpless. After a few jokes, Kang Qingtian said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the place." Zheng Yang asked, "Don't we need a contract anymore?" Kang Qingtian waved his hand. "This clause in the contract is to protect the privacy of the parties, to prevent those with bad intentions from having other bad thoughts. Considering our relationship, isn't this too formal?" After saying this, he looked around and lowered his voice. "There are other player organizations that have become powerful, not just us." Zheng Yang understood. The establishment is located on the underground floor. The stairs leading down are guarded by security personnel, all of whom have clearance to level 2. Zheng Yang was one of the first to notice this place. Several groups of players wanted to explore everything below out of curiosity, but they were all stopped by the guards. Some players showed something and were allowed to pass. It seems that only those players who show their permit will be able to pass. "Hello, Lord." When the security personnel saw Kang Qingtian approaching, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Kang Qingtian nodded and led them down the stairs without any obstacles. After going around the corner of the stairs, the three of them entered the basement. Appears, the walls on both sides of which are covered with white wax. The flames on the white wax seem to have a special effect, giving people a feeling of peace and concentration. The three approached the door at the end of the corridor. On either side of her stood beautiful women in tight black dresses. They were the establishment's administrators, and all of them were first-level players. They bowed slightly to Kang Qingtian. "Bring me the token for compartment number 6. The two beautiful receptionists looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. There are only 10 rooms in the establishment. In addition to the 5 heads of the family, this is the first player who has received the right to a separate room. They were very curious about who it was, and they stole glances at the 2 people next to Kang Qingtian. Zheng Yang smiled and nodded at them. One of the secretaries took out a purple jade token with the number 6 engraved on it from her inventory. She held a jade token in her hand and handed it to Zheng Yang. The jade pendant was soft and smooth to the touch. The material was excellent. It was glass of all kinds of glass. Zheng Yang used his insight to examine the information on the jade token. It was an ordinary item, not even a level. The 2 administrators stepped forward and pushed the door of the establishment. As soon as the door opened, the 3 of them heard noise. It was very lively inside, in contrast to the silence outside. The floor was covered with a black carpet, soft to the touch. Waiters in tight black dresses, with slender figures and thin faces, were constantly scurrying around the room with trays in their hands. In the middle, there is an auction table, under which there are chairs. Some players have already taken their places. At the edge of the area is a kitchen counter, where the chefs are cooking on the spot. In front of the counter is a buffet tray with a variety of delicious dishes. Zheng and Elias looked at the scene inside and were momentarily stunned. Kang Qingtian smiled slightly when he saw the two people's reactions and explained, "Everyone who comes to participate in the auction is an influential player, so this auction required a lot of thought. What a damn tycoon! Compared to them, my life here is like that of a primitive man." Zheng sighed. "It seems you really made a good profit. It smells so delicious, Elia was completely focused on the food." Kang Qingtian led the two of them to room number 6 on the second floor, which was also very luxurious, at least for players at this stage. There were animal skin carpets, fox fur sofas, crystal coffee tables, and glowing round beads hanging from the ceiling. Insight revealed that these beads were called mingguang and were worthless. Opposite the sofa is a balcony with chairs that offer a direct view of the auction table. Also a charming waitress who only serves VIP guests. Kang Qingtian said to the waiter, "This is a distinguished guest. Please do not ignore him." "Yes." He turned to Zheng and said, "Brother, I have something to do, so I will leave you first." Then he left. Zheng sat Elia down on the fox fur sofa and saw that Elia still didn't want to leave after enjoying the delicious food outside. He asked the waiter, "What's your name?" "You can just call me Number 6. Zheng nodded. "Could you bring some food?" "Understood. You have any dietary restrictions?" "No." Number 6 bowed slightly and walked out slowly. Elias looked at Zheng, a little embarrassed. "Am I too greedy?" "No way. Stay as you are." Zheng touched her head and smiled. As Elia's powers continued to grow, so did her appetite, and she consumed nearly 3 to 5 times more food than a normal human. This phenomenon is common to almost all werewolves who have acquired the profession of wolf servant. The appetites of some rune masters like Sievers and Rudin have increased slightly, but they are still far behind others. Zheng is in the same situation, and his appetite has also increased significantly compared to the previous period. He attributed the phenomenon to physical changes caused by increased strength, and the situation could only be alleviated by eating better quality food. Regular grains might have to be eaten out of a bowl. Previous chapter soon. Number 6 returned, followed by a line of swaying waiters, each holding a tray full of food. Placing the tray on the crystal coffee table, they departed in an orderly fashion. Arya swallowed, smelling the aroma in the air. She turned and looked at Zheng, waiting for his consent. Zheng smiled slightly and made an inviting gesture. Zheng found it funny to see Elias happily eating food and looking satisfied. If you count carefully, it seems that this is her only hobby. She loves to eat very much. Among the people around her, Elias is the best cook. Perhaps under her influence, Zheng also felt hungry. He picked up the ice cream bowl on the table and took a bite with a spoon. Delicious. Zheng suddenly cleared his head and asked Number 6, "What is this?" This dessert is called mahogany sandayi. The main ingredients are mahogany berries and Baikao cow's milk cream. Regular consumption of this dessert can improve resistance to colds. Zheng was surprised. He applied insight to the dessert. Sundae level, 1 introduction. Made from mahogany fruit, grass milk, iced duck egg yolk, frozen sugar, and other ingredients. Long-term use can improve cold resistance. Plate actually has different levels, Zheng asked. "How amazing. How is it done?" Number 6 said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, sir. This dish was prepared by a player with a chef profession. I'm afraid only they know about it." Zheng was a little disappointed, but the food prepared by the professional player chef actually had this ability. He decided to train the chef when he returned. While several people were talking, the players participating in the auction had already arrived one after another. Taking a quick glance, Zheng found that there were not many people, only about 200. Considering the population of more than 100,000, this was rare. The lights in the entire hall went out one by one, and darkness gradually enveloped the entire space. In the end, the only light left was on the auction table in the center. It was like a concert. A woman in a white dress came out on stage and bowed to the audience with a smile. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the auction jointly held by the Temple of the God of War, the Shushan Sword Pavilion, the Craftsman's Guild, the Ascetic Order, and the Zoo. I am the auctioneer, Zhuang Jing. There will be a total of 20 rounds of the auction. The items in each round must be at least level 3. Payment will be made in magic stones, and each bet must be at least 3 magic stones." As soon as these words were spoken, the players below suddenly became excited. Items are already quite valuable to them, and many players who have reached Tier 3 are still using Tier 2 gear. One player couldn't wait to shout, "Come on, babe! If you are so talkative, come to my room tonight and we will spend the whole night together." Suddenly, a strange laugh came from the hall. Zhuang Jing smiled slightly, ignoring the player's insult, and went to the auction table. "Then, I will not spoil your fun. Let's begin the first round of auctions." After he finished speaking, 2 staff members came onto the stage, pushing a small cart covered with a layer of cloth with 3 sharp tips supporting the cloth. Zhuang Jing removed the cloth, revealing 3 eggs. Egg can reach up to a person's knees if placed on the ground. It is silver in color. The surface of the shell is bumpy and densely covered, like a layer of silver dragon scales. Each dragon scale has a special pattern. It looks like a real work of art. After identification, it is assumed that these 3 items are dragon eggs. The seller claimed that they were obtained somewhere on the island. At that time, around the dragon eggs was the skeleton of a huge creature, the outline of which was very similar to a dragon. However, we have not yet mastered the method of hatching it, so there is a certain possibility that the creature inside is not a dragon. The seller wants to sell it as a set, so the starting price for this auction is 20 magic stones. The dark conference room was completely silent. Some people expressed disdain, not believing Zhuang Jing's words at all, while others breathed heavily, with a greedy light burning in their eyes. You should know that this is a dragon, a legendary creature. An unhatched dragon egg means that even if you are not a guardian, you can tame a dragon. Even if it is just a possibility, many people are worth the risk. Moreover, there were 3 eggs. As soon as Zhuang Jing finished speaking, one of the players raised his hand and made a bet. "I bid 23 magic stones, 29 wen, 35 wen." The players raised the price furiously, and soon it reached 50 magic stones. Only then did the price increase begin to slow down. In compartment number 6, Zheng Yang was shocked by the information he had obtained through the insight technique. In fact, it was a dragon egg, and the actual situation was even more exaggerated than Zhuang Jing claimed. Silver Dragon King Egg. Introduction. Silver Dragon King eggs require a special incubation method. The introduction was only 1 sentence long, but it was more valuable than anything he had ever seen. Zheng Yang hesitated, wondering whether to act. With his financial means, he could easily buy everything. There were still tens of thousands of crystal cores of the creatures from the underground world stored in the warehouse. He believed that there should be a refurbishment plan. The reason for his hesitation was that, Dragon King, such an existence cannot be simply measured by level. The skeleton of the giant creature that Zhuang Jing just mentioned is most likely that of the dead Silver Dragon King. Anyone who can kill the Dragon King can easily destroy it, so it is unknown whether it is good or bad to be associated with such a creature. He is different from the group of players underground. He knows that there are many things hidden behind this world. The army that descended from the sky, the gods of the unknown depths, the incomprehensible words of Yuz. It all seems so confusing. Moreover, it requires special methods to hatch, causing Zheng Yang's internal balance to be disturbed. Noticing that Zheng Yang was frowning, Elias asked worriedly, "Master Zheng Yang, what's wrong with you?" "Just a little hesitant." "Are you hesitant about whether to place a bet?" Seeing Zheng Yang nod, Elias asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with this lot?" Number 6 on the side quietly pricked up his ears. Zheng Yang glanced at number 6, leaned towards her ear, and told her the essence of the insight technique. Curiosity turned into surprise, and her mouth opened in an O shape as she looked at the 3 eggs on the auction table. Master Zheng Yang, do you still remember the dragon people in Dragon Valley? Perhaps he is. Ooh. Zheng Yang quickly covered his mouth before he could finish speaking. He glanced at Elia and glanced at number 6. Elia blinked her big eyes and nodded. Having lived with Zheng Yang for so long, they had already developed an extraordinary silent understanding, and she could understand even a simple glance. At this time, the sounds of the bidding below died down, and only Zhuang Jing's questioning voice echoed. Zhuang Jing, player number 9 bids 55 mana stones. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Seeing the players in the hall talking to each other, many of them shook their heads in regret. Zhuang Jing calculated that the price for the 3 eggs that she was not sure would hatch had reached its limit. If no one bid, it would be 55 mana stones at a time. 55 mana stones twice. Just as she was about to shout for the 3rd time, a voice came from the room on the 2nd floor. 58 magic stones. Liu Shi Yiyuan. The player in room 9 immediately followed suit. Seeing the other party's persistence, Zheng Yang decided not to waste time. 80 magic stones. As soon as the price was announced, the entire audience was shocked. Zhuang Jing was stunned, but then suppressed her inner joy and quickly said, "Player number, 6 bets, 80 mana stones. Does anyone else want to follow suit?" During the conversation, he often glanced towards room number 9, which was also on the 2nd floor, and his tone was full of anticipation. After Zheng Yang announced the price, there was a silence in hall number 9 that lasted for a long time. Room number Devyati. The woman lying on the sofa said with a smile, "Can you do it, little dog?" The woman had a mature and charming face, and her eyes were full of charm. From under her black gauze skirt, her long white legs stretched out, resting on the edge of the only sofa, and her figure was charming. When people see this, their blood boils. The mixed-race man on the opposite sofa frowned. "This price is already very high. Do you still want to continue?" The old man sitting on the sofa in the middle said, "Damn it, get these 3 eggs at any cost. I'm afraid that even if I spend all my money, I still won't be able to beat them," the charming woman teased. The mixed-race man was dissatisfied. "If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute." "It's just a joke. It's so boring." The charming woman spread her hands. Inside the hall, everyone was wondering whether number 9 would continue to fight. 100 magic stones. As expected, a quiet voice came from the compartment, but it touched the hearts of all the players. Zhuang Jing heard her heart pounding. At this time, all the players were talking, and the stage was noisy. Many people realized that this might actually be a dragon egg. However, they are now unable to do so. In room number 3, Gong Changlong hesitated a little. He had already identified the object. As the director of the zoo, he was extremely knowledgeable about various exotic animals. He spent the whole day fiddling with the egg, but he still couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he decided that it was a dead fetus. The bidding had reached such a point that Gong Changlong couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Zheng Yang felt a little depressed. Had someone else seen something unusual like him? Currently had over 100 magic stones on him. Although he could ask Shen Yao and the others to send them to him through exchange, there was no need. The magic stones stored in the camp were not enough to waste. He decided to try another approach. So he went straight to the balcony and shouted, 200 magic stones! Zhuang Jing's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her mouth slightly opened. The players were also stunned by the price. After calming down, Zhuang Jing couldn't help but doubt that this man who looked cheerful and happy could actually come up with so many magic stones. Just when she was about to ask, a message from a friend appeared. After reading it, Zhuang Jing decided to remain silent. In room number 1, Kang Qingtian found Zheng Yang from his friend list. Kang Qingtian, "Brother, do you need help? If you don't have enough money, I can provide support." Zheng Yang, "I really don't have that many magic stones. I wonder if I can pay with something else." Kang Qingtian, "What is this?" Zheng Yang, level 1. crystal core. Kang Qingtian sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and quickly did some calculations in his head. He sent a message to the other 4 family heads and discussed it with them. Kang Qingtian. The value of a level 1 crystal core is not as high as a magic stone, so the conversion ratio may not be that high. Zheng Yang. How much? Kang Qingtian. 1 to 5. Zheng Yang. No problem. Answer immediately. Kang Qingtian's eyes darted around. Lord Palace Master, who are you talking to? While he was thinking, a charming voice came from the side. Seeing Kang Qingtian raise his head, 2 half-naked women got up from the sofa next to him and sat in his arms, lovingly clinging to his chest. Has a pure character and clear, innocent eyes. The other has a charming character and seductive eyes. These 2 are like ice and fire. The most important thing is that they look absolutely the same. They are actually twins. Kang Qingtian smiled mischievously, hugged the tender bodies of both girls, and moved his big hands up and down. The girls' eyes sparkled with spring, but they were very obedient and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Tang Shen patted his chest reproachfully, with a force that was more like a flirtatious gesture. You haven't said who it is yet? Tang Shun also looked curious. Isn't the auction taking place outside? Kang Qingtian chuckled. Let's not talk about that. My 2 favorite concubines are so beautiful today. Let's enjoy it while we can. Tang Xian and Tang Shun's faces turned red. After saying this, Kang Qingtian turned over and decided to let them feel what a real warrior was. The bidding in the hall reached 300 magic stones, and the players in the hall were stunned. Man said to the old man, "We can't add more. This is already the limit. Adding more will affect the work of the organization." The old man was silent for a moment and said, "We give up." The old man said, "Su Yue, go and find out who the people in room 6 are. This charming woman is called Su Yue." Hearing her name called, Su Yue lazily replied, "Yes." Zhuang Jing waited for a while, and when she saw that the price had finally stopped changing, she shouted 3 times, and finally the hammer fell. Congratulations to player number 6 on winning. Next few rounds were mediocre, at least for Zheng Yang. During this period, he made several moves and acquired some blueprints, medicine formulas, and materials. When the 12th round ended, the iron cage covered with black cloth was raised, and from time to time, the sounds of clashes could be heard from inside the cage. The players opened their eyes wide, leaned forward slightly, and looked around curiously. Elias, who was feeding Zheng Yang with a fork, suddenly stopped and looked at the auction table with some confusion. Taking into account the reactions of everyone present, Zhuang Jing smiled mysteriously. The next lot is a little special. She tore off the black cloth, and what was happening inside became visible to everyone. The players below let out a series of exclamations. Some teased, some were horrified, some laughed strangely, some were indignant, and some could not look, closing their eyes and silently turning their heads to the side. There was still some sweet fruit in Zheng Yang's mouth, but it seemed tasteless to him. For a moment, her eyes became blank, and then Elia suddenly turned to Zheng Yang and said anxiously, "Master Zheng Yang, I..." Because of his anxiety, he was unable to speak clearly. Zheng Yang raised his hand to stop Elia and showed with his eyes that he understood. Arya had finally calmed down, but she was still fidgeting, clenching her knuckles until they turned white. Number 6 at the side was a little confused and didn't understand why she had reacted that way. Inside the iron cage was a disheveled girl in linen clothes. Her grey hair tangled like willow branches. Her bare arms and legs were covered in wounds of varying sizes, blooming like roses. Across the bridge of her nose was a knife scar. The blood had already drained, and the exposed, tender skin was clearly visible. The circles under one eye were purple, and the swollen and blackened eyelids were compressed into a narrow slit. I don't know if he can see the world around him clearly. In the room, and it was hard to imagine what she had experienced before. At this moment, the girl was baring her teeth, and her other bloodshot eye was full of rage, which gave her a disgusting and frightening appearance. The most attention. The fur on them is dirty and the original color is not visible. This is a foxman, a surviving descendant of the half-human kingdom and a half-human brother of Arias. One expected that this time the subject of the auction would be a foxman. I have heard stories from time to time about the local indigenous peoples of the world, but I never thought it was true. Don't you think that's too cruel? Tsk, tsk, tsk. What did he have to go through to be beaten like that? The players below were in confusion and were talking among themselves. Zhuang Jing picked up the auction hammer and struck it. When quiet. The noise in the hall finally died down. Zhuang Jing smiled. This is the leader of the fox tribe. She is also a first-class beauty. However, for special reasons, her appearance is not subject to evaluation. There were several bursts of laughter from below. Someone joked, "What's the reason? She's a beauty, and you guys are so ruthless. You don't feel sorry for her at all." Zhuang Jing waved her hands several times in denial. "Hey, don't get me wrong. It wasn't us who did this. It was already like this when we came here. But the thing is, this is a foxman with a level 2 strength. For some reason, she can even withstand level 3 opponents. With her, you will have a subordinate with a level 3 combat power. This fox's initial bid is 50 magic stones, and each bid must be at least 3 magic stones." One of the players frowned. "She is so powerful, and we can't control her. Look at her eyes. Are you going to buy her back and kill us?" Zhuang Jing had foreseen this and did not panic at all. Of course, this has been taken into account. This round of auction includes a tool that can control her and a channel to buy fox people later. Hearing this, some people's eyes flickered. Will the subsequent purchase of foxmen also come with props? Zhuang Jing smiled and said, "You guys need to agree on this among yourselves." After a moment of silence, someone began to place bets. 60 magic stones. Qi Yuan, 73. Seeing that the prices continued to rise, Elias rarely got angry. "Mr. Zheng Yang, they really went too far. How can they treat life like this?" Zheng Yang was silent for a while, and then said, "Wrong." Arias's eyes were confused. He did not understand what happened. The high-quality animal meat we eat is also created by nature. Does that bother you? Aliyah opened her mouth and felt something stuck in her throat. She was stunned and confused. Zheng Yang smiled slightly, touched Eliah's head and said, "Remember, Eliah, only strong lives are worthy of respect, and only stronger lives have the right to determine the lives of others. Your strike is your power." Eliah looked at Zheng Yang with puzzled eyes. But the sixth mayor on the side couldn't help but think. The bidding outside reached 95 magic stones, and Zheng Yang shouted out his bid, 150 magic stones. When someone heard the proposal from the big boss upstairs, a strange expression appeared in his eyes, and his voice slowly faded. They would definitely lose the fight, and not only would they make themselves miserable, but they might also become the target of hatred from the big guys. In the end, Zheng Yang took possession of the Foxman without any hesitation. At this point, none of them had the courage to look at the items that would later be auctioned. After they expressed their intention to leave, Number 6 led them to the conference room. Soon, both the Foxman and the 3 dragon eggs were brought here. Kang Qingtian had already made arrangements in advance and paid with crystal cores. 3 dragon eggs cost 300 mana stones, and 3 fox eggs cost 150, a total of 450 mana stones. If converted to level 1 crystal cores, it would be 2,250 pieces. The effect of the crystal core can only increase mana, and it will weaken as the mana limit increases. That's why it's cheaper than the crystal core. But no matter how cheap it is, 2,250 crystal cores is not a small amount. Zheng Yang had previously asked Shen Yao to withdraw 5,000 coins from the warehouse and then handed them over to him via transaction, so this was quite sufficient. Only after Zheng Yang handed the employee in charge of collecting the money a heavy bag of crystal cores did he breathe a sigh of relief. After all, that is where Zheng Yang's core strength is. If someone were to take it by force, they wouldn't even have the chance to ask for help and would only be left to suffer in the northwest. After removing the crystal core, the staff member said to Zheng Yang, "First, these 3 dragon eggs. As you know, the inventory cannot contain life, so you can only take them back. If necessary, we can also arrange delivery. And then there is this foxman. She is very strong and extremely dangerous. The seller said that it took a lot of effort to catch her. This is included in the slave contract item. If you want to buy a foxman later, you can go to 659 3rd Street. The employee suddenly lowered his voice. "I'll tell you a secret. In the future, this place may become the player's main city. Many factions have already bought houses here, so it's worth planning ahead." Zheng Yang was a little surprised, but not entirely unexpected. He smiled and shook the employee's hand. Feeling the hard lump on his palm, the employee's smile widened. After assigning someone to help Zheng Yang and the other person with the delivery, he bid farewell warmly and left. After all, the 5-player organizations were now thriving, and they had to solve endless tasks every day. They walked down the street, and in front of them was a courier who helped them pack their things. Elias suddenly walked up to Zheng Yang, her face slightly serious. "Master Zheng Yang, someone is watching us." "I know," Zheng Yang said without changing his expression. Elias was a little surprised. "When did your perception become so strong?" Zheng Yang shook her head irritably and said, "This is wisdom. Have a highly developed sense of smell and hearing, and after Elia got a wolf squire, her perception was further enhanced. Although he didn't have such a strong perception, he could use his brain to understand that since he was so popular today, he would definitely be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. For now, there was no need to worry about them. In the light of day, with the strength I have demonstrated, they dare not be so naked." Back home, the courier delivered the goods and left. They both looked at the iron cage covered with black cloth at the same time. Across the endless ice field, and in its whiteness, one could dimly see scattered lights, like flickering tongues of flame. Fox cubs were playing in the streets of the city, and the snow crunched under their feet. It seemed that they had already gotten used to this sight and did not touch it at all. "Oh, hello, Chief. Oh, the patriarch is beautiful again. Oh, your little mouth is so sweet," Camilla replied with a smile as beautiful as a flower. The chief's assistant, Sarah, reported to Camilla, holding documents in her hands. "Chief, the hunting team found new tracks not far from the city. Comparing them with the footprints of previous guests, they found that they were very similar. Have security increase patrols on weekdays, especially at night." Exhaling, Camilla thought for a moment and added, "If they are friendly guests, treat them well." Sarah listened and took notes. When she finished, she looked up and announced the next task. "The school will soon have an assessment, and the principal hopes that you can give a speech to inspire the young students. Okay, help me arrange a time." Sarah nodded and took note. Them solved all the problems while walking, and over the years, it almost became a habit. At that moment, they both simultaneously looked up at the sky. Almost at the same moment, they turned their heads. There was a sound of air tearing. The sky suddenly became bright, and dozens of fireballs broke through the clouds and fell from the sky. While Camilla was stunned, she heard Sarah's alarmed cry. She couldn't remember what Sarah had said, because the next second her eyes were engulfed in flames. At the last moment, she felt as if she had been pushed. Then she was thrown back by a powerful shockwave, and when she came to her senses, she realized what was happening. The picture before my eyes had changed dramatically. The once quiet and peaceful town was now shrouded in clouds of black smoke. The screams of women and the cries of children could be heard from afar. Camilla stared in shock at the scene before her. A pair of bloody legs appeared from under the flaming boulder. The small child who had just greeted him lay on the ground, dying, smoke billowing from its entire body. She swallowed her confusion and crawled to pick up the child who was still breathing. The child lay in his arms, seemingly unaware of what was happening. "Mr. Patriarch, I feel so sleepy." Camilla anxiously patted his face. Don't sleep. I'll take you to treat your injuries. But the child didn't react. Looking at his dim eyes, Camilla felt a huge sadness in her heart. What the hell happened? What the hell is going on? Camilla gritted her teeth, put the child down, and quickly ran towards the source of the chaos. After that, she was attacked by several influential men, including the guest from the Fox tribe. Looking into Camilla's eyes full of hatred, the guest looked at her mockingly. After the fight, she killed one of the attackers, and was then subdued and seriously injured, making it almost impossible for her to fight back. Boss, this woman is really pretty. She looks more graceful than the other foxes. Don't touch those foxes. They'll still need me. If nothing happens, we can make a lot of money this time. Camilla heard their conversation in a daze and then completely lost consciousness. After that, she tried to resist and escape several times. But each time she failed, and her injuries became more and more serious. As Camilla, she had often wondered what they had done wrong and why they were being treated this way. But after accidentally seeing the fate of other fox people, this idea disappeared completely. Camilla leaned against the iron cage like a walking corpse, the scene of the fox girl lying naked in the snow still echoing in her head. Suddenly, light covered her eyes. Camilla, who had not seen the sun for a long time, awkwardly closed her eyes. At this moment, the scene outside was completely different. The two Taoist figures stood by the cage, looking at it curiously. Zheng Yang used insight to look at her message. Name, Camilla Race, Foxman Level 2. Job, Fox Fairy Level 2. HP 79/367. Mana 0/489. Constitution 28.8 refers to health, physical strength, recovery, defense, stamina, etc. Spirit 26.7 is closely related to factors such as mana, reaction speed, memory, learning ability, and mental toughness. Skills, illusion, transformation, emotional perception, healing, dual cultivation, speed, omnipotence. Unsurprisingly, it turns out that the profession has reached second. Level Zheng Yang was a little surprised. Master Zheng Yang, she is seriously injured. We need to treat her. Looking at the terrible wound, Elia said anxiously, Don't rush. Wait a minute. Zheng Yang did not immediately agree. Looking at those hateful eyes, he felt that he should talk first. Your name is Camilla? Camilla's dead eyes moved slightly, and she asked in a hoarse voice, How do you know my name? Zheng Yang did not answer his question, but continued to ask, Can you tell me what happened? Cough, cough, cough. Camilla laughed, and her laughter gradually grew mad, and eventually she coughed because her throat could not take it anymore. What happened? Isn't that what I should be asking you? I knew it would turn out like this. Zheng Yang clutched his forehead helplessly. First of all, I am not from the group of people who hurt you, and I don't know this group of people. Isn't that clear enough? Camilla looked at him expressionlessly. Your mind is already full of hatred. Zheng Yang felt a slight headache. If she was released in this state, she would be a hidden danger and no one could tell what she would do. Elia said angrily, Don't be so ungrateful. If it weren't for Mr. Zheng Yang, you wouldn't even know what happened to you. Ha, then I'll have to thank him, Camilla said mockingly. Etc. She suddenly asked, Are you a werewolf? Finally, some emotion showed through in her tone. Only then did she notice something strange about the girl. Tone was worried, but she suppressed the pain. How could you, the survivors of the demi-human realm, work for people like them? You know what they did? Please don't attack me personally. Could you explain clearly what kind of people we are? Zheng Yang calmly replied, All the remaining werewolves are under my command. Camilla was stunned for a moment and looked at Zheng Yang with bloodshot eyes. Not only did you harm my fox people, you also want to harm the werewolves. Zheng Yang, is this the patriarch? Is this the fucking patriarch? No, it's not what you think. Seeing this, Elia hurriedly explained to them what had happened from the time they met Zheng Yang to the time they encountered the natural disaster, and then to the present. Arius's chatter filled my ears. The severe injuries made her dizzy and she could barely think straight. The strength of spirit that had supported her for so long finally gave way, and she fell head first. So, here we are. Huh? Huh. Aaliyah looked at Zheng Yang bitterly. She fainted. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes and snorted, "Someone like me can't save her. Let her take care of herself." Elias hugged Zheng Yang's arm and said coquettishly, "Come on, Master Zheng Yang. Please save her. Think about it. This person is the leader of his tribe after all. If you save her and then save other fox people from human traffickers, you will definitely be able to recruit the fox people into your hands." On the way back, Zheng Yang said the word human trafficker to her. Zheng Yang was stunned as he watched Elias's reasonable analysis. "It feels like my daughter is growing up." In the evening, Carmilla's eyelids trembled and she opened her eyes. After he woke up, his eyes were still a little blurry, but after he blinked a few times, his vision began to focus. What I saw in front of me was no longer an iron cage, but an unfamiliar ceiling. The ground beneath me was no longer hard, but soft. They even covered me with a blanket, and I no longer felt like someone was covering me. Her brain began to work, and Camilla sat up abruptly, looking around carefully. She noticed that she was no longer wearing linen, but clean clothes, and her wounds were almost healed, so she could now move freely. This was a great opportunity to escape. "Wait, I'll make you pay." Camilla clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and hatred hung in her heart like a dark cloud. As her feet touched the ground, a voice came from the side. "If you want to escape, I advise you to abandon this idea as soon as possible." Camilla froze and turned her head to look out the window. Zheng Yang was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, holding a book in his hand. He spoke without taking his eyes off her. Camilla said indifferently, "Why should I listen to you? Since I bought you with my own money, theoretically, you now belong to me." Zheng Yang turned to the page of the book and spoke slowly. "So you are unlucky." Camilla's tone was full of sarcasm. In Camilla's eyes, all players are the same and are people who should be killed. But this man had healed himself, and for this reason she did not plan to get too involved with him. He immediately headed for the door. Zheng Yang sighed, slammed the book shut with a bang, and put it in his inventory. "Why do you think I let you out without any restrictions?" Camilla froze, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Human, thanks to you healing my wounds, we can live in peace. But please do not seek death." "What if I do not want to?" Camilla could no longer contain her irritation and planned to completely destroy Zheng Yang. A minute later, applause echoed throughout the room. Camilla was stunned. At this time, she was lying on Zheng Yang's legs, and Zheng Yang was mercilessly spanking her butt. One encounter, just one encounter, and she was defeated. With so many players, she could still try to fight back, which made her think that this group of people were nothing special. But in the hands of this man, he didn't last even one round. Zheng Yang sneered disdainfully, continuing to gesture. "With your level, do you still want to take revenge?" After a long spanking, he found that the tender body on his legs did not move at all. Then he noticed that Camilla's eyes were empty, and she did not react to his spanking. This made Zheng Yang bored. He picked her up under the arms and threw her back onto the bed. During this process, Camilla looked like a rag doll and did not react at all. Zheng Yang touched her cheek and clicked his tongue. What a pity. Such a beautiful face is marred by scars. Although Camilla's injuries have healed, the treatment was delayed for too long, leaving her with numerous scars on her face and body. This is especially true of her face. A scar across the bridge of her nose, almost dividing her face in two, and several smaller scars. Due to the living conditions, Camilla's skin is as white as snow. She is tall and slender. She has charming eyes and thin lips. Moreover, the color of her hair and pupils is very special. They are light pink, like cherry blossoms. And the same can be said about her two foxtails and a pair of fox ears. At this time, Elias came back from the street holding several paper bags of butter. She had just gone out to buy dinner for 3. Seeing Carmilla wake up with a blank look, She was acutely aware of what had just happened here. But Mr. Zheng Yang did not say anything, and she did not ask. Has a very high emotional intelligence. Master Zheng Yang, I bought the black leaf chicken and the fighting beef burger. After putting the food on the table, Elias patted her chest and said, there were so many people outside. I stood in line for a long time before it was my turn. In particular, cooking the black leaf chicken required a very complicated process. Zheng Yang rested his chin on his hand, listening to Elias's meaningless chatter with great interest. This is how life should be. Hey, do you want something to eat? Zheng Yang tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, stuttering and muttering, how can you take revenge on your enemies when you yourself don't eat much? Hearing these words, Camilla finally came out of her autistic state and looked at Zheng Yang with a complicated expression. Why are you helping me? We are probably just casual acquaintances. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes to the sky. Why have I become ugly? But my thoughts are so beautiful. First, my help to you is not unconditional. Second, you should thank Elia. If it weren't for her kindness and compassion for her fellow countrymen, I probably wouldn't have paid any attention to you. Third, if you turn out to be useless, I plan to recycle you and sell you for a low price. Maybe I can even get my money back. The last sentence was simply a manifestation of Zheng Yang's bad taste. Elias patted Zheng Yang's shoulder in annoyance. Camilla lowered her eyes, looking lonely. What are your conditions? As long as you can help me take revenge, even asking me for money will not be a problem. Zheng Yang curled his lips and said, let's eat first and then talk. I have some questions for you. Camilla sat down at the table, picked up a piece of bread and took a small bite. She ate like a lady, but Zheng Yang saw that she was busy and had no intention of enjoying her meal. What do you want to ask? Camilla asked absent-mindedly. Zheng Yang picked up the drink next to him, took a sip, and made a refreshing sound before asking, what happened to the fox tribe? Camilla explained in detail what she saw. I still don't understand why those people attacked us, she said with tears in her eyes. What did we do wrong to deserve this treatment? Elias took the paper and handed it to Camilla with care. They are human traffickers, Zheng Yang said silently. Camilla looked up in confusion. Human traffickers? Elia raised her hand and replied, I know. Lord Zheng Yang has already said that they are a group of scoundrels who specialize in human trafficking and profit from it. Tell me in detail about the situation of the fox people. Camilla wiped away her tears. Our fox tribe has 2,789 people, of which 350 serve in combat units. In the former demi-human kingdom, the foxmen were quite powerful, so after the war, the basic system was preserved, but most of the recorded information was lost. There are 5 jobs left. The most important one is the fox servant. The other 4 are the pharmacist, the craftsman, the snow monster, and the fire user. Within the clan. After hearing this, Zheng Yang looked at Elijah speechlessly, feeling that he had many complaints but no place to vent them. How did you, the werewolf tribe, survive? You are so weak that you have even lost your inherited profession. Elias lowered her head in embarrassment. You were also one of the 8 tribes of the former demi-human kingdom. Look at them, and then look at yourself. You are doing this terribly. Previous chapter table of contents. No chance. Inside the house, Zheng Yang and Camilla were sitting at the dining table while Elias was clearing the leftovers from the table. Zheng Yang picked up the hot drink from the table, took a sip, and said decisively. Camilla didn't react much. Her eyes became cloudy from time to time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Compared to the physical damage, the mental damage is worse. Zheng Yang sighed to himself. Revenge is impossible now. An organization capable of attacking a crowd of thousands of people must be extremely large. Camilla silently clenched her fists. Zheng Yang changed the topic. However, there is a way to save the remaining fox people. Camilla suddenly looked up at Zheng Yang, her voice trembling. What do you mean? Literally, Zheng Yang said exaggeratedly. But it might cost a lot of money. It doesn't seem worth it. After all, Camilla is the head of the family, so how could she not understand the deeper meaning of his words? She gritted her teeth and lowered her head. As long as you are willing to act, the Fox people will obey you, and I will serve you forever. Hey, what are you doing? Zheng Yang pretended to be surprised. Really? We are all family, so we shouldn't have different opinions. Come on, raise your head. Elia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly. Master Zheng Yang is so bad. Zheng Yang glanced at the servants and did not find Camilla's name among them. It seems she still has a long way to go before she can win my heart. Late in the evening, the number of people on the streets began to decrease, and the former lively scene was no longer there. On First Street, in a dark alley, 4 figures were gathered, 2 men and 2 women. Everyone looked at the woman in the black gauze dress. Su Yue, have you confirmed his location? Street 1, room 245, Su Yue said with a smile. He is the #1 player in the competitive scene during the day. Can you? The bald man, his clothes bulging with muscles, said disdainfully, with a second-tier warrior like Hei Mu and the support of several third-tier warriors like us, even a heavenly king would have to crawl at my feet. Wow, that sounds amazing. Su Yue made an admiring face. However, during the daytime matches, he had killed quite a few level 3 players. The bald man's face froze. Another man in a black cloak said at this time, "Stop talking nonsense, otherwise everything will change." Everyone nodded slightly. The 4 of them quietly found room 245 and acted according to plan. In the hallway outside, room 245, only a bald man and another woman remained, unremarkable in any way. They were the main force of this operation. The 2 looked at each other and nodded. The bald man stepped forward, kicked the door open and shouted, "Everyone, come in for a room inspection, sit down and put your hands on your heads." An ordinary-looking woman looked at him silently. The room was quiet. There was no one. The bed was cluttered, and it was clear that someone had been sleeping there. There was a flower pot on the dining room table, and the soil was still damp. It seemed like people had just left here. The bald man frowned. What's going on? Did Su Yue make a mistake? The ordinary-looking woman shook her head. Although Su Yue looks uncouth on ordinary days, she always rises to the occasion. The 2 of them received the news almost at the same time. After opening the dialogue box, the same words popped up. Run! Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis gripped my heart, and a flaming arrow pierced the wall and headed straight for an ordinary-looking woman. Time returned 2 minutes ago. Kuroki Ya and Su Yue hid on the roof, waiting for Zhang Qiang and Feng Shuqiu to fight the target so they could sneak in and attack. Both of their jobs are good at hiding their aura, but they are not very good at head-on combat. Kuroki, I was concentrating when he suddenly felt someone's gaze directed at him. He looked up to where his gaze was directed, and in front of the second-floor window on the other side of the street, a sunny and cheerful face appeared, smiling at him. Kuroki, I frowned, feeling a little awkward. It wasn't very pleasant to be seen climbing on the roof. Su Yue, who was standing to the side, was lying on the roof with her hands behind her head and her legs crossed, feeling very uncomfortable. Someone had seen me there. Use your profession to deal with this, Kuroki Ya ordered Su Yue. Su Yue lazily refused. No, if you see it, you see it. It can't be helped. Kuroki Ya was dissatisfied with her behavior but didn't know what to say. Su Yue was a special person, and ordinary people couldn't order her around. He casually glanced at the sunny and cheerful boy and was stunned by what he saw. He pulled out a crimson longbow the size of a man from somewhere, and an arrow that condensed from flames as he pulled the string. As he continued to build up power, the flaming arrow became denser, and opposite him was House 245. Kuroki Ya didn't watch the game during the day, so he didn't know what Zheng Yang looked like. At this time, he was extremely worried and hurriedly sent messages to Zhang Qiang and Feng Shuqiu. As soon as the message was sent, the person on the opposite side released the bowstring, and the arrow emitting a thrilling aura directly pierced the wall. It was not over yet. Judging from the reaction of the plants in the room, they seemed to still be alive. Fingers moved as fast as if he was plucking the strings of a musical instrument, and dozens of arrows flew out in an instant. A second later, a loud explosion was heard from the house across the street. The house collapsed, and bricks and stones flew in all directions. Kuroki Ya and Su Yue, who were on the roof, managed to jump to another roof without being hurt. Camilla and Alia came out of the darkness and walked towards Zheng Yang. Camilla watched this scene in surprise. What a powerful bow. Even among the fox people, this was a treasure that could protect the tribe. Has the heavenly wolf armor, which is passed down from generation to generation, and the fox tribe naturally has it too. But like the heavenly wolf armor, it has limitations. It can only be looked at, not used. The weapons we usually use are mostly Tier 2 weapons made by artisans, and Tier 3 weapons can be counted on one hand. Alias, the two in the room seemed to be seriously injured. "Go and try to capture them alive," Zheng Yang ordered. "Yes, Mr. Zheng Yang." Elia jumped out of the window and landed near the ruins. The other two followed. Among the ruins, Zhang Qiang, covered in blood, pushed away a huge rock. His condition was poor. One of his arms was broken, and his body was covered in burnt skin. Feng Shuchu crawled out from behind another pile of rocks. Her situation was not as bad as his, but it was definitely not good either. The first wave of arrows that Zheng Yang shot were charged arrows that had extraordinary power. At the critical moment, Zhang Qiang repelled Feng Shuchu's attack. He was a guard and had stronger defensive skills. If Feng Shuchu had been hit by this attack, she would have likely died instantly. Despite this, Zhang Qiang was still seriously injured, with 3/4 of his health destroyed by these two waves of attacks. Feng Shuchu was about to say something when she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack from the side. Zhang Qiang and Feng Shuchu looked at Arya, who was wearing a cloak, with serious expressions. At that time, Elia was a little cold. Lord Zheng Yang's enemy was her enemy. "You should be grateful that Lord Zheng Yang wants to take him alive," Elia said coldly. Looking at the movement below, Zheng Yang glanced at the two people in front of him and frowned slightly. Kuroki Ya, a level 2 assassin, level 3. But what made Zheng Yang frown the most was when he saw the other woman. The insight only gave her a name and nothing else. "This is the first time I encounter such a situation. Don't worry for now. Let's deal with this first." Zheng Yang moved. Green vines soared into the sky and attacked the two people. Kuroki Ya deftly dodged the vines that were wrapped around him. But Suyue's situation was not so favorable. The green vines wrapped around her body, tightly binding her. Suyue looked at the vines on her body with curiosity, and there was not a trace of panic on her face. Kuroki I assessed the situation on the battlefield and without hesitation jumped into the darkness of the living quarters, and his figure disappeared. "You run quite fast," Zheng Yang snorted. "This man's profession is assassin, and his skills include stealth and disguise. Insight can't reveal the specific effects of these skills, but from the name, it's clear that he's very good at hiding." Kuroki Ya's breath disappeared very quickly, making Zheng Yang feel helpless. On the other hand, Elia also finished the battle and returned to the house, dragging 2 dead dogs in her arms. Watching the whole process, Camilla was secretly shocked by the strength of the two men. Zheng Yang took control of the vines and brought Su Yue to him. Su Yue smiled leisurely at him. "Are you Zheng Yang? You are so amazing." Zheng Yang said indifferently, "If you have any skills, you better use them as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have another chance." Although he seemed calm on the surface, Zheng Yang was secretly wary. "Do you want to see it so much? There's nothing I can do. I will satisfy you." Su Yue smiled sweetly. Her eyes widened like crescent moons. Then his body turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. The breath disappeared. Zheng Yang frowned. The crash. A basin of cold water was poured on her, and Feng Shuqiu immediately woke up. As soon as I woke up, I heard Zhang Qiang's hissing and the sound of a whip cracking next to me. Whether you say it or not, you still won't say it, right? Zhang Qiang couldn't stand it and roared, "What the hell are you asking?" "Huh? Didn't I ask?" "Master Zheng Yang, it seems you really didn't ask." Feng Shuqiu listened to their conversation and shuddered inwardly. She tried to move, but found that she was bound by unknown plants. At the same time, her body still felt weak. But now she knew what it was like to be a man with kidney failure. Holding back her inner unease, she looked around. It was an ordinary house of decent size. In the room that was their destination, there were 3 silver dragon eggs on the table. He and Zhang Qiang were tied to a huge blue spike, and the sharp spikes pierced their flesh. 3 figures stood in front of him. The man in the center held a spiked leather whip stained with Zhang Qiang's blood. On either side stood slender figures, had a scarred face, a cold gaze, and a bucket of water that was still dripping. The other one, wrapped in a cloak, was the one who had fought them before. Noticing that Feng Shuqiu had woken up, Zheng Yang turned around and looked at her with a smile. Feng Shuqiu swallowed, fear appearing in her eyes as she recalled Zhang Qiang's earlier cry. You just give up. I won't say anything." Deep down, she knew that once she revealed this information, she would completely lose her usefulness and be at the mercy of others. Feng Shuqiu concentrated, opened chat, and asked Kuroki Ya for help. She believed that the organization would not abandon her. Zheng Yang was a little worried. He was not good at torture. "I just spent a lot of time beating Zhang Qiang, but I did not get any valuable information. I have a way to make them talk." At this time, Camilla, who was standing next to her, spoke. Zheng Yang became interested and made an inviting gesture. Camilla looked at the two of them and chose Feng Shuqiu instead of Zhang Qiang. She walked up to Feng Shuqiu and looked her in the eye. "You? What are you going to do?" Feng Shuqiu didn't know what she was going to do, but she instinctively had a bad feeling. Camilla's pale pink eyes lit up, and Feng Shuqiu's expression began to change from wary to confused, and finally to dumb. "Master Zheng Yang, you may ask now." Zheng Yang asked curiously, "What did you do?" "I cast an illusion on her, putting her in a fantasy world." "This is one of the abilities of the fox servant," Camilla said, without hiding anything. Zhang Qiang, who was standing next to her, was shocked to hear this. Feng Shuqiu, wake up," Camilla said. "It's useless. Her unless there is a strong external stimulus." Zhang Qiang was clearly unwilling to do so. Zheng Yang asked, "What faction do you belong to?" "Hope Corps, a force I have never heard of." Zheng Yang then asked, "What is the purpose of your attack on me?" "The 3 dragon eggs. As expected, we still can't underestimate other players." Zheng Yang sighed to himself. "Who is the head of the family?" "Su Qianshan." Another name he had never heard before. Zheng Yang was very upset, then asked various questions, and from Feng Shuqiu's answers, a large-scale plan emerged. The Hope Corps had few fighters, only 50 or 60, but they were few in number and strong. Each of them was a level 3 player, and the leader, Su Qianshan, had reached level 2 in both professions, just like Zheng Yang. Listening to the information about the organization being revealed one after another, Zhang Qiang closed his eyes in despair. "I finished asking questions. Thank you for your hard work." Zheng Yang turned to Camilla. Hearing this, Camilla nodded and slightly paled, dispelling Feng Shuqiu's illusion. Confusion flashed across Feng Shuqiu's eyes, but before she could fully recover, a cold light flashed across her neck. Her head fell off and rolled at Zhang Qiang's feet. She didn't know what happened until she died. Zhang Qiang looked at the head lying on the ground with a pale face, and especially at Feng Shuqiu's face that was facing him. His mental defenses completely collapsed, and he forced out a smile. I am willing to submit." But before he could finish speaking, his head fell to the ground and rolled next to Feng Shuqiu's head. His face was full of fear. Camilla glanced at the 2 heads hugging on the ground, then looked at Zheng Yang, who looked normal, and her impression of him changed. "We have finished entertaining our evening guests. Let's go," Camilla asked. "Where?" 659 3rd Street. Street 3, mostly commercial, has many shops. Even at night, they are all lit up. Along the way, the three of them set out to search, occasionally stopping in shops and buying nice clothes for Elia. Throughout the entire process, Camilla kept an impassive expression on her face, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. After going around in circles, the three finally reached room 659. It was a shop hidden in an alley. It is completely inconspicuous, and it is almost impossible to find it unless you specifically look for it. Camilla was a little nervous. Elia saw this and reassured her. "Don't worry, there will be no problems as long as Master Zheng Yang is here." His words were full of confidence. Camilla forced a smile. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng Yang knocked on the door. Soon the door opened and a man named Nige appeared in front of everyone. He has a strong and tall build, thick lips and 8 teeth in his mouth, which are so white and shiny that they can be clearly seen even in the dark. Seeing Camilla, Nigo understood the purpose of everyone's visit and smiled ambiguously at Zheng Yang. "Hey, my friend, did you come to buy a foxman?" Camilla's whole body was shaking, her fists were white, and she didn't even feel her nails digging into the skin of her palms. She stared at Nigu in front of her, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and her hatred almost destroyed her mind. Elias looked at Camilla with concern. Lord Zheng Yang said that her mental state was not good. Seeing that he was about to lose control, Zheng Yang hugged Camilla's slender waist, pulled her close, and buried his head in her hair with a lustful gaze. "Don't you want to save your people?" A soft voice sounded in Camilla's ears. Face twisted, and the intense pain and struggle in her heart almost swallowed her up. "Trust me." Tears quietly flowed, and Camilla's tense body gradually relaxed. Zheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and stared at her. "It smells good. It smells very good." The boy immediately felt as if he had met a fellow traveler and laughed obscenely. "How do you like the fox tribe, Chief, my friend?" Zheng Yang laughed strangely twice. "Very smooth." Ha 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 ha. Feeling the tender body in his arms begin to tremble again, Zheng Yang hurriedly asked, "Ahem, are there any other fox people here?" Hearing this, Nage immediately became excited and quickly invited them into the house. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson. Of course, there are other fox people here. Please follow me." The light in the room was dim, but the space was very open. In the light, one could see many cages covered with white cloth, and from time to time, the sound of beating could be heard from inside. Many cages were stacked together, forming a narrow passage. Zheng Yang asked, "What is this?" "Mostly assassins with strong bloodlines, and there are also a few players with favorite professions," Wilson replied casually, as if it was a normal thing. When Zheng Yang heard that there were still players left, a chill ran down his spine. Wilson led the three of them through the house and walked up to the house. Lifting the carpet, he found a staircase leading to the basement. The three of them entered the basement. A sharp, sour smell hit them in the nose, and Elia awkwardly pinched her nose. It was a larger space, filled with piles of iron cages, each of which held a half-naked human fox. Had a pale face, thin muscles, and numb eyes. In the passage between the iron cages, other blacks were pushing carts and handing out food. From time to time, unbearable groans could be heard from a small room in the corner. Looking at this hellish scene on the ground, Zheng Yang felt suffocated. Camilla smelled the scent of her people and tried to climb into Zheng Yang's arms. Zheng Yang held him tightly. Camilla said coldly, "Let me go. Don't look." "Why?" "I'm afraid you'll become mentally ill." "Zheng Yang, do you have any other choice now except to listen to me?" Camilla was silent. Seeing that she had gone silent, Zheng Yang asked Wilson, "This is really impressive. How did you manage to gather so many fox people?" Wilson grinned and said, "Amazing, isn't it?" Seeing that the other party didn't answer his question, Zheng Yang calmly thrust the magic stone into his hand. Wilson looked around and quickly put the magic stone back into his inventory before saying, "I don't know the specific method either. All of this is confidential and only accessible to the top brass. Give me back my magic stone." Zheng Yang joked. The fox people are so many. You won't take the entire tribe, right? Brother, your guess is indeed correct. Wilson gave a thumbs up. Zheng Yang casually asked, How much is it? Wilson thought for a moment and said, At least 500. Not true. There are more than 2,700 fox people, and only more than 500 are left. Zheng Yang said disdainfully, There are too few fox people, only more than 500. No, that's only a part. There are still 1,000 people detained at headquarters. Wilson waved his hand. A light flashed in Zheng Yang's eyes, and he finally got the information he needed. Wilson was rubbing his hands at this moment. I don't know what kind of fox you want, brother. Clean, charming, adorable. We have it all here. Although Camilla buried her head in Zheng Yang's chest, she was not deaf. Hearing this, her whole body tensed up. All of them. Wilson thought he had misheard and continued to smile. What did you say? I want them all. Wilson's eyes were empty. He thought the other person was joking. My friend, please don't joke with me, although what you said is very tempting. I'm not joking. I want all the foxes, including those at headquarters, Zheng Yang said. Wilson could almost hear his own heartbeat. He couldn't imagine how much commission he would get if he sold all the fox people. But he quickly calmed down. This was not something he could handle. Wait a bit. I'll go call the boss. Wilson hurriedly ran away and soon came back with a bearded man named Niguo. This is Captain Zulian, and this is Wilson, who wanted to introduce Zheng Yang, but found that he didn't know his name, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Zulian waved his hand. I know you. You were the strongest in Arena 1 this morning. Nice to meet you. Zheng Yang nodded slightly. I need all of you foxes. How much is it? Sorry, it will probably cost tens of thousands of magic stones. I wonder if you can afford it. Zheng Yang shook his head. I don't have many magic stones, so I'll pay with a level 1 crystal core. Zulian thought for a moment and decided that it was okay. He calculated using his internal energy. A level 1 crystal core will cost you 75,000 wen. Since you are buying in bulk, I will give you a level 1 crystal core for 70,000 wen. Zheng Yang quickly calculated in his mind whether this was equal to a 1:5 ratio. He said decisively, Yes, no problem, but I can only pay part of the deposit before all the foxes arrive. Zulian said, Of course, there is no problem, and the appearance of these fox people is really terrible. They are all pale and thin, Zheng Yang pointed out pickily. Zulian is now confident that Zheng Yang is a big customer and will fulfill any request he makes. Don't worry about it. I guarantee that each one will be smooth and tender. Zheng Yang nodded, took out the remaining 2,000 crystal cores from his inventory, and threw them to Zulian. These are deposits. Delivery will be made after we return from the secret realm. Zulian held the heavy crystal core in his hand, feeling unreal, like a dream. He suppressed his excitement and made his words and actions more appropriate. Finally, Zheng Yang bowed 90 degrees and left. Wilson did the same. When Zheng Yang and the others disappeared at the end of the street, he rubbed his hands and looked at his boss. Boss, my commission. Zulian laughed heartily. Don't worry, you did a great job today, and you will definitely get a reward. Camilla finally broke free from Zheng Yang's embrace. Along the way, he barely noticed the plight of the fox people. But just a few words told him that the situation was not good. 70,000 crystal cores was not a small amount. Camilla looked at Zheng Yang thoughtfully for a moment. Elia asked worriedly, Master Zheng Yang, where will we get so many crystal cores? Zheng Yang was chatting with Li Yue and smiled when he heard her words. The hermit has his own cunning plan. The next day, the selection entered the second round. Since all the players in Group A were eliminated by Zheng Yang, after the discussion in the selection committee, Zheng Yang was given the right to go directly. Zheng Yang took Camilla to the stands to watch Elias's game. Camilla had never encountered anything like this before, and she was especially curious about the strange conversations going on around her. Zheng Yang had long ago noticed that if information was passively shared between players, there would be no punishment. He looked towards the arena where the 6 participants of the preliminaries from Group D were fighting. Elea, relying on her armor's ability to hide aura, constantly moved along the edge, occasionally delivering sudden attacks. Very slippery. Soon, one by one, the winners of the 4 arenas were determined. Arya won, which was not surprising. Zheng Yang brought Camilla onto the stage and congratulated her with a smile. "Congratulations, you won again." Elias hugged Zheng Yang's hand and pouted. He is still far behind Master Zheng Yang. Camilla, who was standing next to him, took a few glances and turned away. After the 2 of them took them to a delicious restaurant in the residential area for dinner, evening quickly arrived. Zheng Yang, who was sitting on a chair in the living room, suddenly stood up, and Camilla and Elia followed his movements with their eyes. Zheng Yang walked to the door and opened it. The corridor was filled with people in cloaks. Camilla suddenly became nervous, thinking that she was being attacked by an unknown enemy. Elias snorted, her face showing surprise. "Wolfman, Li Yue, why are you here?" Camilla looked puzzled, but judging from Elias's expression, she was not an enemy. Zheng Yang said, "I asked them to come." After gathering everyone, Camilla found that there were many people, more than 20 people, and they all had a strong aura. "The fox people are too many, so I called them from the camp to help," Zheng Yang said. Camilla was a little moved for a moment. Li Yue casually sat down on the bench where Zheng Yang had been sitting. Transporting more than 1,000 people is really a difficult task. He couldn't help but complain. Just right. The camp is short of people. Once the foxes are settled, we can mine the magic stone veins. Zheng Yang shrugged. Li Yue rolled his eyes and began to carefully consider possible solutions. While Li Yue was thinking, Zheng Yang had already started checking the personal information of Wolfman and the others. "Not bad. Someone has already broken through the barrier of the 2nd level," Zheng Yang said with satisfaction. Wolfman said respectfully, "Under your leadership, our strength has increased rapidly. I believe that soon everyone will reach the 2nd level." Zheng Yang nodded slightly. He was full of hope for these prosperous days. "I understand." The next day, in the 3rd round of selection, Zheng Yang and Elias had already qualified to enter the secret area, so Elias simply did not participate. Thus, only 23 people remained in the 3rd round, and those who received a pass were very happy. After Zheng Yang followed the instructions and entered the largest arena in the center, a girl in a black combat uniform walked onto the stage opposite him. But when he saw that it was Zheng Yang, he raised his hands in a panic to surrender. The judge asked the girl across from him, "Are you sure you want to admit defeat?" "Once you admit defeat, the result cannot be changed." The girl nodded her head like crushed garlic. "Sure, sure, sure." The judge reluctantly announced the winner of this round. Zheng Yang was a little disappointed. He was ready to go, but what happened? What's even more astonishing is that in every subsequent game, the players who were dealt Zheng Yang, without exception, raised their hands in defeat. How could they win with people like them? This is even worse than a country's soccer team. Kuroki! During the game, Zheng Yang's opponent quickly admitted defeat, and he wanted to laugh at the swearing around him. If you can, go ahead. A player who can defeat 1,000 with 1. Am I a fool? In any case, I have all the qualifications required to enter the secret realm. Zheng Yang was speechless as he watched the players on the opposite side quickly leave, as if they had seen a monster. Am I really that scary? Is it really that serious? Zheng Yang made a significant progress and reached the final. Some players gave Zheng Yang the title of the uncrowned king. In the final, seeing that the big guy on the other side finally refused to admit defeat, Zheng Yang even became a little nervous. When did it become so difficult to find an opponent? But he had his surprises too. What about Tu Shu? Zheng Yang originally thought he would face Tu Shu in the final. Shi Jian, Zheng Yang. After the referee announced the start, both sides announced their names to each other. Neither was in a hurry to attack. Shi Jian glanced at Zheng Yang several times, then said softly, "It is said that a good name does not tarnish a good reputation. I hope you will not let me down. I hope you will not lose too quickly. Shi Jian snorted. Arrogant. Activating his skills, golden arcs of electricity danced across Shi Jian's skin, and he rushed upward at an incredibly high speed. This is one of the Thunder Mage's skills, Thunder Body. He can fill himself with the power of thunder and lightning, and each attack will have tremendous destructive power. Zheng Yang was not surprised at all. He had witnessed the Thunder Mage's abilities many times in previous battles. In fact, Thunder Body was their opening move. Zheng Yang did not block the attack, but continued to dodge. As he dodged, he scattered the blue diamond-shaped blackthorn seeds all over the field. He dealt with the thorns and immediately pulled Shi Jian away. Shi Jian quickly straightened up and landed smoothly. When Zheng Yang thought he was unremarkable, lightning shot out from Shi Jian's body and long golden worms gathered around him. Seeing Zheng Yang's surprise, Shi Jian smiled proudly. This is an ability I have acquired through long training. I called it Little Golden Beetle. Go! As soon as the last note sounded, several little golden beetles rushed towards Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang continued to dodge, blocking the ones he couldn't dodge with his thorns. Zheng Yang curled his lips. What's with the little gold bug? I have a big gold bug. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the corners of Shi Jian's mouth were slightly raised, and he felt something was wrong. The small golden beetle that flew past instantly turned around and flew back. Zheng Yang dodged in panic, but it was already impossible to dodge, so he blocked it with the spikes on the field. The blue diamond thorn is only a level 2 plant, so it will die every time it blocks the little golden beetle. Listening to the mournful cries of the dying plants, Zheng Yang snorted coldly. I won't play with you anymore. In his hand, and he launched several ice strikes. Shi Jian was about to dodge, but he saw a sea of blood and corpses in front of him and froze in place. All of Zheng Yang's attacks hit Shi Jian's body. The frost spread from the wound to the surrounding areas, and his body began to stiffen and go numb. Shi Jian tried to stand up, and at that moment, a weapon was pressed against his neck. He raised his head and saw Zheng Yang looking down at him. You have lost. Shi Jian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the gap to be so big. He sat down on the ground and said, I give up. After the referee confirmed it, he loudly announced, the winner is Zheng Yang. The stands applauded after a minute of silence, although everyone expected it. After this battle, Zheng Yang became famous among the players. After the competition, Zheng Yang was invited to the organizing committee of the competition to receive the Champions Cup. In the conference room, the 5 heads of the family had been waiting for a long time. When Kang Qingtian saw Zheng Yang approaching, he warmly hugged him and patted him on the back. Congratulations, brother, on winning the championship. It was just a coincidence. Zheng Yang waved his hand. Kang Qingtian said with a serious face, excessive modesty is arrogance. When did their relationship become so good? Gong Changlong narrowed his eyes. After some business-like exaggeration, everyone got down to business. Luo Shixue took out 2 lists from his inventory and handed them to Zheng Yang. Mr. Zheng Yang, the first place prize is 2 employment cards and 1 skill card. Here is the list we made. You can choose from it. So many. Zheng Yang looked at the contents of the list and was a little surprised. The 2 lists are professions and skills. The profession list has more than 100 items, and the skills list has fewer, only about a dozen. According to his estimates, this is not their wealth, and the truly valuable things have not yet been taken away. If you count it like that, then the basis of the 5-player organizations looks quite frightening. Considering the numerous advantages of this qualifying tournament, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had reached incredible heights overnight. These thoughts flashed through Zheng Yang's mind, and he looked seriously at the list in his hand. Finally, out of over 100 professions, he chose 2 he had never heard of. Then there are skills. Hopefully, I will have pretty good skills. Scuba gear, you can breathe underwater. Not bad protective coloration can change the color of the skin to blend in with the environment. And that's okay. Hawkeye, with its more powerful vision and motion capture capabilities, is quite good photopolymerization. What nonsense. Looking at the details of several skills, Zheng Yang looked at the 5 people in front of him. They all looked at him with a smile on their faces. Zheng Yang's lips twitched. I kept thinking, how could such a good thing happen? It turns out that all the useless junk is thrown away as prizes. Zheng Yang looked around helplessly and his gaze suddenly froze. He looked at one of the rows carefully. Compression can turn a person into a crystal ball. Zheng Yang's eyes lit up as he read the introduction. If he had this ability, he could transport these foxmen away. I choose this option. Compression. The 5 heads of the family were all surprised. They thought that Zheng Yang would choose a skill more suitable for combat. But unexpectedly, he chose a skill that had nothing to do with combat. Kang Qingtian couldn't help but persuade him. Brother, why don't you reconsider this skill? It's useless. Zheng Yang smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Kang. Seeing that Zheng Yang insisted on his own way, Kang Qingtian was powerless. After receiving the skill card, Zheng Yang crushed it and studied it, and a huge amount of knowledge flowed into his mind. In an instant, he mastered this skill. Moreover, it can compress not only the human body, but also various objects. However, since players have an inventory, this ability seems useless. After receiving the prize, Kang Qingtian called Zheng Yang. The secret realm will open tonight. Don't forget to come to the arena. Zheng Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Soon, it was midnight. This time, the players who had qualified to enter the secret realm had gathered here. Zheng Yang arrived late with Alias. Seeing Alias's puzzled expression, Zheng Yang asked, "What happened?" "So many new faces," Alias said, puzzled. Zheng Yang smiled slightly and realized the reason. Someone sold the qualification to the secret realm. Elias's eyes widened. Is this even possible? Zheng Yang smiled and said, "Of course. There are many people hiding under the seemingly calm surface of the water." The last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning. Elia thought for a few seconds, and her small face showed the pain of her brain being overloaded. Zheng Yang stroked her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why think so much? Elia bowed her head and smiled sweetly. Indeed, I just need to help Master Zheng Yang overcome the obstacles. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. The 5 heads of the family appeared, and unlike the previous time, this time they were accompanied by an additional figure. It was Zhang Qi who opened the secret realm and walked behind them with a proud expression. Zheng Yang heard some players making sarcastic remarks. This guy is just a damn unlucky person. Look at how cocky he is. We'll have to teach him a lesson when we enter the secret realm. We are fighting for the right to enter the secret realm, but they can just lie there and do nothing. If they knew that Zhang Qi also got a share of the profits from this selection competition, I wonder if they would rush in and hack him to death, Zheng Yang thought with evil humor. This news was told to him by Kang Qingtian. As the initiator of this secret kingdom selection competition and the key holder, Zhang Qi also has a share of the dividends from this competition, which is said to be quite large. However, he only gets a share of the registration dividends. It does not share in the profits from sales in the shops in the residential area or from the rental of houses. The biggest advantage for the 5 main organizations in this competition is that they become the managers of the gathering places of the players. If he can develop in the future, it will be of great benefit to you. It has begun, one of the players exclaimed. Zheng Yang and Elias immediately turned their attention to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi had rarely received so much attention since birth. For a moment, he felt a little proud, and his mind almost soared to the sky. Seeing that he did not dare to move, Luo Shixue frowned and said, "Everyone is here. It's time to start." Okay. Zhang Qi, who was being urged on, muttered to himself, "Is there really a need to worry so much?" He took out a golden key from his inventory. Under the influence of the air, the key was silent for a few seconds, and then, as if sensing something, it flashed with a bright golden light. A reminder panel popped up in Zhang Qi's field of vision. The conditions for using the area secret key have been met. A yes/no option appeared in the key description column. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this scene. Finally, they were able to enter Zhang Qi's secret realm, and the 5 heads of the family showed excitement on their faces. Everyone had been waiting for this day for too long. Just when Zhang Qi was about to answer yes, something strange happened in the crowd. Previous chapter contents, next chapter. Several figures jumped out and rushed towards Zhang Qi. The key was in his hand. The goals were clear, the coordination was organized, and it was obvious that they were well prepared. A cold laugh rang out from the crowd and knocked the attacker to the ground in an instant. How could this be? The leader was shocked. Gong Changlong slowly said, "Do you really think of us as freeloaders?" Kang Qingtian's eyes turned icy. "Come here. Take these people away and treat them well." Yes! After that, there were less than 100 people left at the scene, so the 5 heads of families decided to choose a few people from their own families to fill the vacancies. Zhang Qi patted his chest, feeling a constant fear, and slightly blaming Kang Qingtian and the others for not informing him of this in advance. But he also knows his position. He is probably just a tool, so his emotions come and go quickly. When the number of people reached 100 again, the golden key once again shone with a bright golden light. After Zhang Qi answered yes, the key slowly rose and made a rotating motion. A golden door frame opened in the void. The middle of the door frame was filled with gold, and it was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. "Looks like I have to go in," Zhang Yang thought to himself. The players' eyes were shining with excitement, and one of them couldn't help but say, "Are you coming or not? If not, then let me go first." Gong Changlong smiled and said, "Please do as you wish. Others who wish can participate." Hearing this, the player who had just spoken beamed with joy and rushed forward, his figure disappearing in the golden light. By someone in the crowd, more than a dozen people came out, their faces hesitant, but they finally gritted their teeth and rushed in. Seeing everyone else enter one after another, Elias became worried. "Master Zheng Yang, aren't we going?" Zheng Yang carefully cut off Elias' head with his knife and looked at him. "Why are you so impatient? Let them explore the road first." Elias looked at the others and saw that they were also waiting. Half an hour later, Gong Changlong looked at the list of friends. Some of the players who had just entered had their avatars grayed out, but most were still glowing as usual. This meant that there was danger inside, but the danger was limited. He nodded to the others and then led the zoo staff first. After the players from the zoo entered the game, the other scattered players were eagerly waiting to follow suit. Kang Qingtian noticed that Zheng Yang was also among the remaining people, and he walked over and said, "Brother, why don't you come? Do you want to come with us?" Luo Shixue noticed this and frowned slightly. Zheng Yang is very powerful, even more powerful than the heads of the family, so she wants to invite him too. She was still thinking about the reason, but unexpectedly, Kang Qingtian beat her to it. Zheng Yang shook his head. "Forget it. I am used to being free and loose. If I join your team, I will most likely only cause trouble." Kang Qingtian's face reflected regret. "Okay, I won't force you. If you need anything, call me. I'm always ready to help." Zheng Yang smiled and nodded. The situation in the secret realm is unknown, so another friend means another path. Kang Qingtian returned to the team and saw that Luo Shixue often looked at Zheng Yang, which made him upset. "Shixue, should we work together? Someone will look after us once we are inside." Luo Shixue shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master Kang." Kang Qingtian was a little disappointed. He sighed and turned to the troop from the Temple of the God of War. "Let's go." Harrison from the Ascetic Order and Lu Banju from the Craftsmen's Guild nodded to Luo Shixue and then walked in with 2 groups of people. Inside, the 2 families agreed to work together. As the idle players entered one after another, only Luo Shixue and his group and Zheng Yang remained in the square. Zheng Yang led Elias to the door, looked around, then looked at Luo Shixue and her group in surprise and said, "Miss Luo, are you not coming yet?" Luo Shixue said, Let's wait a little longer." Then she hesitated and tried to make an invitation. Zheng Yang, "No, I want to go alone." Luo Shixue nodded. "Then I wish you good luck in martial arts." Zheng Yang nodded slightly and led Elias into the Gate of Golden Light. Another hour passed before Luo Shixue led the people from Shushan's Sword Pavilion into the secret realm. After 100 people entered the secret kingdom, the Golden Light gates closed, as if nothing had happened. The sea surface sparkled, and the sunset above sea level painted the whole world in a red glow. Across the sea, but they all have a strange shape, as if they were stepped on. Zheng Yang and Elias stood on the beach, observing the situation around them. The Golden Light Gate disappeared after the two entered. "Wow, Mr. Zheng Yang, it's so beautiful here," Elias said innocently. Zheng Yang thought about it. So many people had come before, but there was not a single trace on the beach. And the light gate was closed, so would Luo Shixue and the others behind him still be able to enter? He shook his head and rejected the idea that the light gate was closed. Everyone who came here before must have experienced the same thing, so everyone could be randomly teleported to different places in the secret world. The light gate is a teleportation device. "Mr. Zheng Yang, is there any problem?" Elias asked. Zheng Yang shook his head. "It's hard to say now. Let's take a look around." The island they were on was small, and they explored it completely in less than an hour. Zheng Yang was shocked. The resources here are too abundant. He found at least a dozen supplies, large and small. Each of them can make good equipment. Zheng Yang sat on a rock by the sea, stroking his chin. "Social Welfare Bureau? Smoke from cooking food rises behind me." Elias was cooking something in a pot. The ingredients were brought from this small island. This creature, called the crystal crab, is half the size of a calf. Its flesh is as clear as crystal, and its shell is also an excellent material for forging. And the most important thing is that this crab variety has reached level 3, and its meat has the effect of removing toxins from the body. "Master Zheng Yang, the crabs are ready. Come and try them." Elias placed a tray with a large and a small bowl in front of Zheng Yang. Contains crystal crab meat, and the small bowl contains fragrant crab roe. It looks very delicious. Elias also took great care and took out all the crab meat so that it would be easier for Zheng Yang to eat it. Zheng Yang took a piece of crab meat, tasted it, and his eyes lit up. "How does it taste?" Seeing Elias's expectant eyes, Zheng Yang gave her a thumbs up. "Delicious." Elias just smiled, and then suddenly froze and said anxiously, "Ah, Master Zheng Yang, please leave some for me." While the two were flirting, several figures were swimming feverishly on the sea in the distance. When they saw the smoke rising from here, they thought they had seen a life-saving straw. "Hey, Mr. Zheng Yang, look over there," Elias said, pointing to the sea in the distance. Zheng Yang squinted and looked toward his finger. 3 small black dots on the surface of the sea were constantly making waves and sailing in that direction. Behind them, the sea was turbulent, and a huge green tail fin was cutting through the sea and hanging behind them. When they came into view, Zheng Yang understood the situation. Blue shark level 3. Introduction. Lives in shallow seas and can shoot compressed bullets. Zheng Yang's expression became a little serious. Level 3 sea creatures are quite difficult to deal with. Although they were both at level 3, he had no ability to fight at sea and was completely helpless. Soon, the 3 black dots began to approach, but at that moment, something strange happened. The green shark hanging behind suddenly accelerated, and the waves swallowed the player's figure, and huge waves crashed on him and made him dizzy. The player was struggling furiously in the waves, and in fear, he extended his hand to the other 2. "Save me." After the waves subsided, the player disappeared, and a few seconds later, a large amount of blood floated up from the sea. The other 2 players were horrified when they saw this, and swam towards Zheng Yang's island with all their might. The turquoise dorsal fin floated up again and rushed towards the 2 players. The distance between them was rapidly closing, and they couldn't help but feel despair. When the dorsal fin approached within 3 to 5 meters, several arrows were shot from afar, intercepting the green shark. They both looked at Zheng Yang on the island with gratitude. After Zheng Yang's intervention, Green Shark came to his senses and returned to his previous state, hovering in the air in the distance. Taking advantage of this time, the remaining two made every effort and soon reached the shore. Zheng Yang brought Elias to the beach and saw that they were all wet, like two half-drowned old dogs. One of them saw Zheng Yang and forced himself to stand up. "Thanks for your help, brother." "What's your name, brother?" "Zheng Yang." When the two heard this, their eyes lit up and they said excitedly, "So you are Zheng Yang's boss. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Kai and his name is Bai Yage." Zheng Yang nodded and asked curiously, "What's going on with you guys? What happened? Why did you go to sea?" "He's a big guy. I need to hug his big fat leg." Yuan Kai sighed. "To be honest, there are 5 of us and we are traveling together. This damn portal opened for us in the sea. I walked in and stepped on nothing." When he said this, his tone was indignant. "As you saw, that beast ate everyone else, and only the 2 of us remained." Zheng Yang couldn't help but feel sympathy. It was so tragic. But it also reminded him that this place was not entirely safe. Yuan Kai looked at Bai Yaga with some doubt in his eyes, then frowned and said, "Boss Zheng Yang, as a reward for saving us, we want to tell you some information. But can we stay with you and seek shelter?" Hearing this, Zheng Yang laughed. The plan was a good one. "First, tell me about it. If it is of no value, then forget it." Bai Yage opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but remained silent. Seeing that Bai Yage did not say anything, Yuan Kai knew that he agreed. On the way to salvation, we saw a glowing island on which various glowing balls were dancing. "Oh?" Zheng Yang was curious and asked, "Tell me more." Seeing that Zheng Yang's expression finally changed, Yuan Kai breathed a sigh of relief. When they arrived, they were full of confidence, but after they arrived, they were treated like trash on the side of the road. Any ferocious monster that came their way would almost destroy their entire army. Yuan Kai also knew that he needed a strong man to take him out to play. Otherwise, he would most likely return empty-handed. Think about it. He came here from far away to compete and gain qualification for the secret world. Didn't he just do it to become stronger? He absolutely could not agree to return empty-handed, as it meant that time had been wasted and a second disaster was just around the corner. Yuan Kai's thoughts raced through his mind as he carefully recalled the details of the island. The depths of the island were filled with thick fog. The trees, covered with shimmering fruits, and unknown creatures are calling. After listening to Yuan Kai's introduction, Zheng Yang asked, "How far is the island from here?" "If we swim at the same speed, it will take about 20 minutes," Yuan Kai answered after some mental calculations. "If we go, we will have to deal with this shark first." Zheng Yang glanced at the sea near the island. That's right. The green shark had not left and continued to wander around the island. Yuan Kai and Bai Yage looked at the dorsal fin that was continuously moving in the water with heavy expressions. "Damn it, is human flesh really that delicious? Boss Zheng Yang, if you need anything done, just let me know," Yuan Kai said solemnly. Zheng Yang teased, "What if I let you go to sea as bait?" The 2 men recalled the fear they had just encountered at sea, the feeling that they were just a step away from death, and their faces turned pale. Yuan Kai smiled confidently and said, "I believe that Boss Zheng Yang will not let me die in vain." So slippery Zheng Yang shook his head. Then he began to make a plan. Zheng Yang asked Yuan Kai to show him the location of the island, and then he climbed to a higher place. He took out some seeds from his inventory and let them ripen. A grey plant grew, with thin vines growing from under its leaves. This plant is called onion vine and is very strong. He cut the onion vine vines and tied them to 2 trees, making a slingshot out of them. Yuan Kai and Bai Yaga looked puzzled, not understanding what Zheng Yang wanted to do. Zheng Yang patted Elijah's body, and then, in front of the 2 people's stunned gazes, he turned into a white bead the size of a knuckle. Zheng Yang carefully placed him in his arms. After receiving the skill, Zheng Yang checked it and found that even though it had turned into a bead, it was still essentially alive, so it could not be put into the inventory. After putting Elijah into his pocket, he looked at Yuan Kai and Bai Yagi and asked, "Are you two going to leave?" Now they both realized that this was one of Zheng Yang's skills, and couldn't help but secretly envy him. Yuan Kai hesitated a little. If he were to turn into a bead, he would be at anyone's mercy. Bai Yage muttered something under his breath, wondering who this girl was and why she trusted him so much. Thinking of this, they gritted their teeth and turned into balls. If Zheng Yang wanted to hurt them, he shouldn't have bothered so much. Casually putting both of them in his pockets, Zheng Yang walked to the vine between the two trees and stepped back, continuously pulling it out. Pulling the vine to its limit, he changed direction, aiming for the island ahead. All the strength in my body relaxed. Shoot. The island is not far and not close. Previous Chapter A figure flew across the sky and, like a meteor, crashed into the L-shaped island, creating a huge sand pit on the beach. Zheng Yang shook the sand off his head and released Yuan Kai. After Yuan Kai transformed from a small ball into a human, golden stars appeared in front of his eyes and he felt dizzy. It was unpleasant to be in Zheng Yang's pocket. After Zheng Yang asked him to confirm the location, he put it back in his pocket and used the same trick again. On the first island, the turquoise dorsal fin was still circling the island, but its movements were starting to become hesitant. After more than a dozen jumps, Zheng Yang finally saw the island Yuan Kai had spoken of. The situation was basically as he had said, but when I saw it with my own eyes, it seemed even more impressive. The thick fog emitted multicolored lights, and on each tree grew leaves as dark as night, and the crowns of fruits of different colors were dotted and shining like stars. Zheng Yang used his ability to control plants and found that the quality of the plants on the island was very high. Now he is on an island next to this island, which is neither close nor far. His vision allows him to barely distinguish some details. Zheng Yang let go of Elijah and asked, "Do you feel anything there?" Arya looked at the island, her wolf ears twitching twice as she felt it carefully. After a long moment, he said in surprise, "I can't hear anything." Can't hear anything? It could also be because the distance is too great. Let's go up and find out what's going on. Zheng Yang patted Elijah and turned her into a bead again. He then repeated the same trick and jumped onto the island. Zheng Yang released all three of them. Yuan Kai and Bai Yage looked at each other in confusion. Yuan Kai reacted and excitedly exclaimed, "It's here." "Shut up," Zheng Yang shouted softly. Yuan Kai, who was shouted at, immediately covered his mouth and nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It was too quiet. Incredibly quiet. Zheng Yang said, "Alias." There was already a silent understanding between the two of them, and Elia immediately understood what Zheng Yang meant. Close your eyes, and your sense of hearing and smell will be heightened to the limit. There was a ripple in the darkness, and something rustled in the forest. Arias frowned and listened carefully. After a few seconds, the sound disappeared again, and all was quiet. But Elias always felt that this place was strange, a little creepy. After a moment, Elias opened her eyes and shook her head, looking at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang understood and began to sense the plants around him. Every plant around him became an extension of his feelings. Something rushed past him, quietly, soundlessly, and not very big. A moment later, Zheng Yang sighed. The surrounding plants told him that there were living creatures on the island, but nothing more. Well, let's go. Several people began to explore the surroundings of the island. Zheng Yang continued to use his insight technique, scanning the surroundings with his electronic eyes and remaining alert at all times. As Zheng Yang walked, he picked a fruit from a tree and used his insight to obtain the information he needed. Dark fruit level. 4. Introduction. Capable of transforming mana characteristics. Long-term use can increase the purity of dark power. There is a certain probability of career mutation. Sun fruit level. 4. Introduction. can transform the mana attribute Star Fruit Soul Fruit. What a great thing, Zheng Yang thought. He picked one at random and tried to refine it, but the amount of mana required made him gasp. A few of them slowly explored the edge of the island and soon completed the circle. Zheng Yang collected a lot of fruits. These things have many benefits, whether they are used for trading with players or for training your subordinates.